Deceit Falls, Growing Up Together. Wolf Spain 54. Summary. Thomas is a kid and so are the sides. King creativity is still around but not for long. How will the kid Deceit and the other sides react to such a big change in Thomas's mind when creativity is split into two? Deceit is not sure how to take the chaotic side, which is Remus, who seems to be stalking him and causing Thomas to get in too much trouble, bring morality to their door to chat about the uncontrollably creative half. Not that Deceit sees how that's his problem. Meanwhile, Virgil is curious about the light sides, especially the new prince that looks like he escaped from a Disney film. Maybe this could be his chance to talk to a real prince, even if he is just a kid like Virgil. A kid story going off of my other Sanders Fic called Deceit Falls. Chapter 1, Lying Snake. The Mindscape was having a peaceful day and King Creativity, Romulus, was enjoying playing with Thomas. Turning the young child's vision to see real lava on the floor, as he hopped from furniture and other objects to avoid the floor. He and Patton doing much the same thing in the imagination where the Kid King had made the land lava and littered with objects to jump on. Logan was there too, mostly just sitting in a stuffed chair with a book in his lap rather than joining in on the fun. Apparently the book was on the game The Floor is Lava. Come on El, put that boring book down and play with us, King Creativity urged. I refuse. I must make sure Thomas is aware of the dangers that lava presents should he touch it. Logic denied, fixing his glasses that got knocked out of place when the moral side had jumped onto his chair. But he knows that Lolo. That's why he's not touching the floor. Patton laughed, hopping from Logan's chair and onto a coffee table that was floating by. Yes, but what about the rules Mom had said? Thomas could get in trouble, should something happen. Logan reasoned, holding up his notepad of rules that Thomas's mom had set for the boy and his brothers. Don't be a baby. Does Thomas seem afraid? He's having the time of his life. King Romulus cheered, pointing to the TV that they sometimes used to see through Thomas's eyes. A small Thomas was indeed having a fun time jumping from sofa to sofa. I am the king of lava jumping. The boy cheered. Yeah. Here. Long live King Thomas. The child king cheered with Thomas. Go Thomas. Patton joined in. Logan rolled his eyes, but a small smile made its way on the nerdy boy's face as he went back to reading about the game Thomas was enjoying. And now, for my most daringest and daring jumps. Thomas announced, pointing to a side table that had some books and a lamp on it, as one of his brothers came running into the room, chasing after a ball that had got away from them. Yes. You can do it, Thomas. Romulus cheered. You've never failed before. You can do it. Patton joined in. And one. A young Thomas started counting. And the children's sides were all watching in anticipation at the screen. King Romulus no longer holding the imagination in a lave landscape, causing their surrounding to change into a room that closely resembled the living room that their Thomas was in. 2. And 3. Thomas jumped, and landed clumsily on the table. Ta-da! The young boy cheered, pumping his arms in the air and accidentally knocked over the lamp. The young boy scrambled off the table, accidentally stepping on a broken glass in the process. Oh no! Patton gasped. This is unfortunate. Logan said. Book left forgotten in his hands as they all watched the outcome. No. Romulus chanted. This isn't good. That was Mom's favorite lamp. Patton said, starting to panic. What should we do? Romulus asked, turning to Logan. We could get grounded. And we were supposed to go see the new Disney movie tonight. We can't miss that. But we have to tell the truth. Thomas got hurt. Just a scratch, Pat, nothing he can't handle. He's King Thomas. Romulus reasoned. Must I remind you that Mom is coming? Logan pointed out. Thomas. What was that? Thomas's mom asked for another room. It wasn't long before she came into the room. "Young man, were you jumping on the furniture again?" she asked at seeing the broken lamp. "Yes. But I didn't break it," Thomas said. The three child sides gasped. Thomas lied. Patton gasped. "Well, we wouldn't want him to miss the new Disney movie now, would we?" The three children turned to the new voice that came from behind the couch. Out walked Deceit wearing a bowler hat that was too big and a capulet that dragged behind him slightly. He smiled mischievously at the others. "Right, King Romulus," he said, with a mock bow. "Deceit. What are you doing here?" Romulus demanded, a small double-bladed spear forming in his hand. The half-snake boy laughed at the question. "Well, Your Highness, to make sure Thomas gets to do what he wants," he said, as he walked fearlessly up to the Child King and flicked Romulus's paper crown off his head. Romulus let out an undignified yell as he placed his crown back on his head. "Then who did it?" They all looked at the TV at the sound of Thomas's mom's question. "Tell her your brother did it with the ball," Deceit said, walking closer to the screen. "He did it?" Thomas said, pointing at his brother who had stopped playing with the ball and was watching Thomas getting in trouble. "What? No, I didn't." "He did it?" "No." "Deceit, that's wrong." Patton gasped. "Oh really?" she said, arching a brow. "Deceit, you monster, let him tell the truth," Romulus demanded. "It's funny how you think I have that much control." The young snake-side scoffed. "We can't let him get his brother in trouble," Patton reasoned. "It's not right. Not mention he's going to have to let her know about the glass in his foot. It could become infected and much more painful should it not get treated." Logan piped in. "You know what will happen if you lie, don't you?" Mom continued. "You'll grow a tail, and that tail will get longer and longer if you never tell the truth." All four children gulped loudly at that. "Surely she's just trying to get us to blow our own cover," Deceit said, dismissively. Turning the TV off so that Thomas's mom wouldn't persuade the other side to hound the half-snake child more about his presence. "Ha! Even Mom thinks you're evil," Romulus jabbed. "Is that why I wasn't invited to play?" Deceit asked, crossing his arms. "And I thought you wanted us all to get along." "For shame. Especially you, Patton. I thought you were the goody two-shoes of the bunch." Deceit huffed. "You weren't invited because you cheat," Romulus argued. "Just like the snake you are." Logan and Patton watched the two go at it. Having become used to the creative side and deceitful sides arguing a long time ago. "Oh, ouch." Deceit mocked, grabbing at his chest as if hurt. "Hey, so you guys hear that?" Logan asked. The logical child was hearing something other than Deceit and Romulus bickering. "I hear it too." Patton nodded. Romulus looked around as he could hear it as well, although he never took his eyes off of Deceit, who had placed one hand on his hat as he casually looked around. The Child King narrowed his eyes. "What are you hiding, Snake?" he demanded. Maybe that was the source of the mumbling. "Nothing," Deceit said, hand quickly withdrawing from the oversized bowler hat. "Absolutely nothing." Romulus growled, annoyed, and jumped the snake boy, pushing him to the floor. "Lies!" he shouted as he jumped. Deceit's hat fell off his head as the tumbled to the floor and revealed a purple orb that was hidden inside. It floated up and hovered slightly, the incoherent, scary mumbling a little louder now that it wasn't hidden in the hat anymore. The lights in the room darkened and the shadows in the room began creeping forward. Annoyed, the snake boy dusted himself off and grabbed his hat off the ground and putting it back on top of his head. "Now look what you did," he hissed. "What I did?" Romulus shouted. "You're the one who brought it here, therefore you're the one who is doing this. Now cut it out," the creativity side demanded, pointing his double-bladed spear at the purple orb and snake side. "And pray tell, what am I doing?" Deceit asked, as he approached to pulsing and mumbling orb slowly, coaxing it close to him and away from the light sides, mainly Romulus and his pointy weapon. "This witchcraft," Romulus said. "You're trying to curse us or something," he accused. "King, he wouldn't do that." "Would you, Deceit?" Patton said, trying to calm things down. "Of course I would. You heard him. I'm evil, remember." Deceit hissed, backing away when Romulus started advancing. The purple orb glowing brighter and the shadows darkening as the mumbling got louder. "SHHH, SHH, I got you," the snake boy whispered to the orb as he moved it out of the weapon's range. "You're making it worse, you idiot. It doesn't know any better yet." He snapped at the boy king that was King Creativity. Is that?" Logan began but was interrupted by a fuming Romulus. "I'm making it worse. I'm not the one who's threatening us and Thomas with this witchcraft," Romulus defended. "Now get rid of it before I skin the scales off your ugly face." Deceit leveled the creative side with a sharp glare. "If we're talking about looks, then it is obviously you that got the lesser end of the deal," he hissed. "That doesn't even make sense, we have the same face." Logan interjected, he and Patton both coming to put a hand on Romulus's shoulders. "Beside, I do not believe that the purple orb is witchcraft. I don't believe Deceit is even capable of such a thing." "Yeah, kiddo. What Deceit has is a new side forming," Patton explained with a soft smile. "Although aren't we supposed to stay in our room until we are fully formed, Lo?" the moral boy asked. Logan nodded. "We are, but as you may remember, when we watched Romulus formed, though we were able to enter the room and touch the light that was Creativity. We never tested if we could take them out of the room. So it's a new side." "But the shadow we're moving," Romulus said, forgetting about threatening the half-snake boy, that was currently running away, now that the light sides were distracted. "Where is the new side's room at anyway, Deceit?" "I'd like to be there when they dash," Patton began to ask, but stopped at seeing the spot that Deceit and the orb once stood. "See? This is why I don't like him," Romulus said. "Coward!" he shouted so that the deceitful side would be able to hear him. "The logical side. Come on, let's see if we can find the new door." "I doubt it," Romulus huffed. "No, Jack the Fibber, he's probably hiding the door." "Well, you were a little mean, Romulus," Patton said, grimacing slightly as the words left his mouth. "What?" Romulus' head whipped around to look at the moral side. "He started it," the boy king defended. "Regardless on who started it, I think our first priority should be looking for the new door," Logan interrupted. "Fiane," Romulus conceded, following his two friends through the mindscape home that they lived in. Not liking being blamed for something that wasn't his fault. It was that snake's fault for showing up uninvited and then making Thomas lie. It was the snake's fault for not telling them about finding a new side forming. Deceit didn't stop running until he made it back to the subconscious where a home identical to the light side sat. He took calming breaths as he leaned against the front door of his home, and cradled the new purple pulsing orb that was a new side close. The mumbling calming down slightly now that they were in a calmer environment. Deceit had found the new purple and black door forming early that morning, and had taken a peek in. The room had been dark and a little frightening that he didn't feel right just leaving the newly forming side alone. Hadn't wanted the side to become conscious alone. He had taken the orb, tucked safely in his hat to the light sides, knowing Patton and Logan loved watching a new side form. He hadn't expected Romulus to threaten them. "Sorry, kid. I guess I should have left you in your room, huh?" he said, speaking softly to the orb. It felt like a bundle of nervousness and fear, in the Deceit's yellow-gloved hands, and the shadows around the home seemed to like to reach for it. "Since your room is forming here, I guess I'll have a new roommate soon. I hope you don't mind lying, I can't help it sometimes. He said, happily as he carried the orb back to its room. It was probably safer to leave it there until it was fully formed and conscious enough to roam about. I can't wait to meet you. I have a feeling we're going to be great friends. He said, as he sat the purple orb back on the bed that was occupying the room. Romulus is an idiot, so maybe stay away from him when we go out again. He mumbled mostly to himself, not wanting the new side to get hurt, just because the boy king creativity couldn't get over himself. Deceit soon left, to prepare the home for a new side. He would be lying to himself, he said, he wasn't happy to finally have someone to talk to. A smile plastered on his face the whole time as he began moving things around and sneaking over to the light sides to get extra supplies. Chapter 2, The Split, Meeting Remus. Virgil usually stayed in the subconscious prior to Deceit's warning of being wary of king creativity, but it was always hard to stay away from the imagination and all the wonderful creation that was being created there. It was always tricky for Virgil to enter the imagination without the king of creativity noticing, for it seemed like the more sneaky he tried to be, the more anxious he became, and the shadows within the mind seemed to crawl to him. After a few months of his existence in the mind, Virgil had learned that if he could keep himself calm enough, then the shadows that liked to cling to him would not follow him in the king's domain. Now was just like the other times. He would wait in the shadows with Deceit and watched the Lightside's children enter king creativity imagination to run about and play, while he and Deceit sneaked in before the door to the king's room could close. The imagination was fun and vast. The Lightsides were always either together playing as a group, or scattered about. Deceit once said, that they would do that when Thomas wasn't playing but daydreaming. By logic and morality running around, they were able to help the king of creativity come up with random daydream ideas. Virgil never really understood why Deceit always wanted to sneak in, especially after explaining that king creativity didn't like Deceit and Virgil, due to their representations and what they do to Thomas. However, Deceit would always argue that Thomas needed all of them and would sneak into the imagination whenever king creativity and the others went in for daydreaming. He and Virgil would never go far from each other. But Deceit knew that Virgil liked his space and would leave him to himself to go spy on the others. Today Virgil and Deceit had decided to stay together, with Deceit sitting in the tall grass leaning against a tall tree that let just enough sunlight in that it warmed the snake's sides as he relaxed. Virgil sat underneath the same tree, practicing with his ability to warp the shadows that seemed to follow him, his hood up so the bright light in the imagination would not hurt his eyes. "Hey D, I think I getting the hang of it," he said, as he got the shadow of the tree to rise up and shape into circular ball shape. "I made a ball." Deceit looked over, tipping up his oversized hat to look at what the anxious side was talking about. "Well done." "Totally not impressive, Virgil," the half-snake boy praised. Their conversation ended there when the imagination suddenly began shaking. Deceit and Virgil had both jumped to their feet, as the area around them started changing. The grass turning darker to an almost black color and the trees losing their leaves and looking much more sinister. "Run!" Virgil yelped, as he and Deceit started running away from the fast-approaching blackness that was sweeping across that imagination. "Wait, wait, wait!" Deceit cautioned when they spotted the Lightsides, grabbing the back of Virgil's oversized hoodie, and pulling the anxious side to a stop just behind a tree that wasn't touched yet by the blackness that was spreading. Virgil pressed himself close to the snake boy as he watched the spreading blackness seemed pause in a straight line just a few feet from them. "That's not king creativity," Deceit mumbled, peeking from behind the tree. Curious and terrified, Virgil took a quick glance too, since it seemed the spreading blackness wasn't spreading anymore. "He looks like king creativity." "Who is that D?" he asked. The boy in white and red sash really did look like king creativity, although he hadn't personally met any of the other sides, but he had caught glances of them and they of him, usually when he was running away from them. "Yes, he does, but he's mostly red and white and he's not wearing a crown." Deceit whispered. They watched as morality and logic chatted with the new side, and could hear him loud and clear when he announced his name to be Roman, the Prince of Creativity. Although the self-proclaimed prince seemed to be distracted, looking around as if searching for something. Prince. Deceit mumbled. Then where is King? Like a Disney prince, Virgil asked with a tilt of his head, recounting the many Disney films that Thomas and therefore the sides had watched. I highly doubt that. Deceit scoffed. If he is creativity, then what happened to King? Do you think he's replacing King? Are we all going to get replaced, if we're not good enough? Virgil asked, getting worried at the thoughts starting to form in his head. The light sides were already escorting the now proclaimed Prince of Creativity from the imagination. Highly unlikely. Deceit said, placing a calming gloved hand on the anxious side. Besides, who needs a king or prince when you got a duke? A manic voice said, from behind the two boys, who shrieked in fright. Well, Virgil shrieked in fright, Deceit hissed, pushing him and Virgil away from the boy in green and black. Looks like he's got a cane stuck up his ass. Ha ha. The strange boy laughed. Hey, what's wrong with you two? I thought you would at least give me a nice scream. He said, stalking forward, with a wide grin. I mean, Casper here let out a nice shriek a minute ago. Let's hear one from you, Snakey. Virgil couldn't believe the boy in front of them just used a curse word that Thomas and therefore the other sides were never supposed to use. Come near us and I'll toss you in the cortex part of the brain. Deceit hissed, and Virgil just crowded himself against the older snake side's back. Sounds fun. Can we do that? The new side, Virgil guessed, asked. Virgil could feel Deceit rolling his eyes. Who are you? He asked, peeking over Deceit's shoulder. And what type of side are you? Deceit demanded. Sheesh, a little uptight in the ass there, aren't you? The new side laughed manically. I don't think you two are in any position to be demanding answers, seeing as you both are in my domain. You're not creativity. Deceit scoffed. Not the Prince of Creativity, but I am the Duke of Creativity, and, with a snap of his fingers, the trees that had turned black, reached out and snatched both Virgil and Deceit up in their branches, so that they were both fully in the blackened part of the imagination, and causing Deceit to lose the hat that was too big for his head. On my land. Virgil worked to right himself as he had been grabbing and flipped upside down. Deceit had the fortune of being kept upright and a little lower to the ground and hands-free as the new boy approached them. The shadowling noticing the black grass turning grey now that the so-called little duke approached. And what? You want us to bow to you like your other self did? Deceit hissed, now annoyed, especially when the loudmouth boy picked up his hat and placed it on his own head. Calm your scales, Snaky Poo. The boy said, not bothered at all that he had practically trapped the two other children's sides before him. I'm Remus, the better part of creativity, and who you were spying on before was my brother. So, what were you planning? An ambush? An attack of some sort? 'Cause if so, I can help. I have so many ideas. Like those scales. He said, excitedly, not giving the two other boys any time to speak. Are they real? If so, can I pluck one off? Oh, I know, let me lick 'em. I want to know how they'll feel in my tongue. Deceit leaned back in the confines of the branch that still held him, as the new side, Remus, practically ran up to him, tongue already hanging out. The snake halfling held the energetic creative side back, with both hands, with a grimace on his face. No, you may not. He hissed, pushing Remus away. Now put us down. The snake boy demanded. Remus seemed to pout at not being denied, before his wide grin reappeared. Then can I have your names? He asked, the branches holding the two trapped boys closer to the grinning little duke. I can't let two strangers on my land, but if you give me your name, we're no longer strangers. We'll be friends. He grinned. I highly doubt that. Deceit huffed, crossing his arms and turning his head up a little. Virgil said, a little panicky. He didn't like being held upside down. He was afraid any longer then the blood would flow to his head and then his head might explode. Or his eyeballs would explode from their sockets and fall on the ground below him. Then how was he going to protect Thomas from the monsters in the closet and under the bed? As right now though, his vision was starting to get spotty. I don't feel good, he pleaded. Deceit looked up at the anxious side to see anxiety was starting to look red in the face. Fine. I'm Deceit and he's anxiety. Now put us down. Ah poopy, I wanted your real names, I told you mine. Remus pouted, but was already letting his new friends go. The branches, dropping both children's sides. Deceit grunted when anxiety landed on top of him, causing Remus to laugh manically as the two boys laid in a pile in front of him. Virgil scrambled as fast as he could off of the now upset snake halfling, who hissed as he got up. Anxiety. Go home. Deceit said, in a clipped tone. Virgil was already sinking out, the fastest way he had learned to get out of an area of Thomas's brain. And you? Deceit hissed, dusting himself off and stalking up to the new side. Give me that. He demanded, snatching his hat off of Remus's head. Remus let him, having fun with the snake boy. He seemed more entertaining than the pale one that had just ran away. We going to rough it out now, Snakey? Can I pock your snaky eye if I win and keep it as a trophy? It's a pretty eye, so I want it if I win. Remus asked, getting right up in the Deceit's face. No. And you have to earn the right to know our names. We don't know you, or if you'll even stay. No side has just shown up like you and that prince did. It's only a matter of time before King finds out you two are impersonating his representation. Me and anxiety do not need him coming after us as collateral. Deceit huffed. Making himself stand up straighter now that he was standing next to Remus, who was slightly taller. Remus tilted his head in thought. Did you know your scales shimmer in the light, like green goo? Can you open your mouth like a snake too? Deceit could feel himself getting impatient with Remus. He just wasn't what he had expected, or at least was not used to another side interested in his snake half so much. Even Virgil never asked about why Deceit was half snake, although he guessed it was kind of obvious. But it was still unnerving, and if these two new sides were creativity, then he at least needed Remus to know who was in charge on their side of the brain. We're not talking about that. Sure we are. Remus said, trying to wrap his arms around his new friend. Get off me. Deceit demanded, ducking and moving away. Ah. Come on. I know. Tag. Only if I catch you. I never let you go. You'll be my hostage. The little Duke said, happily as a throw net materialized in his hands, as he started chasing his new friend. Deceit let out a startled shout as he started running through the imagination. He had to do a sharp U-turn when the scary-looking trees moved to black his path to the still normal-looking imagination. I'm not playing. He shouted, as he barely weaved out of the path of the scary rope-looking net as it was thrown at him. Sure you are. You're running, aren't you? Remus laughed, enjoying the game with his new friend. He couldn't wait to show his brother that he made a friend first. Remus! He shouted, threateningly as he ran. The chaotic little Duke hot on his tail as he was driven deeper into the now darker side of the imagination. Chapter 3, The Split, Meet Roman. Virgil had listened to Deceit and had went straight home and had emerged in his room, his safe place. But then he got worried about the snake boy when he had not soon followed. Maybe Remus was more dangerous than what he had thought and he had hurt Deceit. No wanting to go back, but not wanting to leave Deceit to fend for himself, Virgil was determined to go back for his friend. Now the question was, how was he going to sneak through the light side's territory without them noticing? And what if creativity's door had changed with the prince's and duke's arrival? Or what if King was still around and he caught Virgil? The anxious little boy rubbed a hand at his neck, imagining the spear the young king had liked to kill some of the nightmares in the imagination with. Surely the king creativity and the prince wouldn't try to kill another side, right? Taking a deep breath, Virgil crept out of his room and was planning on going straight down the stairs and cross the consciousness to the light side's home, but stopped when he noticed that a new door had formed. Blinking several times to make sure staying up late wasn't the cause of the door, Virgil stared in disbelief at the green door. The same color that Remus sported. It was then that it hit him. The new scary-looking boy was going to be their new roommate. Virgil felt all his nerves shiver at the idea. He didn't know how he liked that idea. But maybe he could use the new room to enter the imagination? Touching the black handle with one finger first to make sure nothing suspicious would happen if he just grabbed it, Virgil slowly tried to open the door, but found it locked. Which was weird. Deceit had said that he had entered Virgil's room, just as the anxious side was forming. Why couldn't he open the Duke's door? Huffing in irritation now that he would have to sneak his way over to the light side's part of the brain, Virgil gave the green door a swift kick for not opening when he was in such a hurry to go back to the imagination and help D. Nerves high on alert at all the possibilities how much trouble he was going to be in if he was caught danced through his head as he made the journey. It wasn't hard to pass by morality and logic, as logic was always too busy reading to notice anything around him, and the heart was always raiding the kitchen pantry, talking merrily to either King or Logic, who was hardly ever listening. But King was gone, so Virgil tried to keep his eye out for the prince-looking boy, having not spotted him yet as he kept to the shadows. Creeping quickly up the stairs before the other two sides could know he was there. Once at the top he paused for a moment to make sure he wasn't heard. "Lolo, do you think we made it weird, calling Romulus?" He heard the moral side ask, as a pot fell from the cabinet he was rooting through. It is likely. Although he did seem preoccupied, seeing as how he rushed off to the imagination again. I suspect he was looking for something. Logic answered. Virgil could hear him turning a page. I just want to make him feel welcomed. Morality said a little worriedly. So you're going to bake him cookies? Logic stated. Virgil had been there once when he had tried to sneak in to borrow some Disney movies, and Morality had made a bunch of cookie and had burned them. Virgil had felt so bad for the moral side that time he had actually stolen a few so to make it look like someone had eaten the cookies. Now though he didn't have time to sit in and listen to the other sides. He turned to face the door that was once white, but now red. Taking deep breaths as his hand touched the handle, Virgil felt his own anxiety spike when it did indeed open into the imagination. The shadowling had to remind himself to stay calm as he moved through the beautiful lands of the imagination, keeping his eyes open for the princely-looking boy, and an ear out for Deceit's voice. However, he paused in his search when he spotted a new castle sitting in the middle of the part of the imagination that had yet to change. Whoa! Virgil mumbled mostly to himself. It was magnificent, and grander than the one King had created once. The prince had even placed a tiny village near the castle. Caught up in the wonder of seeing something so amazing in the imagination, Virgil failed to notice as a white pony with a rider on its back approached from behind. Hey! Virgil shrieked at the booming voice, and like a moth to a flame, as soon as Virgil panicked, the shadows around swarmed around him. He heard the other princely boy gasp in horror, before hearing nightmare. And being called and mistaken for a nightmare was something that only made Virgil's anxiety and call of the shadows worsen. I shall slay thee, the prince declared. No! Virgil shouted, his voice changing as he ran away, the shadows following his arms' movements and whipping out to the new side and pushing the boy off his pony and knocking his short sword out of his hand. Feeling hot tears in his eyes, Virgil barely registered he was sinking out and back in his room. He just immediately jumped in his bed and hid under the covers, because everyone knew nothing could hurt you if you hid under the covers. Deceit had said so himself whenever he and Thomas got scared at bedtime. He curled into himself and rocked under the covers, biting at the nail on his thumb. the purple glow in his eyes illuminating brightly under the covers as he tried to calm himself down. That had not been how he had wanted to meet the princely-looking boy called Roman. He screwed up. Again. He didn't even find Deceit. Virgil buried his hands and cried in defeat. Back in the imagination. You foul fiend. Creature of darkness. You will not prevail. Roman declared, jumping to his feet after being knocked off his mighty steed. Only the threat had disappeared in a cloud of black shadows that were now dissipating. The young prince glanced around warily to be sure his foe was gone. It was strange, he had thought it was another side at first, then its eyes started glowing a bright purple and the shadows, the darkness of the imagination had came forth and wrapped around the seemingly harmless and frightened boy and had formed a terrifying monster. Maybe Remus knows what it was. He mumbled, going back to his steed who was waiting patiently for him. He and his brother had woken up in this place standing side by side, the only thing they knew was that they were a side of a boy called Thomas. They were both creativity, but they would also grow to be more than creativity. They were the carriers of Thomas's imagination. Their lands were sided by side. There were other sides who they would have to introduce themselves to. And their names were Prince Roman and Duke Remus. Roman was good, and Remus was chaotic. The two brothers clashed immediately after they had shaken the shock of just coming into existence off. Two other boys had been coming to greet them before Remus had declared they looked too boring and Roman could have them. That he was going to make a friend first who were more interesting. Whatever that meant. Either way, his energetic brother had darted off into the dark forest that seemed to split their lands. Roman grimaced as he came close to the creepy forest and jumped off his horse. Remus. He called. I made two friend already. I win. He said, with a smile on his face already feeling triumphant. Whoopee fucking do. Mine outdoes yours. His brother shouted, popping in front of him, hands holding a big burlap sack, as if he had been dragging it before popping in front of his brother. Mine's got more character. So I win. The Duke grinned, pulling the sack forward slightly to show it off. The sack was wiggling and there were clear sounds of muffled shouting to be heard from within. I captured my new friend. Remus said proudly, petting the sack as it wiggled more and hissed. Roman stared at his brother for a minute. Surely Remus hadn't stuffed another side up in that sack. Remus, I don't think that's how you make friends. All I had to do was talk to my new friends and then we were friends. He explained, stepping forward to release whoever his brother and stuffed in a sack. That sound boring. My way is more fun. Remus argued, stepping in front of the sack defensively. And stay away from my friend. I had to get creative to catch him. He warned, his weapon a spiked mace, called a morning star materialized in his hands. Roman glared at his brother and raised his sword in return. Your new friend is going to suffocate you dunce. Unless you plan on giving them mouth to mouth. He tried to reason. You hear that? Remus said, looking back to his friend trapped in the sack. You pass out, I get to tongue you and give you the breath of life. He said, excitedly. Loud disagreeable sounds erupted louder, although the twins could not make out what was being said. I hope those are curse words. I think he'll sound cute spitting those types of words out. Remus smiled. Thomas is too young for those types of words, Remus. We must encourage him creatively. Roman reminded. Yeah. Creative, got it? Buy a swipe. Remus said, popping away with the burlap sack. Roman shook his head. Can't believe we have to work together. He mumbled, returning to his steed to continue fixing up his side of the imagination. Chapter 4, Roar. Deceit would be lying to himself if he said he wasn't panicking a little. The other boy seemed to have slightly stronger conjuring abilities than King had. He was rapidly manifesting nets and rope, and large sacks while trying to trap Deceit in one of them. And Deceit knew he would have gotten away too, if it wasn't for a stupid tree root that seemed to jump up and trip him. However, instead of falling to the ground, he fell right into a burlap sack that closed up as soon as he was in it. To say he was disoriented was an understatement. He had to make himself calm down to even realize the little Duke had conjured bindings around him with tape on his mouth. He could hear the little monster out there humming a happy tune as he dragged Deceit. God knows where is the blackened imagination. I win, so now we're going to go play at my castle. You're going to love it. And as my first friend, you get to be the first honored guest there. Ha ha ha. Not even my brother has stepped foot in it, which is good, because you know Pio, does his ideas reek of boredom. I mean, come on, what's wrong with a little excitement, am I right? He could hear Remus ramble as he was dragged in the sack. Remus. Another voice echoed around them, that caused them both to pause. Oh, they're stick in the mud already. Remus booed. Let's go show him who made the bestest friend first. He cheered. And Deceit felt when the little Duke popped them immediately to another area, because the forced transportation made him feel nauseous, to the point he just wanted out. He didn't care what they were talking about, he just had to get out of the sack. It was stuffy and hard to breathe and he just really wanted out now. He even started shouting and making sure that his distress was heard, not that Remus seemed to care. The other one seemed concerned, and Deceit thought he was going to be let out finally. Then he was teleported again by Remus. Finally. The little Duke grunted, opening the sack and watched as the snake boy scrambled out, his hat missing, as the binding he had him in melted away to nothingness. Why you? I said I wasn't playing. What type of game, you stuffed me in a sack, Deceit fumed, so angry that he couldn't decide on how to chew out to new side. Remus watched as his new friend paced as he tried to find the right angry words to throw at him, before looking down into the sack and pulled out the oversized bowler hat out of the burlap sack. You lost your hat again, he announced, holding it out. Wide smile with sharp teeth never fading. He liked the snake boy, he was fun to fluster. Deceit paused in his rapid and angry pacing. He was doing that, place one hand on top of his head as he stared with wide eyes to Remus's hand that held the hat. He quickly took the hat and placed it on his head. I'm still not upset, he snapped, pointing an accusing yellow cover finger at the other smiling boy. Remus nodded enthusiastically. Cool. So let's get play already, he said, spreading his arms out as he ran around the room excitedly. Watching the other boy Deceit for the first time seen what type of room he had been taken to. It was a torture room. And the one item that the little Duke was running to and setting up was a mysterious-looking device with a giant blade suspended in the air, that came flying down, once Remus had fixed a ragdoll under it and cut the head off. The snake boy was able to identify other painful-looking objects, and suddenly the other boy's term for fun held a whole new and terrifying meaning. This isn't a torture room, he stated. That's right. Remus giggled, resetting the guillotine and conjuring another doll. This is my playroom. Come on over and give it a try. He motioned Deceit over, practically jumping in place. It's fun. Eyeing the other suspiciously, Deceit gave in and walked over and took a spot next to the lever that Remus had pulled not too long ago, and gripped it tightly, before pulling it. He backed up slightly as the blade came down and decapitated the second doll. You find this fun? He asked, not understanding why a creative side would find something like this fun. King certainly never found stuff like this fun. If anything, Deceit could envision King trying to behead Deceit himself. You bet your scaly ass I do. Remus grinned, holding up the head. Look, your first kill. Deceit leaned back slightly as the head was presented. He didn't really want to stay here any longer, for fear the unstable boy would try to put him in the guillotine next, and the snake halfling was rather fond of his head. As nice as this has been. He started. It has been nice, hasn't it? Do you think I should make them spill blood instead of stuffing next? Oh, I know we can both sit in the electric chair and see which one of us croaks first. I bet your scales will even change color. Hey. Do you think the Scaredy cat would want to join? Remus started rambling, interrupting the Deceit. Oh, better idea. We kidnap my brother and his boring new friends and see how they react in the electric chair. No. Deceit said hurriedly, before catching himself. I mean, that sounds great, but I need to go check on Anxiety. I'm not positive that he has barricaded himself in his room by now. Emo thinks I'm scary or something. Remus asked, his tone changing slightly, although it still held that giddiness to it. He isn't sensitive to certain things. Deceit sighed, walking away from Remus to get some much-needed distance for a moment. He didn't have time for this new side's antics. He had to make sure Anxiety wasn't going to send their Thomas into a panic. It was close time for bed and he didn't need the light sides coming over, because Anxiety had sent Thomas running to his parents' room again, because the monsters were definitely in the closet and under the bed. Plus it's late. He added. But I'm supposed to help make dreams tonight. Stay. Remus said, running and grabbing hold of Deceit's Capulet. I don't have a job to do. Deceit denied, prying the other boy's hands on his clothes and sinked out. And since you must help create dreams, I suggest you do your job as well. He added. Remus said, nothing else as he let his friend leave. Don't worry about me, I know how to do my job. He announced, just as the snake boy disappeared. Then snapped his fingers, summoning inky-looking creatures into the room and cuddling against the nearest one. What a good little nightmare, yeah. We're going to wage war on Roman tonight and dominate the imagination. Mwahahaha. He cackled, getting to work and creating a magnificent nightmare to share with Thomas while the little boy slept. Dark Sides area. Deceit once back safely in the common area of the hidden side of Thomas's brain. It was there he and Anxiety, and after spotting the new green door, Remus would stay safe and unknown to the boy, until he was ready. Looking at how things were going so far, the older side could already tell the Remus was going to be a handful and probably clash with Anxiety. Speaking of Anxiety, Deceit knocked before entering the Shadowling's room, finding the boy under his covers for protection and sobbing. Virgil. He called softly, sitting on the bed. Are you okay? No. Things are changing and I don't like them. Came the warped voice under the covers. The Tempest voice telling Deceit that the anxious side was really upset about the encounter with Remus and the thought of two new sides in the mindscape altogether. Everything's going to be fine. I can't handle him. I have steered you wrong before, haven't I? He said, soothingly. But they're both scary. Virgil said meekly, peeking out from the protection of his blankets, the purple glow of his eyes dimming and turning back to brown. That's because they're both new. Deceit reasoned. We'll get used to them. Remus just has to learn to listen and maybe not be so energetic. He was just excited, I guess. And we have to learn what we can and can't do when Roman is near. He took a deep sigh. The thought that their whole dynamic was now unraveled due to the new arrivals and the absence of one major one, really was too much to think about for kids their age. But while they were all really the same age as Thomas, the fact that Deceit had come to be one of the first of the hidden sides to form, meant he was the one in charge in this side of the brain. And just like how morality managed the light sides with logic, Deceit had to find a way to keep their side of the brain from overwhelming Thomas. Everything is going to be okay. He finally finished, tucking Virgil in, and making sure he had his spider plushie with him. Leave the lights on. Virgil reminded, hugging his stuffy. Deceit nodded, of course. And remember, nothing can touch you if you're in bed and protected by your covers. That's bedtime monsters 101. He reminded. Knowing Virgil can get sometimes at night, and therefore Thomas. Going to his room, Deceit went through his routine and began getting ready for bed. the large heating lamp above his bed turning on and filling the room with heat that kept the snake halfling nice and warm and unafraid of peeling off the layer of clothes and yellow gloves that he always had to wear to stay warm and slip into a pair of yellow pajamas. He crawled into his bed, grabbed his own plushie and prepared for sleep. Deceit's eyes snapped open and he found himself jumping out of his bed and out the door, as the horrifying roar echoed through the mindscape. The television downstairs could be heard snapping on as a young Thomas woke up screaming. And Virgil could be heard screaming from his room. Not knowing what to do, first be to run to the boy that was the moniker of all of Thomas's fears. Stopping slightly when he noticed the shadows leaking from the other boy's room, as another roar rumbled through the brain. This time he could pinpoint the sound coming from the new green door, and he marched up to the room prepared to go in and tell the new side off. But the door was locked. Remus, don't cut it out. You are not disturbing everyone's sleep. Open the door, he demanded. Whoa, babe, can a function do his job uninterrupted one night by you sides? Remy asked, popping in beside Deceit. Seriously? Do you know how hard it is to convince a kid to get some sleep? He's going to wish he listened when he gets older, you know. The function of sleep said, juice box in hand. It's not our fault. Deceit defended. He's got two new creative sides. They're supposed to be creating dreams for the kid. Oh, sweetie, I have seen the dreams, and honey, I wouldn't go back into the dreamscape tonight if it wasn't my function to make sure Tommy got so sleep. Remy said, taking a sip from his juice box. Deceit stared at the function. What? He asked. Those two creative sides are fighting who gives Thomas a dream tonight, and the little green devil is winning if you go by how big the nightmare monster is that he created. The other one is going to have a challenge tonight in fighting it back enough for the good dreams to make it through. Remy gossiped, as another roar echoed from behind the green door. DD, I do not envy you tonight. Well, time to put him back down. See ya, snakey. Remy gave wave before disappearing. Deceit stared at the green door accusingly, before running to go and try to calm down Virgil, who was still in a massive panic from the horrifying roar that no doubt woke the whole mind. He was going to have a serious talk with Remus when morning came, and he hoped that morality would have a similar talk to the Prince of Creativity as well. Chapter 5, Two Brothers. Morning in the mindscape found Deceit shivering in Virgil's bed, curled around the other boy, trying to soak up the heat coming off of him. He hadn't got much sleep thanks to the new creative sides war over the dreamscape. It wasn't until early in the morning, before the butt crack of dawn, did everything seem to calm down and everything was quiet. Deceit, having not gotten the sleep he had wanted, had to carefully and regrettably leave Virgil's bed and only stopped in his room to toss a glare at the new green door and to change into his much warmer clothes, gloves, and hat. Then he started down the stairs and to the kitchen, intent on making breakfast before Virgil and maybe even Remus if the new boy decided to show up. Deceit pushed a chair up against the counter to climb up to reach the cabinet that held the cereal boxes. They haven't been raiding the light side's pantry lately, where it seemed like the better food seemed to manifest, so all they had was oats and grains today. Checking the fridge for the milk, Deceit prepared 2 bowls for Virgil and Remus before calling the two for breakfast. 2 pairs of feet could be heard coming down the stairs, one set moving a little more erratically than the other. The snake halfling had busied himself pouring the juice when there was a clear sound of a scuffle, and then Virgil flying down the stairs and landing face first on the floor. Ow! The anxious side cried. He pushed me. Virgil accused, pointing at a Remus who seemed to have jumped down the stairs, barely missing the other boy who was still on the ground. Did not. I just helped you down. Remus said, sticking out his tongue. Deceit rolled his eyes with a heavy sigh. He knew those two weren't going to get along well. I don't care who did what. Now do not come and eat your breakfast. I will say it again. He snapped, already sitting himself down, so he could hurry up and return to his nice warm room and possibly a nap to make up for the lack of sleep. Virgil picked at his cereal, while Remus practically chomped the spoon in half, before discarding the silverware and opting to instead submerge his face into the bowl. He had a full day planned out for him and his new friends, and couldn't wait to show them the bloody battle he and his brother had during the night in the dreamscape and the nightmare monster that had helped him win in the end. However, the little Duke immediately noticed when the snake halfling got up and climbed back up the stairs. "Hey, Emo," he said, crawling across the table in front of Anxiety. "Where's he going? Are we going to play?" "No, DD mostly stays in his room, like I do," Virgil answered, still a little grumpy at the new boy for pushing him down the stairs. "That's boring," Remus said, sounding horrified. "There's nothing else to do around here. And it's the only way we know how not get Thomas in trouble much. The Lightsides don't want us hurting Thomas as he grows. Plus we can't really control our abilities that well yet, so we stay here and practice until Thomas starts daydreaming, then we go to the imagination," Virgil explained. "Well, I have something to do. And you two are coming with," Remus declared. Virgil rolled his eyes and huffed. "Good luck getting out of his room. He is a natural at keeping others out," he said, hopping from the kitchen chair and to the TV to watch a Disney movie. Remus made a face after the anxious side, before he too ran up the stair and to the yellow door that just had to be Snaky Boy's room. "Hey! Come out! We have the whole day to make some fun chaos," he cheered, trying to enter the room, but the door didn't budge. And there was no answer from the room, so Remus started knocking on the door really hard. "Double D. Are you dead or something?" he asked loudly. "Dead, now go away," came the muffled reply. "Zombie dead?" Remus asked, knocking on the door some more, happy now that he got an answer. "Go play with your brother. I'm tired," Deceit's muffled voice said from the other side of the door. And Remus had his ear pressed against it that even though he wanted to play with his new friend today, there was definitely a yawn somewhere in there, so maybe the scaly fiend really did need some rest. "But I don't want to play with Roman," he pouted, before brightening back up. "I know, we will play later. Don't go anywhere, okay?" he said, and with a wave of his hand a barred door appeared over top the yellow door, effectively locking the snake boy in his room. This way not even Anxiety would disturb the snake halfling from his slumber. With that done, the little Duke ran to his room and to the metal door that was the entryway to his side of the imagination. "Roman! Roman!" he called, as he ran to the border of their respect lands. And took a deep breath before belting out one final time. "Roman! I'm here!" Roman announced, both hands over his ears at the loud shouting his twin was doing. "All of the imagination could hear you," he said, gesturing to the creatures on his side that were now running away. "Really, Remus, I would have thought you be celebrating your victory from last night." Remus's smile widened at the pouting tone in his brother's voice. "It just tears you apart on the inside that I won, don't it?" he gloated. "Patton chewed me out this morning. Said we were too loud and kept Thomas up late." Roman huffed. Remus busted out laughing. "You got in trouble? You got in trouble?" "Shut up." "You didn't?" Roman asked. Remus thought about it, then shrugged. "If I did, they haven't said anything yet." He grinned. "Anyway, I have come to collect my winnings and I want free access to your side." "That's not fair." Roman huffed. "We agreed the winner would choose the prize," Remus said. "So I chose free access to your side for me and my friends." Now Roman was really pouting. "Fine. But they can't take anything from my side," he cautioned. Yeah, sure." Remus grinned. "I'm serious, I will know if they do. Make sure those friends of yours know that," Roman said, giving his brother a look that said he was really serious. "It's still fragile. No changing things on my side." Remus held up his right hand. On my honor as the Duke of Creativity, we will stay as respectful as possible when we visit your side. Same goes to you too for my side. No changing anything. It's perfect as it is. Agreed. Roman agreed, sticking his hand out to shake on the deal. Remus sealed the deal by spitting in his hand and gripping his brother's hand, and the twins smiled as they came to an agreement. So, wanna have battle? Remus asked excitedly, his morning star appearing in his hands. You are so on. Roman said, his sword appearing in his hand. En garde, brother. I'm gonna smash in the ground. Remus cackled. The two twins clashing against each other, laughing and having fun. They knew their techniques weren't perfect, but this is what they liked doing. And someday they both knew they were going to be masters in battle for when Thomas got older. Deceit's room. Deceit stretched in his bed, after he was able to sleep for a little bit. He really hated to have to leave his bed. The heat lamp there was so warm and comforting. But he didn't trust leaving the other sides and Thomas unsupervised. Not that Thomas's mom did a bad job, but Deceit couldn't help if he was a little overprotective. That was his job after all. Just like it was Anxiety's job to sound the alarm when something bad was happening. Making sure he was ready to leave the warmth of his room to the chilly hallways of the mind, Deceit tried to open his door. However, his door opened only to reveal another door made of bars trapping him in his room. Virgil. Remus. He shouted. What wrong? Virgil's voice called from the stairs. He could be heard running up the stairs and gasped when he saw the glowering snake boy pushing against the bar that were keeping him trapped in him room. I didn't do it. He quickly denied. Get me out. Deceit hissed. Virgil quickly started pulling on the bars, trying to help get the older side free. It won't budge. Remus. Let me out. Deceit hissed, rattling against the bars. But Remus never did answer him. And before long both he and Virgil were exhausted from trying to forcefully open the barred door. I call a meeting as soon as he gets back. He huffed. I agree. Virgil nodded, the shadows starting to move now that he was no longer calm again and his eyes started glowing purple. Boundaries needed to be set if they were going to keep things harmonious between them and therefore, for Thomas too. Chapter 6, Picnic in the Imagination. Remus sat pouting on the couch watching Deceit pace the living room, while Anxiety sat at the very end of the couch on top of the arm hugging a throw pillow. The little Duke was growing bored, which was the opposite of what he was feeling when he first came back from playing with his brother. The snake boy was fuming mad behind the bars that kept his friend nice and safe behind them. Remus of course released him as soon as it was demanded, and now here he sat bored as his friend paced the floor, for the so-called meeting that they were supposed to be having. Remus huffed and waved his hand toward the TV, turning it onto the Disney Channel show. Turn it off. Deceit snapped. Fine. Remus huffed, waving his hand again and turning the screen black again. But I'm bored. He complained. Deceit rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Then I will make this quick. Tell me you job. I want to know why you decided to give Thomas a nightmare that could rival the Hydra from Hercules. Oh. So everyone did hear our glorious and bloody battle last night. Remus smiled. You know, I was starting to think Roman was lying, but then that's not like him, because that's your job. But you should have seen it. I was smash. And Roman was like good shall prevail. Deceit clapped his gloved hands to stop the little Duke's rambling. No. Focus. And tell me your job. Don't think about it, just tell me. Deceit repeated. Remus sat up straighter. I am creativity. He stated. Didn't we through this already? Thomas just suddenly has two creativities, it doesn't make sense. Why two? Virgil asked, speaking up before hiding his face behind the pillow again. Why, do we fear Satan? I don't know. I just am. Remus said, sticking his tongue out. Deceit sighed, a kid shouldn't have to step up and take control like this. What kind of creativity are you? You and Roman can't be the same if the imagination changed. He tried again. Dark creativity, I think that's my domain. It sound more fun too, because Roman has the other boring stuff. So you can't make nice things? Deceit asked. Virgil peeked from behind his pillow at that question. Don't know, don't care. There is no rhyme or reason to what I do, I just do. Remus shrugged. Can we play now? In a moment. Deceit said calmly as he could see the energized boy practically vibrating on the couch. You cannot create a nightmare like that again. What? Why? Remus asked, jumping to his feet. We don't want the light sides to come over here. They're annoying at the worst of times. Deceit said with a roll of his eyes. And loud. Virgil added. And you can't alter our doors. No more locking me or Virgil in anything. Got it? He said. He really felt awkward making up rules for the kids that were the same age as himself. It was like out of all the sides he was being forced to mature quicker than the others. But that didn't matter now. He had to make sure Remus understood the unspoken rules that were set for them. But I haven't locked him up yet. Remus pouted. Deceit gave the other boy a sharp glare. Okay, you win. I will ask first. Remus smiled. Good enough. Deceit sighed. What, really? Virgil asked, surprised, jumping to his feet. I know he's not lying. Deceit shrugged. If he does, just call for me and we'll have another meeting. Ugh. I hate meetings already. Remus spat. Let's go somewhere fun already. He said, snapping his fingers, popping them into the imagination. Virgil looked around, taking in the nice lakeside and picnic blanket laid out. Why are we here? Isn't this your brother's side? He asked, looking around for the prince that had charged him, not wanting a repeat. Yeah, I won last night, so I claimed access to his side. You should have seen his face when I announced my winnings. Remus said, already running around. Just don't take anything, okay? Why? Deceit asked, following the energetic little duke, with his eyes. I dunno, something being fragile and all the boring shit. Nothing you need to worry about, bestie. He said, stopping long enough to poke Deceit in the human side of his face, before running to Virgil and pushed the other boy into the lake. Laughing as he jumped to him in the water, splashing some on the snake halfling who stayed on the grassy edge, who hissed in irritation, and moving to the picnic blanket that had been set out for them. The snake halfling was impressed with the setup. It looked like Remus had planned this and planned it well. There was even towels waiting for them. And being cold-blooded, and wet did not mix, so Deceit happily grabbed one. Taking in the spread before him. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, apple juice, cookies, brownies. It all looked nice. There was even paper and paint and for some reason deodorant. The deodorant was throwing Deceit a little bit, but seeing how Remus was a little strange, so a little surprises here and there were probably to be expected. Picking up one of the sandwiches, the snake boy held back a heavy shiver that threatened to run through his body. He wasn't interested in showing himself weak. He could put up with a bit of coldness and wet clothes long enough for all three of them to have fun. In the distance, Roman was standing on the tallest tower of his castle, looking through a telescope at his brother and his friends. He was trying to get a good glimpse as to whom his brother was going to be hanging out with. Already he knew he didn't like the one in the oversized hoodie. He was going to have to warn his brother that that one could turn into a shadowy inky monster with purple glowing eyes. The other one he couldn't see well from this distance due to the oversized hat that hid his face from view, but already, Roman could tell the side needed a huge wardrobe change, because the bowler hat was so Jack the Ripper. He didn't know how he felt about his brother allowing such shady-looking peasants into his side of the imagination. Much less hanging out with them. Just to be sure they took nothing, Roman kept watch. Especially, on the kid in the oversized hoodie. He didn't trust him, he looked like the lurky type. His brother didn't need to learn any lurky things. He was already a little much to handle. Later that night, Deceit waited until the other two boys were in their room before going to his own. Their time uninterrupted at the picnic had been fun and strange, considering Thomas wasn't daydreaming. They had actually played real games, and with it was refreshing when no one got upset when they began cheating. Remus had even deemed it a rule to cheat to make the games more fun. And it had been fun. They had actually stayed there for hours before they decided to return to their rooms. By then he was unable to hold in the shivers. And as soon as the door closed to his room, Deceit quickly took off his hat and gloves before he found himself shrinking and on the floor. He hissed in agitation. He hated becoming a snake. Too cold and too tired, he wouldn't return to normal until he warmed up. Thankfully the heat lamp above his bed snapped on, not that he felt like trying to make his way in it. He would just lay near the bed and soak up as much heat as possible. D. Remus's voice echoed from the door, loud knocking following his voice. I'm knocking, see. I'm coming in now. Hissing in panic, Deceit slithered as fast as his could under the bed. He did not have the strength to keep the little Duke out, and he did not want anyone to see him like this. Not even Virgil knew about Deceit being able to shift into a snake. D. Remus asked, peeking his head into the room. I thought you said you were tired. Why are you not here? He asked, walking completely into the room and opening the closet as if Deceit was playing hide and seek with him. I wanted to let you know me and Roman are going to battle in the dreamscape again. Disappointed, Remus looked around Deceit's room one more time before deciding to leave. He was sure he heard Deceit go in his room. But it seemed his friend was slipperier than an eel, and that just made him like the snake boy even more. He was a little uptight, but Remus was sure he could work around that. Remind Deceit that he too was a kid and kids were meant to be reckless and have fun. And the little Duke couldn't wait to break through the snake boy's walls, it just screamed fun. Remus picked up the beloved hat his friend seemed to like so much, looking up at the lamp that hung over the bed, feeling the intense heat from it, before putting it back where it originally sat and left, making sure to close to the door. Deceit felt himself breathing hard, and he watched Remus search around his room and thanked God the boy didn't think to look under the bed. He stayed hidden a little longer before he even decided that it was safe to come out. He could not let himself shift into a snake again with Remus around. He did not want to know what the other boy would do if he found Deceit as a snake and defenseless. He just need on this one night under the heat to change back. Hopefully Virgil would be able to take whatever dream the two new creativities created tonight, and not get too scared of them. Chapter 7, Light Sides Meet Remus, Part 1. A few weeks of the twins' existence. Let me in. Let Maine, let Maine, let Maine. D. Please. He's gonna let it eat me. Virgil begged, pounding on Deceit's door. He looked over his shoulder and yelped, seeing another one of Remus's creature came scurrying after him, snapping its teeth and eyeing Virgil like he was a buffet. The little Duke was running after his creature with a big smile on his face. As soon as Deceit's door opened, Virgil bolted in, pushing past the snake boy just as the creature made a final jump for its prey. Gotcha! Remus cackled, grabbing the creature mid-jump and held it like one would a puppy, despite the creature's growling and intense wiggling. Remus, I thought we came to an understanding about not creating monsters in the place we dwell. Deceit said, arching the brow on the human side of his face as he studied the creative side and the little monster he held. I made him for Anxie. Remus explained, holding the creature up and showing it off as it snapped its jaws open and shut, gnashing its sharp teeth, the saliva dripping from its mouth. He said, he wanted a pet. So I made him one. Isn't it cute? I said I wanted a puppy. Not a monster. And then you were going to let it eat me. Anxiety argued, hiding behind Deceit. I can't make a puppy, so I made you one better. It's your fault for running. You triggered its hunting instincts. Remus said, petting the still growling and wiggling creature. How am I not supposed to run from something that wants to eat me? Virgil asked, the eyeshadow under his eyes darkening, the closer that Remus with the creature. He was subconsciously trying to pull Deceit back with each step Remus took with the dangerous monster in his arms. It's not even fluffy. Picky, picky. Go pick your nose or something. Remus snarked. Deceit, however, stood his ground and looked curiously at the monster in the little Duke's arms. Is it dangerous? He asked, with a tilt of his head. Only if I want it to be. Remus smiled, swinging the back and forth with the giddiness one may expect of a child who is showing off something they're proud of. It's interesting. Deceit hummed, not wanting to dampen the little Duke creativity. He didn't taste a lie from the other boy, so he could only suspect that Remus was indeed trying to give Virgil a pet of some sort. I call him Man-Eater. Remus beamed, thrusting the growling creature closer to the snake boy and shadowing. I told you it was going to eat me. He even put it in the name. Anxiety accused. It's a cool name. Remus said, sticking out his tongue at the scaredy cat that was too cowardly to come and greet their new pet. The house rule still stands, Remus. No monsters outside of the imagination. Deceit said with finality. Pouting Remus, snapped his fingers and the three boys found themselves in Remus's side of the imagination. Ayah! Anxiety ran and climbed the nearest tree as a herd of little monsters similar to the one Remus had in his arms came running toward them. Deceit almost followed him, if it wasn't for Remus yanking him back to his side. The monstrous little growling creatures circling them once before crowding around the tree the Anxiety had put himself in. See, I made them friendly, for now. Remus smiled, letting go of the creature so it could join the group. But not once did he let go of Deceit. Stop picking on Anxiety, Remus. Deceit said, eyeing how the creatures were throwing the shadowling in a panic. Remus shrugged and with a wave of his hand the creatures were gone. They watched as Anxiety hugged the branch like a lifeline, before Remus smiled and snapped his fingers and the branch lowered Anxiety to the ground where he quickly dismounted and threw a pouted glare at Remus. Can we go home now? He asked, not liking Remus's side of the imagination. He always felt like he had to be on alert constantly. What? We just got here. Remus pouted. I created a new swamp you guys are gonna love. I want to go home. Anxiety said, stomping his foot. Baby. Remus spat. Stupid. Virgil countered. Both of you will stop, or I will not let you go steal some muffins from the light sides tonight. No dessert. Deceit threatened, not ready to deal with the two bickering again. Fine. Anxiety and Remus said at the same time, both sticking their tongues out at each other. Deceit pushed them away from each other and stood between them. Good. While we are here, I suppose that we should make ourselves useful. Remus, I do believe you have a job to do, and Anxiety, I believe the imagination is just the thing to calm you down. Deceit said, summoning a book from his room. And what are you going to do? Anxiety asked, eyeing the storybook Deceit was now holding. What I do best, watch you two. The snake halfing huffed, snapping his book open to the bookmark. Remus, I don't hope that you mind if I use your library. I'm sure you have one in that castle of yours. Deceit said, already starting in the direction that the castle was in. Only if you don't mind the books trying to suck your blood. Remus cackled, jogging to keep up with the snake halfling. Virgil heard Deceit sigh with slight irritation, as the two disappeared. I'm going to the other side of the imagination, he said, loudly. He did not care much for how scary the side seemed. Deceit paused in his steps and looked back, though Remus kept going, not realizing he wasn't being followed anymore. Do remember to be careful, remember if you need help do not summon me. Or run to your room. Don't engage with trouble, it's not worth getting hurt. The snake halfling reminded, worry layered in his voice, though his facial features were school in a cold mask. He knew that if Virgil needed space not to force him in the decision he made himself. I will. Virgil said, stuffing his hands on his oversized hoodie and began trekking his way to the good side of the imagination. Hopefully he would find some cuddle-friendly, non-scary looking creature that would let him pet it. It didn't take him too long to reach the divide of the imagination, and he practically threw himself on the thick and soft green grass, the sky above quickly changing from a dull gray to bright sky blue. There were even birds singing on this side instead of crows and owls and other monsters that liked making scary noise in Remus's side of the imagination. After settling down, Virgil sat up and looked around. He didn't want to run into the others. Usually he would have Deceit and Remus with him in this side of the imagination. Maybe not always close, but at least they were at least within viewpoint. Close enough that Virgil knew he wasn't alone. So, this was new. But then Deceit had his hands full now with Remus running about. But Remus had said that they were allowed here on the good side of the imagination. So Virgil should be okay, as long as he followed the one rule that Remus had said, not to take anything, then he should be fine. Dusting some blades of grass off his hoodie, Virgil ran over a few hills that would take him to the tiny village that was near the new and grander castle that Prince Roman had built. This was his chance to actually explore the village. Deceit had forbid them from getting too close to the village, for fear that the light sides were hanging around the village. Now was his chance to sate his curiosity and see what the new good creativity that was also a prince had really created. What the other twin was like from his creations. The gate to the village was wide open and there were several imaginary townspeople bustling in and out. They didn't even bother Virgil as he slipped in, keeping close to the shadows. It was breathtaking and so real-like, nothing what King Creativity had created. Virgil only had seen King's work from afar, but even he could tell Roman and Remus had the ability to make things much more lifelike. There were some banners that had praise written on them of the Prince of Creativity. There were different little shops and even a pet shop. Virgil had made sure to peek inside to pet every creature that was close to his spot in the shadows. He even overheard a few of the villagers talking about two other royal princes that sometimes accompanied Prince Roman, so he could only assume that they meant morality and logic. To put it bluntly, Roman's side of the imagination and Remus's side were like night and day. "Hello, young one. Are by chance one of the new orphans taken in by the church?" An older nice lady asked, spotting Virgil who was hiding behind a barrel of apples. Virgil didn't say anything, too busy panicking and hoping the imaginary lady would not alert her creator of his presence. "Oh, shy thing you are. Here, take one. You must be starving for something to snack on. Hurry back to the church now, little one. The prince should return soon and you wouldn't want to miss the parade to celebrate his triumphant victory against the trolls." She smiled, not caring that her question had not been answered, and instead handed him an apple from a barrel, and gave a few coins to the vendor. "Bye-bye now." She waved as she walked away. Virgil looked from her, retreating back to the apple in his hands. She was nice to him. He had expected the imaginary women to recognize him as one of the unappreciated side, Deceit's words, and sounded the alarm. Blinking and a little shocked, he placed the apple in his hoodie's pocket, saving it for later. She said the prince was returning, so this was his chance to get a closer look without a blade being pointed at him. He would stay hidden by the crowd of the villagers and Prince Roman wouldn't even know he was there. Trumpets sounded and Virgil let the crowd of imaginary villagers to herd him to the where the Prince of Creativity was. Like the last time Virgil had seen him, Prince Roman was sitting upon his white pony, carrying a sword held victoriously in the air as the pony trotted down the street of adoring villagers. Obviously his quest with the trolls a success. Virgil couldn't help the small smile that threatened to spread across his face as he kept his head down and hidden within his hood, as he followed the Prince of Creativity, knowing he was safely hidden in the crowd. Prince Roman looked like a Disney prince and Virgil knew he wouldn't get many moments like this. He lost sight of him when the prince rode his pony over the castle gates, the gates closing so no one else would enter. But Virgil wasn't so imaginary village person. Surely those rules didn't apply to him either. He could go anywhere, right? He just couldn't take anything. Deceit and Remus. Don't you think it would be funny if I hung you upside down to feed you to the monsters? Do you think you would bleed green or red like Thomas? I should get Thomas to see how strong his brother is by arm wrestling or something. Maybe Thomas would be stronger and break his brother's arm. Or maybe Thomas's brother is stronger and breaks Thomas's arm. And the bone sticks out from the skin. Remus rambled, climbing up bookshelves like a demon child, from a horror movie. Although Deceit was barely listening, his thoughts on Virgil all by himself and hoping that he was able to stay out of trouble. Even though he knew Virgil never sought out trouble, it was worrisome now that there were two creative sides and the one that landed on the light side could be just like King and liked to wave a blade weapon around. Of course Deceit hadn't had the pleasure meeting the Prince of Creativity, and Remus didn't seem in a hurry to introduce Deceit and Virgil to his twin either. The snake boy was sitting in a dusty chair with his storybook laying open in his lap, as he stared at the pages, not reading them. Fascinating suggestion, Remus, he said offhandedly, so to not give away that his attention was somewhere else. Over the last few weeks he had noticed that Remus and Virgil liked to battle for his attention like little brothers fighting for the attention of mommy. In much the same fashion Deceit had seen Thomas and his brothers behave. If he was keeping score he would have to say Remus was in the lead. It was almost impossible to ignore someone who had no problems breaking the rules. Not that Deceit cared for rules either, but he did not want to be responsible for the two other boys hurting each other, just for his attention. Deceit was painfully aware of his position in the brain, and one was to make sure everyone was balanced and Thomas was okay. So, here he was giving up his childhood for the greater good, not that anyone would ever see it that way. Deceit knew he was the unwanted side. Something hard smashed into the Deceit's head, effectively causing his own hat to blind him, pulling a surprised and pained hiss from him as he scrambled out of the big chair he was sitting in, straightening his hat as he slipped his hand under it to rub the sore spot. He looked up at Remus, who was hanging from one of the high shelves with a determined look on his face. "What was that for?" Deceit demanded, eyes landing on a particularly heavy-looking book that was laying on the floor. "You were thinking so loud, I could hear it. Besides, you're supposed to be having fun with me." Remus pouted. "I was reading and I don't want to play today." "Aren't you supposed to be managing two monsters that like to pop up on your side?" Deceit countered, refusing to give in to the impulse of sticking his tongue out. He was the mature one. "If I leave, the books are going to attack you," Remus said, letting go of the shelf he was dangling from and landing in a crouch position on the floor in front of the irritated snake boy. "Unless you want to go monster hunting with me, then I'm going to have to give a weapon." "Hey. How about me and you fight? Even better, let's fight to the death," Remus said, excitedly, his morning star appearing in his hand. "What?" Deceit shrieked, when his book was replaced with a sword and a shield strapped to his other arm. Their surrounding immediately changing into a battle arena. "Remus, no!" he shouted, running away as the Duke swung his morning star into the ground where he once stood, dropping the sword as he did so. He would have dropped the shield too if it wasn't strapped to his arm. "Well, not if you run away. Come on, it gets boring just battling Roman all the time," Remus said, blinking curiously when he noticed his friend trying to hide behind one of the empty suits of armor that little his castle grounds. "I hate to burst you ever-creating bubble, but I do not like fighting," Deceit hissed. "I gave you a shield for protection. Roman doesn't even use one," Remus pointed out, hoping that might coax Deceit into wanting to battle with him. "I want to read my book," Deceit insisted, coming out from his hiding spot seeing that Remus was not chasing him. He wanted to go back into the library, sit in the chair, and had finally started to feel warm to him and lose himself in the Brother Grimm fairy tales book he had. That way he could ignore how cold the imagination was on Remus's side. Remus thought about it. He had noticed that Deceit liked to stay in his room and seemed to always liked watching if anything. But just watching wasn't fun. "How about you read to me then?" he suggested, the arena melting back into a library and the shield that was strapped to Deceit's arm vanishing. Deceit let out a sigh of relief. "Okay. But you can't complain if you don't like the stories," he warned, getting back in the chair that he had been sitting in before. Remus climbing in the seat with him, cramming himself close to Deceit with a big grin on his face, so he could look at the pictures in the book as the snake halfling read. Deceit didn't mind him being close, since Remus was extra body heat. The little Duke actually ran hotter than Virgil and was like a living heater to the snake boy. "Okay, so, this story is called The 3 Snake Leaves," Deceit said and started reading. Remus sat entranced by the stories that Deceit was reading him. The book held a number of stories and all of them seemed twisted and dark in some way that was very fascinating to the Duke of Creativity. What was even better was that Deceit had offered to read to him, and was he glad Deceit was reading. The lying side was weaving the tales with his voice that made Remus feel like he was in a trance. They were on the story of the boy who cried wolf, when suddenly Deceit stopped reading in mid-sentence. "Why'd you stop?" Remus asked, clearly wanting Deceit to continue. "Virgil," Deceit said, snapping his book closed. "Virgil?" Remus asked with a tilt of his head. "I mean anxiety is summoning me," Deceit corrected, jumping out of the chair, leaving the book behind. "Let's go," he urged calmly. Although inside he felt anything but calm. Virgil only summoned Deceit when he couldn't calm down enough to sink out of a situation. "Lead the way, my hissing noodle." Remus smiled, grabbing hold of Deceit's arms. "Virgil." Virgil didn't think it was going to be hard sneaking over the wall, but it was definitely too much work. Yet he still tried to find a way in, before coming to a stack of boxes that were in the right position to allow him to climb up and over the wall. Upon doing so, Virgil found himself in a magical-looking garden that was just too perfect. The roses were just like the one that Sleeping Beauty held in her sleep and the what Beauty and the Beast had in the magical jar. There were stone paths throughout the garden as well as several cute animals, most being mythical creatures. The one catching his eye being a unicorn. A pure white unicorn that was standing contentedly near a fountain. Virgil cautiously approached, not wanting to scare it. "Hi," he whispered, when the creature turned its head toward him. It nickered, shifting slightly the closer he got. "Hello. My beautiful creations. My beautiful babies, I'm home." Virgil flinched at the sound of the prince's voice as he came running through the garden. "Roman. Salutations, Creativity." Logic and Morality's voice greeted somewhere close by that had Virgil running to hide in the nearest bush. Sadly, the unicorn decided to follow Virgil, nosing at his hoodie. "Go away. Go away," he whispered, pushing the nose of the unicorn away. "My fellow compadres. I didn't know you were here. How do you like the garden? I created it with the many gardens that Disney had given us," the Prince of Creativity asked. Virgil moved very slowly through the leaves of the bushes he was hiding in, so to get a peek at the light sides. He could see Prince Roman slightly through the leaves of the bushes. "It's beautiful. You did a great job, kiddo," Morality praised, giving Roman a big hug. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit today? Would you like another quest through the imagination?" Roman asked excitedly. "Actually, we were wondering when you were going to introduce us to your brother," Logic answered. Virgil could hear the nervous laugh from Roman before it was cut off quickly. "Wait, you're serious?" Virgil could see Morality give a reassuring smile. "Well, yeah. I mean, you said he lives in the imagination, but he hasn't even came to meet us. So we figured he might be shy and maybe it would be best to meet him halfway." Oh, I think you misunderstood what I said, when I said, he's different from me." Roman chuckled. Virgil was trying to listen, but the unicorn came walking up and grabbed a mouthful of Virgil's black hoodie in its mouth, and started tugging as it nickered. "Something seems to have your unicorn's attention, Roman," Logic said. "Wait here," Roman said, and Virgil could hear the prince start walking his way. That had Virgil trying to crawl away as fast as he could, the unicorn refusing to let go of his hoodie and following him as he tried to get away. When he could see the boots of the Prince of Creativity, the anxious boy, scrambled from the bush, the unicorn still attached to his hoodie. "Hey! It's you!" Roman's voice accused. "Your brother?" Morality asked. "No, stay back!" Roman shouted, and Virgil caught sight of the sword manifest in the prince's hand. Virgil whimpered and started running, the unicorn following him, even when it lost its grip on his hoodie. "Come back here with my unicorn, you foul nightmare!" Roman shouted. "Deceit!" Virgil summoned, as his scrambled over the wall. Although that did not slow Roman down, he merely made the wall disappear and the unicorn continued to chase after the retreating anxious side. The Prince of Creativity catching up fast, and Virgil could practically feel when the sword was being swung. "Hold it, Roro!" A manic voice shrilled at the clang of metal meeting metal behind Virgil, who immediately ran into Deceit's arms, who appeared suddenly in front of him. "Come on!" the snake halfling insisted, sinking out and taking Virgil with him. Remus didn't let Roman push him away until his two friends were gone. "What a hello!" he cheered, when they broke apart. Remus let his morning star rest on his shoulder. "Remus, you let that nightmare get away," Roman accused. "Oh, Puliase Anxi is hardly a nightmare. Come visit my side sometimes and I can show you a nightmare," Remus cackled. "Roman, wait for us." The twins both turned to look at the two other sides that were running to catch up. "Ugh, ew. Nerds. Bye," Remus said, sinking away. "Remus." Roman scoffed. "Was that Remus?" Morality asked, breathing heavily to catch his breath. Obviously who he was chasing was the purple orb that Deceit has kept hidden. The boy we just seen leave with the morning star would be his brother Morality. Logic stated. "So I am to assume your brother stays with Deceit then?" Roman nodded. "If that is the other boy's name then yeah. But what about the one in the oversized hoodie?" "Oh, that is another side. Sadly Deceit has yet to introduce him to us, so we can only assume that he is beneficial to some extent." Logic nodded. "I know," Morality said happily, gaining the other two sides' attention. "We'll invite your brother over. I can go to Deceit and give the invite, if you insist." Roman sighed, already dreading how the encounter with his brother was going to go. "I have no qualms to this form of greeting." Logic agreed. "Then it's decided," Morality said, clapping his hands in excitement. "I going to go and fix everything up," he said, sinking out of the imagination. Logic following behind him. Roman let his sword disappear as he silently called his unicorn over. "Now why were you chasing the Dark One?" he asked, snapping his fingers to give the beautiful creature a voice. "Apple. I smelled apples. Delicious. I didn't get it though. Will he back?" The unicorn nickered and neighed as it followed the Prince of Creativity back into the castle gardens. Humming in thought, Roman made a mental note to check his side once the dinner with his brother was over. Chapter 8, Light Sides Meet Remus, Part 2. Deceit could not believe how this day was going. First Remus had suggested he and Deceit battle, then anxiety had not only got into trouble with the other new creativity, but had spiraled Thomas into a panic that had not only taken his mother a good hour to calm him down, but that same amount of time for Deceit to calm anxiety down too. Remus had tried to help after returning from the imagination, but was anything but help with his off-the-wall ideas and lack of filter for his mouth. Just when things were calming down and the two other sides were in their room, and Deceit has slowly made his way to the common area to watch a well-deserved Disney movie, while wrapped in several fluffy blankets. There was a knock on their front door. "Hello. It me, Morality," came the peppy and cheerful voice of Morality. Deceit groaned, and for a moment smothered his face in his favorite hat to muffle the sound. Why was there a light side at their door? Grumbling silently as he went, the snake halfling made sure that his clothes were straight and his hat sat perfectly on his head. Despite its large size, he would grow into it. Before he opened the door. "Awful to see you, Morality. What do we owe the pleasure of this rare visit?" he asked, not opening the door all the way but enough that he and the other peppy boy were face to face. "Hiya, Deceit. Well, as you know, we have two new creativities now," Morality said with a wide smile. "Two? How odd. I wasn't even aware," Deceit said with a roll of his eyes. "Yeah. And I came here to invite Remus to our side for dinner," Morality said cheerfully, energetically holding up the invitation. Deceit leaned away slightly to avoid the piece of paper from being shoved in his face. "How thoughtful," he huffed, pushing Morality's hand away. Remus's voice called from upstairs, all the warning the snake halfling needed that Remus and maybe even Virgil was emerging from their rooms. "Is there someone down there?" Virgil's voice followed. Without looking back, Deceit twisted his fist while balling it up, and two slamming doors could be heard from within their home, signaling that he had successfully closed and locked their bedroom doors. He did not want to expose Virgil and Remus to the deception of the light sides. They were different from the lights. Deceit had learned that long ago, how to distinguish what was deemed good and bad in the eyes of Thomas's family, friends, and society. The many times Deceit had risen his head to try and help Thomas, he had also gotten reprimanded for it. Not just by Thomas's parents, but the light sides would hardly let Deceit forget that he did not contribute anything good. They did not realize they were wrong. The snake halfling was not about to let the other two side that lived in this side of the brain with him to be subjected to the feeling of being worthless. They existed to do their job, and that is what they would do in the back of the brain. Away from the light. Thomas would never know of them. Not that he was going to prevent any Remus the chance to be accepted. Being accepted by Thomas and the other sides would mean a lot for one side, and Remus seemed more sturdier than Virgil. Was that the purple orb and creativity? Morality asked, mood brightening even more. No, Deceit answered with a smile. But I clearly heard Morality started. Nothing. Thank you for the invite. I'll be sure he gets it. Deceit said, interrupting Morality and plucking the invitation from his hands and shutting the door in the light side's face. He turned around and casually walked up the stairs where the sound of banging and kicking could be heard, mostly from one door. Remus was trying his best to get out. Sighing, Deceit released his hold on the doors, and almost immediately Remus's green door was yanked open and the side inside could be heard crashing into his wall from the force that he had opened his door with. Virgil opened his door more calmly. He asked. No, Deceit only locked the other's door when something disturbing was happening. Everything is fine, Deceit reassured. Go back to bed. Virgil nodded and closed his door softly, just as Remus shot out from his room and barreled into the snake boy. You can lock doors, Remus shouted, grabbing both of Deceit's shoulders and spinning him around in excitement. Deceit shrugged him off and held out the invitation. You seem to have been summoned to the light side for dinner. Remus, still talking excessively, stopped and stared at the piece of colorful paper being held out to him. That is so not what I care about right now. Remus shrugged, balling the invite up and tossing it over his shoulder. Besides, they look boring and you more fun. The little Duke went to lunge in to grab Deceit in a crushing hug, but Deceit ducked out of the way, twisting his hand a bit to make it so Remus was unable to speak another word. The dark creative side started to try and pry apart his own lips. While I agree they may be dull, he said, going to the balled-up invitation and picking it up and straightening it out. I must not let you know how becoming a courtside is a great honor. No longer trying to talk, Remus tilted his head in question. You would be able to guide Thomas more easily with them. Beside, your brother isn't there and waiting for you. Siblings isn't new in this brain, and maybe you two should be together. Deceit said, handing the invitation back to the creative side. Stay on topic and not my abilities to shut you up. We have very little time till you must depart for dinner. The snake halfling said, before releasing his hold on the side's ability to speak. I don't want to go. Remus stated with a stomp of his foot. And you can shut other sides up. Can you zip Roman's lips up forever? Do be ridiculous, Remus. It's just dinner. Deceit scoffed, pushing the creative side down the stairs. Follow your brother's lead and together with the light sides you will be able to help Thomas soar to greatness. Mind you manners and become a core side. He coached. But what if they don't let me come back to here? Remus asked, pushing against the snake halfling that was currently a lot stronger than what he expected, but the little duke still was not easy to maneuver. It's just dinner, Remus. Deceit counter, they were getting close to the door. And I think you should go. He hissed as he and the creative side wrestled at the door, before he was finally able to manage to open the door and push the young duke out the door. Now go to the stupid dinner. He hissed out, slamming the door closed before Remus could dart back in. Hey! Remus shouted behind the door, banging on it to try and open it. I'm not letting you back in until you attend that dinner, and I will know if you lie. Deceit grunted as he leaned against the door, to further prevent Remus from getting back in, even though he knew the door was locked. Remus grumbled when Deceit refused to let him in, but eventually decided to do what his friend wanted him to do and sunk out to the light side where he knew his brother was staying. He popped in just behind the TV, crouched down and listening to his brother and the two nerd-looking boys talking, before jumping up and letting out a shriek that dimmed the lights, successfully causing not only the two nerds to scream, but also his brother. It had Remus cackling with glee. Remus! Roman scolded, once that had all gotten themselves calm again. Oh come on, Ro. That was hilarious. Remus said, continuing to laugh as he jumped over the TV and stood tall with a wide grin. You know it's no fun until someone pees their pants. He said, eyeing the boy in the light blue shirt and gray-looking sweater. He looks like he's close to shitting his pants, which is even better. The young duke cackled, pointing at the light blue shirt boy. Roman cleared his throat and went to stand next to his twin. This is my brother Remus. He said, gesturing toward his brother. Remus, this is logic and morality. Roman introduced, pointing to the two sides. Yeesh, talk about wallflower job titles. Remus booed. Where's the grub? I was told we were going to be eating. He said, jumping to the reason he was made to come in the first place. What are we having? Are we having him? He asked, pointing to Logic. Please tell me you were just waiting for me so we could all shove him in the stove together. Remus, slow down. Everything already ready. We are not shoving Logic in the oven. Roman said, quickly shushing his brother. Well, that's boring. I wanted to know what would happen if we cooked another person. I bet his meat would fall off his bones and taste like pork. Or chicken. Remus rambled. Roman quickly covered his brother's mouth. How about we go and eat dinner? He suggested. Good idea. Morality said, his friendly smile returning from the grimace he originally had on his face. Quite. Logan said, straightening his glass and following Morality's lead. Roman leaned close to his brother's ear once he was sure the other two were well on their way to the kitchen table. Don't screw this up, Remus. Keep a lid on it. He warned. Remus smiled. Sure, Roro. Whatever you say. Remus followed his brother's back with his eyes before he too made to the table as well. It seemed dinner included what Thomas was having: meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy. Which was weird. All he had to eat with Deceit and Virgil were cans of Chef Boyardee, occasionally with his own side dishes. Nice spread. He whistled. Yup. We weren't sure what you like, so Morality said, trying to start a nice conversation. Lead paint. Remus shouted, stabbing the entire meatloaf with his fork. Excuse me? Logic asked. I eat lead paint. Remus repeated. That's absorb. Logic piped up. Lead poisoning could cause severe health problem, not to mention death. Maybe for you. Remus grinned. Yellow is my favorite color to eat, he said, with a snap of his fingers conjuring up a bucket of yellow paint and ducked his head in, splattering paint on the other three sides sitting at the table. Remus. Roman scolded, snapping his fingers and deconstructing the paint that his brother was drowning his head in, leaving his brother's head covered in yellow paint. Honestly, what am I going to do with you? I can think of a few things. Remus smiled. Morality and Logic, who were both wiping the paint that got splattered on them. It is quite all right, Roman, perhaps living in the imagination, he may be desperate for attention. After all, it took us a while to even realize you had a brother. This is common behavior. Logic reasoned. Yeah. But don't worry, now that he's here you won't have to worry about him as much. Morality piped up. What? Roman and Remus asked at the same time. We think you are acting this way because you miss your brother. Logic summarized. So we are letting him move in with us. His room should have already switched over. As soon as he heard those words, Remus was gone from the table and up the stairs with Roman close behind him. Both twins coming to a stop when they seen the green door next to Roman's red door. Remus whirled around on his brother. Make them send it back. He growled. I can't do that. We're just now getting to be good friends. Roman said, shaking his head. I came over here for dinner, and not because I was invited. Remus said, stomping his foot. Just stay for a few days. Roman pleaded. No. Remus said. Yes. Roman argued. Battle. Remus demanded. Fine. If I win you stay. Roman agreed. Both summoned their weapons, as they ran into their rooms. I will make you regret it either way. Remus declared as they both slamming their doors, to enter their own sides of the imagination. Deceit. The snake boy stood just outside his room when the green door started fading, but it did not vanish altogether. Instead, the door faded but left the color. He wasn't sure exactly what that meant, but maybe it meant that Remus was going to stay with his brother and the light sides. That meant it was just him and Virgil again. Shame really, Remus seemed to bring a little life in their dull side of the brain. Deceit guessed he was a little upset knowing the creative side might not be coming back. Deciding that he would give it a few days before he went to check on Remus and his progress with the lights, the snake halfling closed the door to his room, turned on his heating lamp and snuggled deep under his blankets to fight the chill off that lingered on him when awake. Maybe Remus was better off with his brother and the light side. This is what he wanted for him and maybe Virgil one day after all. Chapter 9, Forbidden Fruit. Thomas was humming to himself as he was drawing with his crayons. He was making a big and colorful picture. However, he had been unable to find any paper and he was using the wall. It was his bedroom wall, so it was good. His mind was just buzzing today with thoughts and images, he couldn't wait to get them out. Thomas. His mother's voice jolted him from his imaginary world he was drawing on the wall. What do you think you are doing, young man? She asked in a tone that clearly said he was in trouble. Drawing. He answered, arms dropping to his side. He looked to the bloody battleground that he had been drawing. A battlefield. He finished. And who told you it was okay to draw on the walls? She demanded. Nobody. Thomas answered, not knowing how to answer the question, because no one told him to draw on the walls. Then you better stop listening to nobody, or they're going to keep getting you in trouble. Now march and grab a rag, you're going to clean all of this up. She scolded. Yes, ma'am. He nodded quickly, running from the room to appease his transgression against his mother. Meanwhile in his brain, Remus was having too much fun to stop drawing on the walls. "Aw! Come on, Tommy. It's art," he shouted to the TV, where he could see through Thomas's eyes. While Thomas had been drawing a battlefield with minimal blood splatter, Remus was drawing a corpse mangled and torn apart hanging in a tree, with the head on top. And if the body looked something similar to Roman, well, it was the only way he could show how he felt about his brother at the moment, since Roman had beaten him in the battle they had when Remus had tried to leave for the back of the brain with Deceit and Virgil. So, he was making a point of not looking or speaking to his brother. Roman was sitting in front of the coffee table drawing on a piece of paper of something similar to what Thomas had been drawing, only more focused on a valiant knight that was posing heroically in the midst of battle. He would sometimes check on his brother, waiting for one of the other two sides to come in and lecture his twin, since Remus was not going to listen to anything he had to say. He had such a hard time subduing his brother, he hadn't had the time to check the imagination about that apple that almost lured his unicorn away. It wasn't that he thought Remus would hurt logic or morality, but more so that he didn't think logic and morality could handle Remus. "You got him in trouble again," he accused. "Mommy dearest just doesn't know what good art is when she sees it," Remus tooted, crayons changing into marker. Grinning, the young Duke took the marker and drew a mustache on his own face. "Thomas is going to be an artist after all," he said, acting like he was playing with the mustache. "Is that a permanent marker?" Roman asked, noticing the ink was not smudging. "Yup. I gonna suggest Thomas do the same thing." Remus grinned. "Good luck getting the other to agree to that." Roman huffed, gathering up his art supplies, and ran up the stairs to his room. "Don't forget we have to create some daydreams today." Remus watched him go, his grin splitting wider. "Who says I have to ask permission?" he cackled, turning to the TV, where he could see what Thomas doing. "Look in the junk drawer for a marker," he suggested to the TV, and watched with glee when Thomas did, grabbing a black Sharpie from the drawer. "Now draw mustache on yourself," he said, excitedly, watching as young Thomas did exactly that. Remus pumped his fists in the air in victory. "Yes," he cheered, running to his room. "Blet!" he gagged, as he passed his brother's door. The little Duke stopped momentarily in front of Morality's door and summoned a red bucket full of sand, with a little sign that said, "Dig." He had a nice little surprise in there for the heart. Cackling with mischievous glee, Remus entered his room. He opened the steel door that was the entryway to his side of the imagination and practically ran through it. He wasn't about to stay with the light sides by himself, and who better to come join him than his best friend? "D," he bellowed, when his door deposited him where the imagination split. He could feel his friend somewhere in the land, it was just the matter of getting the imagination to tell him where. He and Romans were still working out the kinks. Well, Remus had been trying to add a few new interesting kinks, to liven it up. Morning star materializing in his hand, Remus started trekking through Roman's side of the imagination, trying to focus so to pinpoint where Deceit and Virgil could be at. Roman. Prince Roman's door opened up to a room within his castle in the imagination. It was a small room, and with round table that held a crystal ball in the middle and a nice-looking witch that sat patiently as the prince walked up. She was his seer and would allow him to scan his side of the imagination. He could what has happened or is happening and pinpoint on a certain situation of interest. "Welcome, my prince. How can I be of service?" the witch greeted. "I want you to scour the land and search a boy in a block oversize hoodie," he demanded. "Yes, my prince. Anything else?" the witch asked with a smile, hands going to the crystal ball. Yes, I want to see what he did yesterday. Roman nodded. He had not forgotten about the incident with his unicorn and its claim of smelling an apple on the suspicious-looking boy. He had to be up to no good trying to lure his unicorn away and spying on them. Of course, my prince. Look into the crystal ball and see what you desire. The witch smiled, magic glowing from her hands causing the magic within the crystal ball to react. Roman watched closely as the suspicious boy appeared in the image, showing the darkling sneaking into his village and hiding amongst his villagers and conning a poor unsuspecting woman into buying him an apple. Roman grew angry seeing the darkling pocket the fruit and then climb over his wall to trespass in his garden, and walk straight to his unicorn. The boy then proceeded to spy as logic and morality entered the garden. Roman watched intently, looking to see if the apple would fall from within the pocket of the dark strange boy, but it didn't. The escaped from the imagination with the fruit still in his pocket and Roman was beyond upset. I knew it! He shouted, banging his fists on the table. He had nothing from his side of the imagination must leave and that rule had been broken. Anything else, your highness? The witch asked. No, H said, walking from the room. Saddle up my horse. He demanded to the nearest servant, his orders being followed as fast as possible. He was going to have words with those so-called friends of his brother. By the time he was out the doors of the castle, his white pony was saddled and ready for him to jump on its back to gallop away and consult with his brother. The dark boy could not get away with his thievery. Surely his brother would see to it that the crime was punished. Deceit and Virgil. Virgil cringed as he paced several feet from Deceit, who was sitting on a picnic blanket in the grass, his eyes glazed over slightly as if he was about to fall asleep in the sunlight. It was Virgil's idea to come OT the imagination today. Ever since Remus failed to return from the light side, things had been quiet in their side of the brain, which mostly meant Virgil and Deceit stayed in their respected rooms for the day until it was time for Thomas to daydream. They had resorted to sneaking back into the imagination through Remus's brother's room, during which they had to quietly get past the twins who had been coloring in the light's common area. Even if Remus was welcomed there, Deceit and Virgil were not and did not want to find out what would happen if they were caught. Virgil, you're pacing. Deceit mumbled, as his body rocked slightly on the ground in a calm-like circle. No, I'm not. Virgil countered. Lies. Deceit said, his eyes flicking open. Virgil immediately started biting at the nail on his thumb in a nervous habit, leaving one hand in his pocket and gripping the apple that he had taken yesterday. He hadn't meant to take it from the imagination, and honestly, as soon as he had realized that the fruit was even still in his hoodie, he had panicked so bad that he threw Thomas into a panic attack with him. It had taken both Deceit and Thomas's mom to calm him down, and even then he could not bring himself to confess his crime from taking something from the imagination. He and Deceit stared at each other in silence for a few long minutes before he broke. I took an apple from Roman's village. He blurted quickly, taking the apple from his pocket and shoving it forward to show Deceit. I didn't mean to. He defended. If I put it back it should be okay, right? Virgil asked. What? Deceit's mismatched eyes widened as he stood up. The apple that Virgil now held out to him was already changing, and not like the apples they have all seen turn brown because Thomas didn't eat them in time. No. This apple looked like it was melting. Like it was made of wax. And the color was changing to a black color. The snake halfling didn't think it would be alright if they just put it back, but he wasn't about to tell Anxiety this. It should be fine. He lied. Let me have it, he said, taking the apple from Virgil. Remembering finding him with the Prince of Creativity chasing the anxious side, it wouldn't do to have that happen again. Deceit didn't think Anxiety could handle that happening 2 days in a row. Virgil happily complied and sighed in relief now that the incriminating fruit was no longer in his hand. What now? He asked. Deceit wasn't sure what to do now. He just knew that he didn't want Virgil to be caught with it. We leave it here. On Roman's side. It should be fine. He said, looking around to find a place to place it. Somewhere not in the open where he would be seen. Go and play. I will be back. Deceit said, starting for the divide in the imagination. He wanted to dump the apple in a place where he would not be seen. It would be all right if they gave it back to the imagination. As he walked, he kept glancing at the melting apple in his gloved hand. The color was changing again, taking on a yellow bruising look as tiny bubbles started forming on it, like it was getting hot, without getting hot. Worried, Deceit started walking faster, looking for the best place to put the apple. Maybe he should bury it somewhere. No. That wouldn't work. He soon walked up to apple orchard. The trees full of different types of apples. Walking further into it, he decided that the best way to get rid of the apple was to hide among the other apples of the imagination. It was a weird transition, seeing healthy and vibrant color trees, and then right at the split of the imagination you could see the trees start to gradually change into dead trees, and while some did keep their fruit, the fruit did not look appetizing and some even looked poisonous. It amazed Deceit how different Roman's and Remus's side of the imagination were so different from each other. Deceit had wondered ever since the split why it had to happen in the first place. But he could feel no imbalance within Thomas, and so wasn't really bothered with the new additions that would help make Thomas, humming to himself now to try and distract himself from the deforming apple in his hand as he searched for the right place to put it. The deforming fruit seeming to warp slightly now. "OD." Remus's manic call rang through the imagination, and Deceit groaned in annoyance. It wasn't that he didn't like the self-proclaimed Duke, it was just that he was very energetic, and right now Deceit wasn't in the mood. He was already stressing about fixing Virgil's mistake. So, stuffing the apple under his hat, the snake halfling started running deeper into the orchard. He didn't want Virgil to get in trouble, and he didn't want Remus to get in trouble with Roman. And now that he was thinking about it, he hoped that the deforming apple now hidden in his hat on his head didn't do anything weird to his hair. He guessed he was moving away from the young Duke, since his voice was starting to move further away. Of course, the further he moved through the orchard, the thicker the trees grew. "Halt!" The voice of the other creativity shouted, and Deceit paused in his hurried walking with a roll of his eyes. If it one creativity he was trying to dodge, it was the other on. That being said, the Prince of Creativity appeared on a white pony, face full of determination. "You're one Remus's new friends, aren't you?" Roman stated. Knowing he would not be able to outrun a pony, Deceit hid himself in the shadows of the orchard trees to hide his serpentine side. Going by how Prince Roman reacted to Virgil, Deceit got the feeling this creativity liked to judge a book by its cover first, and he had enough harassment due to his half-human and snake appearance from King Creativity and the others. He was not in the mood to get stabbed for something couldn't control. "Who wants to know?" Deceit scoffed. He already didn't care for this creativity's attitude. "The ruler of this land. Are you aware you now trespassing?" Roman announced, as he approached on his white pony. "One of you took from my side of the imagination. You were warned not to take anything from the imagination." Deceit feigned ignorance at this. "Oh? I was not aware. But then, with there now being two creativities, I do believe Remus has a say as to who is welcome and who is not as well, Your Highness," he said in a sweet tone that was dripping with honey, and he knew it. That is Remus. What he does on his side is his business. We are talking about my side of the imagination. I demand that the apple taken be returned and the thief who took it be punished." Roman demanded. "I'm afraid I have no idea what you are talking about," Deceit said, fixing with his gloves. He couldn't let the prince. He now held the apple. Speaking of the apple, he could feel it in his hat, its shape less round, and he would swear that it was moving. Roman quickly dismounted his steed and proceeded to approach the bowler hat-wearing boy that was half hidden by the shadows. He didn't understand the sides his brother seemed to be hanging out with. They were weird and acted suspicious. And now the boy was acting like he didn't know what he was talking about when he had been there and helped the boy in the black hoodie escape. "Don't try and lie to me. I know you were there." I was where? Deceit asked, backing up into the shadows more, the closer Prince's creativity got. Here. In the imagination. On my side. Roman said, getting irritated. Never been here before in my life. Deceit defended coolly, acting offended at the accusation as one of his extra arms forming where Roman could not see and very easily slipped the accursed apple from under Deceit's hat and placing it in the tree that was the snake halfling's shelter or the moment. Hiding the warping fruit in the leaves of the branches. Roman growled at the blatant lie. He knew what he had saw and this slippery fiend was denying it. Lies. He shouted and lunged for the other boy. Deceit could only describe himself as very lucky, even though for him the events before him happened too quickly for him to see. For when Prince Roman had decided to charge him, the snake boy had pushed away from the tree that was helping in hiding his snake-like features, in which from behind him he heard the sound of wood being splintered and very familiar manic very scream gotcha snaky. Although Deceit was very aware that he was not caught and was still running away. So he had opted to look back and behold the sight of Remus dropping from the treetops and smashing wooden crate down on top of Roman trapping the Prince of Creativity inside. The coincidence of that even happening pulled an amused chuckle from the snake side as he ran to grab Virgil and leave the imagination. Remus. You idiot. Roman raged kicking the inside of the crate. The young duke peered into the crate. Hey, you're not D. Where's D? He asked and proceeded to sniff the air like one would expect a dog. You let him get away. Roman accused, snapping his fingers and the crate disappearing. Remus eyeballed his brother. And why were you speaking to my yellow noodle? You have your own friends, leave mine alone. He threatened. I don't want anything to do with your so-called friends. I want what was taken from my side. Roman shouted. You mean the apple? Remus asked. Yes, I mean wait. You knew? Roman asked flabbergasted. Well duh, shits for brains. I rule the imagination too. Remus said, sticking his tongue out. Still doesn't give you the right to mess with my friends, especially D. He grabbed his twin by his red sash and pulled him close to where they were nose to nose. I mean it, Roman, Deceit is off limits. He snarled out in a vicious smile showing off his sharper teeth. Roman pulled a disgusted face and shoved his brother away. Whatever. We need to get that apple. He said, getting back on track. You can look for you poisoned apple. I don't care. I have better things to do. Remus shrugged, turning to walk the way he seen the snake halfling run. Roman grabbed Remus by the back of his shirt's collar. Nuh-uh. This is both of our problems now. And I hope you realized that those so-called friends of yours is banished from the imagination, my side at least. We can't have a part of it get compromised in such a delicate transition. Thomas needs a healthy balanced imagination. Remus could agree with the last part of Roman's little speech, but there was no way he was going to ban his friends from the imagination. He was just being overly dramatic about the whole thing. Before he could say as much, both twins felt a tug of a summons. The pulling both twins from the imagination and into the light's common room, placing both of them in front of the TV. Logic and morality were both there. Logic holding the bucket that Remus had placed in front of morality's door, the heart was trying not to cry so ended up looking like a sobbing mess. Care to explain this? Logic asked, presenting the bucket to the two creative sides. Said bucket was filled with the skeletal heads of different animals. It's my present to morality. Remus grinned, speaking up. While Roman made a gagging sound at the sight and smell coming from the bucket. Morality said he liked animals. Now he can make himself one. Remus cackled. But they're dead. Morality sobbed sadly. Yeah. Remus smiled. The TV behind the twins turned on as Thomas was getting scolded by his mother for drawing on his face. The other three sides looked at Remus, who still had his markered-on mustache on his own face. What? He looks good with statch if I do say so myself. He shrugged with a grin. Logic huffed and morality ran Tati TV, spouting apologizes out to Thomas's mother and resolving the trouble that Thomas was in. Remus, I know you're new, but you mustn't put Thomas in trouble. That is not what we do. Our goal is for Thomas to grow into an exceptional human being. That sounds boring. Remus booed. I'm going back to the imagination, he said, running up the stairs and to his room. The other three sides watched him go, hearing him slam his door close. Logic held the bucket out for Roman. Roman, do you think you could do something about this? He asked. Roman snapped his fingers and the contents of the bucket changed from dead animals to vibrant flowers of different colors. Morality made a noise of contentment at the beautiful flora. Thank you, Logan said, placing the bucket one of the coffee tables. I must say you were not exaggerating when you said Remus was different, he said. It is most intriguing to me. Yeah, well, Roman shrugged, conjuring forth some paper and crayons. I tried to tell you. Maybe we just have to be patient, Morality suggested. A loud farting sound filled the room when Logic sat down on the couch to read a book that he had sitting out. Everyone watched as he reached under the couch cushion to reveal a whoopee cushion had been hidden there. Logic looked to Roman, who held up his hand in a gesture that said it wasn't him who had placed it there. Arching a brow at the Prince of Creativity, as he opened book, Logic let a painful sound seeing that all the words were gone. Logic slammed the book shut and hopped off the couch. Whatever you say, Morality, in the meantime I will be confined to my room, he said, departing away from the others. I don't need to be here for all these pranks. It is a waste of my time. Morality wrung his hands together. I guess I will start cooking. You okay by yourself, Roman? Yeah, I start brainstorming some ideas for our good King Thomas, the Prince of Creativity said, already drawing on the papers in front of him. From the kitchen there was a loud kaboom, sound that had him and Logic running to go and check on Morality as the fur alarm started going off. Chapter 10, Remus's 1st kidnapping, sleepover. Deceit didn't like that he had to scold Virgil for what he had done. He definitely didn't like confining the shadowling to his room for a few days either, but after narrowly dodging the Prince and Duke of Creativity and had successfully gotten rid of the apple, he had to do something. So a few days in his room it was. Deceit himself wasn't going to be leaving their part of the mind anytime soon either. Not after dodging being stabbed by the Prince and put in a box by the manic Duke. It was amazing that there wasn't any imbalance within the brain. Especially, with the new chaos that came with two creativities. Still, though, maybe the light sides were onto something about Roman and Remus needing to be together, so as of now he was solely focused of keeping Remus unable to return. Which was a lot harder than just keeping a door locked. Especially on some as intrusive and the Duke of Creativity. He could physically feel the young Duke trying to pop in Deceit's and Virgil's space of the brain. It was exhausting. The snake halfling sat on the couch with his eyes closed, trying to focus on keeping their part of the brain repressed and unassailable to the other sides for the night. It was becoming difficult, however, since their common room seemed to get colder the closer to night it got. Wow, never seen you out of your room for this long, Remy greeted, walking right. Deceit's eyes popped open. How? Function, remember. Remy answered the unfinished question, taking a sip from his juice box. I knew that, Deceit said. He could suppress the other sides but not a function, especially sleep. Thomas needed sleep, and sleep could go anywhere. Sure. Remy smiled, dropping on the couch next to the lying side. Did you hear that little Duke tried to blow up Morality? Deceit sighed and rubbed at his face. Of course Remus would try to blow up another side. Yes, he said in an irritated tone. And how is the goody two-shoes? He asked. Although the question came out sounding sarcastic if anything. Oh, he's fine. The Prince saved him and Logic should be a licensed medic after all the bandages he wrapped the heart in. But girl. Let me tell you. That little monster is clawing. Get back here. What ya keeping him out for anyway? Is he too much for the big bad snake? Remy asked, smirking at the glare the snake halfling was giving him. Are suggesting I should separate siblings. Does that seem right to you, Sleep? He asked. Remy hummed as he heaved himself up. Whatever you say, D. Welp, I better get doing my job. See ya later. Remy waved, sinking through the floor to leave. Deceit rolled his eyes as the function of sleep finally left. Was it so wrong to want to keep the twins together? Sure, Remus might not like the idea, but the Duke had to realize that it was a better option than staying with Deceit, whose job was to keep this part of the mind hidden and the sides that live in it. It was the light side's idea first. But they had a point. The young lying side yawned as the common room got colder and wrapped himself up in the blanket that was draped on the back of the sofa and settled in for a long night. Surely Remus would give up after a few days. And hopefully Roman would forget about the stolen apple in the same amount of days. Light sides. Another day came and went, and after several weeks of Remus living with his brother, another bomb could be heard going off in the light side's home, followed by the cackle of Remus's laughter, although it seemed to cut off slightly at the end. The Duke seemed to be in a cranky mood as of late, and none of the sides could figure out why, except be relieved when he left the room. Roman and Morality both blinked smoke from their eyes as they stared at the carnage that was once their common room. Remus had already bolted upstairs when Roman quickly made to follow his brother. "I'll talk to him, Morality," he assured. The heart said nothing, as he turned his head to stare at the TV, as Thomas blew up his own living room with baking soda, jello, water, and vinegar that were dyed red. The stuff getting everywhere and possibly staining the furniture. The little boy also getting cover, laughing in delight as he made handprints on the wall. "Fuck yeah!" Thomas cheered as another idea hit him. Taking off running outside. "Oh, this is not good." Morality mumbled in horror. "Logic. Lo. Help!" he cried, running for the stairs, banging on Logic's door. "I refuse." Logic answered from the other side. "I will not give the little ruffian another chance to enter my room and destroy any more of my books. This is important." Morality pleaded. "Thomas is picking up curse words. We can't let that happen." Logic's door opened up enough for the heart to slip through. "Let us have a discussion then," he said as he opened the door. Dark sides. Deceit had a rare moment where Virgil had ventured out by himself, leaving Deceit the common room to himself. Remus had stopped trying to return a few nights ago, and it had been exhausting for the lying side to continuously focus on keeping the intrusive side away. So to relax, the snake halfling was in the kitchen, standing in a chair so he would be able to reach the mixing bowls and stir some batter as he tried to recreate the cookies Thomas had helped his mom with. While his batter was lumpier than Thomas's mom's, it still tasted delicious whenever the young snake side test tasted. Baking was relaxing, and the cookies were going to be for him as he watched a cartoon marathon on Nickelodeon. He was going to put a few away for Virgil, of course. He carefully removed his first batch from the oven, the smell of fresh cookies so delicious, he had to remind himself to wait for them to cool. And suddenly leaving some for Virgil quickly evaporated. Deceit was also selfishness, so why not be selfish for himself too? Plate of cookies and milk prepared, Deceit ran to his room to change into his comfy clothes and to grab his heating blankets to cuddle up in as he relaxed. He was not expecting to walk right into a hole in the floor at the top of the stairs, and land in complete darkness. He was not expecting for something to hit him very hard on his head either. When he collapsed to the ground, he was only aware enough to feel someone grab one of his ankles and drag him along, humming a cheery tune, before he closed his eyes to ease the headache that was racking his brain at the moment. Remus, on the other hand, was happy. He had been trying for weeks to get back to his fright, and finally he was able to worm his way past whatever had been holding him out for the past couple of weeks. Torturing the light sides and his brother was fun and all, but he missed his snaky friend, and if the light sides and that wall was going to make things difficult, then he would just keep him. Remus stifled a yawn, and blinked his watery eyes clear. Deceit could read him more stories, and then they could play in the playroom some more, and maybe even go visit the deforming part of the imagination, and guess how long it would take before it destroyed Roman's side of the imagination. He did try to read logic's books, but they were so boring and dull that the only improvement he could think for such books were to get rid of the words. But first he just needed Deceit near him, because he'd been sneezing lately and super tired. The young Duke was not feeling like himself. He blamed this phenomenon on Roman, who had caught the sniffles earlier that week, but morality had nursed him back to health instead of joining Remus in discovering how much greener Roman's face and mucus could get. He took a sleeping Deceit to one of dungeon cell rooms, where he snapped in 2 sleeping bags into existence. Ropes appeared around the snake halfling, keeping his arms pinned to his sides, as the little Duke zipped him the matching yellow sleeping bag. He kept Deceit's hat where it belonged, on his head, so Remus propped the lying side's head up to accommodate, with an extra pillow. Stepping back, Remus tapped his chin as he tried to figure out what was missing. Oh! He snapped his finger, and the storybook Deceit had read to him appeared beside the sleeping snake side. "And Kraken," he said, holding his arms open as his plushy octopus materialized in his arms. With everything done, Remus closed the cell door and locked it with a snap of his fingers and hurried over to the other sleeping bag and dove on top of it. The Duke scooted himself into Deceit's side as he sneezed and draped an arm on his friend. Sleepover were more fun when you had a little spoon and big spoon. And for the first time in weeks, Remus felt like he could sleep peacefully now. His thoughts seeming to slow down whenever he was around his snaky noodle. Chapter 11, You're Helping. Deceit woke up with a shiver running through him, which was odd to say the least. He did not remember even going to bed. The memories he did have from last night revealed that he had indeed been hit in the head and was now waking up cold and uncomfortable. But there was also something very warm and comforting wrapped around him and hugging close to his right side. He turned his head slightly to see who or what his small heater was, and only frowned slightly in seeing that it was Remus. Remus was the one keeping half of him warm, wrapping around him with both arms and legs. The little Duke was snoring softly as one of his arms hugged a toy octopus close to himself, and his other arms was thrown across the snake halfling in much the same way. Reach to try and dislodge the creative side's grip revealed that not only was he trapped in a sleeping Remus's arms, but he was tied up with his arms pinned to his side and in a sleeping bag. Deceit let his head drop back onto his pillow and sighed a little frustrated. He wasn't unfamiliar with being cuddled. Virgil would like to cuddle after waking in the middle of the night sometimes, but it was something he refused to make a habit of. Deceit wasn't always going to be there whenever the anxious side got scared of something. They were all going to grow up someday. Deceit was painfully aware of that fact, and he too was only a kid. There were some things he would be unable to provide. So, despite the ropes keeping his arms out of service, the snake halfling began wiggling slightly to slowly slide himself from the young Duke's arms. If he ever felt like a snake before without shifting, it was now. He was halfway out of Remus's arms before he began moaning in his sleep, causing Deceit to pause in his slow escape. Remus's eyes blinked open, sleepily, before closing again. Deceit stayed still a few minutes longer to be sure the Duke was still asleep before squirming the rest of the way from Remus's arm. However, once he was free, he paused again and glanced back at the Duke. He was almost out of his sleeping bag when the little Duke moaned again, his arm reaching out and grasping where Deceit had once been laying. "D." Remus moaned. Deceit found himself holding his breath. Remus's head lifted slightly, his eyes only half open and glowing green. For a moment Deceit was sure he was awake, is not for the fact Remus's was not bouncing around yet and rambling. The sleeping Duke was still moving his arm, but Deceit was no longer looking at the arm, or the glowing green eyes on the sleeping Duke. No. The snake halfling's attention had moved to the silhouettes moving behind Remus, and they were growing bigger and snaking their way over and around the Duke, revealing the silhouette to be tentacles. Deceit hissed threateningly without thinking. The closer the tentacles came to him, and he could wiggle himself away fast enough to get away. What if it was a monster Remus had conjured to play some twisted game with Deceit? The slimy things wrapped themselves around the wiggling snake side and pulled him back to Remus's, who in his sleep released his hold on the toy octopus and instead hugged himself closer to Deceit in a crushing hug. His half-lidded glowing green eyes, fading back to brown and closing with a content sigh as he buried his face in the snake halfling's neck. Which wouldn't be so bad, if the tentacles weren't tightening themselves more around Deceit. It was too much, too close, and too tight. You. Remus mumbled. Another hiss escaped the young snake's side as he tried to wiggle and loosen the hold on him. Let go. He hissed, trying to make himself sound calm and not bothered, but failing. The slimy tentacles kept twirling around him tighter, some loosening while other tightened in a certain rhythm with Remus's breathing, preventing him from getting away. Nom, Remus mumbled. The tentacle closest to Deceit's face loosened and tightened, the end of it stretched and seemed to lengthen to where it started twirling itself around his mouth. Now Deceit says not like that. He tried move his head away, to try and somehow shove the tentacle with his chin, but that didn't work thanks to the suckers. After one more tightened squeeze from the tentacles and the tentacle on his mouth actually began invading the young lying side had had enough and bit the green and slimy tentacle, but was careful not to use his fangs. Remus's eye snapped open and the tentacle seemed to snap back behind his, disappearing from sight. The young Duke and Snake halfling looked each other in the eye, Deceit giving his best glare with a slight scowl and arched eyebrow. Remus merely looked sleepy and surprised. Deceit was about to demand Remus explain himself, but never got to say a word when Remus started sneezing in rapid succession in Deceit's face, the sneezes finishing off with a very wet sniffling from Remus. Deceit blinked rapidly and ignored his first reaction, which was to get angry. "Bless you," he mumbled. He had never been sneezed on before. And honestly really didn't know how to act. "I'm sick," Remus mumbled, dropping his head on top of Deceit's chest and hugged him closer. "I'm sleep more and let the rat eat our bones." "Rats?" Deceit hissed, scanning the floor. He didn't like the thought of rats scurrying on him. Another shiver ran through him, and that on top with the threat of vermin might be around, he found himself on high alert. "Go back to sleep," Remus said, rolling himself on top of Deceit, in a bear-crushing hug, and sneezed again. Deceit sighed and let his head drop. "You don't need to eat," he said, feeling a little hungry himself. "I wanna sleep with you," Remus countered. "Just a little boogers and mucus. Don't eat something and forget the I need to eat too," Deceit reasoned. The creative side lifted his head and snapped his fingers to bowls of something brown and lumpy materialized beside them. Remus pulled Deceit up with him and yawned. He propped the snake halfling up and picked up both spoons. "Say ah," Remus said, lifting the spoon to Deceit, who kept his mouth shut and shook his head. He could smell the whatever it was on the spoon and it smelled burnt, and Deceit couldn't tell if he smelled fish or apple in the brown sludge on the spoon. Remus gave him a confused look as he put the spoon down and looked at the bowls he had conjured. "Can you make something better?" "No," Deceit said. He really hated his backward talk came out sometimes. It was struggle to control it sometimes, and for some reason around Remus, it got worse. "Do you even have a kitchen?" he asked. Remus tapped his chin, thought for a moment. "I didn't think about that when I made my castle," he mused. "So I am in a dungeon in the imagination," Deceit said, and if his arms were free he would have crossed them in a sign of annoyance. "Yup, achoo." Remus nodded with a sneeze. "I took you once I could get past the barrier that was keeping me away from your place." The young Duke smiled, proud of himself. "That was me," Deceit said. The smile on Remus's face disappeared. "Why?" he asked, really confused. He and Deceit were friends. Why would Deceit keep him away? "You and your brother should not be separated. You are both creativity," Deceit explained. "Bullshit," Remus spat. Roman will do just fine with the others, but for me they are boring. I rather spend time with you. I see Roman every day in the imagination. And it's just not fair that Roman can live with his friends and I can't live with mine. Remus argued, standing up and stomping his feet. It is not unreasonable to want to keep sibling together. Deceit yelled back. Although something in the back of his mind were telling him that it probably wasn't smart to get in an argument with the boy who had him tied up and in a cold dungeon. Well, I'm not going back. And you staying with me? If I can't live with you on your side of the brain, then you are going to live with me here. Remus shouted, a big sneeze following after. Untie me and do not stop being ridiculous. Deceit scoffed, somehow managing to get to his feet without his arms. Did Remus not understand that living with the other creative side, morality, and logic he would be able to influence Thomas more? I can be ridiculous if I want to. I rule here. I'm the Duke. A length of rope manifested itself from the coils pinning Deceit's arms to his side and to Remus' clenched hands. And we're going to the kitchen. He huffed, and lead Deceit from the dungeon by snapping his fingers, the door unlocking and opening by itself. Thought you said you didn't have one. Deceit asked, rolling his eyes but began following Remus. It was too cold in the dungeon and the snake halfling would rather be anywhere else if it meant getting away from the cold. And if he followed willingly a lot closer to the other boy it was because Remus radiated heat like a furnaces that Deceit just wanted to be near. Of course he could be feeling the fever coming from the other boy too. It hadn't escaped his notice that Remus did indeed have the sniffles like he stated before. And based on those bowls he conjured, didn't know how to make eatable food. So suppressing another cold shiver that threatened to run through his body. I just built one. Remus said, sounding proud of himself. Rolling his eyes again, Deceit decided he would play along with the creative side's antics for a little while. Maybe he did go overboard in preventing Remus from moving his room back. Sooner or later the young Duke would realize he wouldn't want to hang around a side like Deceit. A literal snake of the mind. Deceit did not want another side he had to hide away from Thomas, because their jobs were viewed as bad. Remus was creativity and Deceit didn't see any reason as to hide away a part of creativity. Then please lead on, oh great Duke. He snarked, as he followed along. Remus already losing himself to a happy tune and a few sneezes as he lead the way. Virgil. Do not fear, dear citizens. I will vanquish this beasts. Roman declared, as he and his white pony charged forward as goo-like creatures creep forward, everything they touched turning black and gooey just as they were. Virgil watched from on top of a hill with his hood up and over his eyes, as the prince met the monsters head on and with one swing of his blade vanquished the sludge-looking monster and returning them to nothingness. Virgil watched the battle anxiously, worriedly biting his thumbnail. He couldn't understand how the prince could be so confident and brave when going up against creatures that could cause serious damage. But he didn't dare show his presence to Prince Roman. Not after Deceit had gotten rid of the stupid deforming apple that Virgil had not meant to take. He had been punished to his room for a whole day after that and didn't want a repeat. That day had been bad for his own anxiety and he didn't want to make Deceit hate him by getting in trouble all the time. So, today he decided to venture out on his own. He had been following the creative side around all day, trying to find the perfect time to leave his gift where the prince could find it. He had made an apology gift for the prince to try and make up for their past encounters and hopefully make a new friend. Even while battling, the boy prince seemed to sparkle and glow. Virgil exhaled the breath he had been holding when the monsters were all gone. Roman had then dismounted and was examining the leftover goo. Virgil didn't really understand why he was doing that, but maybe it was just something the creative side liked doing. Keeping himself low to the ground, Virgil began creeping closer, gripping his hastily wrapped gift in one hand. He tried to ignore the thoughts bouncing around in his head that warned him that the prince was going to run him through on sight. That his gift was not good enough for someone like the princely side. Turn around, you idiot, and go home. He's not going to like it. He already hates you. You're going to get in trouble and then Deceit will hate you too. You're going to get a sword in your gut. Stupid. Wimp. Coward. Evil. Virgil shook the thoughts from his head. They were just in his head. He could make up for past mistakes. It didn't matter if the prince didn't like him as long as he was able to greet him properly. Hey! The loud voice behind him called out, causing Virgil to shout out in his double voice that Deceit had deemed his tempest tongue. His grip on the gift fumbled and slipped through his fingers, crashing onto the ground. Looking over his shoulders revealed Morality walking over holding a handful of flour with a big smile on his face. And Virgil was hyper-aware of the creative side coming their way. Padre? Who are you talking to? Oh, sorry kiddo, didn't mean to scare you. Morality said, stepping forward. Virgil backed away from the two approaching sides, pulling on the strings of his hood to try and calm panic that was filling in his chest. You. Roman said, his eyes shifting to Virgil eyeing the shadowling up and down, hand already on his blade. Now Roman, be nice. Morality said, smile turning into a gentle one as he took another step close wrought Virgil. Virgil back up more. He was stuck in wanting to stay and sink out to run away at the same time. On one hand Roman wasn't charging him, but on the other his gift was ruined now. Then there was Morality. The heart didn't seem upset with seeing Virgil, but then Deceit had said it was best if the light sides didn't know what Virgil's job was. They didn't know what Virgil was capable of. Once Morality realized what Virgil was, he wouldn't be smiling comfortingly at him anymore. He just had to leave. He just needed to leave and go to Deceit, and Deceit would read and make things better. It must have showed on his face, because Morality's smile soon turned a little worried. Hey, it's okay. Virgil's eyes went to the creative side, who was advancing as well, hands still on the blade, but not yet pointing it at Virgil. The situation did seem okay. In fact, to Virgil it was anything but okay. You're that new side Deceit's been taking care of, aren't you? Morality asked. And when had he gotten closer? The moral side's sudden closeness had Virgil scrambling backwards that he tripping over his own feet and landed on his backside. Oh, are you all right? Morality asked, approaching a lot quicker. Which caused Virgil to start scrambling, practically crab walking backwards from the bubbly looking side. Careful, Padre. Roman cautioned. Why yet? Back off. I am, Virgil gulped. He had to sink out. This was going all wrong. Why did he think this was a good idea? Don't be silly, Roman. He not going to hurt us, are you? Morality said. We don't know that he won't either. Roman countered. Okay, it was time to go. It was time to go. They were talking about him like he wasn't there, so he should just go. Roman. Morality gasped, appalled by the suggestion. Virgil began sinking out, while the two were distracted. Morality noticed first. Oh no. Wait, you don't have. Virgil appeared in his room before the heart could finish his sentence. Safe in his room, the anxious side starting taking deep breaths to steady himself. He knew he would fail. He didn't know why he even tried. Curling up on his bed, Virgil tried to calm himself down enough to go to sleep. Then he wouldn't have to tell Deceit that he ran into trouble again in the imagination. At least not until morning at breakfast. When breakfast came around and Deceit wasn't in the kitchen, Virgil began to panic more. Deceit was always the first one up making breakfast, and to make things weirder, the common room looked like it was ready for someone to nest there for a while. But had been left forgotten. That did anything but calm his nerves. Deceit. He called out in their part of the mind and received no answer. The anxious side ran back up the stairs and knocked hurriedly on the snake halfling door, and opening it when no one answered. The bedroom was empty. Deceit was gone. He left you. Even he doesn't want to be around you. Useless. Pathetic. You're nothing but a burden anyway. Virgil shook his head at the voices in his head. Deceit would not just leave him. Deceit? We need to talk. Another voice called out from the mindscape. It sounded like Logic's voice. But Deceit wasn't here. And it sounded important. After a few minutes of silence, someone else called out. Come on, kiddo. It's really important. Right, low. And there was Morality's voice. Virgil picked at his sleeves, unsure of what to do. Should he go in Dee's place, or go lock himself in his room? No use ignoring us, Deceit. We will come to you if need be. Logic said. Oh, that was bad. The light sides never if rarely come to their side of the brain. Before he could talk himself out of it, Virgil popped into the light side's common room. Morality let out a yelp of surprise seeing Virgil appear at the bottom of the stairs. Even the princely Roman jumped at his sudden appearance. Well, this is surprising. I do believe I called for Deceit. Not I'm afraid I don't know your name. Logic said, adjusting his glances. Virgil did his best to not look like he wasn't sure of what he was doing. He tried to look relaxed. Sup? He nodded in greeting. He looks like Casper's long-lost cousin. Roman commented. And Virgil wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. But he was going to go with not a good thing. You called. What do you want? He asked, getting straight to the point. The quicker he knew what they wanted, the faster he could return to the back of the brain and panic. And then search for Deceit and then panic some more. We called for Deceit. Not you. Roman said, with a humph. Do you even know who Deceit is, your royal snootiness? Virgil said with enough sass in his tone Deceit would have been proud if he were there. Virgil was quite proud of himself, he sounded confident, and that was a feat in itself. As a matter of fact, I do. The kid with the bowler hat. Roman said, proud of himself. Well, he's not coming. So, you're stuck with me. Virgil said, stuffing his hands in his pocket. And you are? Logic asked. A part of Thomas. That's all you need to know. Virgil answered, remembering that Deceit had said that the light sides wouldn't like him if he revealed his job. If you don't anything, I am going to leave. This is strange. Deceit always answers when we call a meeting. It is his duty to show. Logic mused. Why would he send you? Virgil shrugged. I don't know. Well, you must know something. Roman interjected. Why do you want Deceit anyway? Virgil asked, just wanting to answer their question so he could leave. Why? As if you wouldn't know. Roman spoke loudly, causing Virgil to flinch a little. You stole from my side. You took from the imagination. And then your friend Deceit put it back for you, and now it's corrupted and ruining my side. It's creating creature non-stop that are plaguing my land. Now calm down, Roman. No need to get upset. Morality said, trying to be the mediator of the group. Upset? Upset. I am not upset, I am angry. The creative side bellowed. Same meaning. Logic interjected. Virgil shrugged again. They had put it back, what else did they want them to do? Fight the creature? Fat chance that was going to happen. And you want Deceit for? He prompted. He's the only one my brother talks about. And since we cannot find my other half, Roman said, doing a little wave of his hand. We thought maybe Deceit would know where he was. The moral side said with hopeful smile. Well, you're out of luck. Deceit nowhere to be found either. You're stuck with me. Virgil said, hunching a little deeper into his hoodie. What? Where is he? Morality asked. I dunno. Virgil shrugged. And since I obviously am no help to you, I'm leaving. He said, getting ready to sink out. Then I guess you're it? Roman said, grabbing hold of the anxious side by the back of his hoodie, stopping his escape. Let go of me. Virgil bit out, his tempest tongue slipping at the end. To the imagination. Roman declared, speaking over the other boy. And faster than Virgil can blink he found himself rising up in the imagination with Roman keeping a firm grip on him, the difference in transportation making his stomach nauseous. Morality and logic seemingly had tagged along too. I'm sure there was a better way of to ask for his help, Roman. Logic huffed, straightening his glasses. Yeah, Roman, it's impolite not to ask. Morality said. And give him a chance to run, never. The creative side said, not letting go of boy in the hoodie. Which, I have brought the thief. Now give up a clue as to help save the imagination. Roman ordered. Virgil looked around the room he had been taken to. It was circular in shape and had deep blue curtain with bright gold trim. In the middle of the room sat a woman in full witch's attire and sitting at a round table with a crystal ball. Greeting, my prince. For the future of the imagination, I see, she started. And Virgil balked a little at the smoky in the ball started changing color. A beast none have seen must be made. A new land made for two to come and battle. Matched in skill and wit. Two of a whole must come together again as one. You must use fusion as your answer. The witch answered, and then went still with a gentle smile on her face. Virgil blinked. Was that supposed to be helpful? He asked, looking to the other three sides. Well, mostly to the creative side, who sent a warning glare his way. Yes. It's called a riddle, you little nightmare. Roman said, finally letting go. And apparently we need Remus. It sounds like you two must fuse again and bring King back. Logic suggest. Oh, that would be wonderful and sad. Morality said. The three sighed, ushering the shadowling out in the hall with them. And I'm here for what, exactly? The shadowling asked. This was all confusing and new and terrifying, and he just wanted to hole up in his room and hide away from all of it. This wasn't how he wanted to get to know the prince. Or the other sides. You caused this. You're going to help fix it? Roman declared. There was a wagon waiting for them out the castle courtyard. The wagon being pulled by Roman's white pony. Virgil hesitated in boarding the wagon. What if it wasn't attached to the pony right and they all tipped over and died, and then how would they help Thomas if they were dead? Hey. Morality's voice chased two bad thoughts from his head. Come on. It's safe. He reassured. Not wanting to appear weak, he huffed. Whatever, he hopped into the wagon, and before he could sit down like Logic and Morality, Roman signaled the horse to start running, which jostled Virgil and caused him to practically drop into the wagon's seat. Slow down. He snapped to the creative side, who was starting to now get on his nerves with all his impulsive actions and words. Yeah, sure. Roman shot back, not slowing down, but instead pushing the pony faster across the imagination. Virgil hunched deeper into his hoodie and sitting as far from the other two side who were sharing the wagon with him as he tried to stop himself from being jostled about too bad. This was his first wagon ride, and this was going to be his last after today. That included hay rides. Thomas was not going to be getting on any horse-drawn wagon hay rides if Virgil had anything to say about it in the future. It was clearly unsafe and no seat belts. He whispered out, hoping Deceit would answer his soft and pleading summon. Lightsides. I'm with the lightsides. He whispered. Hoping Deceit would show up soon wherever he was in the mindscape. So I never got your name. Morality piped up as they rode. Indeed. Logic agreed. I most encouragingly like to learn your name. After all, you have been here for a few years now. Didn't hear you spitting out your names. Virgil mumbled, playing with the string on his hoodie. Oh. Well, I'm Patton. The heart smiled. You may call me Logan. Logic said, stoically. And you are? Morality, or rather Patton, leaned forward, and even Roman peeked over his shoulder to hear Virgil's name. Nunya. Virgil said. Nunya. Patton asked. Is that a name? I am unfamiliar with it. Logan said with a shake of his head. None ya business, so leave me alone. Virgil said. What are you 5? Roman huffed. What are you, an idiot? Just drive the wagon, you majesty. Virgil snarked. And smirked when Princey let out an offended gasp. Well, this is going to be interesting. Logan said, looking at a group of trees that were at the edge. Split imagination. The tree that were once a beautiful orchard of apples was now nothing but a big glob of goo that had goo-like monsters emerging from it. Oh crap! Virgil gulped. Where was Deceit? Chapter 12, Imagination Monster. Deceit stood quietly beside Remus, and the young Duke stood on a chair so he could watch the stove and the water in the pot boiling. The snake halfling had suggested that he be the one to make them food, but Remus had declared that it was ploy for the other boy to run away. He wasn't wrong. Deceit would sink out once free, and into his room. Here in the young Duke's castle was too cold for the snake boy, and all he wanted to do was to go back to sleep. He needed to be somewhere warm. So when his request for freedom was denied, he leaned against the stove, trying to at least get some of the heat from it to touch his scales. It's boiling. Should I need to stick my finger into to test if it's hot enough? Remus asked, already moving said finger into the pot. Certainly not. Deceit shook his head. It's not hot enough. So put the oatmeal in. He instructed, standing on his tiptoes a little unsteadily so he could watch the Duke carefully pour in the oats. Now some cinnamon, a pinch of salt. Not too much. Ugh. That's good, I suppose. Keep stirring. He supposed the oatmeal would be okay if it was a little salty. Look how sticky. Remus giggled, before sneezing again, enjoying how the thickening oats were refusing to give up the spoon willingly. Bowls. Deceit said, gauging the thickness of the oats on the spoon. What he could see of it anyway. Seeing the young Duke following his instruction, the young snake let himself plop down onto the floor, next to the chair Remus was standing in. A shiver ran through him again. He wanted to go back to sleep now. It was exhausting trying to function in this temperature, but he wasn't going to let his secret out. It was a weakness no one needed to know about. Remus soon joined him on the floor with 2 bowls in his hands, and practically shoved Deceit's bowl toward him recklessly, before submerging his own face in his bowl. The snake halfling watched the creative side in silence, waiting for the other to remember that he was going to need assistance, lest the young Duke take a risk and untie him. This is good. But it could use something else. Remus said, licking at the drops of oatmeal that his tongue could reach. I know. The young Duke exclaimed, holding out his hands, conjuring a jug of Clorox in his hands and began pouring it in his bowl. Want some? He asked, holding the jug of chemical out for Deceit. Yes, thank you. I am not fine. Deceit said, with a shake of his head. Is that a mustache drawn on your face? He asked. You're lost. And yup. Remus shrugged, the Clorox jug vanishing, but instead of going back to his own bowl he scooted himself closer to the snake halfling, and suddenly there was a spoon in the bowl that wasn't there before, and the rope's gone. Deceit narrowed his eyes at the other side as he carefully picked up his bowl. Not appreciated? He said. I just chase you anyway. Remus shrugged, watching as Deceit took careful bites of his food. So, I can come back now, right? He asked. The snake halfling sighed, and put his food down. He couldn't eat much anyway until he warmed up. Surely you wish to stay with your brother and with the others? He said, trying to sway him subtly. But they're no fun. They keep correcting me and saying don't do this, don't do that. It annoying. I rather live with you and Weezer. Remus insisted. Besides, if you don't let me move back, I am going to continue to try and kill them. The young Duke said, smiling wider. Yes, I haven't heard the rumors. Deceit said with a roll of his eyes. Remus began cackling. You should see stupid faces. Ha ha. Morality was like dash. D. Deceit's head jolted up as he felt a pull. One that wasn't intrusive and almost shy. Virgil summons. Lightsides. D. I'm with the lightsides. That wasn't good. He had kept Virgil hidden for months, if anything for the anxious side's own good. The snake halfling stood up ready to leave. Hey! Remus shouted and grabbed his arm in a tight grip. Where do you think you're going? The young duke asked. I am not be summoned by anxiety. Deceit said, wanting to answer the summons. Nuh-uh. You're spending time with me. Remus pouted, and jumped up, eyes glowing green again and the tentacles sprouting from his back again. Deceit took a startled step back at the sight, but did not evade the arms and tentacles that wrapped around him, so he could not leave. Remus. Deceit couldn't help the high pitch that escaped him. The tentacles were squeezing just as hard as the Duke's arms were, if not harder. I'm not letting you go. Remus declared, voice changing to something that would scare a normal side. However, Deceit could recognize that the creative side was getting upset, the voice changing in much the same way as Virgil's tempest tongue, if not a little more manic. You're mine now. The snake halfling hissed, agitated, trying to take deep breaths so not to suffocate in the ever-tightening embrace around his body. Retract. He demanded, trying to pull the tentacles off him, with what little movement he had. No. Remus growled, arms and tentacles squeezing tighter, his eyes still glowing green. Now. Deceit hissed, he gasped for air. That one word seeming to take his breath away. Remus was going to squeeze him to death. And the Deceit wasn't in a hurry to find out how that worked. Virgil dash. I'm not sharing. Remus shouted. The one thing about being squeezed by a literal living heater. Deceit was getting warmer and therefore no longer tired. The downside was that Remus was still basically new and had an animal traits and apparently had no control over them. Deceit was sure the creative side didn't even realize his eyes had changed. However, Deceit wasn't going to let himself get hurt just because a side couldn't control their abilities. He didn't let Virgil and he wasn't going to let Remus. Deceit felt his own abilities wanting to kick in. That instinct that made him selfish and the want to get away from the danger the young Duke was now presenting to his person. But he couldn't hurt the Duke. He couldn't let harm come to the other sides, or functions. Couldn't let anything happen that was going to hurt Thomas. He had to find a way out of this. Had to calm Remus down and then to anxiety. Had to get everyone safe. The lights in the castle flickered, although Remus didn't seem to notice. But Deceit did. There was a shift somewhere. Something was being broken. Enough. Hiss. And the snake halfling grabbed one of the tentacles, fully remembering how sensitive his own animal trait was when the scales first appeared. He hoped it was the same for Remus. He squeezed and twisted the green slimy thing, causing the young Duke to howl in pain, and the tentacle retracted, but did not disappear this time. The green glow in the creative side's eyes died out to brown, but Remus did not release the hold his arms had from around Deceit. Ouch. Hey. Remus grunted, and looked behind him and at the tentacles now moving and squirming behind him, before looking back at the smaller boy still trapped in his arms. Wonder what it would feel like if you actually chopped them off. He grinned. That is all you have to say. Deceit huffed. Relieved he was no longer getting squeezed, but something was still wrong in the brain somewhere. But now Deceit didn't feel like he himself was in danger. He did feel a little bothersome that Remus did not seem confused about his extra limbs, like Deceit had been when he first formed. In fact, the creative side seemed fascinated by the green slimy things. Remus looked back at the tentacles attached to his back. Do you think I can turn into an actual octopus too? Well, you aren't creativity. Deceit said, pushing the rest of the other boy away and straightening his clothes. Now. I must delay further. I am not being summoned by Virgil. Ugh. He really hated his backward talking, but it seemed Remus could understand him just fine. At the mention of him leaving, Remus's eyes glowed green again and all the windows and door around them vanished. Deceit sighed tiredly. Was he still too young to say he was too old for this? He was 10. There was no reason for him to have this sort of headache. He was even starting to sound like Thomas's mom. Wasn't that fantastic? I have time for whatever this is, Remus. But first I mustn't check on Virgil. I don't promise to play with you later, he said, crossing his heart. Remus's eyes turned back to brown. Can I come with? He asked. The windows and doors reappeared around them. Not my decision. I am not going, Deceit said, stepping away intending to follow the summons pull. Cackling with glee, Remus grabbed hold of the snake halfling's arm and let himself sink down as well. As soon as they popped to the designated area Deceit was being summoned, he found that he got his answer as to why something felt wrong. Roman's side of the imagination seemed to be under attack by some type of nightmarish goo monsters, and the light sides and Virgil were trying to fight it off. Well, Roman was trying to fight it off, while logic tried relaying possible plans of attack the princely side could try, with morality cowering behind the logical side. Deceit spotted Virgil still in the wagon that apparently was their transport, clearly trying to stave off a panic attack if the gathering shadows were anything to go by. Oh wow! That came from one little defective apple! Remus exclaimed joyously, shaking Deceit in excitement. What a party! That monster is that silly apple! The snake halfling asked, a little bewildered. Remus. Thank Trident you're here. I could use the help, Roman said, conjuring a shield to block a glob of goo that had been flung at him. Yeah. Nah. I just came because Dee wanted to see Anxie. The young duke smiled, leaning his head onto the snake-side's shoulder, despite the other being smaller than him. Hearing his name, Virgil's head whipped around with wide eyes to the snake halfling. Deceit angled himself where only his human side was showing and held his free arm out, beckoning for Virgil to come to him. Which Virgil happily obliged, running as fast as he could. Hold it! Virgil ran face first into a big floating shield that pushed him back from his escape. You're not going anywhere until you help fix this. That includes you too, Remus. Roman growled. Oh, brother, I would like to see you try and make me. Remus goaded. Deceit waved a hand at the Duke to be quiet. Come now. Surely you don't need both. Deceit countered. Yeah. Keep Sour Patch. I'ma go play with D. Remus cackled. Actually, wouldn't it be better if you helped, you twin? You are creativity, are you not? Deceit asked. Remus groaned. Fine. He grouched. Join anytime, Remus. Roman called, summoning his witch to blast a big beam of magic at the goo monsters, her magic melting the goo into nothingness. Deceit watched as Remus tapped his chin in thought. Shears Roro? The Duke asked, skipping over to his twin. Virgil took the chance to make another run to Deceit and hid behind the snake halfling. Yes. I got an idea. The young Duke smiled and snapped his fingers. The witch and the goo started fusing together. What are you? Roman gasped, watching his brother shaping the goo and witch together, but to the other sides it just looked like a dark whirling tornado. That's not going to work. Here, let me. You pull the defect out and let me handle the shape. Roman said, taking over, catching on to what his brother was planning. The sky in the imagination darkening as the two creative sides began working. Both twins' eyes changing color, Roman's to red and Remus's to green. What happening? Patton asked, as the winds in the imagination began picking up. They appear to be giving Thomas quite the brainstorm. Logan deduced. Thunder and lightning began sounding across the sky as their brainstorming got bigger. Can you get the apple out? Roman asked Remus. No, it's not my fruit. The Duke shook his head. A roar sounded within their storm. Well, I can't get it. I'm still putting her together. Roman grunted. I busy trying to give this thing some actual interesting features, to get something that belongs to you. Remus argued. Deceit and Virgil shared a look and nodded. The two running to the storm that the twins were creating. Virgil's eyes glowed purple and the shadows coming to surround him the closer they got. Deceit didn't bother calling forth his abilities, when all he had to do was get the fruit he and Virgil had corrupted for the twins so they could finish their work. How hard could it be to just grab a fruit? Hey! What are you two doing? Stay away from the creation, you nightmare! Roman ordered, snapping his fingers in their direction. A large Goliath materializing in front of the two boys. Both Deceit and Virgil hissed at the threat. As the Goliath went swing one of its big hands at them. Hey! I told you D was off limits. Remus shouted, no longer concentrating on helping separate the bad from the creation, as he tackled Roman. Remus. The creation. Roman warned. I warned you. Remus snarled. Not caring that their brainstorm was now getting out of control. That the creation they were making together to fix the defect was going to tear apart. Roman. Remus. You two must focus. Logan informed. Yet or else the whole imagination will be lost. Patton agreed. I'm not attacking him. I'm trying to stop them from ruining my side of the imagination more. And have you seen his face? It's got scales. He probably planned this with the other one. Roman argued as he and his brother rolled around on the grass. Remus snarling as he and Roman traded blows. Deceit ducked under the Goliath's hand, while Virgil, who had tried to copy his movements, was just a little slower, got caught. D. Virgil's panic voice called out. The snake boy looked over his shoulder to see the Virgil pointing upward. Deceit looked to see what it was and almost regretted it, when he caught sight of a dragon head with red eyes peeking from the swirling dark cloud of the brainstorm. But he could see the apple that seemed to be the whole cause of this stupid problem floating closer to the ground. The beast in the cloud seemed more focused on the two fighting creative twins, than Deceit, though, so he continued to the ridiculousness that was a simple apple. He was so done with today. He had been kidnapped, tied up, and almost fed something that wasn't eatable. Now Virgil was in trouble again. The light sides now officially knew about Virgil. The twins were fighting and Logan and Patton were out of their depth in this type of situation. And to top it all off, Deceit was cold and just wanted to stay in his nice warm room. But he wasn't, because of this stupid apple. Taking his frustration on the fruit, he grabbed it from its floating spot and everything froze. Including the twins fighting. Deceit. Kiddo. Noodle. You scaly fiend. It wasn't ready. Everyone exclaimed. Although Deceit didn't know why. He looked, and the rotting looking fruit that was now getting sticky gooey juice all over his favorite gloves. He felt the shift in the brain right itself. So maybe this stupid little apple was a defect, but he didn't understand what the problem was. Growl. The patches of scales on his back tingled, as he tilted his head up to the sky where the growl had come from. Coming face to face with a dragon, yet it wasn't a dragon, it had human-like features in there topped with a witch's hat. Put it back, little snake. It rumbled. Deceit hissed, his body curling low in on itself as he began backing away. The dragon's eyes following him. He stared the giant fictional reptilian in the eyes with his own mismatched ones. Not real. He reassured himself. Put it back. Let it consume, little dark one. The dragon's voice rumbled. Deceit shook his head as his back hit the Goliath that still held Virgil trapped and moved himself behind its legs, like a child would a parent. Remus. You made it evil. Roman's voice practically screeched. Just a little bit to spice things up. Remus defended. The dragon's gaze whipped to the twins. Creativity. she said slowly. Creators. Smoke blew from her nose at them. The twins coughed at the thick smoke. Rude. Roman coughed, sword and shield in hand. Cool. Remus coughed, his own morning star materializing in his hand. The rest of the dragon's body soon joined the head as the full body of the beast landed on the grounds of the imagination. Do you think we can get rid of it now? Patton asked, hiding behind Logan, who seemed unaffected by the sight of the beast. Merely adjusting his glasses and summoning a book with a cartoon-like dragon on it. No way. Remus denied. It's going to destroy my side of the imagination. Roman shouted, lifting the shield higher when said dragon blew fire from its mouth, shielding both himself and Remus, whose hair got singed a little, although he didn't seem to care. What if you two work together again? Logan asked. Deceit summoned his other forearms as he grabbed at Virgil's dangling legs to help tug the trapped side from the Goliath's hand. He still had to jump a little to get a good grip on the kicking and dangling legs. Thankfully the snake halfing's extra weight helped the shadowling slip out of the Goliath's grip. The two boys grunting as they hit the ground hard. Thanks. Virgil huffed, trying to calm himself down. Just don't breathe. Deceit instructed. Relieved when Virgil followed his instruction and started taking slowly deep breaths to calm himself. Good. He praised, as they kept themselves behind the Goliath's legs. Its movements jerky as it looked for its lost captive that was safely hidden behind it. Virgil's eyes were blown wide as he looked from the Goliath that was their shield to the dragon that was now fighting with the twins. To morality and logic, who had ran back to the safety of the wagon that sat safely a few yards away. He finally looked at the rotting goo-covered apple in Deceit's gloved hand. We got to get rid of it, he said, quickly and quietly. Deceit agreed but shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, wordlessly telling Virgil that didn't even know how they were going to do that. That dragon creature seemed to had wanted it to continue hurting Roman's side of the imagination. The apple really couldn't be called an apple anymore, with it seeming to pulse like it was alive, and the snake halfling made a mental note to get rid of his glove due to the goo staining them. They looked around for something to use, the shadowling grabbing a close rock, and Deceit quickly caught on. Putting the defective fruit on the ground as the anxious side started pounding at it in a desperate attempt to destroy it. It only served to letting the good cover the rock and start spreading again, this time closer to the ground. Now panicking with Virgil, Deceit did the only thing that came to mind, seeing the ground changing into goo and spreading. He took his hat off his head and placed it on top of the spreading goo and apple, trying to trap it under his hat. A deafening roar had him turning his gaze back to the twins. Back, you foul beast! You dragon! Roman stammered at the end as he jabbed the creature with his sword. Bitch! Remus added, trying to help his brother out, jumping so high in the air and bringing his morning star on top of the beast head, causing the dragon to crumple to the ground. Deceit could hear Patton gasp, mortified by Remus's choice of words from the wagon. Roman waved his hand toward Deceit and Virgil's shield that was the Goliath, and had it wrestle and grab at the dragon's neck and kneel on it to keep the beast down, as he gave his brother a look. You dragon witch! The princely side finally said, finding a better and safer word to use to call the beast. Oh! Mine was better. But that was good. Remus clapped. Deceit would have loved to continue watching the twins working together if not for the fact that the defect that was the apple was now destroying his favorite hat. His hat began bubbling as it turned into goo. Both he and Virgil shouted in surprise when a few strands lashed out and grabbed onto them. Virgil was quick to scramble away, being flight or fight. Deceit was slower and made a disgruntled sound at being covered in goo. Little help here wouldn't be nix, right about now, he hissed. Roman, who had walked right up to the pinned dragon witch and had his hand placed right between her eyes, trying to finish creating her and fixing whatever Remus had done to her. I'm busy. You shouldn't be touching things that aren't your anyway. Are literally trying to make my job hard. I just got here. What exactly did I ever do to you? Roman complained. Deceit blinked and rolled his eyes. Maybe Roman resembled King a little more than Remus. But unlike King, who Deceit not only did not trust, or like, the snake halfling could safely say that he was only mildly annoyed with the prince's attitude. Remus was also annoying, but in a different way. "D's mine anyway. So you can't touch him," Remus shouted, already charging toward the snake boy, who was trying to free himself from the pulsing goo that seemed to be creeping up his body. The young duke seemed to mind grabbing hold of the icky stuff and peeling it off the other boy, eyes still glowing green as the goo lit on fire in his hands. "Hold still," he instructed as he pulled, sneezing a few times, which had Deceit cringing from being sprayed. Although he didn't say anything, he would change clothes and burn the ones he had on later. But more and more goo began engulf the snake halfling. "You got to get rid of the defect, stupid," Roman said, loudly, when two dragon which began fighting against him and the giant Goliath that was pinning her. "Oh!" Remus smacked himself on the forehead, before reaching for a lump on the ground that used to be an apple and lit it on fire. He and Deceit stared at it when nothing happened. "That didn't work," Remus shouted, grabbing Deceit by the shoulders and started pulling when it seemed like that made the goo spread faster, but was unable to free his snaky from the goo. "This is ideal," Deceit hissed, trying his best not to show how scared he really was. "Then leave him there, Remus, and help me," Roman huffed. "What did you do to this beast?" "I can't straighten her out," the princely side grunted. "I made her a villain," Remus grunted with a sneeze, switching from trying to pull Deceit from his trapped position to materializing his morning star in his hands. "Whoa. Whoa. Hey. What are you gonna do with that?" the lying side asked, unable to control how his voice pitched high a few octaves. "And you thought that was good idea?" Roman growled. "Well, yeah." Remus nodded, tongue sticking out to the side as he backed up a few paces, weapon held like a baseball bat. "Villages, castle, and a heroic prince and duke. What better villain than a dragon with magic powers?" "Hold still, my slimy snake," Remus instructed, already doing a few warm-up swings. "No." Deceit shook his head, seeing what the young duke was planning. He was going to hit Deceit with the morning star. The horrified realization only served to make Deceit struggle to try and free himself. "Remus, no. Don't." He yelled the last part as the duke swung his morning star at him. Deceit put his hands in front of his face as he felt something collide with him, pushing him to the ground, with a shout. It took him several long seconds before he realized he being shielded on the ground by Virgil, and Remus's morning star had not hit him into the sky like he thought it would. Virgil must have thought the same thing as Deceit, and had tried to come the snake side's rescue, which entitled to the two boys being curled up into each other, forming a tight ball on the ground. Deceit peeked up from where he had his face hidden in Virgil's shoulders, the anxious side refusing to let go of the snake side. "Are you insane?" he hissed. Not really noticing that the goo was no longer clinging to him and he was free. But the duke was not looking at him. Instead, the creative side was looking up at the sky, watching something with a satisfied grin on his face, and a snot leaked from his nose. Confused Deceit followed his gaze as he guided himself and Virgil in a sitting position. Remus hadn't aimed for Deceit, he had aimed at the bowler hat that had the defective apple under it, sending both into the air. "Okay. Now what do I do?" he asked cheerfully to Roman, who was still messing with the dragon witch. "I don't know," Roman said, irritated eyes still glowing red. "She's not mine and she's not your. What if we used it to make a middle ground to house this?" he suggested, waving his hand toward the growling beast. Remus was nodding his head, still watching the flying goo-covered objects falling from the sky with his still green glowing eyes, and held out his hands, stopping them from hitting the imagination again. "That could work. If I may," Logan interjected now that everything seemed under control. "Maybe a volcanic environment. My book says that dragon are reptilians and therefore it is only logical that a warm environment be. Deceit and Virgil look at the four other sides as they came up with a plan to contain the defect and where they were going to place the newest creation now deemed the dragon witch, then back at each other tuning the others out. Today had been too much excitement and too many new things that even Deceit never wanted to leave his room. Remus was back with the light sides and his brother. And Deceit had Virgil back. And as long as that abomination that used to be an apple wasn't touching the imagination, everything was back right in the mind. Deceit's job was done. "We'll go now," he said, to Virgil, the two of them sinking out into their respective rooms. Deceit only had enough time to change his outfit and gloves and conjure another hat to replace the one that had been lost in the imagination, before there was a frantic knocking sound coming from downstairs. Deceit briskly walked from his room and down the stairs. He caught sight of Virgil peeking out from his room, but had made no move to follow Deceit. The knocking continued all the way to the moment when Deceit opened the door and had to lean back slightly with avoid Patton's frantic hands that were still making knocking motions. The Heart looked relieved to see Deceit. Which was weird. "Morality. Long time no see," he greeted, even though it wasn't too long that they had just seen each other in the imagination. "But we just seen dash. Oh, morality. I got the saw to saw off those chicken wings you call arms." Remus's voice called out from behind the moral side. Deceit blinked, and tilted his head at the Heart. "Anyway," Patton said, trying and failing to try and not look bothered. The Heart looked scared to death. "We were thinking, after everything that has happened and considering how much control you seem to have over him." Patton rambled, dancing around the reason he was there. "Spit it out, Patty. I don't have anything better to do," Deceit said, with a roll of his eyes. He supposed it wasn't no surprise they would send Remus back. Just proved that the light sides were still wary of what was good and bad for Thomas. Even if Thomas needed all of them. "We were thinking of permanently letting Remus stay with you," Patton said. "And why, dear Heart, is that my problem?" "He is creativity," Deceit argued. "Therefore, he should be front and center, sharing the limelight with his brother." "Yeah, but his ideas are a bit too scary for Thomas right now." "I mean, have you heard his suggestions and the words he's been teaching Thomas?" Patton frowned. "I have. Isn't that what we want though? For Thomas to grow up? Remus is a part of that cycle. Just like Roman." Deceit said, he already knew he was going to lose this argument, not because morality had more influence, but because Remus himself didn't want to live with the light sides. The creative side really didn't understand what he was going to be giving up. Patton and the others were asking Deceit to be Remus's jailer. To muffle the young Duke's influence. "We want Thomas to grow up to be a good person. He won't be a good person with Remus around," Patton said. "There you are, chicken wing," Remus crowed, popping up behind Patton, causing the moral side. You left the party early. You didn't see the new landscape me and Roman made. And the dragon witch, she a monster. You're going to love her. Oh, there you are, Remus. Me and Deceit were just talking about you moving back in with him," Patton said, putting on a smile that was obviously forced. "Whoopee." Remus cheered and charged past Patton and Deceit, pushing both boys in the process as he bounded up the stairs. They could hear a door slam shut and the muffled cheers of the young Duke. "Thanks, Deceit." Patton smiled. Deceit frowned. "Sure, whatever," he said, closing the door in the moral side face. He frowned up at the stairs where he knew that Duke's room had been placed back and would now stay. He slowly made his way up and to the green door and knocked, waiting for Remus to open up. When said door opened, tentacles reached out and snatched the snake halfling into the room and he was enveloped in a crushing hug from both arms and tentacles. We're roomies again. We're going to have so much fun. And no one to tell what we can and not do. Why? Deceit asked, pushing away from the cheery Duke. Why? Remus repeated, and made a motion as if thinking over the question before he answered. They didn't like me. He finally answered. But Deceit started to say. Only tolerates me in the imagination enough to get work done. He is good. They are good. I am not. Remus said. And me? Deceit asked. Because he was sure he hadn't shown favoritism to the Duke. You are like me. I can feel it. You don't tell me I can't create something. I belong here. The young Duke said, with finality, crushing Deceit in another hug. I am basically your jailer. Deceit hissed and pushed away again. You don't know what you have willingly given up. You're still too new to know what my job is. I am the snake. I keep things hidden. I make sure nothing breaks. You will no longer be able to whisper clearly in Thomas's ear anymore. Deceit shouted, stomping to the green door. Remus watched him with the uncharacteristically blank face, listening. We don't get the attention the light sides do. You have to fend for yourself here. And you just happily walked into this pit of darkness like it's home. Deceit continued and sent a menacing look at the Duke. I hope you find your stay here satisfying, as it will be nothing if not miserable. He said as he slammed the door shut. Remus stared at where the snaky boy had once stood in his room. And a big grin spread across his face. Yeah, he likes me. And I am going to like it here. He nodded to himself. Bring his hand up, reveal several knives, and threw them at the door where a painted picture of Roman and the other light sides were painted, a knife landing on each drawn side in the head, making the young Duke cackle with glee, before being caught off by a series of sneezes. Oh right, he was sick. Deceit, who was still out in the cold hallway of the dark side, shook his head with tired look on his face at the sound of the insane laughter that was Remus, who seemed ignorantly happy in his room, despite what Deceit had told him. Maybe the creative side did belong with Deceit. But it still made Deceit angry that Remus had unknowingly gave up what Deceit and Virgil would never have. A place in the front with Thomas and the others. To be heard. To be warm. To be loved. The snake halfling silently went into his room, deciding that over time Remus will begin to understand what living in this part of the brain meant. Fool. He mumbled as he climbed in his bed for warmth, flicking a heating lamp on, ready to go to sleep. I'm still sick. Remus's voice screeched from down the hall. Deceit rolled over on his stomach and groaned. Okay. He mumbled, flicking his wrist and locking his door, so the young Duke would not barge in on him sleeping. Remus would be fine for a few hours. Then he would have check on Virgil. And then he would have to divide the chores up between the three of them. But for now, Deceit was going to be selfish and stay in his nice warm room and sleep. He did a lot today, so he deserved to relax. Chapter 13, Virgil's Foothold in. Deceit hummed happily in his bed, hugging his snake plushie close to him. His room was delightfully warm now that he had a bigger heating lamp hanging over his bed. It was Deceit's scheduled day off from chores, and he planned on not leaving his room, even though he barely did that already, with their part of the brain being in the dark and too cold. Besides, he deserved this day off. He made sure everyone was working like they were supposed to. He kept Thomas safe and made sure the teen got to do what he wanted. He kept Remus from intruding and suggesting his ideas to Thomas, and he helped Virgil keep calm. And as for managing their side of the brain, Deceit made sure that the other two didn't hurt each other. Which usually meant that he had to keep Remus from setting Virgil off, by making sure Virgil didn't go into fight mode and attempt to hurt the creative side, and that meant to stop Remus from engaging in said fight, which was hard, but manageable. So when they were creating the chore sheet, Deceit made sure to put a day in there where he didn't have to leave his room to handle the headache of being the only mature one in the dark side of the brain. His door was locked. He had his plushie. He had some calming music playing, and he began playing the little yellow orb-like dots of light he seemed to be able to make manifest. He didn't know why he could create them, but they seemed to manifest easier whenever he was in his room. Remus. Virgil's shriek sound from outside his door. What do you think you're doing? Deceit only lifted his head slightly when he heard 2 pairs of feet running by his door. The chores. Now out of my way, came Remus's muffled answer. You're not allowed in my room. Deceit yawned and let his head drop back on his pillow. As long as they were doing the chores and Remus wasn't destroying the place, he wasn't going to leave his room. Out of the emo, or I'll make you. Remus' manic voice cackled, probably already thinking of several things he could do, from scaring the anxious side away, to grossing him out too. Don't threaten me, I'll tell Deceit. Virgil growled, and Deceit rolled his eyes in a silent prayer, that they would leave him out of it. It was his day off. A day he had a reason to not leave his nice and warm room for once. His tongue flicked out contently, at the thought of not leaving the warmth in his room. You so much as call him, and I'll feed you your tongue for dinner. Remus growled back, although the snake halfling even in his room could hear the glee at the thought. I'll rip it out and fry it in a pan in front of you and force you to eat it. I might take a few bites myself. The Duke cackled, the sound bouncing through the walls. Deceit smirked a little, imagining Virgil's face at the menacingly and gross ramble. Something Deceit had learned over the years, was something Remus did almost as compulsively as Deceit's own lying. Although he wholeheartedly believed that the Duke would go through with his threat. Ever since the split, Deceit has yet to feel the creative side lie. Gross, stay out. Virgil shouted, followed by the walls vibrating, from what the snake could only guess was the two having a scuffle outside of Virgil's door. A loud frightened shriek had Deceit sitting up in his bed, as more crashing sounds were made, and the frightened shriek suddenly died off. Now. Back to work. Remus's chipper manic voice said, as he walked past Deceit's door again, humming a random tune. Not sensing nothing off in the brain, Deceit wondered if he should be worried about the sudden silence from Virgil. The silence being broken by a distinct banging sound that he could only guess was Remus kicking Virgil's door open. A few moments later Remus could be heard walking by his door again and back downstairs, whistling merrily as he did. Deceit thought about laying back down and not ruin his own day by stepping foot out of his warm room and into the cold hallway. Surely he could trust Remus not to seriously hurt Virgil, right? He stayed completely still as he listened for any signs of the anxious side. Just as he was about to shrug off Virgil's sudden silence and go back to relaxing in the warmth of his heating lamps, Remus came knocking on his door, pulling an irritated groan from the snake side. Hey, D, I know you told us not to bother you today, but I have a question. What? He asked, already getting back comfortable. No way was he going to leave his room. Those two could handle their chores without him for one day. Just wanted to know if you ever known one of us dying before? Like, how much damage can we take? Losing one of us shouldn't affect Thomas, right? Also, how mad will you be if I just maybe, accidentally, kind of, and probably killed Virgil? The Duke asked, sound pleased as well as a little worried. Although Deceit had a feeling it wasn't for Virgil's sake. Deceit found himself instantly out of his room, not even bothering to use the door, but popping out into the cold hallway and running for Virgil's room. Remus immediately following behind him. He jogged into Virgil's room, finding the door kicked in and everything cleaned up, including the spiderwebs. The bed was made and clothes folded, if not a too haphazardly, but an effort had been made, and the walls had a new paint job, mostly splattered with pink and mint green paint. But there was no Virgil in sight. Where is he? Deceit asked, immediately going for the bathroom attached to the anxious side's room and finding it empty. Not in there. Remus said, looking proud of himself. Deceit hissed, annoyed, and grabbed at the Duke's shirt, and pulled the taller side closer. Where is Anxiety? You know Thomas needs him. He demanded. Oh, calm your scaly butt cheek, sweet cheeks. I left him with a babysitter so I could do my side of the chores. He gestured dramatically to Virgil's room. See. And with Deceit still holding tightly and threateningly to his shirt, popped them to the common area, showing it cleaned and almost as nice looking as the light sides. See. He said again. The lying side narrowed his eyes and went to turn to the kitchen, only for Remus to pop them back in front of Virgil's room with a mischievous grin on his face. All clean. Remus finished. Deceit looked up at the ceiling for a moment to push his frustration aside and looked back at Remus with a sickly sweet smile. Yes. You did a very good job, Remus. Now where is Virgil? What did you do to him? Remus spun in a circle, arms up in victory. I put him up too. Bad boy Anxie was trying to stand in my way, but I showed him. The Duke said, snapping his finger, and the floor beneath their feet disappeared, dropping the two sides in a dimly lit room, that Deceit didn't really know where it was located and he wasn't going to ask. Muffled screaming had the lying side, lifting his head up to find a body-sized cocoon with a giant spider standing over it still wrapping, what Deceit could only assume was Virgil, up in its web. Remus. Yeah, I was thinking, he likes webs and spiders for some reason, so I gave him to Charlotte to watch. Remus smiled, blowing a kiss up to the giant spider as it stopped its work and started moving quickly toward Deceit. Remus. Deceit demanded calmly, glaring at the Duke, while pushing aside his fear that he was going to join Virgil very soon, if Remus did not listen. The Duke looked inquiring at the lying side and immediately started pouting. Fine. And with a wave of his hand the spider disappeared and the web and cocoon smothering Virgil did as well, dropping the anxious side to the ground. Deceit immediately went to the fallen side, barely noticing the Remus had also took them back to the hallway in front Virgil's door. The shadowling immediately started taking deep gulps of air now that he was free. You. He growled out. I'm gonna kill you. Remus immediately perked up. Fists and teeth. I get your spleen when I win. Deceit let his 4 other arms come out to use all 6 to hold the 2 other teens away from each other, placing himself in the middle. I will not tolerate you two fighting each other in this house. If you insist on killing each other, I will be happy to oblige and stick you both in your room and never let you leave. He snapped. Virgil and Remus both stopped struggling against his hold. He carefully released his grip on the 2 and retracted his 4 extra arms, letting them meld into his back. Remus stuck his tongue out at Virgil, who flipped the Duke the bird. Good. Deceit said, dusting his gloved hands off and fixing them a little. Now, I am not going to go back to my room. Do try and not kill other. He huffed, going back to his room and locking the door. He hadn't even made it to his bed that was being warmed by the overhead heat lamp when. Remus. What did you do to my room? Virgil shrieked. A loud cackle from the Duke could be heard as it vanished down the stairs. I knew this was going to happen. Everything's pink and green. Virgil's stomping footsteps echoed through their home, searching for the Duke. Although they were downstairs, the muffled sounds of fighting could still be heard. But as long as they weren't killing each other, Deceit was not going to leave his warm room again. He wasn't their mother, his only job required him to keep them hidden from Thomas. Deceit decided to ignore all the noise as he got lost in one of his favorite books. A few days later. No, no, no. Virgil said, kneeling in front of their television, looking through Thomas's eyes as they were picking out new school clothes and materials. I know, right? I mean, seriously, are we not going to pick something that at least would help hide a weapon? I mean, the backpack could work, but that's just so obvious. Remus agreed. No. Look at what they're letting him buy. He's going to get picked on and then beaten up. Put that back, Thomas. Virgil shouted at the screen. Thomas hesitated for a moment, but did not heed Virgil's plea. Deceit sat at the end of the couch further from the television, sitting silently, and watched as Remus and Virgil tried to influence Thomas. He didn't need to remind them that here, their influence was minimal. Thomas would not feel them as strong. Virgil sat back on his heels after a couple of more tries, looking dejected, worried, and angry. Valiant effort, Virgil. Do keep trying. Deceit said, softly. "'Cause while Thomas would never know of them and their influence not that strong, they were still a part of Thomas. I barely get through." Virgil sulked, skulking his way into the kitchen, tempest tongue vanishing. "What good am I if I can't be heard?" he asked, looking for something to snack on. "Just do what I do and haunt Thomas in his sleep. D's hold slips a little at night." Remus piped up, letting himself flop back on the couch, his head landing on Deceit's lap. "Informative. Remind me to sleep more then." Deceit hummed, disinterested and not letting himself melt into the living heater now on his lap. Remus seemed to knock the chill off him whenever he touched the snake side. "You know why your influence is stronger at night?" he added, arching a brow. Yeah, I'm creativity, intrusive thoughts and morbid curiosity, religious language, blah, blah, blah. It's more fun my way, than Roman's anyway." Remus said, with a random flourish of his hand, fingertips flicking at brim of Deceit's hat, much to the annoyance of the snake side. "As long as I have snakeskin pillow to keep me comfortable and feeling cared for, I am content with the way we live. Right, Snake Daddy?" he asked, making kissy noises up at the lying side. Deceit rolled his eyes and pushed Remus off his lap so he could stand up and started his way up the stairs, effectively pushing the Duke off the couch and on the floor. "I don't care either way. But Virgil is not right about one thing. He isn't doing Thomas any good here. We should try not talking to the core sides. Remus will be sure you're somewhere unsafe," he said, looking back at the two. "I don't understand why it's got to be so hard for us." Virgil sighed. "I mean, are we that bad?" he asked, looking at his hands. "Who gave them the right to choose to put us here?" Deceit shook his head, trying to figure out how to explain to Virgil why things were the way they were. That right came from Thomas, but he didn't want to badmouth Thomas either. After all, Deceit himself was the one that was charged with keeping that wasn't wanted in the light, hidden in the dark. They're the core sides. They don't see that we are all essential and a part of Thomas, including you and me. So, they pushed and shove us out of sight." Remus piped up. "We're kept in the dark, so they can continue guiding Thomas down the straight and narrow path of life. Whispering words that inspire goodness." Deceit continued, trying to ignore Remus's add-on. "Till Thomas crack from the pressure." Remus piped up again, with a feral grin. Deceit couldn't help the smirk that graced his lips. "It's hilarious, really. And such a waste." Remus added, coming up and nudging Virgil in the ribs, with a wink. They struggle to see the truth. Deceit continued, paying no mind to the Duke interruptions. "Yes, but that leave a lot of fun for me and you." Remus crowed. And Remus wasn't wrong. They could get away with a lot in the dark. But being a core side meant you were listened to more. "This is true," he conceded. "Although we must come up with a plan. For you two to be heard like you're supposed to," he mused. "So, you want me to go first?" Virgil mumbled, glancing at the Duke, as if hoping Deceit would choose Remus to try being accepted first. Deceit nodded. "I will get you a foothold in. The core will allow you to do your job, whether they like it or not. You're so sexy when you're serious," Remus said, making weird eyebrow movements at Deceit, who pointedly ignored it. "Remus and you will sneak in so you may suggest a few things to Thomas and help prepare him for high school," Deceit ordered. "I will handle the other matter at hand," he said, turning to walk to his room. "Oh, want me to stuff him under the couch? Might have to flatten him a little, but I can make it happen," Remus asked, jumping to his feet. Virgil sent an alarm look at Deceit. "Remus, do play nice," he sighed. "Well, come on emo, I can drop you in a nice spot, no one will notice you. Might have to hang you by your pants though. The Duke shrugged, after receiving a warning look from Deceit. Grabbing said emo by the front of his black hoodie and running both of them up the stairs past Deceit's and dragged Virgil into his bedroom with a cackle. See you on the other side, Double D. He called. Deceit didn't respond, as he walked straight into his room to warm up quickly before he would go see the light sides. Thomas was starting high school and Virgil was right. This was the time Thomas was going to need the anxious side. This was the time Thomas could use both creative sides. With a little added deceit in there to help Thomas avoid unwanted obstacles that could hinder his dreams and safety. For the first time, Deceit was going to call a meeting, instead of answering whenever the core sides called, which around the time Remus and Roman came to be had stopped entirely. This would not only provide a distraction for Remus to help sneak Virgil in so he could work, but also give him the chance to try and persuade the core sides to accept at least Virgil and Remus as one of them. Taking a few deep breaths, feeling the heat in his room, make him feel more aware and awake, before letting a harmless smile on his face as he let himself sink from his room and pop into the common area of the core sides, at the bottom of the staircase of their identical home. Deceit? I don't believe we called for you, Logan said, from his spot in front of the kitchen. Patton and Roman were crowded around the television where they had been throwing suggestions out and therefore muffling anything Remus and Virgil had been trying to suggest. I hadn't noticed, he said, fixing his gloves, to give his hands something to do for a few seconds. I haven't come here to talk about Thomas's transition into a young adult, he said, getting to the point. So? You're what calling a meeting? Roman asked, with a slight scoff at the end. Lovely to see you again, Roman. Handsome as ever I see. And no, I don't believe I am, he answered, being sure to throw flattery at the princely side, knowing Roman ego would feed off it and appease him a little. Oh, well, thank you, Roman primed, as he and Patton left their position in front of the television, the three core sides coming to crowd the lying side who stood unmoving at their approach, curious as to what would prompt his presence. What's on your mind, kiddo? Patton asked. Deceit didn't look directly at the corner of the ceiling that Remus and Virgil had appeared in, Remus's torso sticking halfway from the wall, as he held or rather dangled Virgil low enough so the anxious side could get a good view of the television, and murmur his suggestions so Thomas would not pick something embarrassing for the new school year, making Thomas cease and guess some of his choices that Roman and Patton had influenced him to throw in his parents' cart and putting some things back. No, Deceit kept his focus on the core sides. Is it not the time for us all to come and help Thomas through this transition of his life? He asked. What do you mean? Patton asked. I mean, high school isn't such a rough and important obstacle in our development. Wouldn't it be wise that we all come together? He tried again, trying to not to slip into lying and relying on his backward talk knowing they would misunderstand him. Oh, I think we got that covered, Roman said, as he pointed to each side in turn. Morality, logic, and creativity. What more could he need to get through this very important stage of his life? Patton will keep him morally on track. Logan will see to it that he learn all he can. And I will oversee that he follows his dream and find love, and protect him from those who threaten his journey to being whoever he wants to be, Roman said, with flourish. Up in the corner, Deceit was acutely aware of Remus sticking his tongue out at his brother and making gagging motions, almost dropping Virgil with his dramatic actions. Whereas Virgil merely rolled his eyes with a shake of his head, before continuing his job. Which will be becoming famous and meet the love of his life. Roman finished, looking pleased with himself. Deceit resisted the urge to call Roman an idiot. Despite that rather brash description, I do believe we have everything covered, Deceit. Logan nodded. Unless you are bringing this up because of that other side? The one you've been keeping a secret all this time? Logan asked. And oh, How Deceit enjoyed how perspective Logan could be sometimes. And if I do? He asked, the question aimed at the logical side. He was aware of Virgil tensing in at the mentioning of him, immediately shaking his head and making abort mission hand signs. Deceit ignored him and ventured forward. Do you believe he would be essential to Thomas during this time in his life? Logan asked. Would I be here otherwise? Deceit asked, smile widening. Roman made a disbelieving noise, but said nothing to interrupt Deceit. Well, what does he do? Patton asked. He had logic and morality interested, and that was more than Deceit could have hoped for. If he could get them to accept Virgil, then maybe they would give Remus another chance. Roman seemed to still need convincing. He is, vigilance, and caution. Deceit said, he was aware of both Remus and Virgil freezing from their spot up in the corner of the ceiling, and staring at him. Virgil with more fear in his eyes than anything. Deceit knew it was a stretch, but it was most likely to win over the core sides should Deceit get them to say yes with that knowledge alone. Vigilance and caution. Roman repeated, making a face. He would be useful in your quest to keeping Thomas safe as he follows his dreams. Deceit nodded. A smile started to spread across Patton's face. Of course he can help us watch over Thomas, he said, excitedly. Hold it. Roman cautioned, dashing whatever kind of victory cheer was forming in Deceit's head. He's been hiding this guy for a long time. Even that one time, when you tried to talk to him, he ran off. Why are you willing to show him off now? Roman demanded, taking an intimidating step toward the snake side. Deceit didn't budge, and slyly moved his eyes to take in Roman intimidation tactic. Up in the ceiling corner, Remus switched to holding Virgil by the back of his hoodie with one hand, while the other hand was used to continue to push himself from the wall so he could drop Totty floor and bash his stupid brother upside the head, for daring to try and mess with his snake. Deceit, seeing this from his peripheral, did a slight movement with his own hand, and immediately Remus was starting sink back into the wall, his hands coming up and covering his mouth to shut him up from making any kind of noise as he was forcibly sent back to his room, where he would stay until Deceit let him out. Virgil was dropped in the process onto the core side's couch below him, his own hand coming up to muffle any sound he let out. The anxious side wasted no time in scurrying behind the couch before the core sides were aware of his presence, only peeking his up so he could still see the television and continue his job. The shadows coming to him as his eyes glowed purple, to try and help hide him better. He nothing if a bit shy. Deceit answered, not skipping a beat. He even respected your wish and has not returned to the imagination at all. He will help you keep Thomas safe from the unknown dangers of high school, and the journey into adulthood. A good voice of reason to have around when it comes to identifying certain obstacles. He added, hoping that would at least pique Logan's and Roman's interest a bit more. Patton he wasn't so worried about. Deceit was confident that once Patton could see and talk to Virgil properly, the self-proclaimed dad side would practically adopt him. I must say that does sound beneficial. Logan mused. He sounds amazing. Patton said, clapping his hands excitedly. Indeed, but I think we can all agree I am more than capable of keeping Thomas safe as he journeys toward his dream. Roman said, looking only half convinced. Yes, but doesn't every brave knight have a squire to assist him? Deceit countered. Roman gave a short laugh. I don't need an assistant. I can do my job just fine on my own. Actually, a squire was a teenage boy in the Middle Ages that would not only assist a knight but was also in training to be a knight one day. So logically speaking, you yourself, Roman, would be considered a knight's squire in the Middle Ages. Logan corrected. Excuse you, but I am a prince as well as a knight. I am no simple untrained squire. Roman argued, offended at being called an untrained knight. Which is why I would like you to take him on as your squire. Deceit said, trying to appeal to Roman's ego. Oh, don't listen to them. Of course someone dedicated to keeping Thomas safe is welcome to join us. Patton cheered, a note of finality in it. Deceit felt a victory smirk slide onto his face. Patton had more pull than the others. While we're on the subject of acceptance, let us talk about Remus, he said casually. Immediately, the core side's expressions changed. What about me, brother? Roman asked, with narrowed eyes. Surely you're not about to suggest that he join us and make Thomas make a fool of himself? He demanded. Well, maybe he was going to have to fight a little more for Remus to get his place with the core sides. But he had gotten Virgil an opening, he had to get Remus one too. I can assure you he will be beneficial to Thomas's high school experience, Deceit stated calmly. Virgil, who was still hiding and now panicking because not only did Deceit manage for the core sides to say yes to Virgil's influence, but Thomas, who was still in the store, was separated from his parents, because he wanted to stop and look at some shirts that he might want to wear for this school year, and the shirts were similar to Virgil's aesthetic that he and let him. But now Thomas's parents were gone and the store was huge, and was that a stranger following Thomas? Thomas was going to get kidnapped and he would never see his family again. Look out, he whispered, unable to control his tempest tongue slipping a little as he tried to be quiet. He didn't want to ruin Deceit's effort of getting the core sides to accept their influence. That stranger was getting closer. Drop everything and run, he blurted out, no wanting to risk Thomas never seeing his parents again. Deceit and the core sides all turned to look at the corner of the couch that was covered in shadows, and Virgil slapped his own hand over his mouth, realizing what he just did. Eyes flicking hurriedly over the other sides, not really registering who they were personally, until he spotted Deceit, who had a frown on his face and was looking worriedly at the core side reactions, before meeting Virgil's eyes. He panicked even more when the core sides started moving toward him. Morality jogging over the fastest with logic close behind. Roman had stayed near Deceit. I see. You were just tricking us this whole time, Roman was shouting. I did nothing of the sort, Deceit denied, not taking his eyes off of Virgil. Look what he just did to Thomas. Vigilance and caution, those were lies, weren't they? Roman declared. And sure enough, everyone looked to the television where Thomas was currently running out of the store and to his parents' vehicle, breaths heavy and eye blurry with tears. Deceit took everyone's distraction to sink out and to his room, hoping Virgil would soon follow. Virgil tried calming his own breathing down, when he noticed Deceit leaving him with the core sides. Morality was the first one to turn his attention back to him. Oh, kiddo, are you okay? What happened? It's a panic attack, Logic answered, and Virgil was happy he did. He didn't think he could answer questions right now. He ruined our shopping trip is what he did, Roman growled. How can someone like this help Thomas toward his dream if he causes him to run from a shopping trip? There was a stranger going to kidnap him, he tried to explain. Not liking that morality and logic flinched at his tempest tongue. And he's paranoid? The snake didn't mention nothing about that, Roman stated. Virgil sent a glare over at the prince. His once thought came straight from Disney. Now only seeing him as nothing but an idiot who liked the sound of his own voice. And who pushed Thomas to act strange and loud and sometimes dressed in a way that put him in the center of attention. An utter annoyance. A handsome and loud annoyance that didn't care as long as attention was on him and Thomas. Logic was thinking, tapping his chin as he looked from Thomas's reaction on the television to mysterious side that Deceit had called vigilance. Putting everything together from he first met him in the imagination a few years ago, to what had transpired today. You wouldn't happen to represent paranoia, would you? He asked bluntly. Morality and Roman both gasped. The princely sighed, summoning his sword. Paranoia? Thomas doesn't need someone to make him paranoid if he's going to become famous. Virgil eyes fixated on the sword in Roman's hand and decided it was time to go. Oh no. Kiddo, wait. You don't have to dash, Patton said, his voice getting cut off as Virgil popped into his room. the shadow vanishing as soon as he took a relieved breath now that he was safe in his room. Deceit was there waiting for him and was quick to pull the anxious side into a hug. "I'm sorry," he said, gripping the back of Deceit capelet that the snake side was starting to grow into. "You have everything to be sorry for," Deceit comforted. Virgil let himself relax in the hug. "Did I ruin everything?" he asked. "Yes. You will not start our job on the day Thomas goes to school. You are not important. Remember that, okay?" Deceit soothed, leading Virgil to his bed. "I do not want to rest up. You are not about to be a very busy side soon. I'll not bring you up something to eat?" Deceit promised, as he left Virgil's room. Virgil nodded, as he slipped his headphones on his ears. Deceit shook off a shiver that ran through him as he left Virgil and walked to Remus's room. He had not really expected that to happen with the core sides, but as long as he had one foot in the door for at least one of them, that was all he could ask for. Now he had to face Remus, who he had forcibly removed. He let his head drop and rubbed at his scales, as he looked at the beaten-up green door that led into Remus's room. Surprisingly, the Duke was not pounding at the door, rearing to get out. Deceit took that as a bad sign. Not delaying any longer, he reached for the door handle and could hear the lock release at his touch. Upon entering, Deceit was greeted with a messy and chaotic dungeon-like room, with Remus laying on his back on the bed, with his head hanging off the foot and the king-sized bed and his dirty boots on the pillows. "Well, look who came to visit." Remus smirked. "Have fun with my brother? Is a spoiled prince your type now?" the Duke asked, piercing the lying side with glowing green eyes. "Of course, because I just love someone who can't stop talking about themselves." Deceit scoffed. A loud thunk sound with a quick flick of the Duke's wrist. Deceit looked down to see a throwing knife, an inch away from the snake's person, trapping a piece of his capelet to the green door behind him. He looked back at the Duke calmly, but sternly. "Very mature, Remus. You know why I sent you back. I couldn't very well let you attack Roman, if I was going to advocate for you and Virgil. We have to think about image." Remus rolled onto his stomach as Deceit talked. "I don't like Roman talking to you like that," he confessed. "I want to torture him whenever I see him near you. And not the torture I put him through when we battle. Severe and unlimited pain. Where I would cut him open and rearrange his organ, and put them in a gift basket, where I would gift them to you." He rambled and he waved his hand. The knife pinning Deceit to the green door vanished, along with the tear that had come from it. "How chivalrous of you. But I can assure you I am very much capable of taking care of myself." Deceit let a confident smile spread across his face. Remus tilted his head with interest, an evil-like look flicking across his face, his finger coming up to twirl the little tufts of hair above his lip that the Duke had been trying to grow out into an actual mustache. "You don't say." In a blink of an eye, Deceit found the Duke up in his personal space, pushing him into the door behind him with Remus's arm pressed against his throat, but not cutting off any air. "Then you should be able to get out of this. Right?" He smiled, his nose mere inches from Deceit's. "I don't want to hurt you, Remus. I'm not even sure how it will affect another side," Deceit stated calmly. "Are you saying you were lying, DD?" Remus challenged, his unnaturally sharp teeth coming closer to the lying side's face, and his arm pressing a little on Deceit's throat, but not to hurt yet. The snake side scoffed at that, and showed the Duke his teeth, letting his fangs show. "Oh, so there are more snake parts to you than the scales. Does this mean you are poisonous? Can you slither on the floor like an actual snake? I wonder what will happen if I pull out your fangs. Will they grow back? Can I wear them as necklace? Ouch." Remus drew his arm back once Deceit bit him on the hand just to cut off his rambling. The Duke glanced at his arm where the puncture marks stood out, along with the yellow veining that was now spreading a few inches around the wound. "That really hurt, D." He pouted, moving away from Deceit, who licked at his teeth, not liking that metallic taste that was left in his mouth. I did not warn you. You cannot tell a lie with my venom. If you do, it spreads. And I know full well what happens when it reaches your heart. He said. Cool. Wanna find out? Remus asked. Yes. Just don't tell the truth. Deceit said, shaking his head, not in a hurry to find out something else that could possibly make him even more dangerous, looking to the other sides. Too bad, I'm going to lie and lie and lie some more. Which means you better stay with me to make sure nothing happens, lest it hurt Thomas when you murder me. The Duke grinned, grabbing Deceit by the arms and throwing him over onto his bed, and jumping on top of him. Remus. Deceit snapped, flicking his hand into a fist. This isn't mphhh. Remus's hands came up and silenced what was no doubt going to be a lie. And Deceit did not want to encourage Remus to start lying to him. The Duke grunted in annoyance, trying to rip his own hand away from his mouth. Remus. I don't believe I have to say how disappointed I wouldn't be if you finished that sentence. He said, staring up at the Duke's wild brown eyes. Remus shook his head. Promise. Deceit demanded, letting the Duke move his hand from his face. I promise on Roman's ego. Remus grinned. Deceit nodded his head. That was good enough, he guessed. The twin might not get along well, but they still cared for each other. Now do not get and let me up, he said, ready to go back to his room. Although it was tempting to just hug the creative side closer and use him as his own personal living heater, but he had an image he had to keep, so he started pushing the side away. No. As cool as fangs and poison is double D daddy-o, that isn't enough to convince me. Remus grinned, two of his tentacles coming out and lifting Deceit hat off his head. Deceit hissed and freed one of his arms to swat at the tentacles, and snatch his hat back. Plus I'm still angry about being forced to leave. Remus chuckled darkly, touching their foreheads together. This caused Deceit to freeze entirely. I didn't even get to have any fun. Deceit couldn't understand the look that accompanied Remus's normally wild and bright brown eyes, but it made him feel weird, and he didn't have the time to deal with that. Not when he had to watch everyone and make sure everyone was working and keeping Thomas mentally healthy. He did not want to fail at the one thing that made him feel useful to Thomas and the others. With that in mind, he hissed at the Duke one more time, before letting his extra arms out, with two grabbing the two tentacle on Remus's back and the other four to help him throw the Duke off him and the bed. Remus tumbled off the bed, with the combined strength that came with those extra arms Deceit had, and watched as the snake side, gracefully rolled off the bed and walked as calm and unbothered as ever to the green door. Remus went to follow and trap the lying side again. After all, it wasn't often he could get D to enter his room, not after the day the Dragon Witch had been created. He could barely get the other two sides to even join him in the imagination anymore. He mostly blamed Roman for saying that they were banished from it. But Remus wasn't anything if not persistent. However, just as he leaped toward the snake side, Deceit had whipped around and out of what a very long hooked cane, the hook end catching the Duke around the throat, and with a spin from Deceit had the creative side pushed back into his room near the bed. Do test me, Remus. Deceit scolded, the cane vanishing, as he left. Humph. Remus grunted with a grin on his face. He loved watching Deceit assert himself and show them who was in charge. But he had never actually seen Deceit take an offensive position, and it really had angered Remus when Roman had tried to intimidate the snake side, and then to be forced to leave. He's getting harder and harder to resist. He cackled to himself, as he rubbed at where the hook and the cane had caught him. Virgil, first day of high school. To say Virgil was nervous was just an understatement. Today was the day he was going to go the core sides and actually work with them to get Thomas through the first day of high school. He had already made note of what could happen on the way to the school, and when they entered the school, and what to do and not to do when it came to lunchtime. It was all so unknown of what Thomas should expect. He didn't get any sleep the night before, and that meant Thomas didn't get much sleep either. Sending Thomas to school with bags under his eyes was almost enough for Virgil to vote that Thomas should just stay home, because they did not want Thomas to be caught sleeping on the first day of school, and then the teachers would think that Thomas was a slacker. Well, there was no turning back now. Thomas was already on his way to school. He tried popping into the Corside's common room, opting to skipping breakfast with Deceit and Remus. He didn't think he could stomach anything anyway. However, instead of appearing in the Corside's common room, he found himself in a room that seemed identical to that of a classroom, including desks. There was even a large television screen taking up most of the wall, so they would be able to see and hear everything Thomas did. The Corsides were already there, and with notebooks and pencils, and lunch boxes. Virgil hadn't thought about bringing any of that with him. "What are you doing here?" Roman demanded, being the first to spot him. Virgil reminded himself not to be intimidated. He was here to do a job. "What's it look like, Princey?" he scoffed. "Like you're interfering with us as we try to guide Thomas through this very important day." Roman answered, crossing his arms. "I was told that it was okay for me to make myself heard when Thomas started school. Besides, someone has to stop him when you push him to make a fool of himself." Virgil snarked. Internally he was aware that it probably wasn't a good idea to get in a fight with a Corside after he had just arrived. "We did say that he was welcome to help us guide Thomas through today. It is too late to shut. I am afraid we still don't know who you are," Logan said, stepping in between Roman and Virgil. "Yeah, Logan thought you might be paranoia, but I told him he was way off the mark." Patton smiled, shoving past Logan and Roman, coming to a stop just in front of Virgil, who flinched away from his sudden closeness. Virgil thought about lying and say he was caution, and while that wasn't an outright lie, it would still only half of the truth and a small part of what he represented. And maybe he would gain a few brownie points if he was honest with them. But what if they hate him for his job? What if it blew up in his face? I represent Thomas's anxiety," he mumbled, refusing to look at the Corsides, and counted it down in his head from 3. "I knew it," Roman bellowed. "That snake lied. Anxiety? Is that bad or something?" Patton asked. "Actually, I believe we were given only half of a truth," Logan stated. "While anxiety is a normal and healthy emotion, if a person regularly feels a disproportionate level of anxiety, it has the potential to become a medical disorder, which can lead to excessive amount of nervousness, stress, paranoia, fear, apprehension, and worry that are strong enough that it can interfere with one's daily activities," Logan recited as if reading from an invisible book. Virgil hunched his shoulders a little at the worry glances that the Corsides were now giving him. What was he going to say to that? Everything Logan had stated was the truth. So, instead of standing around and in the center of attention, he walked past the other sides and to the desks that were lined side by side. It didn't escape his notice that there were only 3. So he took a seat in the one closest to him. "And what do you think you're doing?" Roman demanded. It seemed like that was the only thing he did whenever he seen Virgil or Remus and Deceit. "Sitting. You know Thomas is going to have a hard time and make my job that much more busier if his creativity can't comprehend something so simple." He smirked, seeing Roman's face turn red. "Logic, you're going to have your hands full today." "Why, you little dash," Roman growled. "Hey." Patton jumped in, pushing Roman back. "It's okay, Roman, you can just make another desk. Right? I mean, we were going to have to get another one anyway, since we didn't prepare one for him." But he's dash," Roman scoffed. "Can't return since we opened our door to him. Thomas is already walking through the doors," Logan interjected, producing an extra notebook and pencil from his room, into his hands as he handed them to Virgil, who looked at them with disdain. He hadn't been told he was actually going to have to work. So what do we call you? Patton asked, still with a friendly smile as he took a seat in the desk next to Virgil. I told you. I'm Anxiety. Virgil grunted, already starting to doodle in the notebook given to him, to try and take his mind off the tension that was surrounding the room. They didn't want him there. Oh. Okay. Patton's smile slipped only just a little. Pay attention everyone. Class is about to start. Logan announced, taking a seat next to Patton, while Roman took the desk that was on the other side of Virgil, giving the anxious side one last side glance before his attention went to the television. Let's have Thomas sit in the front row, so he is able to see the lesson more clearly. Logan suggested. And already Virgil knew it was going to be a long day. Don't do it, Thomas. You'll get called on more often and everyone's attention will be on you. You don't want to be labeled a teacher's pet. And just like that, with the help of his tempest tongue, Thomas hesitated and moved away from the front row. Following Virgil's suggestion, it overrode Logan's. The core sides all glanced at him, and Virgil didn't miss Roman's hand reach out and Patton's desk moving slightly away from Virgil, as the prince himself scooted his own desk away. Logan merely looked slightly dejected. Would the second row suffice then, Anxiety? He asked, fixing his glasses. Virgil didn't look up as he lifted his hood up on his head. He hadn't meant for his tempest tongue to come out, it just happened. It was an important choice, when you chose where you were going to sit for the rest of the year. Last thing he wanted was for Thomas to be labeled as a teacher's pet, and then to be called on just because he sat where the teacher's eyes would always land on him. The fourth row then? Patton asked, scooting his desk back to its original spot. Virgil shrugged and continued to doodle. Ugh. This is going to be a long day. Roman groaned, echoing Virgil's earlier thoughts. Chapter 14, Pine Sol and Mongoose. Deceit hummed a little tune as he jotted down a few notes in a journal that was labeled with Virgil's name. He had a journal for all the sides, including Thomas himself. He wanted to keep tabs on everyone, he knew everything about everyone, and the knowledge helped him do his job efficiently, especially now that Virgil was going to the cerebrum, where he and the core sides would go and stay locked in until Thomas was done with school. Deceit and Remus never went in, but they hung around. Remus would cause slight distraction and such, doing his job very well, when Logan could be heard reciting what the teacher in Thomas's classroom was saying. Deceit, well, he just hung around, keeping an eye on things. Making sure Virgil was working like he was supposed to and keeping tabs on any distress, coming from the Patton, Virgil, and or Thomas himself. Making sure the nothing attack his ego, which were both Roman and Remus. He wished he was allowed in this sacred room at which allowed the core sides and now Virgil a more intimate function in Thomas's life. They were allowed to learn and grow with him. While Deceit and Remus scrounged around for any bit of knowledge they could. Most by sneaking into Logan's room and copying from his notebooks. He would let Remus or himself stay too long near the cerebrum though. As fun as it might have been to watch the Duke break his way in. While the core sides and Virgil were away, he and the Duke still had to do their other jobs. Remus shouted from outside Deceit's door. The snake side ignored it in favor of completing his notes. Remus could amuse himself until Virgil came back. He jerked slightly when the creative side began hitting his fist on the door, causing his neat and cursive handwriting to falter and ruin the elegant strokes he had been making. Come on, Snakey, it's lunchtime. Remus shouted. I'll fix something in a minute, Remus. Deceit huffed, rummaging through his desk drawer for some whiteout to fix the mistake and sloppiness on the page. A minute later, more banging sounded on his door. It's been a minute. Come out of there already, you've been in there working ever since Virgil left this morning. Remus shouted, the doorknob jingling, signaling the Duke trying to come into the room anyway. Sighing, Deceit put all his journals away, and locked the drawer that they belonged in. He didn't want anyone finding them, lest they know he was keeping tabs on them. He rather avoid that type of situation. I'm not coming. He called back, making sure his gloves were on right, and he was ready to walk out into the cold hallway. He was greeted by Remus, who was bouncing in place with uncontrollable excitement. Deceit looked him up and down and took notice on the Duke's hands and how he seemed to be hiding something behind his back. "You seem usually enthusiastic today, Remus. Is anything the matter?" he asked, starting his way down the stairs, yet keeping on high alert on Remus's movement. While the Duke has not meant harm in the past, at least malicious intention, Deceit had learned by watching his actions with Roman to keep a careful eye out on the Duke. "Nope," Remus answered as he followed after the lying side into the kitchen. As usual for the Duke, he did not sense a lie from the creative side. But still, Deceit eyed the Duke's hidden hands that were still behind his back, as he opened the pantry to pull out a few packs of ramen noodles. Okay," he replied, as he opted to turn his back on the creative side once more to fill the pot up with water. You trust me, right?" Remus asked. The question had Deceit pause in his movements to glance behind him to find that Remus had moved and was now standing directly behind him. But Deceit did not jump. He was Deceit and nothing would bother him. "I'm Deceit, Remus. I don't trust anyone. Nor am I one to be trusted," he answered, pushing Remus back slightly to get more of his personal space back. Remus let Deceit move away, with a thoughtful look on his face, still hiding something behind his back. "I trust you," he smiled, watching as Deceit started the stove. "Charming. Now, Remus, are you going to tell me what it is you want, or am I wasting my time making this lunch to be interrogated?" The snake-eyed eyed Remus up and down again with narrowed eyes. Again there was no lie coming from the Duke. The Duke really did trust Deceit. But Deceit hadn't lied either. It wasn't smart to trust someone who represented deceit. "I've got something for you, but I want to blindfold you first." The Duke cackled undeterred. Deceit turned the stove off immediately, but with practice calm movements, and turned to face the Duke. "Is that really unnecessary for whatever it is you have hiding behind your back?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. Remus held up his hands, that one holding an actual blindfold. "I didn't want to scare you off before I asked the question." He grinned. "So can I?" Deceit honestly did not want to be blinded. He needed his sight. And he did not want to just let Remus blind him and then be unable to defend himself if he had to. But he didn't feel like Remus would hurt him, he just wasn't sure if Remus's surprise wouldn't hurt him. "Will it matter if I say no?" he asked, instead. Remus thought about for a minute. "No," Remus smiled, with a shake of his head. "Then I guess you have your answer then." Deceit sighed, closing his eyes. At the sound of Remus's fingers snapping, and a cloth materialized on his face right over his eyes. "Okay, my yellow noodle, follow me," Remus cheered. Deceit held his hands out in front of him, his four extra coming out in an attempt to make sure he did not run into anything, when he heard the sound of Remus's footsteps, walking away in a hurried pace, seemingly into the common room. Of course, with his eyes now covered, he could not really be sure as to if he was right or not. When two of his hands came in contact with the counter's edge more than he would like. "Remus. This isn't ridiculous. I'm taking it off," he finally huffed, not going to spend the day being made a fool of as he blindly tried to find his way through their home. It wasn't going to happen. Just as he was about to remove the blindfold, he felt something slither around both his wrists and tugged his hands away from his face. And something else was wounding around his waist. "Don't worry, I got ya," Remus called. Deceit followed the tugging around his wrist and waist, that he guessed was Remus's tentacles leading him, to wherever Remus wanted him. He bit back a complaint when he found himself lifted by the tentacles. "Remus, I am not in mood fo-" he started to say. "Don't worry, you're gonna love it," Remus said, cutting him off. A rush of cold wind rushed past Deceit's, that sent a violent shiver down his spine, signaling that Remus was transporting them somewhere. Once everything was still again, the tentacle put him back on his feet, and Deceit heard the bottom of his shoes click on the floor beneath him and echo slightly. "Are we in your castle?" he asked. "Uh-huh," Remus hummed in acknowledgement. Deceit let the Duke's tentacle pull him and push him into a seat. "Okay, just another minute," Remus said, voice fading, and as he walked around, the tentacle retracting and leaving Deceit alone in his chair. Deceit blinked, his lash rubbing against the blindfold, as he listened to Remus's footsteps moving from one area of the room to the another. Before he felt the Duke's body heat suddenly behind him. And the blindfold pulled off. "Ta-da!" Remus cheered. Deceit glanced at the table before him and the dark green present that sat on the plate in front of him, and then to the large amount food on the table. And not the food they usually eat, which were pizza, ramen noodle, canned tuna, and Chef Boyardee, and what else that would spoil or stay around for too long. On this table Remus had a full chicken roasted in herbs, with mashed potatoes and gravy, and green beans, corn, peas, steamed broccoli, asparagus, with a mix of squish and zucchini. And he even had dessert laid out with banana pudding, and eclairs, and cake with white icing. The snake-side looked at everything laid out before him, taking in the wonderful smells that hit his nose, before glancing over at a very pleased-looking Duke that was still standing over his shoulder. "What is all this about?" he asked, curious now. "Because something had to up. I've decided to celebrate the day we first met," Remus said, with a grand gesture of his arms. "What do you think?" he asked, coming around to sit on the right side of Deceit. "I don't know," Deceit answered, taking the fork set before him to point at the nearest plate of food. "Did you make all of this?" he asked. Remus was already shaking his head. "Nope. I swiped all this from Roman's castle. They were planning on celebrating when Thomas got his grade on the first exam of the year." The Duke beamed. "And this?" Deceit pointed to the present on his plate. "Open it and find out." Remus grinned, all teeth. Looking at the present, it looked harmless, it was even topped with a yellow bow, it didn't look anything like something Remus would make. The snake-side gazed the Duke one more look, before carefully lifting the lid, revealing a dead mongoose inside. Deceit pulled the small dead creature out by the tail and held it up. "You shouldn't have, Remus," he said, after glancing over and seeing Remus grinning from ear to ear, pleased with himself. "So you like it?" Remus asked, with excitement. "Yes. It is a thoughtful gift, Remus." Deceit nodded, throwing a small smile toward the Duke. "I still do not see why the sudden need to celebrate something that happened when we were 10. Well, they were going to celebrate, so why not us? And since Thomas did something that made them happy, it makes sense that we celebrate what made us happy. The start of our own little dark squad. The day me and you met." Remus crowed. "Yes, but it seems you didn't forget someone." "Virgil," Deceit reminded, noticing that a third chair was indeed placed at the table on Deceit's left. "Oh yeah, he should be back now," Remus said, with a snap of his fingers. Deceit looked up at the sound of screaming, his mismatched eyes following Virgil as the anxious side fell straight into the chair. The shadowling teen, after realizing he was no longer falling, looked around frantically, before his purple glowing eyes focused on Remus, and he lunged across the table, fist swinging. "What did I tell you about messing with my room?" he growled. The tumble he and Remus taking the table with them, Deceit was quick to grab the green box with the dead animal in it to avoid having said dead animal somehow landing on Virgil, who was in a scuffle with the Duke on the cold floor of the castle dining room. The food on the table flying everywhere, and Deceit just couldn't wait to see how many stains were now on his clothes. He watched the two sides on the floor wrestle it out, or rather watched as Virgil squirmed and kicked and shouted curses at the Duke that was sitting on the anxious side's back, making faces and avoiding the flailing limbs with ease. Cackling at the action that were no doubt really funny to him. The snake side let them fight it out a few more minutes before standing up and with his 4 extra arms out reaching out to pull the two apart, as he dusted what bits of food he could off himself, before starting to sink out, throwing a thank you for the horrible effort Remus. I loathe the present. Virgil, help him clean up please, as he sank out and back to his room. Remus pouted slightly as the snake side left. They hadn't even gotten to eat the food that Roman's fantasy chefs had made. Nice going, itsy bitsy, he said, throwing a light punch at the anxious side's shoulder. Virgil yelped at the hit and rubbed at his shoulder, throwing a glare at the Duke. I told you not to mess with my room. And I don't want to be here in the imagination. Your brother banished me and Deceit, remember? Remus shrugged. So what? Fight the system. He cheered. I do fight the system. From the safety of my room. And I am not helping you clean this up. Virgil humphed, crossing his arms, and started sinking out. Deceit will know, Remus sang out. Virgil came back up. Fine, he groaned, holding his hand out and as a mop materialized in his hand. Just start spreading it like you're painting. I want it smeared everywhere. Remus said, throwing himself on the food and rolling in it. He didn't really want to clean up, not when his plan went belly up. You're so weird. Virgil mumbled, keeping his distance from the Duke. Like you're one to talk, ANX. Always gawking at the spoiled prince of the imagination with wanton bliss behind all that eyeshadow. Remus cackled, staring the anxious teen down, making a mocking face, and changing his voice in a poor mimicry of Virgil's. Oh Roman, you're so dashing and terrifying, that I don't dare disobey your decree. Shut up. Virgil snapped. Oh Roman, what a mighty sword you wield. I wish you would show me your sword. Remus continued, having a grand old time watching the pale emo turn red from anger and embarrassment. I said, knock it off. Virgil shouted, throwing the mop at the Duke. Remus. You foul fiend, you broke into my castle. Roman's voice echoed across the imagination. Oh, speak and cry, baby prince. How about you go take care of that for me, Virgil? Remus grinned, hopping to his feet and grabbing the anxious teen's closest arm and flinging him out the window. Dusting his hand in a manner of a job well done. Remus leaned out the window to watch the show. He so hoped Roman would initiate a battle on the dark side of the imagination. After the failed surprise dinner, he really wanted to engage in some chaos. That, and Deceit would have Remus's head if he let anything happen to Virgil. He had learned that a few weeks ago, to never try and really harm another side unless he wanted Deceit to come and pull him away and locked in his room. That was not a fun time. Besides, maybe if Virgil got into a bit of distress, delivered be Roman, and Deceit might come to the anxious side's rescue, and then Remus would get another chance at trapping the snake side in the imagination instead of the side hiding in his room all the time. Deceit didn't seem like the type of side that liked to spend his time cooped up in his room. Down below, Virgil had landed on some type of slime-covered plant and looked like some twisted version of the thing on the Pokemon Bulbasaur's back, only grosser. After making sure he was okay, he threw the bird up at the window that Remus had threw him out of the castle window. Stupid, horror demon of the mind. He mumbled, in a growl. You. Roman's voice growled out. And Virgil groaned in despair. Damn it, Remus. Schooling his features and getting his mental guard up, Virgil turned to face the prince. Hello to you too, Princey. He greeted. Where's Remus? Roman demanded. As if I'll give you that info, after what happened in school today. Virgil scoffed. Are you still on about look, you nightmare? Thomas wants to pursue her acting, and the only way he's going to achieve that dream is to join the theater club. Where everyone in the school and the parent and teachers can watch him make a fool of himself. Did you ever think how's that going to make him feel? What if he embarrass himself? He'll never be able to show his face ever again. Virgil countered. Don't talk about his feelings, that's morality's job. Which if you forgot, he was ecstatic about joining. Morality's always happy, you moron. Virgil spat, he had enough of this argument when Thomas was in school. It was always like pulling teeth to even get the other core sides to listen to him. He did not have to take this when he didn't need to be around the core sides. Listen Princey, I'm leaving. Whatever you want with your brother is none of my business, so please attack the castle in the name of that stupid sibling rivalry you two like so much. But leave me out of it. Virgil hissed. Stupid creativity. Stupid imagination. He grumbled as he sunk out of the imagination, ignoring the offended gasp from Roman. Deceit's room. Deceit's head whipped over at the wall at the sound of Virgil's door slamming open and followed the sound of the emo's steps stomp down the stairs and into the common room. When everything was quiet again, the snake sighed, continued to the scrubbing he was giving his hat to get the food stain off it. His eyes drifting over to the book he had slipped from Logan's room before returning. It was a book about mongoose, and Deceit was trying to figure out why the Duke picked this animal. Of course, after reading that they were the enemy of snakes. Particularly, the one Remus had gifted dead. It was a gray mongoose, and the species was well known for their ability to fight and kill venomous snakes, due to their thick coats and specialized acetylcholine receptors that render them resistant or immune to snake venom. Deceit paused in his hat cleaning it, looked at the dead mongoose again. Was he supposed to take this gift as a flattery? A threat? No, it couldn't be a threat. It didn't feel like a threat. Humming in thought, Deceit placed his hat on his desk to let it dry. Whatever Remus was trying to convey by the gift, Deceit couldn't not gave something back. So, while his hat dried, the snake teen went to the kitchen and promptly ignored to the inquiring look Virgil was giving him as he pulled out the cleaning supply, before leaving and appearing in the core side's kitchen, hiding behind the counter as his borrowed some sugar, eggs, and flour and quickly sunk back into his own kitchen, Virgil having moved from the couch to sit on the stool at the counter to watch Deceit bake. Later, Remus exited his side of the imagination, covered in new scratches and blood. Roman hadn't stayed long enough so he could get a good fight in. So, he had created a few creatures to take his pent-up energy on. When they proved not good enough, he went to the Dragon Witch. And boy was he glad he and Roman had her in the imagination. Too bad Deceit didn't return though. He was about to throw himself on his bed when he spotted a plate of cookies on it. He looked around his room, suspiciously, in case Virgil tapped into his fight mode and was trying to get back at him for throwing him out the window. But the thought soon vanished, seeing that a note sat beside the cookies, in Deceit's handwriting, reading, "Thank you for the gift. So Snaky made me cookies," the Duke hummed, picking one up and nibbled on it. "MMM, pine soul," he hummed, delighted, tossing the whole cookie in his mouth. Chapter 15, Snaky Snaky Deceit. Deceit was going to go mad. 2 years of joining the core sides in Thomas's development though high school, and Virgil was starting to get snarky and comparing the dark side with them. They weren't the core sides, and Deceit didn't need to be reminded of that every day. He wasn't morality or logic, and Remus wasn't Roman. The snake side hissed in frustration as he waved his hand out to make the little yellow light to appear. He had mastered them over the years and was now able to shape the lights into any shape he wanted, but naturally he decided on a snake. It tired him out to make them, but they were helpful and made it where he didn't have to leave his room and into the cold hallways of their mind. He could see everything through the little creature's eyes and tuck them away almost everywhere. Tiring to create and keep around, but so worth it if he could stay in his nice warm room and away from the core sides. "Do this," or "the core sides don't do this," and "why can't we just be like them," from Virgil all the time. And then there was Remus and Roman. The two creative sides were proving to be more than just creativity, passion, and Thomas's ego. Roman seemed to also show romantic tendencies, while Remus took on the sexual drive that accompanied the feeling. And boy was Remus making it know that he was sexual. He couldn't run into the Duke without something sexual leaving his grown-in mustache lips. Patton and Logan too were growing into more than what they started out as well. Virgil too, but Deceit wasn't in the mood to really think about the other sides too much. Right now he needed to send another of his snake creation back to Remus's room, due to Deceit's little creations not being able to live in the too cold room of the Duke, and then call the one from Logan's room back. Tension had been running high in the mindscape as of lately, and Logan has been taking some heavy stress due to upcoming exams and homework, topped with Roman and Remus wanting to sneak out for a party and Virgil being against it. And Patton trying to placate everyone as well as keeping Thomas on the straight and narrow path. Deceit could practically cut the tension with a knife. He wanted to check up on Logan. It wouldn't do to have logic break. Logic was essential in this time. He watched the little yellow snake meld into the wall as it went to Remus's room. Just as the one from Logan's room come back and into the snake side's waiting gloved hands. "How is our logic doing?" he asked it as the little creation relayed what it had observed. Through the little creature's eyes he seen that Logan was looking frantic despite his preference to not showing emotion. Which was all well and good if they wanted Thomas to be a robot. But if that little lie is what kept logic working, then Deceit wasn't going to stop him from proclaiming he felt nothing, not now at least. But with Logan overworking himself, it was time for Deceit to make sure the logical side got some rest. So Deceit got ready to put a self-care plan together for Logan. Starting with taking his place for the rest of the day. Deceit took out a mini jar that was small enough to fit in his pocket, and held it up to his fangs, and milked a few drops of his venom into it. Thomas wasn't in school and was already planning on going to a party. It only made sense that logic step away from the table while Thomas does something spontaneous and illogical. Letting the little snake deconstructed into little lights that floated back into Deceit, as he grabbed his hat off the stuffed mongoose as he stepped out of his room and fought the shiver that wanted to run down his spine. As he left, he wasn't stopped by Remus, who was busy in the imagination with Roman while they tried to plan evening they were going to have at the party, and Virgil in his room, coming up with 1,000 reasons as to what could happen if Thomas so much as thought about sneaking out and going to that party. When he rose up into the core side's kitchen taking on Logan's image. "Oh Logan. I didn't hear you come down," Patton greeted. Deceit refrained from smiling, taking on Logan's cool and calm logical-like personality. "Greeting Patton. I came down in need of sustenance. To put in simpler terms, food and liquids," Deceit said. "Well, gosh, you came in at the right time, Lo." Patton beamed. "I just finished making chicken tacos." The moral showed off his tacos, as he quickly made a plate for Deceit, adding just a dash of hot sauce on the tacos, for just the right amount of spice. "Thank you, Patton," Deceit said, taking the plate from the moral side. He made a glass of water, before he turned to leave and head up the stairs to the real Logan's room. "I will eat this in my room. Please let Roman know I do not want to be disturbed for the night," he said, as he left. "Okay, don't work too hard, kiddo," Patton called. "Working hard is the only way Thomas is going to make a living." Deceit threw over his shoulder. "Perhaps make some Mexican corn cake to go with these, Patton. The dessert would complement the meal adequately." "Good idea, Logan," Patton said, ecstatically, and Deceit could immediately hear the sound of more dishes being grabbed as the moral side prepped to make the dessert. "How do you make Mexican corn cakes?" the moral side asked, as Deceit disguised as the logical side started up the stairs. "Research the recipe," Deceit answered, before he was fully out of view of the first floor. Once out of view, Deceit slipped from Logan's image to Patton's as he walked up to the logical side's door. He paused to just take the little jar from his pocket to dump his venom on the tacos right on the hot sauce, so to fool the smartest side in the brain. Once satisfied, Deceit put on Patton's blindingly happy smiles and took peppy and cheerful persona, before he knocked on the deep blue-colored door. "Kiddo, you in there?" he called. "Patton, I very busy right now. Thomas has 2 exams coming up next week, an essay that need research, and homework that is due on Monday," Logan called from inside his room. Come low, I brought you something to eat. He tried again, this time not waiting for Logan to answer as he opened the door and went right in. Patton, please, I have too much work to do. Logan said, swiveling around in his chair to face Deceit. I will find nourishment later. Deceit put on one the looks Patton liked to use to that showed how openly worried he was, throwing in the puppy dog eyes along with it. Not even Logan could resist. But aren't you the one always talking about making sure we have enough nourishment through the day on a scheduled time to sustain a healthy and function life? He asked, already knowing that Logan had said words over 100 times by now. Logan adjusted his glasses. Will you let me work once I satisfy your need to cater to me? He asked. Keeping up with Patton's persona, Deceit put on a bright smile. Sure thing, kiddo. Logan took the plate from the fake Patton before him, to placate the heart. Deceit watched him take a bite and gagged as the venom and hot sauce hit his palate. Deceit handed the logical side the glass of water. A little spicy today, Patton. Logan commented, downing the water. Deceit let him calm down a little before he snapped his fingers. Logan's posture went lax. Logan? Deceit asked, letting Patton's image melt from him and back as himself. The lying side waved a yellow-gloved hand in front of the logical side's face. Can you hear me? Logan nodded, his brown eyes turning blue for a moment before taking on a yellow glow. Faint yellow veins began appearing on the right half the side's face and down his neck. Wonderful. He praised. I want you to go to bed and go to sleep. He ordered and moved out of the way as Logan got up and promptly went to lay down. Deceit went to Logan's desk and began looking at all the work Logan had been doing. The logical side was so overworked. And too much work even for someone as smart as Logan. Deceit knew he could get most of this work done, but it wasn't going to be as well versed and knowledgeable as Logan. Sitting at the logical side's desk, Deceit picked up one of Logan's pens and began working. Once he was sure no one would come bargain into the logical side's room, he would pack up some of the work and take it home with him while Logan rested. Hey, nerd. Roman's voice came from the other side of the door. We're about to get Thomas ready for the party tonight. Are you coming? Deceit cleared his throat to take on Logan's clinical tone. I'm rather busy tonight, Roman. Someone has to make sure Thomas retains the knowledge he has learned. Suit yourself, Einstein. Roman's voice said, fading away from the door. Thankfully, not going to bother the logical side and therefore Deceit anymore. Deceit waited a few moments to make sure the princely side was gone, before getting back to work. However, the moment Thomas went to go a sneak out, shouting could be heard from out in the hall and down the stairs. So loud it had Deceit getting up and switching back into Logan's form, just in case, and crept down out of the room, bringing some of Logan's work with him. This is unsafe. He could get hurt. Or worse. Deceit paused at the top of the stairs at Virgil's voice. The anxious side was standing outside the core side's door, with Princey standing in front of it, not letting the young emo in. Go back to the subconscious, morbid moron. He's not going to get hurt going to a party. Roman scoffed, blocking the hoodie-wearing teen from attempting to enter. Thomas doesn't need you here right now. You would just have him hide under the covers and never live out his hopes and dreams. Now Roman just Patton tried to soothe. And what are his hopes and dreams, you royal pain in my ass? To get kidnapped? To get hurt? Virgil snapped, interrupting the moral side. That's not going to happen. This is a party and you're dampening the mood with your negative energy. So why don't you do up all a favor and get out, because Thomas doesn't need someone like you holding him back. Anxiety. Roman snapped. Deceit could see the small flinch Virgil did as Roman's words struck home. And then decided to go back to Logan's room, when he noticed Virgil's eyes go purple. Favor, huh? Here's a favor. He heard Virgil's tempest tongue slip and rumble through the mind. Deceit let Logan's image drop as he re-entered the sleeping side's room, and began packing up the work. He would be sure to return the work before the weekend was over. Here's your favor. Thomas isn't sneaking out. Virgil shouted. Deceit could see some of the shadows, slipping a little underneath Logan's door, but not entering. Virgil being in the core side's room meant the anxious side would be able to influence Thomas. He is not going. It's too dangerous. Deceit paused again when Virgil's final shout, the shadows, while still not coming in from under the door, had stretched and reached in further than ever for a split second, seeming to get darker. Still disguised as Logan, he made sure the logical side was still in a deep sleep, before slipping out again. He made sure to lock the door on his way out. After all, he was the master key to all of their rooms, besides maybe Remus, if he ever let Remus get away with a very intrusive act. Straightening the blue tie around his neck as he descended down the stairs, he schooled his face into the stoic mask that Logan always wore. His bag hanging off his shoulder, just behind him and hidden from sight. The sight that met him at the bottom was something he expected. Virgil had somehow pushed his way in and was now in a deadly stare down with Roman, who had his sword summoned and pointed at the emo. Patton was pushed behind Roman and behind the couch, shaking with absolute terror as the shadows of the mind all came rushing around their common room and around Virgil, who was closest to the TV, eyes glowing a deadly purple with one hand touching the core side's television screen and the other held out slightly in front of him as if to keep the shadows flying around centered around him. "You're not going, Thomas," he growled out, and through the screen, through Thomas's eyes, and by a horrifying pinching feeling through the Deceit's very being, he knew then that Thomas wasn't going anywhere, and would likely enter into a panic state if he let Virgil continue to run rampant tonight. "You vile creature! How dare you threaten our Thomas? Get your filthy evil hand off that screen!" Roman snarled, creeping forward, sword at the ready. Deceit would not let the sides fight like this. He was to protect them all. And maybe logic was needed now. But Logan needed rest, so it was Deceit who would have to be the voice of common sense tonight. "May I ask what all this commotion is all about? I cannot focus to help retain the knowledge Thomas has learned if you all keep causing distractions." "Oh, salutations, anxiety," Deceit greeted, and took a moment to analyze the situation a little more. "He broke into our home and is now threatening Thomas," Roman clarified. "I tried to get them to calm down low. I told them we could work this out, but Patton piped up from his spot behind the couch. He attacked us. Look at this witchcraft," Roman cut in. Virgil hissed at the prince, his shadows lashing out lightly to push Roman back until his legs hit the back of the couch, before backing off again to continue swirling around the anxious side. "Humph. I see. And may I ask why you decided to barge into our home, anxiety? If you need help with some of the homework that was given today at school," Deceit started to say. "This has nothing to do with school. This has to do with this imbecile putting Thomas in danger for a stupid party." Virgil hissed and made eye contact with Deceit. The hidden snake side let a small yellow glint from his reptilian eye glow minutely before melding back to brown again, before anyone but Virgil noticed. Virgil's eyes widened only by a fraction at the realization that Logan was Deceit. "While I see your point of view, anxiety, I do believe you could have found a more civil way to convey to us your disagreement," he said, carefully, although Virgil looked ready to scream in anger. "However, Roman, I do believe anxiety is right about Thomas staying home. He has a lot of work to do this weekend and should use this free time for optimal study time." "What? How can agree with him? A more civil way to, I told you all this morning," Roman and Virgil both shouted at the same time. Thankfully, Virgil tempest tongue vanishing. "I did not say I agreed with him, Roman," Deceit said, deciding that Logan would address Roman first before Virgil. "Anxiety, surely you could find a better way of communication. As you can see, you both, mind you, now have Thomas in distress." He pointed out, eyes locked on the screen, where Thomas was now in the process of taking calming breaths and trying to talk himself up to going or not going. This fighting will have to stop. Especially, if I am going to help Thomas with all the school work he has this weekend. And once again I will remind you that he needs knowledge to follow his hopes and dreams, Roman, and so should not be sneaking out when he could be doing something more productive. Besides, are we sure that Thomas even wants to go to this party? Deceit asked, looking to Roman and Patton, who had now come out of hiding. Virgil had now calmed down enough that the shadows of the mind had dissipated and everything in the room was back to normal. The anxious side's eyes were no longer glowing purple. Now Deceit had to handle this accordingly, without hurt Roman's ego and without setting Virgil and Patton off. Well, of course he wants to go to the party. Roman answered, voice rising to a disparate level. All the popular kids are going to be there. The in-crowd, Logan. The in-crowd? Will the in-crowd care if Thomas got hurt climbing out of his window? Virgil scoffed. Fall out of his window? Roman. Patton gasped, horrified. He's won't fall out of his window. Roman said, to try and comfort the moral side, while sending an accusing look to Virgil. Nevertheless, he does have to study this weekend, and since you all cannot come to a decision yourselves, I will make for all of us. Thomas may ask his parents if he can go to the party, so they will know where he is and when he will be home. If they say no, then Thomas will stay home and study like he should be doing in the first place. Deceit said, crossing his arms and staring the other sides down with that cold and calculated stare that Logan was known for, and took the time to gauge the other side's reactions. Patton had calmed down enough to where he was now moving away from behind Roman and more out in the open and toward Virgil, who out of all of them still looked upset, but Deceit knew that was a normal look for the anxious teen, especially after an episode like what happened a few minutes ago. Although, this was as calm as Virgil was going to get until he was back in the comfort of his room. Roman seemed satisfied with the compromise Deceit had offered. Are we on agreeable terms, Roman? He asked, wanting a verbal confirmation. Okay. Roman nodded, although he still seemed a bit pouty about it. Patton was already nodding his head in agreement. Good. Well, then anxiety, as you can see, we have now established a way as to make it safe for Thomas to go to the party, and if not, then to use his time productively. Deceit said, eyes going back to Virgil, who let out a disgruntled huff. Whatever, the anxious teen grunted, turning his back on them as he flipped his hood on his head and left. Most likely going back to his room. Thanks, Lo. Patton smiled, walking up to Deceit and wrapping his arms around him. Deceit stiffened slightly in the hold, call him a hypocrite or whatever, but it was unnatural for Patton to hug him. Although Deceit's reaction could be read as Logan not wanting to exhibit emotion. Yeah, Sherlock, you vanquished our foe with words alone. Roman smiled, going over to the TV and turning to it, directing Thomas to go and tell his parents about the party. Sorry we disturbed you. I know you said you didn't want to be disturbed. Patton said, smile disappearing, seeing Deceit's bag full of paperwork. It is quite all right, Patton. But I will be leaving to a quieter part of the mind to continue my work without further interruption. He said, going for the door. I may be late coming back. Try to keep out of trouble until then, Roman. He threw over his shoulder, letting the door close, before letting himself sink back into the subconscious. Once safe in his room, Deceit let a violent shiver run through his body as the heating lamp snapped on and practically clasped in his desk chair, letting Logan's image melt away from him. Everything was so exhausting, he took a moment to take a deep breath to get himself ready to take on Logan's job. Deceit! Virgil shouted, from outside the Snake Side's door, dashing any hope that the anxious side would stay in his own room away. I know you're in there. Open up. Deceit didn't answer. Merely laid his head on his desk as after spreading Logan's work pile in front of him. He didn't have the time or energy to get in an argument with Virgil. A sharp pain sliced in his head as the snake in Remus's room died again. Either from the cold or Remus accidentally killed it again. Either way, Deceit wasn't going to be able to make another one for a bit. He made sure his door was locked, that not even Remus could intrude on him as he set himself up to continue to work. Remus's room. The Duke stared as the yellow snake his dagger had pinned to the wall disappeared into tiny little yellow lights. He had been seeing them all over the mind lately, and every time he caught one it would disappear into tiny yellow lights that floated away into the mind. He wanted to catch them so he could give them to Deceit. After all, Deceit was half snake, so surely he had to like snakes. And these were yellow just like the snake side. However, Remus also wanted to know where they came from. As well constructed as they were, he almost suspected Roman was the creator, but then Roman was a big fan of snakes. And Remus knew he himself didn't create them. They weren't cool and gross like the rest of his creations. Plus, he doubted they were Romans. His twins' creations stuck to the normal fantasy scripts, including Remus's creations. These little creatures acted like they could think on their own. Could leave the imagination and enter it any time they wanted, and that included a side's room, if them being in the Duke's bedroom was any example. This one in particular was hiding under the bed, next to an old rusted axe. When the Duke had tried to grab for it, the little yellow thing had melded into his wall, and the creative spent the better part of his day waiting it out and taking note on where it would pop up to distinguish a pattern in its movements. Everything had a pattern. He had not thrown the dagger to kill the little thing, in fact he was sure he didn't even hit any vital organs, but the thing had withered in pain before exploding into lights just like the other ones. Remus hummed, rolling the end of his mustache in thought. I'm going to have to try some boring methods, it seems. He nodded to himself. Especially if he was going to show the little things off to D. The next day. Deceit yawned as he descended the stairs. He hadn't gotten any sleep and hadn't long returned from slipping into the core sides part of the mind to return Logan's work before the logical side awoke. He still had his own work to finish, but not before getting status reports from his little creations. And recreating another one for Remus's room. He pointedly ignored the glare Virgil was giving him from the counter as he started breakfast, raisin bran today. He made sure to put the glue on the side for when Remus came down. The creative side liked pouring his own chemicals. For himself, he made a nice hot cup of coffee, took the mug from Virgil, who was about to drink out of his freshly made cup. Hey! Virgil growled, trying to snatch his cup back. Give it back. You know coffee has bad side effects for you. Thomas has already had a cup today. Therefore you do not need one. You know this, Virgil, he mumbled, closing his eyes with a small smile as the caffeine started doing its job. So, are we not going to talk about it or what? Virgil snapped, clearly still mad about what happened yesterday. I don't see anything to talk about. I wasn't doing my job after all. Deceit said, casting a side glance at the stairs as Remus came running down them and straight to the bowl of cereal and glue that was waiting for him. Deceit watched only for a moment as the creative side dumped the whole bottle onto the cereal, before turning to go back up the stairs and to his room to finish his own work. I could have told them. Virgil said, lowly. Stopping Deceit in his track. And causing Remus to look up from his breakfast, mouthful glue dripping from his mouth and mustaches, as his eyes bounced between Virgil and Deceit. I wouldn't have let you. Deceit countered, not turning to look at Virgil. Let me. So now you let me do things. Virgil growled. You know that is, not, what I meant. Deceit said, fighting against the urge to slip into lying. He didn't want to slip into his backwards talk while arguing with Virgil. Oh, and what did you mean? What were you going to do? Shut my mouth up? Force me back into my room? Virgil shouted, jumping from his seat to stand at the bottom of the stairs, staring a hole in Deceit's back. Virgil, please not right now. Deceit said, taking another step up the stairs. You took their side. Virgil hissed. I did not. Deceit hissed back, looking over his shoulder at the anxious side. I did my job. Now if you will excuse me. I have important matters that require my attention, he said, continuing up the stairs. Damn Virgil! Remus cackled, from downstairs. Shut up, Remus! Virgil snapped, running up the stairs and into his own room. The Duke sat alone downstairs watching his two roommates leave him alone after yelling at each other. Well, Virgil yelled, Deceit hissed. He was his hissy snaky fiend. The nicknames had a big grin on his face. Speaking of his snaky fiend, why was he holding himself up in his room to do work? Work didn't take all night and day. Finishing his breakfast and tossing the glass bowl in the sink with a satisfying crash sounding after it, before the Duke had made up his mind. Deceit was always working. Today was going to be the day that the snake side was going to have fun. Whether he wanted to or not. Deceit was going to spend the day with Remus in the imagination. But how was he going to lure the snake teen from his room to do that was the question. Remus was sure he could think of something. Deceit's room. The snake teen glared at the papers and journals and the little snake creation before him tiredly. He had gotten behind in his own work by doing Logan's, and doing another side's job pulled more energy out of him than he would like to admit. He could probably sustain a little more energy if he got rid of his little creations, but then how was he going to be able to keep an eye on all the sides at once? He waved his hand, sending the little snakes back to their job. He then went to pick up his pen to write updates in his journal on the other sides. Before dropping it again with a sigh at the feeling of something curling around his ankle under his desk. Remus, I told you to never sneak into my room, he said, kicking what was obviously a tentacle wrapped around his ankle, causing it to let go, so he was able to push himself out from his desk and watched as the Duke crawled out from underneath it, with a severed arm draped around his shoulders like one would a scarf. If I had knocked, would you have let me in? Remus grinned, as he stood up, the hole that he had crawled out of under Deceit's desk vanishing. Deceit busied himself by putting up his journals. The ones with everyone's name on them. Yes, Deceit answered, once done. See, so I crawled in. The Duke smiled, spinning around and taking in the Snakeside's room. He didn't get a lot of opportunities to see the Snakeside's room and always found something new and wonderfully telling about his friend whenever he did. Like how the lamps kept getting bigger and hotter, making the room almost seem hot enough to cook someone. Remus briefly wondered if that was Deceit's plan, to make the room hot enough it would cook any other side but himself. Deceit listened as Remus mumbled to himself, gleefully getting lost by and distracted by his own thoughts. Remus, was there something you wanted? He asked, getting the creative side's attention again. Oh, yeah. I want you to come with me, the Duke said, opening Deceit's bedroom door and snapping his fingers to reveal a rope ladder hanging outside the room from the ceiling. I don't really have the time right now, Remus. Deceit shook his head. Oh, come on. I created something new and I want a second opinion. The Duke ushered, grabbing Deceit by the arm and pulling him closer to the ladder, before letting the other side go to climb up. Deceit tilted his head, trying to sense a life form the Duke, but there was none. Like always, Remus never lied to Deceit. But still, this felt planned. I'm sorry, Remus, but I have to decline, Deceit said, starting to back away. As tired as he was and with how much energy he had been using the past few days, Deceit didn't think he could take the cold of the dark side of the imagination. He didn't get far though, as Remus had his tentacles out again, wrapping around the Snakeside's waist and hauling him up the ladder anyway, before the other side could even make a run for it. Remus, let me go. Put me down, Deceit hissed, kicking air and struggling in the tentacles as the Duke climbed the rope ladder that apparently led to nothing but darkness. You're going to love this, DD. I made it just for us to explore, Remus was babbling, ignoring the Snakeside's hisses and threats. It wasn't until Remus pulled them out of a hole in the ground, that closed up as soon as Deceit's feet hit the earth, did the tentacle release the snake side and meld back into Remus's back, leaving Deceit to look around their surrounding. Remus had brought them to a swamp, and very dark and misty swamp with several growling-like sounds around them. "Remus, where dash?" he asked, hand coming to fix his hat to try and hide how nervous he was getting. "Here D. You're going to want to take this." Remus grinned, snapping his fingers, having a shield materialize on Deceit's left arm. The Duke already holding his morning star, the severed arm now gone. "Now see here." Deceit hissed, already bringing the shield up to protect himself in case Remus started swinging. There was no way he'd win in a fight with the creative side. "I thought I told you I refused to fight." The Duke tilted his head at the snake side's reaction. "I didn't bring you here to fight you." He smiled. "I brought you here to go on an adventure with me." He cheered. "What?" Deceit lowered the shield slightly, but not all the way. "I created an adventure for us," Remus repeated. Deceit looked around one more time. "As thoughtful as this is, Remus, I'm afraid I don't feel up to it," Deceit said, noticing the growling getting closer. "I don't think I will be much of a monster hunter." The snake side wasn't going to mention that the wetness of their swampy surroundings was also soaking into his shoes and socks, and therefore, not only was he tired, cold, but now also wet. But he wasn't going to out his weakness like that. Not here. Not ever. He could hold it together as he talked Remus into cutting their adventure short. "Heads up," Remus warned, as a creature from the dark of the swamp pounced from its hiding spot. Deceit hid behind his shield as Remus engaged the creature in a short scuffle, before he lifted the heart of the creature in the air in victory. Deceit stood off to the side with his back against a tree, relaxing his arm with the shield attached to it. "Wonderfully done, Remus," he congratulated, but not moving forward in case any more monster decided to attack. "It was, wasn't it?" Remus grinned. "Now, onward," he crowed, the morning star spikes catching on the edge of the shield, jerking Deceit to start walking and following him. Deceit kept close to the Duke, and not for protection but for his warmth that was radiating from him. He tried not to get too close, not wanting to cause suspicion as to why he was almost touching the creative side as they walked. He was just so tired and cold, but if this little adventure appeased the Duke's every creating and loud thoughts, then Deceit suppose he could suffer a little adventure with the active creative side. As they trekked through the misty swamp, Remus took care of the monsters that jumped out at them, usually taking the creatures down in one hit. "This is fun, right?" Remus finally asked, taking out another dark creature of the mind, by ripping its throat out with his teeth. The Duke turned to face his companion, who had been quiet during their walk, only using the shield to keep the blood of the attacking monsters from getting on him. Remus wouldn't let the creatures touch Deceit. He hadn't forgotten that Deceit at age 10 had not liked the idea of fighting and had ran from Remus, or at least had tried to run away. Remus wasn't dumb, he knew Deceit worked. Even as kids, Deceit did nothing but work. The creative side couldn't even remember a time where he had seen Deceit even act as anything other than a workaholic. Maybe the more they spent time with each other, the more Remus would finally learn about Deceit and get the snake side to stop hiding in his room all the time. He was, however, enjoying how close Deceit was up against him. And he wasn't going to say anything about it. He didn't want to break whatever spell was keeping his snaky fiend near him. "Thrilling," Deceit answered, trying very hard to not think about how cold Remus's side of the imagination was. How cold his whole body felt. He just had to stay near Remus. Stay near the heater that was the Duke. "Good." Remus smiled. "Because we are very close to leaving the swamp, and then the real battles begin." Deceit didn't bother asking what, knowing Remus it was probably something that was sure to rival anything any of the sides could think of. Besides, so far Remus hadn't had Deceit fight anything, so that was something. Maybe all Deceit had to do was to watch. Hopefully he would only have to watch. "Get ready," Remus warned as soon as they stepped from the swamp and onto volcanic rock-like ground. A loud roar had Deceit looking up at the one creature in the imagination he had witnessed the birth of. The one creation that Roman and Remus both created. The dragon witch. Deceit hissed, ducking behind his shield as the beast flew above their heads. He missed the creature diving toward them and almost felt what soul he had leave him when the creature grabbed hold of his shield and dragged him into the air too. Remus! He called. The Duke watched as the dragon witch took Deceit into the air. He hadn't wanted that, but hey, now he got the chance to save DD too. Fun, right? He shouted out to the snake side who was being flown in the air. Don't get me down. Deceit shouted back, trying to wedge his left arm from the shield. Because that was what the claws were gripping. He was just dangling. Hearing Deceit request, Remus did a running jump to launch himself into the air, and since he was in the imagination his jump was quite high that he was able to land on the dragon witch's back when she did another dive. Okie dokie. Hang on to your scales. He called, as he brought his morning star down against the beast's skull. Taking hold of the horns, Remus steered their reptilian ride to fly over his side of the imagination. This would give Deceit a chance to take in the wonderful view from a bird's eyes. The thought drew a gleeful giggle from the Duke at the thought of Deceit actually seeing through a bird's eye. And briefly wondered what it would be like to have a bird's vision. If he was able to really take a bird's eye and replace his own. Deceit, on the other hand, was still trying to free his arm from the straps that kept it attached to the shield. His gloved hand fumbled over the straps trying to find the buckles to release his arm and thus freeing himself from the dragon witch. The cold wind rushing past him was doing nothing for his predicament, and when he was done running around the imagination with Remus he was going to lock himself in his room and curl up under his heating lamp. We're heading over water now, Remus informed. And that made Deceit freeze in his actions. He did not think about what he was going to do once his arm was free. Up in the air. Dangling up in the air. Remus! He called. Don't get me down now, he demanded. I'll get her closer to the water, then you can drop, Remus said, the dragon witch diving even lower. Deceit arched his body close to the shield and away from the freezing cold water that was getting closer to him. Can't you not tell her to land? He asked. We haven't tamed her yet, Remus answered. Drop D. Deceit bit his lip as he looked at the water underneath him. He really didn't want to drop into the water, but that was the only option that was given to him at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Deceit released the buckle on his arm and dropped into the water. It was so cold water took his breath away, and it took him a few minutes to try and kick his legs to try and make his way to the surface. He was a swimmer and had never had a reason to learn. The waters were always too cold, even his shower water couldn't get warm enough to where he could take even a more than a 5-minute shower. And now here he was trying to swim his way through a lake of water in the imagination, and he couldn't swim. A dark frilly-sleeved arm reached into the water, reaching and grabbing Deceit's outreached gloved hands that were clawing through the water trying to breach it. That dark-sleeved arm pulled the snake side out of the water, and Deceit clawed his way up that arm and used his free hand to pull himself close to the body that arm belonged to, taking deep breaths of air. Something else was wrapping around his torso and helped pulled him out of the water. It took a moment to realize it was Remus and that the creative side was talking to him. I got you, Double D. See, you didn't go splat. Remus was rambling, as he pulled Deceit up on the bank with him, to where they were nowhere near the water. Deceit let the Remus hold him and soak up the warmth that was being offered. Instead you went splash. Not as thrilling as splat. No blood. Deceit was well versed to know this was Remus trying to be comforting, that the adrenaline and the thrill made it easy for his thoughts to run rapid and made it hard for the Duke to filter what came out of his mouth. Although, Deceit wasn't in the state to where he cared right now. He couldn't get warm. He couldn't get warm. Remus's heat wasn't enough. Deceit tried burrowing closer into the dark creative side as he tried to rob as much heat as he could, but he couldn't stop shivering. And if he couldn't stop shivering, he was going to become a snake. A literal snake. And he did not want to turn into a snake in front of another side. He didn't want his weaknesses broadcast to the other sides. You didn't go splat. You went splash. Splash. You should have seen me after you fell. I sent her diving headfirst in the volcano and swan dived with a superhero landing and pulled your damsel in distress ass out of the water. Ha ha ha. Isn't that fantastic? Dash. Deceit tried talking but his teeth were chattering now. He was going to shift. He was too cold. Too cold. He tried pushing himself away from the Duke so he could sink out to his room. Had to get to his room. Couldn't let anyone see. As he turned into a defenseless snake. But Remus wasn't letting go. The Duke had pulled him even closer. No, no. We got to get you warm. You're shivering like a corpse full of worms. Remus said, squeezing himself close to the snake side, who was trying to push away. Deceit was trying to make his limbs listen but it was hard when he was so painfully cold. He couldn't even sink out now. He could feel his creations disappearing the more weaker he was getting as he tried to make himself not shift. Remus called, forcing Deceit's face toward him, when the snake side wasn't responding. The Duke was met with a glassy mismatched gaze and dull scales. Double DD. Reram. Deceit mumbled and before the side was physically shrinking in his hands. And the Duke was holding a yellow-scaled cobra, that was now wrapping itself around his arm. Remus' eyes widened and immediately hugged the snake close to try and cradle it, because he just watched Deceit turn into a snake. A literal snake. And that was so awesome and cool and sexy, and now what was he going to do? D knows what to do, but D was a snake. D couldn't talk. He could hiss. And Remus could hiss back. They could talk in snake language. Remus could make himself turn into an octopus, but he wasn't sure if that was the same thing. It didn't look like Deceit had control over his shifting into a snake. The Duke looked at the snake that looked like it was trying to burrowing into the creative side skin, and Remus wondered if he should help the literal snake side to burrow into his skin. Would that mean they would be fused? Or would they be one? The snake coils tightening pulled Remus from his thoughts. Oh, right, Deceit was a snaky snake now, and the Duke couldn't just sit at the edge of the lake in the dark forest of the dark side of the imagination. So, he started, getting to his feet and bringing his arm up to better look at the snake coiled around his arm. Glassy serpentine eyes stared lazily back at him, the serpent flicking its tongue out slowly. You can turn into a real yellow noodle, huh? He smiled at the serpent on his arm, the coils tightening even more, as the creative side marveled at the serpent on his arm. Marveling at how much more interesting and beautiful at the same time. And Remus prided himself in finding the beauty where his brother and the other sides couldn't. Deceit was a type of beauty that he didn't think he would ever find. One that complemented himself so well. One that understood him. He began humming a little happy tune as he summoned his door to the imagination. Walking in a steady gait so not to jostle the serpent on his arm. Even when the creatures tried to run up on him from behind as he casually walked to his door. The Duke turned fluidly and let out a demonic scream that scared the dark creatures of the mind to run away from their ruler, as he lovingly turned back around and cradled the seemingly frozen snake wrapped around his arm. Once in his room, Remus waved his hand conjuring forth a large terrarium in the middle of his room with a nice mossy bottom. Okay, my snaky noodle. In you get. He smiled, placing the arm Deceit was coiled on into the terrarium. The snake side did not loosen, in fact he seemed be trying to tighten his coils, refusing to let go. You're going to cut circulation off DD, and then my arm will fall off. I would love to find out what would happen if you squeezed with all your strength, but I don't think you're strong enough right now to even stop me from stretching your coils apart. Your bones could break, and snap apart like twigs in my hands if I wanted to right now. Remus said, bring his face to level with the defenseless side. Deceit blinked tiredly and loosened himself from the Duke's arm. Good. Here. Remus offered, conjuring a handful of dead mice up and putting it in the terrarium with Deceit. Eat up. I'll be back. Deceit lazily watched the Duke leave, behind the glass of the cold terrarium that the creative side conjured for him. So this was his life now. Remus was going to keep him as a pet. Ironic really, if the lying side thought about it. He was supposed to be Remus's jailer. He muffler. Instead he had let himself shift into his weakness for and was now a prisoner of the side he was supposed to control. And it was still so cold with no heat anywhere in sight that he wasn't sure what would happen if he didn't get warm soon. He didn't even want to think about. He was too tired to think about it. And so rather than be awake to find out what Remus was going to do to him, Deceit let his eyes close and went to sleep. Remus. Remus ran out into the hallway and began banging on Virgil's door, and he didn't stop until the emo angrily yanked the door open. What? He demanded. Taking a breath and willing his thoughts to stay on track, Remus grabbed the emo teen by the hoodie. Do you know how to take care of snakes? He asked in a rush. What? Virgil asked, pushing the creative side's hands away from him. I'm trying to take care of D. We went into the imagination and dash. Virgil cut the Duke off. Yeah. Sure you are. Deceit doesn't let anyone take care of him. If you hadn't noticed, he stays in his room. If you want to take care of Deceit, just leave him alone. Virgil scoffed, slamming the door in Remus's face. You better be glad you're under DD's protection, or I would have disemboweled you for that. Remus shouted so the anxious side could hear him. The Duke made sure to kick the emo's door before sinking out into the mindscape to find someone who could help him. Because as nice as it was to know his yellow slinky could change shape now, the problem now was that Deceit's control had slipped, as in Remus knew he was free to roam without something holding him back. That something being D. That snake in the terrarium wasn't D, at least not fully, and D didn't just let go of his control like that. It was undeceit-like. And Remus did not like his Deceit not acting like Deceit. The Duke stomped back into his room and looked into the terrarium where the snake in his care was now sleeping and the mice uneaten. Remus narrowed his eyes as his took in the habit he made Deceit. Maybe if the lying side slept a bit, and then ate the mice, then maybe he would turn back to normal, and then Remus could finally get some answers. You're okay, right DD? He asked, the sleeping snake. This is a sneaky thing to hide. He mumbled, going to sit on his bed and watch the snake in the terrarium. He would give Deceit a 3-hour nap before waking him back up to make him eat and change back. And Remus was not going to take his eyes off him until then. Chapter 16, Impaled, and Respond, just another day. Deceit flicked his tongue out lazily as Remus tried to nudge a disgusting dead mouse into his mouth. Not that Deceit was going to be able to eat anything anyway. He was too cold to eat anything and way too tired. But Remus had grabbed him from the terrarium and had insisted that the snake eat. As sweet as the gesture was, it was also a little too rough. Come on, D. You got to eat. Remus urged, trying to nudge the dead mouse into the yellow serpent in his lap. Rather than opening his mouth, however, the lying side decided to try and burrow under the creative side's clothes to get to that warmth that was radiating from the Duke, to try and hide from the cold that was Remus's room. Remus let out a series of giggles that escaped him as Deceit started wiggling his way under his clothes. He had to grab Deceit's neck and hold the slightly wiggling snake away from his body. Nuh-uh, my hissing fiend, no nookie until you eat, he said, kissing the yellow cobra on the nose. Look. Like this. Remus demonstrated, gulping down a dead mouse and showing a winning smile full of sharp teeth to the snake side. Deceit would have rolled his eyes if he could. But he really just wanted to get as close to any type of heat. Remus was trying, and whether it was to keep him as a pet or something else, the Duke was at least trying to keep him healthy. But before he could eat, he had to get warm. To try and communicate this, he tried to put more energy in wiggling from the Duke's grip so he could get closer to Remus's body heat. After a bit Remus sighed and let him, even helping him slither under the shirt and wrap himself around the Duke. "Okay, Snaky," Remus said, with a small smile that was unlike the one he usually wore, and patted Deceit on the head where it was resting on his shoulder under his shirt. He was trying to help, but Deceit wasn't cooperating. How was he going to take care of Deceit if he didn't know how? If Deceit couldn't tell him? He stood in one fluid motion, feeling at where the hidden serpent was coiled around his body to make sure the lying side was secure and not going to fall off, before sinking out into the mindscape. He was free to go to anywhere now and be as loud as he wanted with Deceit so weak, but he couldn't find the fun in that. But now he was able to pop into any room in the mind, including another side's room, so when he popped into Logan's room, he pulled the nerd up by his stupid tie, with a feral grin. "Hello, Loggy Bear. Remus. You shouldn't be here," the logical side said, pushing out of the creative side's hold. Deceit must be slacking in his job. Remus let the other side move away from him, but he felt when the snake under his clothes restricted a little and being called out. "Oh, DD's everywhere," Remus said, with a manic smile on his face. "Kind of like a ghost. But then we must all be ghosts since we haunt Thomas without him knowing all the time. Maybe someday we'll get stronger and then we won't need Thomas, or maybe one day we will all have to fight as to who take control of Timothy. Wouldn't that be cool and bloody?" the Duke rambled. Logan let out a frustrated sigh, returning to his desk chair, ignoring the rambling. "Well, then to what do I owe the pleasure?" he asked, interrupting the dark creative side from his rambling. "Pleasure, you say? Well, Loggy, if it pleasure you want dash," Remus' grin widened. "What do you want?" Logan corrected himself. What do I want?" Remus hummed, taking dramatic steps as he started pacing. "I want a lot of things dash." Under the Duke's shirt, Deceit tightened his coils minutely, and as weak as it was, it seemed to put the creative side's thoughts back on track. "But right now I need to know how to take care of this snaky snake," he said, ripping his shirt over to the side, showing off the yellow cobra's head on his shoulder. Logan blinked, but other than that did not make any other facial movements at the reveal of the serpent on the Duke's person. "You wish to learn how to take care of a reptilia?" Logan stated, eyeing the odd color of the serpent, but then shrugged it off. He had seen a rainbow-maned unicorn in Roman's garden, so this was pretty much normal, since he suspected that Remus had created the serpent. "This may be of help to you," he said, with a wave of his hand summoning forth one of his books on the creature, handing the book to the Duke. "Don't bother returning it, as I am sure you will have found a way to destroy it by the time you are finished with it," the logical side said, as he turned to go back to work. Remus snapped his fingers and his shirt and sash were all back in place as he took the book. "What a pal, Lolo," he smiled, as he sunk out. Deceit, who had been dozing in and out as Remus moved about, had to keep a conscious mind on not fully slipping into a deep sleep to keep his coils tight enough that he would slip off the living heater he was wrapped around. He was so focused on the warmth coming from the body of the creative side that when Remus lifted his shirt and pulled him away from his body, that it pulled a startled weak hiss from the lying snake. "Hissy today, aren't you?" Remus grinned, wrapping the snake around his neck and shoulders as he draped himself on a throne that was in his castle. Deceit shivered and tried to coil around Remus's neck without actually choking the other side. A dead body didn't radiate heat after all. He didn't know what Remus was really planning on doing with him, but until he could warm up he wasn't going anywhere apparently. He just hoped Remus planned on leaving the imagination soon. The dark side of the imagination was too cold, and even Remus's heat was no help, but it was all he had at the moment. Besides for the growls that sounded outside the castle walls, everything turned eerily quiet in the castle's main hall, as Remus began reading. Or something that looked like reading. Deceit wasn't too sure, seeing how the Duke was literally lifting the words off the page. Whatever the side was doing, Deceit just hoped he would be allowed back under his shirt soon to get some much needed trapped heat. "Holy buttholes, DD!" Remus shouted, jolting upright in his throne, causing Deceit that slip a bit at the sudden movement and noise. Sunlight. You sunbathe? I never seen you do that. How have you been hiding this from me? I follow you everywhere. He asked, running through his castle. Deceit wasn't sure where, he just knew they were going up a long flight of stairs, and then was chilled even more when the Duke opened the wooden door revealing they were up on a tower. The wind was more chillier up here and Deceit let himself fall from the creative side's shoulders to try and slither back into the castle. Although he kind of regretted it, seeing that the stone flooring was just as cold and he really couldn't get his body to move. Whoops! Remus said, picking Deceit up by the tail before righting his handling, as if he just remembered he needed to be gentle. The Duke looked up at the grey cover sky that was his side. Might need to go to Roman's side for sunlight. He mused, wrapping Deceit around his neck like a scarf, petting the serpent on the head as he leaped from his tallest tower. And Deceit couldn't help it if his coils tightened then. Because even if he was just piece of Thomas and maybe not even able to die, it was still scary to fall from such a height. He bit the Duke in the neck as punishment when they landed safely. Ouch! Remus's hand pulled the snake's face away from him and looked him in the eye. Now Double D, don't start something you can't finish. I don't think you're in any position to handle what I can give. He cooed, rubbing his face against the snake's, like one would a fluffy creature's fur. Deceit hissed out a sigh and let him, as Remus walked through the dark forest of the imagination. Rambling as he did so, his hand coming up every now and again readjusting the helpless snake side a little whenever he got too still. It made Remus nervous whenever Deceit went too still. He didn't like it when Deceit wasn't moving, or hissing, or just being Deceit. Deceit looked miserable as a snake and he wanted to fix it. He was going to fix it. He barely took notice of Roman's creature as he walked from the dark forest and into the mystical forest that was Roman's area. The silly creation weren't worth his attention anyway. Yeah, he could probably destroy a couple of them, but he needed to take care of Deceit first and find the perfect spot to sunbathe. And when he found it, a nice big rock, sitting right in the sunlight in front of a lake, and two of Roman's stinking fairies were sitting on it, making flower crowns. The Duke let out a savage growl as he stalked up on the creations. Move! He snarled, shoving them off the rock. The fairies shrieking in horror and flying away at his sudden appearance. Filthy creature, blah! He complained, swiping the rock off, getting leftover flowers and grass off it, the plants wilting at his touch, before he placed Deceit on it. Deceit coiled on the really warm rock and stared at Remus. Call him silly, but he didn't travel to Roman's side after the creation of the Dragon Witch and Roman promising pain if he caught he and Virgil there again. So that meant that whenever he wanted to help with Thomas's daydream, he went to Remus's side now, although he never stayed long. Roman hadn't been lying that day when he said that he didn't want Virgil or Deceit there. He might not like Roman very much, but it was still his job to build the ego, and the Thomas's ego was both Roman and Remus. So he compromised. He only enter one half of the imagination. Now Remus had brought him to Roman's side of the imagination and he knew it was only a matter of time before Roman found out. Feeling better now? Remus asked, plopping himself down on the grass, that grass around him turning grey and dead looking. Deceit let out a small hiss and let his eyes roam across the lake in front of the rock he was now resting on. He felt better, yes, the heat from the rock and the sun were heavenly and the lake's crystal blue water was a calming sight. Munching sound had him looking back at Remus, who had conjured up a bowl of dead mice. The grass around continuing to spread to grey. Deceit knew it was Remus doing it. The Duke loved altering what Roman created sometimes and so rarely kept himself in control when in the imagination. But then why would he? Roman and Remus could do anything they wanted here and could not die. The imagination would not allow its rulers to be hurt, and neither would Deceit when it came to the rest of the mind. When he blinked there was a bowl of dead mice beside him. He would have gagged at the sight, wish he could have gagged when Remus had tried to force feed one to him, but he was a snake right now and all he could do was lay there. He hoped Remus would understand that he was not going to eat dead mice. He have snake attributes and turn into a snake when too cold and low on energy, but he was still a person. Or at least still a part of Thomas who was a person and so would not be engaging in the feasting of rodent flesh. Come on. Don't give me that look. They're delicious. Remus pouted. Apparently he didn't have a problem reading Deceit even in a serpent's form. Deceit answered that with a short hiss and turned his gaze back to the lake. It really was a nice spot here and it was warm. Not as warm as his room. But Remus had given him heat and wasn't planning on freezing him to death, so with this he began to calm down a little. The sooner he warmed up and rested, he would shift back. He glanced one more time at Remus who was conjuring withering thorny plants on from the dead grass around him, changing their shape and giving them eyes. Deceit would never tell the creative side this, but he believed he could actually go to sleep now and actually focus on resting. Hopefully, Remus would stay out of trouble until then. Returning his gaze back to the water, Deceit closed his eyes and let himself fall asleep again. Remus rocked in his spot as he watched the snake go to sleep. He could visibly see Deceit's scales brightening. For all that he knew about the side, the Duke was starting to realize that after all these years he knew close to nothing about the lying side. Hell, he knew more about Virgil than Deceit. He didn't even know Deceit's name. Or what shows he liked. He didn't even know why the side turned into a snake. He knew from the day he arrived that he liked, no, that was wrong, he knew he loved Deceit. Right from the start at age 10. Remus wanted the snake boy. Now though he realized he needed to know how to help Deceit too. Now he knew what Deceit meant when they first met. Remus hadn't earned his real name yet, but that was about to change. You're gonna see D. I'm going to be the one to steal your heart right from your chest. Remus grinned. A large ball of water hit him right in the face after that, followed along with balls of dirt. The fairies were back and with backup. The dirt was fine, Remus loved dirt. But the water was hitting near where Deceit laid sleeping and no one was going to disturb him. Intruder! Get out of here! The fairies were shouting. Prince Roman will be notified. You will be vanquished. Remus rolled his eyes and summoned forth a three-head cat with a rattlesnake's tail to attack the pesky things. He himself snatched a fairy who was throwing water near Deceit out of the air and held it up close to his face. And what do you think you are doing attacking my double D, Snackbite? He asked with feral grin. You don't belong here. That thing isn't one of Prince Roman's creation. Not one of us. Leave. The little thing shouted. Bold of you to talk to one of your rulers like that. That just earned you a deliciously severe punishment. Remus said, licking his lips, before chucking the pesky bug into his mouth and chewed as his cat creation chased the other pesky fairies away. Remus silently counted down from 5, for when his brother would arrived, because for some reason they were connected like that, and even although opposites would think of the same thing. Did you just eat one of my fairies? Roman demanded, as soon as Remus counted to 1. Depends on how fond you were of them. Remus smiled, hopping to his feet and spitting out of the leftover wings. He positioned himself in front of the rock so that the sleeping snake on it was hidden from Roman's sight. Seriously? Remus, I told you to stop terrorizing my creations and to stay on your side. And quit killing the flora? Roman complained, waving his hand and reversing the deadened grass back to being a healthy green. You're no fun, you know that. Remus slouched. It doesn't always need to be whatever this is. Remus said, indicating to all of their surroundings. And as he waved his hands, reversing what Roman fixed. This is what Thomas wants. Roman scoffed, reversing Remus's affect on the imagination again. They stared at each other. Remus tilted his head. Did he want to engage in a little playtime with his brother while Deceit was sleeping in, and seeing that he had yet to stir when the fairies were attacking, Remus was going to guess that his double D was in a deep sleep. So maybe he had time to play with his brother. His morning star manifested in his hand at the same time Roman's sword did. You really want to do this? Roman dared, with narrowed eyes. Oh, you know it? Remus grinned, hefting his morning star. The two twin clashed, weapons meeting. I can't believe you sometimes. Roman scoffed, as they pushed apart, sending a swift axe kick to Remus, who avoided with a backward flip, before charging again and swinging his morning star. Roman parried with his sword. I mean, can you not find anything better to do beside trespass onto my land and start trouble? He asked, ducking from another swing of the morning star. I mean, what did my fairies even do to you to deserve such treatment? I cannot have you come here and threaten all you live under my protection. So get out. Roman ordered, his blade catching hold of the green sash the Duke wore. Remus, who was just having fun with his brother, froze for a moment and watched his ruined sash hit the dirt. Anger filled him and he wanted to rip Roman apart, and was going to, because the imagination wasn't going to just let him kill Roman. They deserved it because I said so. He spat, dodging another one of Roman's kicks. And unleashing your foul creations onto my land? Is that because you said so too? Do you know how childish you sound? Roman shouted back and landed a solid kick and another sword slash on Remus, causing the Duke to hit the rock, which Deceit slept on, oblivious to what was happening. Remus paused and looked at the sleeping snake, hoping he hadn't disturbed him, and had stopped moving long enough for Roman's blade to rest over his shoulder and point very near the sleeping serpent, even though the threat was for the Duke. I won't say it again. Leave my land, brother. And take your creations with you. The tip of the sword barely touching the tip of Deceit's brightening scales. Remus's eyes widened slightly at what he perceived as a threat to Deceit. He didn't care if Roman threatened him, but to aim the tip of his sword at Deceit, who was sleeping, was crossing the line. Without a word of warning, the Duke grabbed the blade and yanked it from his brother's hands, and tossing it away, as he turned around rapidly to grab Roman's pristine white shirt collar and pushed. Let's talk somewhere more intimate, brother mine. He snarled, driving Roman away from the peaceful sunny lake. Sure, maybe he was being dramatic like his brother and maybe having a little overreaction too, but that was Deceit. The blade had almost touched and Deceit was under Remus's protection. Why you dash? Roman struggled and a few times they both ended up rolling on the ground, but Remus wasn't going to give in. If you don't stop, you're going to force my hand. Roman warned. You've crossed the line today. And today I get vengeance for it? Remus snarled, ignoring his brother's threats. Remus. Roman's fist connected with the Duke's jaw. The fist thrown at the same time as Remus's fist. Both twins stumbled back from the strength of the punches. Roman wiped a hand at his nose and was a bit shocked it came away bloodied, but schooled his features into a stony expression, seeing that Remus was really on the warpath this time. And he didn't care why. This was his side of the imagination and his land. He had to protect what was under his protection. So be it, brother. He spat, summoning his sword, at the sight of the Duke doing the same. Deceit. Deceit got a rude awakening as water hit his face. After napping in the sunlight he felt better, although if not a little disappointed to still find himself a snake. Which meant his temperature was still too low. But there were little flitting fairies that were throwing droplets of water at him. Roman's side of the imagination was not welcoming, and he didn't want to stick around in Roman's side long, nor did he want to go back to Remus's. The Duke's side wasn't bad, just too cold, due to the weather always being gray all the time. He glared up at the fairies that were trying to run him off the rock Remus had placed him on and hissed irritably at them. Foul thing. Leave. You are not a creature of light. The fairies were shouting. Deceit shook his scaly head and slithered off the rock. He had other things to worry about besides some pesky fairies that weren't even real to begin with, like, where was Remus? The Duke had left him alone, and that was just out of character for him. He had seemed fascinated to that Deceit could turn into a snake. As he slithered along, he felt the ground shake. A whistling sound in the air was all the warning he got as an axe split the ground just inches before him. That alone gave him all the answers he needed. The twins were fighting. Again. And possibly causing a big distraction to Thomas. And the snake side knew he couldn't allow Remus to outright fight his brother anymore. Thomas wasn't a kid anymore. Which meant he had to go and get Remus, back on his own side of the imagination. But not as a snake. Deceit stopped moving, soaking in a sunlight, and rested a bit. He was going to need all the energy he had to make himself shift from a snake's form. He figured it couldn't be no different from trying to stop the shifting. A large explosion and two battle cries echoing through the imagination had Deceit holding his breath and strained to make himself shift back to his human form, if that's what you can call it, with a body cover halfway in scales. He shook his head and fixed his hat and gloves. He had to focus on his job. He only had limited amount of time like this anyway. To continue to warm up, Deceit walked a little slower. After all, it would be best if the two creative sides were tired once he got there. It would make his job a lot easier and make it faster for him to escape to his room. It amazed him how far the twins were fighting from him. They sure could move around with ease here. When he finally found them, he watched a few minutes as they fought. Over what, he wasn't too sure. But knowing them, it was probably something childish to everyone besides them. But from the lying side point of view, it mostly looked like Remus was purposely changing Roman's side, and Roman was reversing all the while the twins were throwing weapons at each other. Deceit rolled his eyes and shook his head as he walked from the safety of the trees that were partially shielding him and watched out in the open. Remus was bouncing around rather sporadically, and Deceit knew better than to just run out there and risk getting impaled. Roman was more easier to keep his eye on. Taking a steady breath, Deceit summoned his extra arms and let them stretch into the ground. He closed his eyes as he tried to guide them to where Roman stood. And when he noticed Remus finally touched the ground, he sent two of his extra forearms in the Duke's direction, grabbing both of the unsuspecting twins' ankles and tripping both. What in the name of Hades? Holy mother of hentai! Remus and Roman shout both at the same time, picking themselves up and looking at the yellow-gloved hand on their ankles. Get it off! Roman shouted, calling forth a swarm of swords and directing them to the Duke, who batted them all away in the most manic way possible with his morning star. Deceit tried to shield himself, but soon found himself impaled by a stray sword. As if his life at this moment couldn't get any worse. Now he had a sword stuck in his abdomen. Remus called a little hesitantly. And Deceit focused on not showing how much pain he was actually in. Pain could come later. So instead he merely pulling the sword from his body with a small hiss escaping him and watched it fade from his hand. Splendid, he said, and began doing a slow clap, ignoring the blood that was leaking from him. It wasn't bleeding too bad yet. A truly marvelous show of combat and childish banter. He could feel Roman trying to free himself from the pair of hands that kept both twins still and tighten his grip on the wiggling prince. You foul fiend! I knew there were more of you. I knew you wouldn't fight fair, Remus. Roman accused. When do I ever fight fair? Remus shrugged, before quickly turning his attention back to Deceit. You okay? Remus asked, trying very hard to keep his usually loud thoughts on track and focused. Deceit was back in his normal form. That was good. But they had just used Deceit as a pincushion by getting too engaged in the thrills of battle, and that was bad. He didn't know if the imagination protected Deceit like it did he and his brother, and refrained from struggling in the hands that appeared from the ground. He knew it was Deceit stopping them. Roman, however, had had enough. First, the emo nightmare was trying to hold Thomas back from experiencing the thrills that high school had to offer, and now his brother and his devilish friend was trespassing on his land. Besides, it seemed like the deceitful side was fine. He wasn't doubled over pain and the bleeding wasn't that bad. No reason for concern. Will you two leave now? Deceit decided to speak before the Duke, opting to shush Remus by placing himself directly in front of the Duke, facing Roman square on. "How sensitive of you, Roman." He smiled. "I'm fine, by the way. Didn't hurt at all. Remus, I do think we have overstayed our welcome. Perhaps we should take our leave," he said. "Yes. You have," Roman said bluntly. "Something I have been telling him, before he attacked me. Which brings up another thing. What are you doing here, you snake in the grass?" he demanded. "Was just playing." Remus pouted. Deceit let out a very dramatic sigh and opted to not answer Roman's question. "Well, whatever. We got what we wanted anyway, didn't we, Remus?" Deceit tilted his head toward the Duke. "You bet your butthole we did," Remus said, giving a sharp-teethed grin and quick nod. Deceit let another sly grin cross his face at Roman's suspicious gaze flickering between him and Remus, but otherwise the Prince of Creativity said nothing. "Well, as lovely as this has been, Roman, we have other things to do," Deceit said, tilting his hat in farewell as he turned to go back in the direction of Remus's side of the imagination. He would sink out, but that took too much energy that he couldn't spare right now. As they walked, he tried to ignore all the blood leaking from his injury. Remus was rambling about something that he cared to listen to at the moment. He just wanted to get to his room. He didn't want to find out if a side could really die in the imagination or not. Didn't want to risk hurting Thomas should one of them bite the dust. And that stupid pull was getting stronger. When they were fully back in the dark side of the imagination, Deceit had to stop and shivered as the chill was returning. There was something pulling him and he didn't know what it was, but he felt like he had no choice but to listen to it. Like some type instinct he had, and it was only awakened now. It didn't feel bad, but he knew he wasn't going to be able to ignore it. It was going to take him somewhere and he didn't know where. He had to make sure Remus and Virgil didn't panic too bad with whatever was going to happen. Remus almost barreled into him. "Remus," he said, slowly, and grimaced at how tired he sounded. He had his hands pressed on the wound. "Yeah, D." The Duke answered, looking worried, with how paler Deceit was looking now. "None of this is your fault," he said, making himself stand straight. He was slipping. But it didn't feel like death. "Try not to let Virgil panic," he said. Remus nodded. And froze when Deceit erupted into nothing but tiny yellow lights that vanished into he mindscape. "No!" he shouted, when it hit him. He'd just killed Deceit, over a stupid fight with his brother. But wait, no. No, 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 the imagination would let them hurt each other. So surely Deceit wasn't gone. But what if he was? Would they get a new Deceit? That would be weird. But cool. But not his Deceit. That couldn't happen. Without much thought, Remus summoned his door and ran through it and into his room. "Hey! Open up, Remus. What did you do to Deceit? I can't get him to answer my summons," Virgil was shouting as he banged on Remus's bedroom door. "I know something's up. I felt it." "What did you do?" The creative side yanked it open and pushed past the anxious side, making a beeline for the yellow door. Only there was no handle. "Huh, that can't be good," he mused, trying to will a door handle to appear, but none did. "Hey! I'm talking to you," Virgil huffed, standing off to the side, away from Remus. "I think I killed Deceit," Remus said, slowly, still processing it himself. "What?" Virgil shouted, surprised, tempest tongue slipping out. The emo teen pushed the Duke out of his way to inspect the door. "Why?" he shouted, turning to face to the Duke. "Would you believe if I told you it was supposed to be a fun day?" Remus gave a smile grin with a shrug. "No." Virgil huffed, tempest tongue vanishing, giving the Duke a glare. Before he started pacing. "He can't be gone. His door is still here, but what is Thomas going to do without all of us?" He could get in a situation where he actually need deceit now. And none of us can lie like him. He was talking himself back up into a panic. Remus didn't care right now. Deceit's door was still here, and for some reason that was a comfort. He wasn't sure why that was such a comfort, but it was. "This is all your fault. What were you even doing to him?" Virgil asked, upset. "He turned into a snake and I was trying to get him to change back, but Remus started explaining. Wait. He turned into a snake?" Virgil asked. Remus nodded. And Virgil walked up and smacked him on the back of the head. "You idiot. You put Deceit back in his room when he gets stuck in that form." Virgil growled. "Why didn't you come to me?" "I tried, dipshit." Remus growled back, making the emo jump back at how furious he sounded. "I didn't know what else to do, so I took him to the imagination and then we got into a fight with Roman and Deceit got impaled." He finished, glaring at the anxious daring him to say something else. A reason to let out the building emotions building in him. Deceit wasn't in control right now. Remus still had free reign over the mind, if he so wanted. Virgil scoffed and quickly retreated to his room. "You better hope he's not really gone," the emo mumbled before slamming his door shut. The Duke could not make himself leave the yellow door. Something was telling him that he needed to stay and keep watch, so Remus paced for hours in front of the door waiting for something to change. He was in the middle of planning on just breaking the whole door, when he noticed a new door handle appear and wasted no time in barging in. "Double D!" he exclaimed, but was met with a ball of yellow light sitting on Deceit's bed. All the lamps were turned on, and the closer he got to it, the better he was able to see an coiled up sleeping snake in the middle of the yellow light. A swarm of emotions swarmed the Duke as he curled himself on the lying side's bed and wrapped his arms around the glowing ball of light, adding his body heat to it to try and help. "I got ya, D. Next adventure I'll take it easy on you, okay?" he smiled. Deceit was coming back to him. It wasn't long before Virgil soon sneaked into Deceit's room and without much pause, curled himself into Deceit's bed, wrapping his own arms around the light. Remus didn't say nothing to the emo, to focus on the yellow light in his arms. It was like a silent agreement between them. Deceit's room was neutral territory where the emo and the Duke would not argue, but focus on the one who took care of them. A few days later, Deceit yawned and tried to stretch out, but found himself trapped by something comfortingly warm. Opening his eyes, he first noted he was in his bed. The next thing he noticed was that despite Roman's and Remus's best efforts, he was still alive. And the third thing was that Remus and Virgil had him sandwiched between them as they two slept. And he wasn't about to argue about that, except now he was hungry. "Well, this is horrifying," he said, jolting both sides awake. "You awake? You good?" Virgil and Remus said at the same time. "No. I certainly do not like waking up in a cuddle pile. Or whatever this is," he answered with a sly smile as they all sat up. Virgil gave a small smile before knocking his shoulder into Deceit's lair. The emo mumbled contently, climbing off the bed. "Well, I'm going to go make some coffee." "Virgil," Deceit said, with warning. Knowing why the deceitful side didn't want high drinking the dark liquid from the gods, the anxious side threw another smile his as he walked from the room. "Guess you better come stop me then," he challenged, the newly RESP on snake side. Before starting to run down the stair. "Wait, D," Remus said, grabbing the deceitful side by the wrist. Deceit looked at him with subtle confusion. "Why didn't I know you could turn into a snake?" the creative side asked. Virgil knew. "I told you before, Remus. It's nothing against you. I just don't trust easy. But I now trust you to never use this knowledge against me. And to bring my back to my room immediately if it should happen again. Not parade me around like a glorified pet," Deceit said, with a slight frown. Remus thought he would be mad after hearing Deceit's answer. But how could he, when this was Deceit telling him the truth? Deceit hadn't told anyone. And the Corsides and Roman probably didn't know Deceit had such a small weakness. One Remus was going to help him protect. As soon as he learned how. And that meant gaining Deceit's trust. And that meant more dates to the imagination. So, Remus put on a big grin. Okay. Next time, though, tell me when our adventure gets to be too much. Remus said, giving a rather quick and rough kiss on the scaly side of Deceit's face before bounding out of the room and down the stairs, with manic laughter. Deceit didn't follow right away, too busy processing that someone had touched, no, not touch, but had kissed his scales. His gloved hand hovered over the spot that the kiss had touched. Surely, the Duke was just trying to mess with him. Was just being his normal dukey self. Yeah, that had to be it. Ridding the thoughts trying to plague his mind, Deceit righted himself and made sure he had the wrinkle out of his slept-in clothes before making his way down the stairs. To make everyone something to eat and to stop Virgil from consuming coffee. He did not feel like stopping the anxious side and Thomas from going into a panic today. Then later he was going to have to talk to Remus about boundaries and to ask him before forcing him into an unwanted adventure. Yeah, that what he had to focus on today. Among other thing. Well, one thing at a time, Deceit thought as he descended the stairs. To start his day. Chapter 17, Paranoia. Deceit was watching Phantom of the Opera when Virgil came back from his time with the Corsides. After high school it was getting harder and harder to get along with Virgil. Thomas hadn't long finished college and was now starting to become a decent performer and social media sensation. All of which the dispute between Virgil and Roman started to grow, and the other two Corsides taking Roman's side, due to Virgil's scary approach, as they called it. Deceit had spied in on a few of those arguments and it was really ridiculous of them to think Virgil was scary. Deceit knew that he himself and Remus could be way scarier than the anxious side. So when Virgil came back today, and stomped his way into the kitchen, Deceit watched him and could tell that it was another one of those days. "Bad day again, Virgil?" he asked, from his spot on the couch. And the anxious side began rummaging through their pantry angrily. "What tipped you off?" Virgil huffed, slamming a cabinet door shut, and turned to face Deceit, who was still on the couch. "Do you know what Roman's plan is now that Thomas is making it big?" Virgil hissed. Deceit didn't say anything. He already knew. Remus had told him about it a few days ago and usually, Roman wasn't too far behind in thinking the same thing. But Deceit wanted to know what Virgil knew first. Due to no answer, Virgil huffed, frustrated. "He wants us to show ourselves to Thomas. To show ourselves to his fans. They're going to think Thomas is insane if he does that." Deceit tilted his head at that. "All of us." He refused to let a hopeful note worm its way through there. "No, just the good parts of him. They said, I wasn't going to be able to manifest because I'm a dark side." Virgil hissed. That we were never meant to manifest." "Roman's word, I presume." Deceit said, rolling his eyes back to the television where the Phantom was rowing the beautiful Christine to his lair as they sung a harmonious melody together. "Perhaps they have a point this time," he added. Virgil was starting to pick up habits from the Corsides anyway. So much so, that when he called Remus a scary monster to his face, it had hurt the Duke and upsetted him. It was that day Deceit had learned that Remus never viewed himself as scary and did not like being labeled as scary. The Virgil and Remus weren't on speaking terms now. And Deceit sadly played the messenger between the two. "What?" Virgil asked. Deceit muted the television. Virgil wanted to meet Thomas. Hell, they all did. But Remus, Virgil, and even himself, were not strong enough traits. Repressed personalities, that were labeled as unwanted. Thomas doesn't need to meet us. When the Corsides show themselves, we will still be repressed. Besides, the core sides will make him wary of us if we even did manifest. Virgil kicked at a kitchen chair in anger. It's not fair. They should take us with them. The shadows of the mind creeping out in their home toward the anxious side. Deceit waved away a wisp of shadow that was encroaching on his lap, chasing it away. We will not have the energy to follow them, Virgil. So I suggest you calm down. Deceit huffed. Everything went silent for a moment. Virgil seemed to be gathering his thoughts. How do you know? What? Deceit asked. I said, how do you know? Virgil asked. Trust me, I just know, Virgil. Deceit said with a note of finality, and unmuted the TV, done talking to the anxious side about it. Virgil scoffed, and stomped upstairs. He didn't get it. Deceit usually wasn't so dismissive with Virgil. Virgil wanted to meet Thomas. He would be able to protect him better that way. And what better way than actually talking to the one who he was trying to protect? It would make his job easier if he could make Thomas see he was good. Not just not a disorder. But Deceit had shut him down. Virgil eyed the yellow door. Deceit knew something and he wasn't sharing. Remus came out of his room and Virgil smirked as an idea hit him. You stink, you know that. He sneered to cover up his smirk. It's what I was going for. Remus said, with a feral grin. Going to find D and see what he thinks about it? I'm been fermenting this scent for weeks now. Virgil rolled his eyes. He's downstairs hogging the couch. He directed. The Duke was gone before Virgil even finished talking. Proud of himself, Virgil pushed open the yellow door to Deceit's room. Deceit knew things and Virgil was going to find out what it was. Now he just hoped that Remus would keep Deceit busy enough, so the anxious side could snoop around, with much worry. Or at least less worry, than what he already felt. Looking around the room, Virgil tried to decide where to look first. Deceit kept his room neat and organized, so it shouldn't be hard to find whatever it was that Deceit was hiding. Virgil made a beeline for the bed and looked under it, finding it clean underneath. Which sucked. That was where Virgil liked to hide things. He looked through Deceit's closet and dresser drawer, and still nothing. The anxious stood in the middle of the room, trying to figure out where Deceit would hide something, and then his eyes landed on the desk. He hadn't checked it yet. Virgil tried not to move thing too much. He didn't want Deceit to know that he was snooping. And Virgil wasn't finding anything in the desk either, and was going to just give up and leave, until he found a drawer that wouldn't open. The anxious side looked around for a paper clip or something that would help him open it. He had seen plenty of YouTube clips on how to pick a lock, and once he found a paper clip he put that knowledge to use, and was very happy when the lock gave with little effort and the drawer popped open, revealing 8 journals with their names on all of them. 1 Thomas Sanders. 2 Patton, Morality. 3 Logan, Logic. 4 Deceit. 5 King Romulus, Creativity. 6 Virgil, Anxiety. 7 Roman, Creativity. 8 Remus, Creativity. Virgil picked up the journals. Why did Deceit have journals with all their names on it? The journal with Thomas's name on it was thick and had a rich leather brown cover with 3 locks on it. Virgil wanted to so badly see what was in this journal, but how could Deceit have such a thick journal on Thomas, if they never met Thomas? Virgil sat the journal to the side. It was weird a journal with Thomas's name was even in Deceit's room. It was weird that there were journals with their names on it. Just like the one with Thomas's name on it, the other journals had locks too. But not as many as the first. The journal with Deceit's own name was on didn't even have the lying side's real name on it. And Virgil didn't understand why there was even a journal for the long-gone king of creativity, but that wasn't important right now. Not wanting to stay in the room any longer, Virgil placed the journals back into the drawer and the way he found it, except for 3 and the paper clip he used to pick the lock in the first place. The anxious side immediately ran from the room and into his own, making sure to lock the door before jumping on his bed, and laid the 3 journals in front of him. These 3 journals would tell him what he wanted to know. He could feel it. He wanted to jump right to the one with his name, but he was too anxious about what he would find in it, so he pushed it further away. That left Deceit's journal and Thomas's. Virgil pushed Thomas's journal away too. He felt guilty for even thinking about it and for even taking it in the first place. So that left Deceit's own yellow-themed journal. Unlike the other journals, Deceit's had a simple little lock on it. Virgil didn't feel guilty when he looked at it. Deceit seemed to be keeping tabs on everyone. Wasn't it fair that someone knew something about Deceit? It didn't take much to pick the little lock and open the journal. Virgil scanned through the pages trying to find out how Deceit knew they couldn't manifest. He was a few pages in when he found it. The pages was cover in his scribble and an unsteady handwriting, with traces of jelly or paint on it. Dear Diary. It's Deceit again. Today Thomas turned 4 and I felt weird today. So weird, and King Creativity was acting weird too. He kept stalking me and saying mean things about my scales. I wanted to say mean things back, but I didn't. If I hurt the ego, I hurt Thomas, and that is wrong. Today I learned that I could change my shape. I can look like logic, morality, and creativity. It's fun to change shape. It's fun to confuse the others too. I can get away with a lot of pranks this way. That weird feeling stay for the whole day though. Like someone was tugging on me. When it was playtime, that pulling feeling got worse and pulled me into the ground, and I fell, right in front of Thomas. I knew it was Thomas. We looked the same. I was just more scaly. I was going to tell him my name, but he gave me a better one. Then he changed it. I showed him my trick and made him laugh. He tried to show me to his parents, but they couldn't see me. No matter how much I waved. But that's okay. They seemed to like me anyway and called me his imaginary friend. I found that funny. Thomas said we would play next time. Sadly, I couldn't play long. So I am here. I am really tired. I am going to show myself to Thomas again. Dear Diary. I can't show myself to Thomas anymore. I keep getting him trouble and his parents are telling him to not listen to me. So I will have to stay in the mindscape and talk to him there. I also keep turning into a snake after each visit, but I stayed longer than usual. I wanted to spend as much time as possible with him. I faded. I think. I went to talk to Logic. I didn't tell him I had shown myself to Thomas. That was my secret. And he said that if something like that were to happen, we were too young to handle losing so much energy it took to become solid. But as a core side's manifestation, Logic uses too many big words. Manifestation could be probable. I think he was saying that we or I should have died. It's scary now that I think about it. I'm not strong like the core sides. I should have died. But I can't tell anyone. Thomas doesn't need me anymore anyway. Creativity is always saying I am not good for Thomas, and Thomas's parents agree. I'm a snake. That's all I'll ever be. My name is Deceit. Virgil couldn't believe it. Deceit had shown himself before all of them. And Thomas named Deceit, but Deceit didn't write down the names. Virgil took a guess as to what name he was given, and if that lying snake thought he was going to get away with it, he had another thing coming. The more Virgil read, the more Deceits talked about how the core sides were different. How they were the ones who manifest. How he wasn't going to any other side manifest, not when Thomas didn't want to see them. Claiming Thomas probably would never be ready. Deceit wasn't going to let Virgil manifest and show himself to Thomas. The more Virgil thought about, the angrier he became. Any thoughts of not looking into the other 2 journals vanished as he went to pick the lock and opened the journal with his name on it. And ripped the pages out once he seen that it was notes on what he did every day of his existence. Every little thing was written in it, from what Deceit was able to convince Virgil to do to the anxious side's own secrets. Virgil didn't stop reading there either, but he did rip out a few pages of Deceit's personal journal as well for good measure. For the hurt of betrayal and dishonesty that had always been between them. Once done destroy the journal, Virgil moved to the one with Thomas's name on it. He tried opening it the same way he did the other journals, but apparently the locks on this one was different. He couldn't get it open. He even went as far as to get scissors, and it was just like this journal was different from all of the others. Virgil tossed it back on the bed. He didn't need to look in the stupid book. He could already guess what was already in there. The snake notes for when he spied on everyone. Deceit couldn't be trusted. He wasn't going to let Deceit get away with it. Wasn't going to let Deceit hold all the cards. Wasn't going to sit in his room and do nothing. Instead of walking through the house like they usually did. Virgil popped from room to room, but Remus and Deceit were gone. That left Remus's castle in the imagination. Remus's castle. Read it? Remus said, excitedly shoving a book into Deceit's hands and pushing the lying side into one of the library chairs in castle. Deceit sighed heavily, already missing his spot on the couch Remus had dragged him from. Instead of trying to argue or talk it out with the Duke, Deceit looked at the book that was being given to him. Lord of the Lies. What is this? He asked. I made it for you. So take it. Remus grinned, moving himself to sit on the arm of the sturdy chair so he could look over the snake's side's shoulder. Now read it. It's full of devious misadventure and cunning play from the main character. Sound horrible? I suppose I should give it a read then. Deceit hummed, a small smile making its way on his face. He wasn't going to ask why the Duke was giving him another present. The creative side seemed to always be bring the snake side gifts. And who would deny themselves gifts, even if some of them were a bit unconventional and disgusting? Call him selfish, but he liked the gesture. Plus his skin has been itching him lately, and that meant his shed was close. So this was a nice thing to receive before he locked himself in his bathroom and suffered alone for about a week. And this time it wasn't a dead animal, it was something he could take with him and read. This was a nice moment between them. Janice. Virgil's voice echoed in the library, causing the two other sides to look up as the emo popped in front of them. Who's Janice? Remus asked, before looking down at Deceit. Wait, is that your real name? Yes, you numbskull, that is his name, that special little name that Thomas gave you, isn't it? Virgil hissed. Deceit stood up quickly, making sure to leave the book in the chair. How do you know that? You can't know that unless, he looked from Remus to Virgil again. You found them. He hissed back. Oh, Virgil's in trouble, Remus sang. Found what? He asked quickly after. Yes, I did. Virgil snarled. You stole from me. Deceit accused. You went and snooped through my room. How much did you read? How did you even get to them? Want to chop off his hand as punishment? Remus offered, although Deceit wasn't paying attention to him. Don't worry, I only read through your journal. But that was enough. Virgil said, summoning the yellow journal from his room and threw it at Deceit's feet. You showed yourself to Thomas. He stated. Deceit didn't reach for his journal. He didn't know when he started keeping journal on everyone. He just knew that was part of his job. To write everything down. To know what is happening, when it happened. Those journal gave him new pages each day. Nothing could happen to those journals. I appeared as his imaginary friend. It wasn't the most reckless thing I have ever done. And certainly not something that needs to be repeated. He said calmly. I will show myself to Thomas. Virgil stated. You are a core side, you can. I will not let you. Deceit denied. He couldn't. He wouldn't risk losing Virgil just because he wanted to be one of the cores. The anxious side had to come to terms that Thomas would not welcome the manifestation of anxiety with open arms. Watch me. Virgil challenged, his eyes going purple and the shadows of the mind coming to his call. "Say the word, Janny, I'll take him out in one hit," Remus offered. Deceit shook his head and using his own ability, pushed to send Virgil back to his room, but was met with resistance. "You are not going to repress me," Virgil shouted, as he sunk from the imagination. The shadows coming to wrap around the anxious side, creating nothing but a silhouette of the side with glowing purple eyes. Deceit rubbed at his face. "No, not fully. But you are going to send Thomas into a panic attack, because you have become so paranoid. That you went through my things. Yup, looks like it's time for a timeout, paranoia," Remus quipped, although he sounded anything but amused. Virgil gave one more hiss before he was fully sent back to his room, where Deceit locked the Emo's door and made it to where he would be unable to leave. The snake side then summoned his books, the ones that Virgil took, and held them close when they appeared in his gloved hands. No one was to read these books. He was happy to see that Thomas's journal was still locked. "So," Remus started, causing Deceit to look at him warily. "Can I call you Janjan now?" The Duke smiled. Deceit did not return it. Instead he picked up the book Remus made him and decided it was time to leave. "Whatever," he mumbled, sinking out of the imagination and into his room. Remus apparently loose behind. "Stay over there," Deceit snapped, pointing the Duke to the bed and away from his desk, as he opened the drawer that held the journals. He didn't even check to see if Remus had followed his instructions. He would have to put them somewhere else. He carefully opened the journal that he used to keep track of Virgil, frowning even more seeing some pages ripped from the book. He would have to recreate them. Pushing the ruined journal aside, and moved his attention to the most important one of all. Thomas's journal. Deceit never wrote in this one. He didn't have to. Thomas was the one that created the pages within this one. The locks on this journal may look normal, but they weren't. Those locks would only open when in Deceit's hands and only when Thomas had something to say. Something he wanted. Something he needed to hide. Something that only Deceit needed to archive. Secrets, wants, and lies. Deceit let his gloved hand run over the precious journal that was Thomas's. Glad that Virgil had not been able to look at it. Virgil, who has been getting more and more troublesome the more he went to the course. Virgil wanted what the course had and Deceit couldn't give that to him. They were not meant to. Deceit was not meant to let them. Virgil did not understand the big picture and Deceit could not let Virgil change how things were going. Deceit eyes the corners of the room. The shadows there growing the longer Deceit watched them. Virgil was still upset. "Janice," Remus called, unnaturally quiet. "I need to talk to Virgil," Deceit said quickly, moving swiftly to his door. "Go back to your room, Remus." "But I don't want to." Remus pouted, getting up and following. "Wonderful. Then go to the imagination." "I don't care." Deceit snapped, locking his room door and leaving Remus to stand in front of it, as he went to Virgil's room. Ignoring the inch that was running down his scales, as he entered without knocking. Pleasantries were long gone now. "Virgil, your behavior today is unacceptable," Deceit hissed, stopping as he glared at the black silhouette with purple eyes. "This wasn't good. You spying on everyone is acceptable. What else are you hiding from us, Janice? Though we were a family. I trusted you. Nothing else. You're being paranoid, and if you don't calm down I can't let you leave," Deceit warned. "You don't get to tell me what to do," Virgil hissed. The shadows lashing out and pushing Deceit against the doorknob digging into the itching scales there. The shadow-covered side stomping closer to Deceit. "I'm leaving. I'm not going to listen to you any longer. I will protect Thomas from you. From everything. Everything. Can't trust. Gotta keep him safe. Can't let him trust so easily. Can't let him trust you. Deceit hissed as the Virgil shadows whipped around him and pushed the doorknob deeper into his back. I can't let you leave then. Not if you are going to keep being paranoid. This here is paranoia, Virgil. This is what you are becoming. I am not paranoia. Virgil shouted, slamming his fist beside Deceit's head. The snake, having enough of this temper tantrum, grabbed at Virgil's arms and bit down on the forearm, causing the other side to pull back with a pained hiss. The purple in Virgil's eyes taking on a yellow tint. But Virgil was fighting it. Deceit didn't care about truths here. Deceit need to help Virgil from devolving before he becomes a problem for Thomas. Sorry, Virgil. But I can't let you leave. Deceit said with finality, slipping from the room. Deceit kept his hands on the door, watching as yellow veining trickled onto it and a very clear lock sounded, just as Virgil on the other side started to throw himself against it. Let me out. You lying son of bitch. You liar. Virgil shouted. The shadows of the mind wisping through the mind and collecting near the anxious side's door. Deceit walked away, ignoring the loud pounding of Virgil trying to break down his own door. Janice. Remus said, unnaturally quiet again. When Deceit neared. The creative side having not moved from his spot in front of the yellow door. Just don't, Remus. Deceit said, holding up his hand and quieting the usually talkative side. He started but stopped. Virgil was right about one thing. They were a family and Deceit was tired of going through his shedding alone. I will let him out when he calms down, he said instead, gloved hand going to scratch at his scales on his face. The itching was getting worse. The stress with Virgil was probably bring the shedding on quicker. But instead of asking the Duke to stay with him, Deceit went into his room and locked the door. 2 days later. Deceit wasn't having a great time. He was sweating and getting chills, and his stomach was bothering him. But the book Remus had written for him was a delight to read as he laid on the floor of bathroom trying to peel the layer of old scales away. Sometimes soaking just to help the old scale loosen a little. Still though, the scales on his back were the worst. They were always the worst to get. He still had Virgil locked in his room, and if the thin mist of shadows gathering in their home was anything to go by, the other side was still upset. To pass the time, his little snakes would come and go to keep him updated. The core side still planned on showing themselves. And Roman was busy planning for Thomas's next video in which the sides were going to be introduced. He was in the middle of holding one of his little creation that there was a loud crash from his room, and then Remus was in his bathroom. Looking down at him. Hey look, I finally caught the snake that's been stalking me. He smiled, holding one of Deceit's little yellow creation by the tail. Do you want it? Or can I eat it? It's not mine. Deceit admitted, and let the creature disintegrate into little lights, even the one he was holding. The Duke's eyes held a glint of uncontained curiosity watching the little light as they went back to Deceit. For a full minute there was silence before the Duke's face changed into a serious one. You're not supposed to be able to do that, Remus stated. Deceit let his head drop back against the tub, his neck muscles aching and itching. I don't know how. It's a part of me. It is me. Remus had dropped down to the floor in front of Deceit, sitting crisscross applesauce, and leaned really close to the snake side. Are you sick, Janny? You look sick. Did you throw up? Can I have it? I'm not shedding. And I do not need help. Deceit nodded. Remus thought about for a moment. Can I keep the scales and make a soup with them? He asked. That got a laugh out of the snake side as he maneuvered himself to where his back was facing the creative side. You get my back to stop itching and get them off, I will cook the soup for you myself. He could practically feel the Duke's wide grin behind him as arms wrapped around him and pulled him up, until he was being carried from the bathroom and to his bed. Remus? He asked cautiously when he was laid face down. Just getting comfortable. I'm not going to rape you. I mean, I could if you want me to. I could rip your pants off right now and hold you down. Make you scream until you dash. Remus, do keep rambling, I am not suffering right now. Deceit interrupted, looking over his shoulder at the Duke. Remus was crouching over him like a prowling predator with a hungry type of look in his eyes, when his hands hovering just the snake side's pants, that the sight almost had the snake side to jump right out of the bed, shed or no shed. What do you think you're doing? Remus didn't even look sorry about being caught. Going to rape you, he answered. My scales, sweetie. Deceit reminded, letting his head drop back onto his bed. Or no soup. You're no fun today. Remus pouted, starting to peel the dead scales off the lying side's back. Summoning lotion, to rub on the scale patch to try and help moisten and further loosen the skin. The ministration of rubbing the lotion in seemed to relax the snake side's muscles slightly. And you're full of it? I think that's enough for both of us. Deceit hummed, letting the Duke work at getting the scales off. Is Virgil still trying to get out? He asked. Yup. Remus answered, popping the kick at the door and screaming like a bitch. It stopped being funny yesterday. It would be more entertaining if something besides him ramming into the door happened. Deceit hummed. He already knew that. But hopefully soon the anxious side would tire and the shadows would retreat. Deceit felt his eyes slowly start to droop. With his room the perfect temperature and Remus's magic fingers removing his old itchy scales, it felt so good. Remus. I'm not going to sleep. I expect you to be done when I open my eyes again. I got ya noodle. Remus reassured. The Duke leaned over the snake side when he received no response. Janice was out. Remus sat up straight and went back to his mission, removing the old scales. He was learning more and more about the deceitful side. And while Virgil was the one to let Janice's name slip, it was nice to know. Janice fitted Deceit. And now he had two names to help make nicknames. As if the lying side couldn't get any better, he sheds. Janice was a dream come true. And Remus wasn't going to mess it up. At least not like Virgil. Virgil was crazy wanting to leave and spend time with those boring core sides. There was no fun there. But Virgil was making Janice feel bad. Maybe Virgil should leave. Remus frowned. He could help the emo get out. Deceit was sleeping so it wouldn't be too hard. But did he want to help get rid of Virgil? Maybe he should ask Roman? Chapter 18, Let's go to sleep. Remus. What are you doing up there? And in my castle? Roman demanded. And Remus gave his twin a cynical grin as he was swinging back and forth, while upside down on the chandelier in Roman's great hall. I can't come see my dear sparkly brother. He cackled, making the chandelier swing more rapidly. You? No, Roman answered, not liking the creaking sound the ceiling was making by his brother's antics. I need a favor. Remus said, reaching for one of the light bulb on the chandelier. The answer is no. Whatever it is, it's no. Roman denied. I need you to screw anxiety. Remus continued talking over Roman, letting himself drop from the chandelier once he was able to get one of the light bulbs to munch on, landing in front of his brother. Roman had a very funny expression flash across his face as he let out an offended gasp. Are you insane? I would never dash. Oh, come on. Remus interrupted with a roll of his eyes. Just rock his world, I know you want to. And between you and me, I think he would enjoy it. I mean, the tension between you two is so sickening, I'm ready to fuck both of you just to get rid of it. Anxie needs something besides that stick up his ass. He winked at his brother. Roman fixed Remus with an irritated glare. The nerve. Get out. He demanded, pointing toward the closest exit. Remus ignored the demand again, busying himself with turning the light bulb on and off in his hand, before taking a bite out of it, undeterred by his brother's behavior. If you need help getting your sword up, I can give you some great tips. Stop talking. Roman shouted, covering his ears. Leave. Please. Have sex with him. Remus insisted. Bumping shoulders with his brother, only for Roman to move away. Remus, that will never happen. Roman insisted, stomping away. Roro, is it because something is wrong with your blade? Does it need to be sharpened? Remus asked, giddy, following his brother. I swear, Remus, I will fight you to the death if you don't go away. Roman promised. You promise? Remus said, already holding his morning star over his head ready hit Roman with it, with a wide smile on his face. Roman rolled his eyes, unaware of the threat Remus was presenting behind him. In the name of Zeus. Why hasn't the dragon witch eaten you yet? Because last time I gave her an upset stomach. Remus answered, bring his weapon down. Roman dodged just in time, manifesting a shield to help parry his brother's attack. I thought I told you to leave. Roman snarled, over his brother's laughter. And I told you to go have sex with Anxi. Remus countered, as they launch into one of their usual battles in the imagination. Deceit. Deceit stared silently at the mending wall that once held Virgil's room door. He didn't really know when, but it had happened between the time Remus had last used his magic fingers to help finish up peeling the last of the old scales from his back and when Deceit had finally emerged from his room. Virgil was really gone. He had already called for his snakes and already knew Virgil had not gone to the core sides. He didn't know where the side had gone. He did worry that Virgil had tried to manifest with the cores when they started appearing to Thomas. If Virgil did that and couldn't, Deceit would feel it. At least he was sure he would at least know. Nothing seemed out of balance, so maybe things were fine. Maybe Virgil had calmed down. What happened here? Remus asked, emerging from his room, looking like he just came from a war zone. Knowing him, he probably did. Nothing. Virgil has moved out, he said, turning to descend down the stairs. He wanted something to eat. You still have those scales, right, Remus? I believe I owe you soup. Uh-oh. Do you want me to drag him back? Remus asked, producing the jar of dead snake skin, while he watched Janice set up the stove with a pot and ingredients. Don't forget the lemon-scented pine sol. I like zing it brings. Deceit did as instructed, tossing a few other chemical into the pot along with the dead snake skins. All the while Remus rambled on and on about the recent fight he had with Roman in the imagination. And Deceit listened as he stirred, like he always did. For all of them. Especially Virgil and Remus. He had to, in order for everyone to continue doing their job, he had to know everything. He kept Virgil safe when he first formed. Helped the side get a voice in on the decision Thomas made and even got him in with the core side so he could talk directly to them, so he could be heard more clearly. The soup in the pot started swirling faster and faster. Not even Remus was allowed to do that. No, the Duke had to rely on the twin telepathy he and Roman seemed to have sometimes, to even get an idea across. But no, Virgil just had to know what Deceit was up to. The hot liquid in the pot started splashing and bubbling now. Why Deceit agreed to no manifestation. They weren't wanted. But it just wasn't enough for the anxious side. So he made Deceit the bad guy. That was fine. Janice loved being the bad guy. It fit his aesthetic anyway. Anus. Janice. Janice. Deceit blinked, finding Remus pulling him from the stove, taking the spoon from the snake side. What? He hissed. Remus pointed at the pot. The bubbling over and now very messy pot that still had what was left of the liquid that was just now swirling around more slowly. I know I like things messy, double D, but don't go doing anything special on my account. You could have gotten hurt. Deceit let out a laugh, doubling over in Remus's arms that had pulled him back from the stove. It funny, right? Remus didn't laugh with him, however, instead switching his hold to where he had the lying side swung over his should and started marching his way back up the stairs and into his room and through the imagination door. Ignoring Janice as he hissed and struggled. "Remus! Let go of me. I will repress you. I swear I will." Deceit promised, not liking it when Remus just suddenly picked him up and taking him to the imagination door. "The more you squirm, the more excited I get. And I already want to drill into your scaly ass. Maybe engage in a little tentacle sex now and then. If only I could get Thomas to watch hentai. Talk about porn gold mine dash." Deceit froze at the Duke's rambling, before aiming an elbow to the back of his head. "Keep talking about raping me, please. I just adore it right now. Where are we going?" Deceit asked, noticing that they were not walking in or near the Duke's castle, but rather to a cozy-looking house that had loud music that could be heard from the outside. "No. No, 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 no. We are not going in there. Do you even know who lives there?" he hissed, renewing his effort to slip from Remus's hold. The Duke laughed unbothered as he kicked in the door. "Sleep. The party has now arrived." Remus cheered, tossing Janice into the home and surprisingly safely onto the nearest couch. "Dukey." Sleep cheered back. "And oh my bitch, shut up. You brought Janny." The sleep function smiled, moving through the home that had many, many other functions that made up Thomas. "I'm staying." Janice hissed, making a break for the door, that Remus was still standing in front of. "No, you're not. You are going to have your breakdown, your downtime here with me and Sleep and everyone present, and you're going to do it with whatever Sleep has here at this forever party. Coffee. Lots of coffee, girl." Sleep said, shoving a cup into Janice's hands and throwing himself stretched out into Janice's lap. "And please let it all out. I can use it when nighttime comes around to help with the dream stimulation." "Hey?" Remus asked, sounding offended, pushing Sleep away from the Janice, causing the function to land on the floor, while he himself laid himself across the snake sides, like the snake side was his own personal pillow. The creative side then proceeded to try and catch the straw to Janice's cup with his mouth. "I cannot party. I need to go to my room." Deceit insisted, trying to push Remus off him. "Just sit back and enjoy. You never have fun." Remus pouted. "You're always holed up in your room." "Babe, that might have more to do with everywhere else being too cold for him. He going to need a heater if he's going to stay." Sleep offered. Deceit glared at the function. "If only I could shut you up like everyone else." "Love you too, babe, now drink your coffee." Sleep smiled, happily taking his own straw into his mouth. Holding a remote in his hand, switching up the music that was resonating through the house, switching up the mood to one that of a rave party. Deceit doubled over and draped himself onto Remus's chest. The Duke wisely said nothing besides swatting away any other function that wasn't Sleep and pulling the snake side closer into an awkward embrace. "I'll fix things, January. Be quiet, Remus." "I'm fine." Deceit shushed. "Yeah, I know." Remus smiled, kissing the Janice's scaled cheek. By the time Remus had deemed Janice relaxed enough to even consider letting them leave Sleep's very loud and caffeinated home, Deceit himself actually did feel a bit better and energized. Even though they seemed to have brought half of the party decorations home with them. However, when they did walk back out Remus's room, they both caught sight of a silhouette of Virgil vanishing into nothing but wispy shadows and then gone. "Should we be worried about that?" Remus asked, going to the spot that the dark silhouette was standing. "Yes. He's doing it. It will take time, but Virgil will meet Thomas." Deceit said, pointedly not acknowledging the spot and going straight to his room. "Remus, thank you for a horrifying night. Don't do it again." He sent a smile to the Duke and a wink before disappearing into his room. The cheer from Remus could be heard through his door. Deceit placed his hat on the stuffed mongoose and snapped his fingers to put himself quickly into his fuzzy p.js. Out in the hall, Remus was hard at work, looking at the thermostat, the book about snakes from Logan in his hand, as he read through the chapter explaining proper temperature for snakes. It was hard to keep the thoughts that were running through his head straight to focus. He needed to get them out of his head soon, maybe when sleep was ready to start the REM process that night. He would just jump in before the sleep function could even step in. Hell, the function might even help like he does sometimes. And the both of them would laugh as Remus ruined the dreams Roman had created. Let sleep weave in the nightmares Remus created instead. First things first though. Remus glared at the thermostat. It was the reason Janice stayed in his room all the time. The whole place was too cold, same with the imagination. But if he fixed it, then Janice wouldn't be trapped in his room all the time. He could actually take Janice out longer in the imagination, and if he read the signals right, the snake side might like him back, and Remus wasn't about to let that slip through his fingers. He might not be the romantic. He might not be the good creativity. He might be disturbing. And nothing to Thomas but intrusive thoughts. But he wanted Janice. He wanted him from the moment he saw him. So screw Virgil for wanting to leave. He wasn't going anywhere. Snapping his fingers, he watched as the temperature on the thermostat jumped up to the appropriate temp. And dusted his hands in a job well done. He done something good. Maybe he could do more though. Just for his yellow noodle. Chapter 19, Surprise. Hidden in the depths of the mind, Deceit watched as Thomas got to know the three core sides. There was no sign of Virgil yet. However, there was no reason to go looking for him. Thomas still showed signs of anxiety, caution, and a good dose of fear. Wherever Virgil ended up, he was still doing his job, and that was all that mattered. Besides, Deceit had other things to worry about besides just one side, like Roman. The side with the most ego, alongside Remus. Both really were in a slump, but with Roman being the main function, creativity that got listened to, he was the one Deceit would have to start with before finishing up with Remus. First things first, he needed to understand what was wrong with them. Roman was easy. He was having doubts about his own work and was in a bit of a slump. Deceit just had to give him a push in the right direction. Find a way that could spark that fire of inspiration for the princely side. Remus was another thing. Not only was he in the same position as Roman, but was starting to act oddly. And whenever Remus started acting weird, well, let's just say you had to be careful wherever you went in their home. Which brought Deceit where he was now. Disguised as Patton and following Roman through the imagination. Patton was busy and Logan was busy elsewhere, so that left an opening for Deceit to step in. He could stay longer in the imagination on Roman's side due to the perfect climate the creative side liked to keep, and so had all the time in the world. And here he was making friendship bracelets with Roman, all the while keeping a cheery demeanor that was natural to the moral side, letting Roman show off and telling Deceit all that was bothering him. And then they told him that he might not get the part because he couldn't hit the note due to his vocal range. Like, really? We can hit it? I know we can. Roman ranted, talking with his hands enthusiastically. If Deceit could, he would have rolled his eyes, but focused on the flower bracelet he was trying to make. How did Patton do these so fast? He was having the worst of luck getting the flimsy flora to stay tied together. I know, kiddo, but they haven't made their decision yet, right? Your talent and skill are always top-notch, you know that. So stop doubting your abilities. He placated, stroking Roman's ego while trying to stop the flower's friendship bracelets from falling apart again. Now tell me what really bothering you, kiddo. And with that, Roman seemed to deflate. Is it that obvious, Pat? He asked, refusing to look at Deceit. Deceit nodded. Of course it is. I am morality. Plus, what kind of dad would I be if I couldn't tell something was bothering one of my kiddos? This time he did look up and from the bracelet and gave the princely side one of Patton comforting smiles. Aw, Pat. Roman returned the smile before losing it again. It's just Remus and I fight all the time, and lately it's like he is able to swat me away like a fly. Especially when I go to Inspiration Falls, he's always there taking up the inspiration even if we fight to the death. It's like he wants it all for himself now. I think he's trying to replace me. I fear Thomas may want him over me, if this keeps up. What if I'm not good enough anymore? What if my creations aren't good enough, because of this? Because I cannot get any inspiration. There was a moment of silence between them as Deceit mulled over Roman's insecurities. You don't think I'm going to be replaced by Remus, do you? His ideas, they're so. Remus. Deceit offered. He should have guessed it would have something to do with his brother. Sibling rivalries were definitely a thing, in the twins' cases, with both of them possessing pride and ego. However, Roman suffered the most from the pressure of coming up with new ideas on a daily basis now. Remus, while not listened to and maybe had more room to wiggle around, barely felt the pressure Roman did, but that didn't mean he didn't suffer the same episodes as his princely brother. Yeah. And who knows what he's doing with all that inspiration from Inspiration Falls. Listen to me, I sound like Dr. Gloom. Thank Hera he's gone, or he would get a kick out of this. This would be the perfect time for him to swoop in and turn things into his favor. Deceit resisted, rolling his eyes. The most Virgil would do was state the obvious, which is what the lying side could not do. That never worked with Roman or Remus. They need to be stroked and built up. However, Roman's situation seemed to coincide with Remus' behavior lately. The Duke was gone most days now in the imagination and barely bothered Deceit. Not that Deceit was complaining, the Duke did fix the temperature in their home to where he didn't have to hide in his room all the time. But whenever Remus did come back, he would be much quieter and seemed focused on something. If Janice thought about it, the Duke barely put out any disturbing creations lately. So what was he doing keeping Roman away from Inspiration Falls? Have you considered talking to Remus? You're both creativity, maybe he working on something. He suggested in patent happy pappy way. He would just about as helpful as a gum on a sidewalk. If his mood is anything to go by. Roman huffed. Translation: Roman didn't think Remus could be helpful or would be helpful. Deceit let out one of patent disappointment sighs and made sure to put on a pout as he went back to the fail flower bracelet. Don't you think you're being too hard on yourself and him? I mean, it's not like fighting him all the time dash. That's it. Roman cheered, pointing at Janice, who did a wonderful imitation of a startled yelp and was in no way ready to jump away for fear of a sword being thrust at him. The disguised side had to remember to stay in character, because he did not yet give any other advice yet besides maybe the two creative sides talked it out. What was bothering one had to be bothering the other, and twin telepathy and all that. What's it, kiddo? He asked. It's Remus and his silly squad of death patrols. Roman answered, the sword now making an appearance as he struck a princely pose. Remus has been trying to break me down and squash what pride and bravery that make me, by keeping the Inspiration Falls to himself. So he and his minions can come over and take what is ours. Well, let me tell you, Pat. I will not let that happen. I will go over there now and storm his castle and make right all the failed battle attempts that I let happen. I will not let them prevail. Inspiration Falls is meant for the whole imagination. I will not let my brother monopolize it. He spoke loudly as he began marching to the dark forest that was at the edge of his side. Deceit took a moment to recollect his thoughts, because no. And what? How was everything wrong their fault? Well, you wanted his ego back. It came back stupider than ever. He chided himself, before slipping back into character and jogging after Roman. Wait. Roman fighting doesn't solve anything. He scolded, trying to reel in the creative side's attention back on him, so he could talk him down. Just stay there, Patton, this shouldn't take long. Roman comforted. Deceit felt anything but, as he continued tailing the prince, spouting out ever guilt and dad-like excuse to try and get Roman to stop, but soon found himself lost in the dark forest with the creative side walking closer and closer to what just had to be Inspiration Falls. Deceit always found it funny that anything the twins had to share was always on place conveniently in the middle the split. So the two creative sides shouldn't try to fight over those places. Patton, I'm telling you, you don't want to be here. The middle is not safe. Roman warned again, to Deceit. And I'm telling you, I'm not leaving. Not even if I get scared, because that's what dad do. They don't leave their kids. Deceit quoted. "Ans really, the middle wasn't that scary. You go toward Remus's side, that is when things got scary and weird and dangerous." But Roman wasn't wrong. Patton wouldn't like the middle either. But for right now he was Patton. And he was determined to make sure the Roman was uplifted and not going to rage war on Remus's side over and over. Dramatic sibling rivalry, misunderstanding, he hoped anyway. "Look, Padre," Roman said, stopping in his tracks and faced Deceit, who was still wearing the moral side's face. "If you don't want to go back, that is fine. But I insist that you stay right here and out of sight. Remus is not someone you want to come face to face with," the creative side warned, before turning back around and marching toward the falls. Deceit leaned against the trees and watched him go. He needed a plan anyway. "Hey Janny," the Duke greeted as he walked by with urgency. "Horrible to see you too, Remus." Deceit greeted back, and both sides paused and stared at each other. Deceit mentally smacking himself for dropping character. Remus blinked once. "Why do you look like Patty?" the Duke asked. "Too late now." Deceit sighed and let the disguise drop. "And you don't come to the imagination," Remus added. "I'm not tailing your brother. He isn't waiting to fight you at Inspiration Falls under the speculation that you are keeping him away as a ploy for us to take over the core sides by weakening Roman's abilities. However foolish that may be, but I do have to wonder why you are not in the mood to sharing the falls as of late." Deceit questioned. The grin that threatened to overtake the Duke's face quickly went away, just barely. "That," Remus started, and it was apparent that he was trying to not let the grin break out again, and Deceit appreciated the effort even if the creative side was failing at it. "Sounds really fun. The fighting and the blood. We could build armies. I could create so many creatures to torture his side." Remus rambled, unable to contain his thoughts. "Are you planning on going to war with your brother?" Deceit interrupted. "No," Remus answered, breaking away from his thoughts. "But maybe one day." "Then why are you hogging the falls from him? It's not like you to need them to help inspire your thoughts before." Deceit asked with narrow eyes. Could this be the day Remus would lie to him? "I just need them for a project. I need to be in a certain headspace, and the falls help," the Duke said, slightly kicking at the ground like a child that just got disappointed. Deceit frowned. "Should I ask, or do I not need to know?" he asked. Remus tilted his head as he thought about it. "Not yet anyway," he answered with a smile. "Can I go fight Robro now?" Deceit rolled his eyes. "How about you not throw the fight today? Thomas will suffer if Roman continues losing to you." "He's not really losing as much as getting kicked out," Remus offered. "So you just been making it impossible for him to enter the falls," Deceit stated. "Pretty much. I mean, if we fought, we'd just be evenly matched and then no one would win." Remus nodded. "So traps?" Deceit guessed. "And monsters. Lots of monsters and killer plants." Remus nodded. "Let him have it today," Deceit decided. For a second it looked like Remus was going to argue, but then he stopped. "Jan, you shivering?" he pointed out. "Maybe you should go home." "I'll summon the door." "Yes, thank you. But I will wait for Roman to return." "You return home or go cut down some monsters." Deceit waved the Duke on, his form taking on Patton's look again. "Whatever you say, Padre." Remus cackled. But only this once, he said, as he jogged away, to where Deceit didn't really want to know. Deceit let his body shake a few more times before letting himself slip into character again. He would need Roman to end their time together and then slip away. Then he would figure out what Remus was up to cause such a disimbalance with him and Roman. He waited as long as he thought Patton would be able to wait before going to Inspiration Falls himself. He never actually seen the falls, but had always heard that they were a stream of things that Thomas had seen, touched, felt, and experienced. Creativity could come here should they so desired, for when they were having trouble coming up with ideas and spend the days with the falls until something jumped out to them. So when Deceit seen the falls come into view, he couldn't help but take a moment to marvel at the wonders that he could see flowing through the waters. It took him another moment to realize Roman had changed himself from his princely clothes and was now in a pair of swimming trunks and diving from the top of the falls and into the water, coming up hold a bubbly that was playing a short image to him. "Patton! Look!" Roman called, seeing Deceit standing on the edge of the falls. "You had me worried, kiddo," Deceit said, while fighting back a smile he was sure Patton would have at seeing Inspiration Falls while scolding the creative side. "Sorry, Padre. But that rat of a brother of mine wasn't here and hasn't showed, so I could help but dive on in. We need some ideas for the few projects, and for that to happen I need a good dose of inspiration to get the job done." Now he was sure Patton would probably come up with a certain pun right about now, but Deceit just shook his head. He needed to go and find Remus after this. "No, thank you. I think I'm going to go back and dive in a nice inspirational bubble bath." He smiled, getting ready to take his leave. "Oh, come on, Patton, you never turn down a chance to start a splash war." Roman chuckled, as he sent a splash of water at Deceit. As soon as the water hit him, the lying side felt cold then hot at the same time as he was drenched. The water from Inspiration Falls proving that it wasn't just water. And it didn't like Deceit one bit. Steam was coming off him and he felt his disguise slipping. He was aware of Roman's concerned voice getting closer, but as soon as his patent disguise slipped, Deceit didn't waste time to look to see if Roman had summoned his sword. He immediately sunk out and only caught a glance of an angry Roman in swimming trunks charging him. Deceit, as soon as his feet touched his bedroom floor, snapped his finger to change from his soaking wet clothes. "Well, that couldn't have gone better," he mumbled to himself. While not going as planned, Roman seemed to be doing a whole lot better and back to his normal self. Deceit let himself drop into his desk chair and let himself slouch in it. Maybe he could find Remus some other time. At least until the chill from the imagination got knocked off by the heating lamps in his room. Remus called, coming right in. "Don't knock first," Deceit scolded. "Oh, sorry." Remus stepped out and closed the door and knocked. "Not now, Remus. Maybe in an hour or so," he answered, as the Duke came back into the room. "That's too long," Remus pouted. "You going to tell me why you so desperately need the inspiration fall?" he countered. "No," Remus frowned. "Then I will not see you in an hour," Deceit sighed. He wasn't a fool to expect Remus to just leave, but he certainly wasn't expecting him to cage the lying side in his own chair, and snarled, "What did Roman do?" And if Deceit actually moved a little further back in his chair, it was most definitely because the Duke's breath smelled horrid and not because of the animosity in the creative side's tone. "Everything. I didn't get a little wet, which is why I didn't come back to my room after I was not revealed." "Oh." Remus gave the lying side his space back. "The water from the falls made you drop your disguise?" the Duke asked. "The mind isn't a mysterious place that we do not call home." Deceit sighed out, because he wasn't expecting that outcome at the falls. It totally threw off his original plan, but with the same outcome. "Oh, well, as long as you're not hurt, Remy has invited us back." "And I already said yes." The Duke smiled, grabbing hold of Janice's gloved hand and dragging the other side with him to Sleep's home. The next day, Deceit stood silently in the background as the core sides were huddled around their television, doing their job in helping Thomas survive another day of creating and performing and posting said creation. It was their second day of actual YouTubing a new series and had yet to notice the snake side had even appeared in their side of the mind. The reason he was here was because as of now, while we're showing themselves to Thomas, it was in small intervals, like an hallucination of sorts, appearing one at a time. Throng Romans created dreams and daydreams. How else do you think Sleep's character came to be? To get Thomas use them without traumatizing him. A big part of that, whether anyone realized it or not, was for Deceit to make Thomas believe they were just hallucinations and dreams. And that took a lot of concentration when they were always pushing the snake side away or not letting him work with them. Today, however, once Thomas was done playing his 3 roles portraying the core sides, was when the real logic, morality, and creativity would actually pull away the veil and present themselves to him. If Virgil would show, Deceit wasn't sure. The anxious side had now all but vanished besides his influence. If Deceit had his way, he would rather like Thomas to just act out their roles and just continued seeing them in dreams, so not to cause disruption to what he would describe a normal way of living. But then what did he know? He wasn't even wanted, so instead of fighting a losing battle, he retreated to let things play out and for the core sides to fix any problems they may cause. Logan surprisingly being the one to shut Deceit down today. So he just left for his room and hummed comfortably in when the warmth in his room enveloped him. That was interrupted by Remus knocking on his door almost immediately and coming in. J. I created something and I want your honest opinion, he said, pulling the snake side from his room. Perfect timing. Maybe not later, Deceit offered, although he didn't try to shake out of the creative side grip. The Duke was covered in dirt and even had a few rips in his outfit, but that was the usual. Remus looked desperate for someone to appreciate his work, and Deceit was the only one who barely reacted badly toward the stuff he created. And a side like Remus not getting the attention he needed and not able to show off was a bad thing. You can't keep sides like creativity locked away without consequences. So the snake side, although wanting to be left alone, let Remus take him to the imagination, ending up in Remus's great hall. Deceit blinked confusingly. Nothing looked different or new. Where is this creation, exactly, Remus? He asked, looking around. 1 second. Remus said, snapping his fingers, and the lights in the great hall turned off for a few minutes and then back on, revealing doors on either side of them. Deceit looked around, eyeing each door. They were mostly the same color, some green and some that were green but splattered with what looked like red paint. The temperature was different in the great hall too. Not as warm as his room, but comfortable. Remus had made his castle warmer. That was odd. Deceit always thought that the creative sides liked it cold, considering they ran hot. I'm not confused as to what all this has to do with your new creation. He finally spoke, fussing with his glove to give himself something to do. I have created many worlds in each room and I want to test them on you, Remus explained. Deceit eyes the closest door. Yes, I think I will. Honestly, Remus, I think it's a grand idea, but maybe not kidnap someone else to test them on. I haven't had a busy day today, he declined. Because it would just be his luck. Remus pranked him and locked him in one of those worlds. Maybe not to be mean, because obviously to the creative side it would be funny to hear someone banging on the other side begging to get out. Besides, my reaction would be very satisfactory to you. Don't be silly. You just have to open the door and tell me what you think. You can walk in if you want, and as a precaution I created a safe word for you that will send you back to your room. Things get dicey, Remus said, excitedly, and draped an arm around Deceit and guided him to a door, also preventing him from leaving. Deceit hummed in thought, and glanced at the door to the Duke draped on him. The fact that there isn't a safe word has no cause for alarm, he said, quirking an eyebrow. You're so sweet, my yellow noodle. Remus smiles, nuzzling his face into the snake side's neck. Deceit pushed the Duke's face away from his. "Consider me flattered. I guess I have a choice then," he said, shrugging the creative side away. "No, not really," Remus answered, with a smile. Preparing himself, the snake side opened the door he had been pushed to, coming face to a roaring lion on a chain leash in some sort of basement-like room. Deceit immediately closed it, and silently looked at the Duke, who seemed to be studying the other's face intently, causing the lying side to move a little closer to door he just closed. "What? You didn't like that room?" Remus stated. "Not a fan of lions." "Sorry to disappoint," Deceit confirmed, throwing in a smile. "Next door then." Remus pushed, going toward a green door with the red splattered paint. "This one. Open this one," he insisted. Opening the door presented Janice to a what can honestly be described as the tea party from Wonderland. It looked like something Roman would show off. Only as soon as Deceit was spotted, the occupants of the tea party scene began smashing things. One of them sending a cup hurling straight to the snake side in the doorway. This time it was Remus who closed the door. Not totally perfected, but it turned out better than expected. He grinned. "You wanna go in and join that chaos, don't you?" Deceit stated. Remus nodded. "But this is important. This has to do with Inspiration Falls, doesn't it?" the snake side accused. "Oh yeah. But I can't tell why. It's more fun this way." Remus nodded again as he pushed Deceit to another door. They continued on this cycle with the door. Some showing disgusting sceneries to ones that looked like replicas to a horror film or game. One being similar to the game Five Nights at Freddy's that had a screeching bear and fox running at him on sight. The doors like that one, while not surprising to find, did make the hairs on the back of his stand up. He was mostly used to Remus's oddities and even appreciated some. However, when he opened up another door and a circus covered in black and white colors with clowns that were also black and white met him. "Are you the birthday boy?" the nearest clown asked, with his painted-on smile, and the snake side practically slammed the door shut with a hiss escaping him. Behind him he could hear Remus holding back a manic cackle. "I didn't know you didn't like clowns, D." "I do like clowns," he said, straightening his hat and gloves and marching away from the green door, as if he wasn't bothered at all. To one that had red splatter on it. The one with the paint splatter always started off nicer than the ones with that were just green. Some even just had scenery in them with nothing prowling around, although the color were faded. He even came across one that had a nice open meadow in it with a small brook. And another that opened up to a nice cabin that looked so homey until the walls start converging in on the room. Which was a shame, since the inside of the cabin had been aesthetically pleasing. The rooms soon be have different themes, and Remus would every now and then ask question to was it not enough? Or what was wrong with the room and scene, that was just witness. And Deceit would answer them. After a few more scary one. That Deceit was certainly not bothered by, he approached the last door. It had the red paint splatter on it, and opened it. The room before him was a bedroom, painted in yellows and greens with black and yellow pillows on a bed with a very nice heating lamp on the ceiling. The room even had his snake plushie in it. Janice leaned closer, sticking only his head in the room, and the lamp on the ceiling came on. "Want to walk into this one, D?" Remus asked Giddy. "No," he answered, already walking into the room. It looked like his bedroom almost, but only slightly different. He poked at the snake plushie on the bed, and upon a closer knew immediately it was new. But this room was odd too. Nothing like the other rooms was happening. "Remus, I must say I always knew you could make something like this," he admitted. The room was calming. He didn't know Remus could match his brother. "Really? 'Cause I made this on the fly," the Duke admitted from outside the room, watching the snake side looking through the room. Deceit was about to reply when the mirror on by the closet cracked and out flew a ghost, causing more to appear. The snake side barely held back a shriek, but did hiss and practically ran through Remus had the Duke not moved out of the way in time. A ghost slipping past the door that slammed shut and began flying about the great hall. Remus watched the whole thing, and while it was funny to him, he did not laugh. It stopped being funny when Deceit, who was trying to not coward and run, but rather speed walk from the ghost flight path, had found his way to almost everything in the great hall, including the Duke's own throne. "Dee," he called gently over the whooshing sound of the doors disappearing. "You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?" "I'm not," Deceit answered, clearing his throat to cover up the lie, peeking from around the throne, trying not to look like he was searching for the thing that could move through walls. Remus was looking at him. "So, you wouldn't mind that it's right behind you?" the creative side said, pointedly looking behind Deceit. The snake side bolting from his place behind the throne and instead behind Remus. Although he refused to grab hold of the Duke. He wasn't that scared. At least he wasn't going to show he was that scared. "Don't get rid of it already," he tried to say casually. With a wave of the creative side's hand, the ghost flying around was gone. Deceit let himself step a few feet from the Duke, fiddling with his capulet and gloves to try and distract himself from his momentary lapse of composure. "I hope you found that hilarious, if that was what you were going for. A good practical joke if you want to get someone in a false sense of security, then you haven't succeeded. Will that not be all?" Remus was silent for a moment before a grin spread across his face. "Yup," he answered as he summoned the exit to the imagination, letting Janice leave alone. The snake side was grateful to walk right back into his room and let himself collapse on his bed. Today was just tiring. Hopefully Remus would be sated for a few days before he needed Deceit again. But the core sides were going to keep him busy. He could feel it. The veil was lifted, and Thomas now knew. That meant more lies. Better defenses against the things the other were not allowed to say. And hiding the existence of their side of the mind. Few days later, Deceit found himself entering his room and collapsed on the floor, exhausted. The Virgil had joined the core sides and his room firmly placed in their side. The anxious side had even been able to reveal himself despite the snake side's effort to keep him hidden once he had been able to sense him again. Virgil was no longer his to send away now that Thomas knew of him. That job was now Thomas's. His room warmed him up as he laid on the floor seriously contemplating on sleeping there. Remus hadn't been by in days, and while that was worrying, Deceit figured he would just send a snake out into the mindscape to find the Duke and let things be for now. No one ever listened anyway. "Double D, you in there?" As if summoned by the devil, the Duke knocked on the door. "Go away, Remus." "I can't today," Deceit mumbled, refusing to get up. The creative side popped his head in anyway, intestines wrapped around him like a scarf. "You look like shit today," he commented. Deceit grunted, but said nothing else. Remus dropped down beside him. "Bad day with the core sides?" "Virgil is not with them now," Deceit informed. "Oh. Want to see something cool?" the creative side asked. "No," Deceit said, turning his head from the Duke's direction. He listened as Remus rocked back and forth for a bit, waiting for him to leave like he would usually do. "Janny, I know you said not to, and to go away, but I think you really need to see this, so up we go," Remus said, lifting Janice up and to carried him one arm to his closet. "Let go of me. I say I can't today. No scares. No gore." Deceit wiggled. "Oh shush. You'll thank me. You been working too hard. And I worked really hard to make this," the Duke argued back, hefting the slipping snake and readjusting his grip as he made a yellow and green door appear in the back of the closet. "And walking through it?" He didn't let the lying side go until the door closed and there was a loud clicking sound signaling a lock had flicked. Deceit put space between him and creative side. "How dare you? I said no," he hissed. Remus rolled his eyes and grabbed the snake side by the face and turned the other's head in the direction he wanted. Deceit felt his eyes widen. Remus had taken him to a meadow that was muted in colors on a gray-like scale, and in the middle was nestled a cozy-looking cabin. The temperature here was perfect, that for a moment he questioned if they were still in the imagination had it not been for one of Remus's creations prowling along the edge of the trees. Remus chuckled beside him as he grabbed his hand and started leading the shell-shock snakeside toward it. There was even a small brook running through the meadow. Approaching the door, Deceit let his hand run across the wooden door, turning to look at Remus, who was excitingly gesturing for the snakeside to open the door. Remembering the doors in the Great Hall a few days ago, the lying side made sure to open this one slowly just in case this was very elaborate repeat. The whole place looked normal, like his was getaway cabin. Once the door was fully open, he hesitated walking in, but soon found himself standing in the middle of the main room of the place. Remus standing off to the side watching as Deceit spun around, taking in the whole room. "Okay. So what happens now?" he asked. "What do you mean?" the creative side asked with a confused tilt of his head. "Isn't there going to be something to try and jump scare me with? Are you going to start chasing me around with a knife and maybe stab me this time?" he interrogated, silently hoping that the intrusive side wasn't going to stoop that low. "Still salty about the ghost thing, I see. I mean, I could chase you around with a knife if you really want me to. But I don't think you could outrun me. I wasn't lying when I said you looked like shit," Remus said, no sounding amused like he usually did. The snakeside narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "So you didn't bring me out here to reenact some horror movie?" Remus shook his head. Deceit ventured further into the cabin, finding the bathroom and a bedroom that was decorated in blacks and yellows, with several comfy blankets and a very large heating lamp that was located in the ceiling above the bed. The kitchen looked empty, but as soon as he opened the fridge and cabinets magically filled with utensils and food, he didn't escape his notice that the place was heating up the longer they stay in it. "So what do you think?" the Duke asked, eager like a puppy to know what Deceit thought. "I've been working on it for a while. Took a lot of inspiration to even make presentable, and hard. I don't know how Roman does it. Making something nice, but the creative side's hand flew to his mouth at the flick of Deceit's wrist. "You made this? This isn't part of Roman's side?" he asked. Still unable to talk, the Duke shook his head. "This is why you needed Inspiration Falls?" Deceit asked again, releasing the Duke and allowing him to speak again. "Yeah. You need a place. Patton has a kitchen. Logan has a study. Virgil has his room. Roman has his side of the imagination. And I have mine. Here no one will be able to disturb you, not even me if you don't want. My creations won't bother you or jump you. Your own piece of land of my land. We're neighbors. Best part, this cabin will do almost anything you ask of it. You take care of me and the others. This place will take care of you. You just have to relax. Of course you could do other things here too, but you would have to ask nicely or very dirty. I'm open to both." As the Duke rambled on and on, Deceit was looking around again. "This place was very well made. You made this all for me?" he asked, interrupting the still rambling creative side. "Yeah. And it will be the last time I make something this nice. After the doors tests, I picked what I knew you like and took out all the kinks that made you stress. Here you distress. Boring style or fun style. And the weather I made sure would be the perfect temperature for you on my side and here at all times. Deceit took one last look as the side started rambling again, before a smirk pulled at his lips. He walked to the still rambling side, who was now talking about how anyone who trespassed beside without Deceit permission would be slaughtered and tortured for daring to do so. The snake side reached and pulled the slightly taller side down to his level and kissed the creative side on the lips, effectively shutting him up. "It's a horrible gesture, Remus. And I loathe it." He smiled, pulling the for once silent Duke to follow him toward the bedroom. The Duke never thought his thoughts could be so still until Deceit kissed him. He followed like in a trance, and the snake side threw off his capulet, hat, and gloves and beckoned Remus into the room with a calm hither look in his mismatched eyes. "Remus, I think I'm still cold." I could use some extra heat, he said, flashing his fangs. The creative side looked like Christmas had come early and practically catapulted himself into the room after the deceitful side. Come here, you yellow noodle. I'm gonna eat you. He cheered as he pushed the snake side into the bed and pinned him. Deceit chuckled and placed another kiss on the Duke. You can try, he challenged, his snake's eye flashing yellow for a moment. I've been waiting for this day. You have no idea. Remus grinned, showing off his own sharp teeth, eyes flashing green in response to Deceit show. Let's christen this place. He cheered, starting to kiss the snake side skin, starting on the scales and making his way to the smooth human side, removing the lying side's clothes that got in his way. His tentacle coming out in his excitement. But the extra limbs just seemed to caress up and down the lying side, and Remus unwrapped Deceit from his clothes. Just let me take care of all of this, he said, nibbling on Deceit's exposed ear. You're blushing so red. Like your pore could bleed. I going to ruin you tonight. Promises, promises. Deceit panted, pulling the Duke's hair and catching his mouth, his own extra arms coming out during the excited coursing through his veins. Chapter 20, Security Systems. Remus stared down at the sleeping half-naked snake side under him, with a very prominent pout. Janice had fallen asleep, right at the start of their first time. It was like the little bit and energy that had sparked died as soon as the room reached its designated temperature setting. Then a blink and a yawn later, and Remus found himself undressing, groping, and kissing a sleeping Janice. The Duke himself still had his pants on, and they were now very uncomfortable. But from his position of holding himself above the other side, he couldn't deny that the deceitful side under him was very fucking hot. Especially with that peaceful small smile that was plastered on it. The creative side groaned as he rolled to his side and off of the other side. No use continuing if there was only going to be one to tango. That wasn't any fun. The thought did cross his mind about committing somnophilia. After all, the other side was beautiful even while asleep, but he didn't think Janice would like to be absent during at least the first round. Damn it, he cursed, letting his head drop onto the bed. At least he now knew that the other side did like him and his gift. But what was he supposed to do now? He picked himself up and shook the other's shoulder. Jan, wake up. This isn't fair. You can't just bait me like that. I could just rape you. I wasn't joking all those times before, he said. Don't make me wait. It came the mumbled reply. The snake side, still asleep, rolled onto his side and snuggled close into Remus, unconsciously hugging up to him. His extra arms disappearing, since the snake side was asleep and not consciously using the anymore. So Remus put his tentacle away. And I was the one accused of pulling something deliciously horrible. At least I don't tease and sleep. Speaking of, wake up. We didn't even start chopping cherry trees. And I want your cherry. The Duke insisted. The other side moaned in his sleep, still deep in a sleep. Remus felt his eye twitch. Geez, I knew you worked yourself to the bone, but this just isn't fair. You can't sleep through this, he insisted and aggressively shook the snake side. Janice's snake eye cracked open slightly, as he grumbled. A sleepy smile spreading across his face, before the eye closed again and Remus deflated. Guess you meant it when you said you can't today. The Duke sighed, waving his hand a bit to put their clothes back on, and slowly climbed out of the bed. I'll just check to make sure things are working right, I suppose, he mumbled, as he went to leave. But paused at the door to stare at the sleeping side on the bed. Unless you suddenly wake up and want to continue, he said very loudly. Janice said nothing, besides a soft snore. Remus made a sound of impatiences. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted his snake now. Mind made up, he made a dash for the bed, ready to pounce back on it, so he could continue making grabby hands the whole time. And then it happened. When he blinked, it was like the cabin had moved itself to where he would be outside the room with the door slamming shut and locking itself. Disappointed, the Duke watched as a sign magically appeared on the door. "Do not disturb." It was a mixture of feelings that flooded him as he stared at the door: disappointment, surprise, and pride, but the overall feeling was want. And he didn't to destroy something that had been so hard to make. Not after he just gave it to the deceitful side. "Oh poopy." Remus grumbled as snapped himself outside of the cabin along with the main security system. It was still in need of maintenance, so he guessed he could put all his pent-up energy to fixing it. He stared silently in the eyes of his own image, the eyes blank like a doll's. He stalked around the thing a few times. He had went to the logical sides room and had stole a book called Puppetry for Beginners to help with its creation, but that proved boring, so the creative side just ended up turning to a movie called Real Steel. He liked the idea of him protecting this small sanctuary he made for Deceit, but in case he couldn't make it in time, he wanted to still be the one to put the fear in whoever crossed onto this area of his side, of Deceit's small piece of given imagination, so he made the security system to have his face. He positioned himself back in front of it, and snapped his fingers, watching as the eyes on the look-alike doll glowed green. "Master, how may I serve thee?" it responded in a broken mechanical voice. Remus grimaced at that. "You sound like if you gave blowjobs it would feel like sandpaper." "Voice change," he said, tapping the look-alike doll in the throat. "Will this suffice, master?" it responded, voice coming out almost the same as his own. "Now that is much better. If Jan likes you good enough, we could do a threesome with you. Oh, I got to remember to fix that on you." He smiled. On the ground, Remus let his shadow connect with the shadow of the dolls. The shadows flashed green as they became connected, making one whole shadow between them. The creative side watched as he summoned his morning star and watched as the doll before him did that same, copying his movements of letting the weapon rest on against his shoulders, its body relaxing from its stiff doll-like position and more in the way Remus liked to carry himself. Remus then changed his body position into that of battle stance and watched as the doll did the same, before engaging in slight combat with it. The doll was sturdy and didn't break easy, but he still had to give it battle techniques for combat. As he sparred with his doll look-alike, Remus's let his mind slip away to what else he could add to this place to make more secure for Janice. He already had it where the cabin would do almost anything for the other side, even summoning himself if his double D wanted to have some extra fun. And now he also created another him to ensure that no matter what, if he couldn't make it in time, then this doll would put the fear in Janice's enemies and trespassers for him. But wouldn't it be cool if he had another option? Wouldn't it be awesome if Roman joined in? But it wasn't like he could trap his brother in the walls of the cabin without anyone noticing. Well, he probably could. Now he wanted to try. "Hey dollface, freeze!" he commanded, watching as the doll look-alike froze mid-swing. "Wait here." He went to go find his brother before stopping and looking back at the doll once more. "Don't let Janny see you," he added as an afterthought. "In fact, go stuff." And the security doll went from a frozen battle stance to a rigid soldier's stance and shrank to where it was hidden in the grass. He stood there a minute waiting as he felt through the imagination and tried to find Roman. The imagination was cool like that, he and Roman could find each other whenever they wanted, even though they barely did. And right now he could tell Roman was in Sleep's home. That was just perfect. Sleep lived in the gray area of the imagination so that he and Roman could create dreams and send them to Remy to construct, before sent to Thomas. Instead of walking, the Duke decided to use his door to transport himself right to the function's home. "Sleep. Roro," he greeted as his door vanished, grinning all the while at the sight of Roman's face. Remy dropped the dream idea Roman was handing him, turning to face the Duke. "You slut," he scolded. "Just where have you been? I haven't gotten a dream from you in days. You can't just stop making them. I need an even collection from you too if you're going to hand them out. I'm not a miracle worker here, babe." Seeing Remy so angry and sassy had Remus cackling. "I'll get you a nightmare soon. I been busy." He shrugged. "In fact. Here." He snapped his fingers and a big closed-in rectangular block slammed over Roman. "Hey. Get me out of here, you rat. Remy. Help me." Roman shouted in surprise at being trapped, and he could be heard kicking and trying to deconstruct Remus's trap. "You put bloody spikes in here." "Remus." Remy didn't run to help the trapped creative side, merely watched as a few cracks appears on the cemented wall-like structure that the princely side was trapped in, before giving his attention to the Duke, who looked proud of himself. "And what, pray tell, am I to do with that? I know you are not going to leave him like that in my home," the sleep function demanded. "Nah. Just want to see if I catch him." Remus smiled. "Okay then." Remy shrugged, bringing his Starbucks cup up to take a few sips from it while the princely side continued trying to break his way through the rectangular trap. "Now about those dreams. I know you are not trying to make my job a living hell, bitch, 'cause I will end you," he promised. "I was creating something. And I need Roman's help to finish it up," Remus explained. "I wouldn't help you even if you begged, you cretin. You are dead when I get out," Roman shouted from his temporary prison. Remus rolled his eyes at his brother's answer, before he grabbed Remy and twirled the sleep function into a dip. "Forgive me? I can make it up to you," the creative promised, wiggling his eyebrows. Remy scoffed and pushed away from the Duke. "Nuh-uh. Girl, you would have to have something I really, really want for that to happen." Taking another sip from his cup. "I'll get you a date with Emile," Remus said, suggestively. Remy stopped mid-sip, and looked over his sunglasses at the other side. "Emile, you say?" the sleep function hummed in thought. "Now why would I want him?" "You know why. You can take some of that cream you love with your coffee and smear all over the innocent little doctor. Turn him naughty." Remus had an wicked smile on his face, revealing all of his sharp teeth as he pulled Remy close and showed him exactly what he was talking about by presenting a free-floating hologram with the good doctor presented on it, smiling sheepishly out at them. "Remy, I been a very bad boy. Woe the hell up. Hey, hey, hey." Remy shouted, waving his hand through the hologram, making it vanish. "Slut, I will dust you ass with sleep sand, girl," the sleep function threatened. Face flushed red. Remus hit the floor laughing. "The look on your face, Rem. Tha ha ha ha. It looked like your head was going to explode. So what do you say? Forgive and forget. Only if you never do that again," the function insisted, fixing his sunglasses back in place. "And don't you ever bring Emile into this again, because girl, this function needs no help. Now take your brother and don't come back until you have me some dreams to finalize." "Thank you. Now get out. Don't let the door hit you on ass on the way." Remy smiled sweetly, before letting it drop and stalked himself into the basement. The Remus was sure the function pieced together what he and Roman brought him for dreams. "See ya later, Remy, come on Ro. I got something I need to talk to you about," the Duke said, walking out of the function home, the rectangular prison his brother was trapped in following close behind. But not before tossing a DVD at the function with a wink. "Something I created for Rem. Enjoy," he called over his shoulder. He waited till they were far from Remy's home and more near Tati Dragonich's domain before he let his brother out of the cemented prison. Roman dropped to the ground, gasping and taking in air, before jumping to his feet and charging his twin. Remus rolled his eyes, parrying a blow from the sword with his own weapon. "So bra bro, how ya doing?" he asked cheerily. "You tried to suffocate me," Roman growled. "Come on, you know the imagination will not let me kill you. Are you me? We tried that when we were like 13. Remus huffed. Roman had stopped attacking in favor of verbal argument. "Don't be such a baby. And tried to turn Remy to the dark side. Roman added. Pulis, Remy's already dark. He's just not a side. He's a function. Remus said, waving away Roman's words. Remus was enjoying the banter with Roman. So anyway bro, I need your help with something. I said no already. I'm not going to bed anxiety. Roman shouted. Remus doubled over laughing. I wasn't talking about anxiety. Geez brother mine, get your mind out of the gutter. He teased. Then why is he suddenly over on our side? Sending a spy now, brother. Roman spat, trying hard hide the slight redness his face was taking. Remus shrugged. Maybe. Who knows? We could be waiting for the perfect moment to take out all you core sides and have Thomas all to ourselves. Wouldn't that be perfect? Remus said, sticking out his tongue in mocking. Remus. Roman growled out. Anywho, I need you to make me something. The Duke continued over his brother. No. I'm not making you anything. Roman said, turning his back to his twin and crossing his arms. Come on. I can help you with something. Remus bargained. I don't need anything from you. The prince stopped, and gazed over at the dragon witch's domain, then back at Remus. You think the reason we can't tame her is because we both made her? He asked. Remus nodded. Yup. She needs both her daddies to spank her. Roman rolled his eyes. Okay, then what exactly do you want? He asked. Remus smiled even wider, if that was even possible. There was so many things he wanted, but no, he had to stay focused. I need a bit of good creativity to finish up a project. He said. PFT, whatever for? Roman didn't know how to take that answer. I'm building a security system. He said, trying to mimic Roman's charming smile. For once his brother looked impressed. Oh, I see. You want to take thing up a notch. More like just better security for my side? Remus corrected, moving his hand in a so-so motion. Because if Roman ever found the cabin, then sure he would let the Remus doll give his brother a beating. Right now though, he wanted the doll to be able to fight with Roman too. Remus was going to prepare from everything. He'd tell Roman later. First he wanted to experiment with the creativity he brother wielded. Then I will make the dragon witch extra security for my side. Roman declared, facing his brother once more. So you'll help? Remus asked. He watched as his brother debated. Fine. Then let's go slay the dragon witch. He cheered, as he and Roman charged for the creature's domain. The creature already stepping from a cave to meet them. Oh, by the way, how's Anxie doing over there? Are you sure you don't want to bang him till he's screaming your name? Remus, not now. Roman scolded him as they summoned their weapon. Remus shrugged and dodged with his brother to avoid the fire breath aimed at them. Just asking. And made a leap into the dragon witch's mouth just as she closed it. He would attack from the inside while Roman took care of the outside. Plus he wanted to gather some stomach acid for things. Virgil. Anxiety waited on top of a hill that would give him the best view of Princey as he and Remus battle the dragon witch. He had his hood up and over his eyes, something he liked to do when he brooding. He was the bad guy now for both the core sides and Remus and Deceit now. Not that he minded about the latter. He was not going to be silenced again. He just hoped he and Princey could find some common ground soon. It was tiring being hated. Thomas and Princey had even tried to get rid of him on his first debut, that had been painful. And if he had any other place to go, he probably would have left just to make them happy, but he didn't. And whether they liked him or not, he was going to be heard. The next video they were going to do, he was going to try and get Thomas to stop lying about his resolutions and try to get around Deceit's control of not being able to mention Remus and the snake side. The anxious side was already dreading the video, but he wouldn't be keeping Thomas safe if he didn't try to warn him some way. To try and warn all of them. As for bonding, well, They had a plan for a Disney episode coming up, maybe he would be able to make some breakthrough then. After all, he loved Disney. For God's sakes, he thought Princey came right of a Disney movie when he first saw him. Hopefully they could bond over that. Right now though, he was watching Roman's back. Remus liked dragging Deceit through the imagination, and so the snake side couldn't be too far from the twin either. The anxious side just couldn't tell where, like he used to. But he wasn't going to let the snake get the drop on the prince. He was essential to everything Thomas made. Narrowed his eyes when it seemed like the twin were actually working together. That wasn't unheard of, but it rarely happened. Especially now that they were adults. The anxious side let himself sink out of the imagination once the twins parted ways. As long as Roman was able to walk away from his encounter with both Dragon Witch and Remus, things were probably fine. Remus. The Duke and the Prince both stared at the downed Dragon Witch and watched as the red and green flashed of their power pulsed around her. So we want her to be smart enough to listen and take orders, Roman was saying. Not totally evil. But she can stay a little evil. Remus added. She's not going to be any fun if she's timid. And we'll make her be able to react if something wrong happens to either side of the imagination. Roman added as well. Not just yours. Remus denied, already wiping away some of what Roman was changing. Okay, then how about a code word? Roman said. Add that for when I'm gone. Remus shrugged. She'll be able to call you if something ever happens to me. Roman said, putting his hand down at the same time as Remus. Same, for my side. My security will call upon you, I bite the dust. Unless I come back as a zombie, then just lock me up in an arena to battle different creature for food. The Duke cackled slightly at the thought. The Dragon Witch sat up and shook her head before focusing her gaze upon the two rulers of the imagination, but this time she did not outright attack them this time. Good girl. Roman praised. Great work, Remus. He nodded his head toward his brother. Yeah, you're welcome, whatever, now Gim. Remus said, making grabby hands. Roman sighed and opened one hand up, revealing a red stone. I just know I'm going to regret giving you a bit of my creativity. He groaned, when his brother practically snatched it from his hand, imitation the voice of Gollum as he did so. Leaving Roman in the dust shaking his head. I will never understand him. He huffed, turning his attention back to the Dragon Witch. The cabin. Remus had just finished placing the stone Roman had given him into his security system when he heard movement in the cabin and watched from the window as Janice moved about. Still investigating the space while flattening some bedhead and hiding the rest with his hat. The other side seemed fascinated how the cabin would magically give him things whenever he's asked. Not wanting the OTC the security system, Remus had it disappear back where it belonged, just as he felt a tug, that he answered happily and popped into the cabin. Aw, Double D, you missed me. He cheered. I most certainly did not. Janice answered, his human side blushing slightly. So we got two options now. Continuing where we left off or do something else. He said, jumping right to the point. The other side looked relieved at there being two options. How about a Disney movie? Janice asked, a slight smile spreading across his face as Remus was already flopping himself down onto the couch and a list of movies appearing on the screen of the TV. It didn't take him long before he joined the creative side on the couch. I didn't rape you. But I could have. Remus said. I know, Remus. Janice said, pecking him slightly on the lips as his snuggled close. Maybe one day I will let you. Promises, promises. D, you're going to regret saying that someday. The Duke warned. But not today, now play the Jungle Book. We can't stay here too long, I know time works different here. Janice shushed. Then you also know there's no reason to be in a hurry. Remus countered as both sides relaxed on the couch further as the opening scene started. Chapter 21, Your Lips Are Sealed. Deceit and Remus enter the lying side's room through the yellow and green door the Duke had put in the closet. Of course, after a relaxing day for once in the imagination, Deceit guessed that it couldn't have lasted. His desk drawer had been ransacked during his absence. He immediately went to straightening up his papers and putting his pins back where they belonged, as well as his books. "Wow, Janny, what happened?" Remus said, poking his head in the drawer that was supposed to hold the journals. "Remus, don't get out of there," Deceit shooed, shoving gently at the creative side. And looking for himself, taking inventory of all his drawers, finding 6 of his journals gone. The journals on the course sides, Virgil and Thomas, were missing. And it didn't take a genius to know who might have taken them. "No," he whispered mostly to himself. Remus obviously noticed the change in Deceit, as he peeked over the snake side's shoulder and into the drawers again. "What wrong?" "Nothing," Deceit snapped, pushing Remus away again. "Just a big mess that I have to clean up." He slammed the drawer shut, and spotted a note on the floor, written in Virgil's handwriting, and quickly picked it up. "Crooked snake." "You're not crooked," Remus spoke up, have caught a glimpse of the note. "Has Virgin forgotten what you look like or something? Maybe the so much time in actual sunlight is blinding him. Talk about karma. I can just see him now, feeling his way around up there, shouting, 'I can't see.'" "Ha ha ha." Remus cackled, acting it out by closing his eyes with his hands outreached, feeling blindedly at Deceit, who was glaring at the note, until Remus squeezed his ass. The reflex reaction came quickly, with the snake side smacking the creative side's offending hand with a surprised and irritated hiss. "Stop that." Remus chuckled and held his hands up half-heartedly in surrender. "Frisk me, Snake Daddy." He grinned. Deceit rolled his eyes and shook his head. "I do not regret saying that I am no longer in the mood, Remus. I do hope you don't understand," he said with a sigh at the Duke's attempts to lighten the mood. Remus's grin went away. "So you don't want me to drag his hypocritical ass back here for a spanking?" he asked. "That will be necessary, no thank you," Deceit said. "You don't have to leave now, so I can clean this up." Seeing that the snake side was serious, Remus merely shrugged and did as he was asked. Deceit waited only a few moments before starting to tidy up his ransacked work area, and glanced at the remaining journals still safely tucked in the drawers. His own and the no longer used one with King Romulus's name on it. Why had Virgil taken the journals? And why had he taken the journal that had Remus's name on it, was an even puzzling question. "Janice!" Remus shouted as he popped in, landing in the same spot Deceit was standing in, and so ended up tossing the other side across the room. "Luke, Luke, Luke!" he was chanting, holding out what he had in his hands. Deceit picked himself up, straightening his hat and gloves in the process. Though I didn't tell you, where did you get that?" he demanded, quickly storming over to the creative side, see that the other was holding one of the missing journals. "Found it in front of my room. Virgil left a note too, saying I would want to read what was inside." Remus shrugged, letting the deceitful side to snatch the journal from him. Deceit cradled the missing journal close to his chest as he gathered the two still in the drawer. "Obviously, I can still leave them here. I knew he was going to take them," he hissed, as he searched for something to put the journals in. "Which Remus so helpfully conjured a ripped-up satchel." "You didn't look, did you?" he asked the Duke. Remus shook his head. "Nah. I just figured you'll tell all the filthy fantasy you've had of me yourself one day. Or have us act them out one by one." He did a little shuffle with his shoulders at the thought. "He going to give the journals to the others?" Deceit hissed, hefting the bag onto his shoulders. "And that's bad?" Remus asked, letting himself lounge in Deceit's desk chair, pencil in hand, doodling without really looking, more focused on the agitated snake side, who was pacing the length of the room. Which was a bummer, he had just gotten Janice to loosen up and relax for once. "No. They just hold ever information starting from the very first day of manifestation. Every lie, want, and dream ever written down and stored away. Thing you know or do not wish to know. I keep track of it all. It's my job to know it all. To keep it all hidden and out of sight. Deceit said, voice tilting just a bit to being panicked. Though he refused to lose his calm. Remus was nodding his head. So bad then? He decided. Well, we should go get them. He suggested happily. I will go get them. Deceit corrected. You have a job to do. Remus looked like he was going to argue but thought better of it, seeing the Genesis snake eye take on a golden glow, signally that the side while trying to appear unaffected, was seriously angry. And the Duke wasn't in a hurry to be the first to test out Deceit's anger. Well, he has tested it, but never to the point where it could affect Thomas. Because he was sure that Deceit kept those journals hidden for a reason. Okay, call me if you need me, Double D. I like getting hands dirty. He said, with a smile and once again left. Deceit huffed, in frustration and patted the satchel that now held his journals. He had to find them. He hurriedly made his way to the door of their home and quickly directed himself to the Corside's home. It was almost a relief to find it empty. But that meant the Cors and Virgil were with Thomas. He would be able to search the room for the journal before any more damage could be made and silently hoped none of them had been able to open the books. The snake-side climbed up the stairs and decided Logan's room would be the first to go and search for his journal. The logical side's room was tidy with and organized and shouldn't take too long to find the journal that held everything Deceit knew about the side. Calling out his snake he had planted in the room, he deconstructed it so to take in everything it knew faster and found the journal had not been brought into the room and Logan had not expressed any certain mood changes or body language that hinted that he had been given something that could certainly even make him break the facade of not having feelings. Stepping from the logical side's room, he called forth the rest of the snakes. The creatures breaking down into little lights and back to Deceit. The lying side stood there out in the hall with his eyes closed as he took in everything. Roman had not been given a journal, not apart from his usually rainbow-colored one that he liked to write ideas in. Nothing useful. Patton had walked into his room, looking like he was hiding something but it was only a cookie. Virgil had definitely taken the journals here though. One of his snakes had seen them. Had watched the anxious side stuff them in a box and had left with the box. Deceit latched onto the images of Virgil following his movement that had been captured, before losing track of his when he ran into the imagination door that Roman had summoned near the kitchen. Deceit didn't have snakes in the imagination. When he seen Virgil again he was without the box. Deceit opened his eyes at the sound of the four sides down below. Mostly Roman and Virgil having a shouting match and Patton and Logan trying to calm them down. Deceit gritted his teeth and walked to the stairs and peered down. Virgil didn't look like he was having the best of time with the Corsides. Mind made up the snake side, went to Virgil's room and after a once-over glance made himself comfortable on the anxious side's bed, and toyed with the most beloved headphones that was on the nightstand. He hummed a random tune as he waited for the side to return to the room for the day. It was when he began twirling the soundproof headphones around on one finger did Virgil enter his room. And upon seeing his uninvited guest slammed and locked his door. Deceit. What are you doing up here? He demanded as he set both locks. Hello to you too, Virgil. Been a while. Deceit greeted, not stopping his twirling of the headphones, but slid his eyes over the other side. Get out. Virgil demanded. Such an ungracious host. And here I came all the way here to see you. That's what you wanted, yes. After all you left me such a nice invitation. Deceit let the headphones swing one more time in the air before closing his hand around them and glanced at them with interest. Why would I want you here? You're the reason I left. Virgil hissed. Oh really, I would never have guessed. Deceit feigned surprise, standing, and began pacing the anxious side's room. But I must say you definitely have my attention. Did you really miss me that much that you stole from me? Virgil huffed and moved past Deceit, snatching his headphones as he passed and placed them back where they belonged. If you're here to get them back, fat chance. I got rid of them. Deceit placed a gloved hand on his chest as if offended. Why, Virgil? I'm shocked. Aren't you trying to prove to everyone including yourself that you're not a bad guy? Tisk, tisk. Not the most righteous of decision-making. He smiled as he met the other side's glare. The shadows of the mind were shifting, reacting to the defensiveness Virgil was displaying. It's not right to keep something that doesn't belong to you after all. Patton would surely be disappointed in you. Don't talk like you know him or me. Virgil bristled. Oh, but I do know you, Virgil. Or should I just call you Anxiety now? Wouldn't want them to prematurely learn your name now, would we? Deceit continued with a smile. Don't even go there. Virgil hissed. Is that what you plan on using the journals for? To pass them out and then, oh, look, that slippery snake had one on me too. See, here's my name. Deceit mocked, his voice pitching perfectly to same like Virgil. Stop it. Virgil gritted out, his eyes flashing purple as the shadows in his room began to darken. Tell me, ANX, does Thomas know where you came from? Have the others even begun to treat you like one of them? Virgil stayed silent, so the snake side continued onward, despite the dangerous glare coming his way. Are you still bring them down? I'm sure Roman has pointed it out plenty of times already. Do you think Thomas would still want you if it were to slip you are actually one of us? Deceit moved about the room, casually taking his gaze off the angry emo, letting his words do their job. He didn't like it, but this was in Virgil's journals. Deceit knew all that would trigger Virgil, and while he didn't like it, Virgil was playing a dangerous game, with stealing those journals. You don't know anything. I am different from you. Virgil said lowly, tracking the other side's movements. Yes, I suppose you are. I would not resort to stealing. Deceit nodded, a knowing smile on his face now as Virgil started moving, keeping distance between them. Get out of my room. The anxious side's tempest tongue slipped out as the purple in Virgil's eyes glowed. SHH, Deceit said, placing a finger up to his smiling lips, his own snake eye glowing a dangerous golden hue as well. We wouldn't those dear innocent core sides to ruin our nice little conversation, now would we? The blow came from the right, a solid flash of dark shadow suckered punched the snake side in the gut, causing him to double over slightly. Leave them alone. Deceit straightened himself, his smile gone now, and ticked his finger at Virgil. Now I know Patton wouldn't approve. Naughty, naughty Virgil. Playing the role of protector, I see. Roman would be so jealous. The snake side moved back as a rod-like shape came flying from a darkened corner of the room, missing him by inches as it melted into the wall on impact. Virgil. Deceit tsked, unhappily. We both don't want you doing something you'll regret, so I will come out and just say it. Give them back. Deceit demanded calmly. Over my dead body. I'm not going to let you use anything in those journals to hurt any one of them. You're never getting them back. Virgil threatened. Deceit tsked again. Well, we wouldn't want that to happen now, would we? What would Thomas be without you? He let the sarcasm drip like butter into his tone, and his grin reappeared. I will get what I want, Virgil. So, bravo on being a big boy and standing up to the big bad snake. He clapped slowly. Now give them to me. Virgil's eyes narrowed stubbornly. Deceit shook his head. I really hope to not have to do this, Anxiety. He said sadly. Remus, come up and say hi. He summoned. No. Virgil yelped, as hands came up through the floor and pulled him through, Deceit following close behind. He landed back in his room, and hurriedly went to go to Remus's room, grabbing a small jar of venom as he went, where he could hear clear signs of struggle. Mostly Remus cackling and Virgil cursing. Opening the door, he appreciated the sight before him. Remus had Virgil hanging upside down by a rope attached to the ceiling, playfully poking the struggling anxious side with the morning star. "Well, isn't this just a lovely view? Seeing you two getting along." He smiled, as he gained their attention. "Hey Janny, look what I caught." Remus grinned. "Yes, horrid job." Deceit returned the grin. "You guys better let me go." Virgil hissed. "Oh yes, because there will certainly be a Prince Charming coming to rescue you." Deceit faked yawn. He didn't miss the hurt that look that flashed on the upside-down side's face. "I don't need rescuing." Virgil bit out, flinching away from another poke from the morning star. Deceit rolled his eyes. "If that is what you want to tell yourself, then sure." He crossed his arms, mostly to try and keep his body from shivering from Remus's cold room, but let a stern look settle on his face as he looked at the anxious side. "Of course, if could admit your wrongs and just give me the journals, there would be no need for this," he said, letting his head tilt as he locked eyes with Virgil, who hissed stubbornly at him and stuck out his tongue. "Very mature," Deceit commented. "I suppose your castle wouldn't be more suitable at the moment, Remus. Would you be a dear?" he asked, gesturing to the Duke's steel door to the too dark side of the imagination. Remus looked to the door, then to Deceit, snapping his fingers, causing a still tied up Virgil to drop to the floor with a loud, "Oof. I thought you'd never ask." The creative side cackled, grabbing hold of the rope attached to Virgil's bindings, and proceeded to drag the anxious side behind him and as they entered through the door. "Light sides. Open up, anxiety. I know you are in there," Roman shouted as he pounded on the anxious side's door. "You have some explaining to do." The creative side's shouting causing both Patton and Logan to ascend up the stairs to see what was wrong. "Is there any particular reason why you are upset with anxiety this time?" Logan inquired, with an annoyed sigh. "There's better ways to talk out your problems besides yelling all the time, you know, Roman," Patton offered. He didn't like it when his fellow sides argued. And for some reason anxiety and Roman were always at odds with one another. "That fiend sneaked into the imagination on my side," Roman defended, still pounding on the dark-colored door. "And I want to know why." He shouted the last part. Logan straightened his glasses. "Roman, you know you're not going to get in there. His room is locked to us," the logical side reminded, watching the princely side continue to try and force his way in. "Then why is he here? Our rooms are accessible. I can go into Patton's room and your room. He shouldn't be here. If we are not welcomed in his space, then he certainly doesn't need to be going into ours. Our rooms enhance what we embody, and it could be that the imagination helps soothe some of his anxious tendencies. Besides, anxiety wouldn't be here if he wasn't needed, or if he didn't need us," Logan explained. "Yeah, maybe he's just looking for a family." Patton nodded. "No. If I'm not allowed in his room, then he is not allowed in mine. That includes the imagination." Roman huffed. "Do you hear me, anxiety? Stay away from my imagination." The three core sides waited a beat before Logan broke the silence. "I don't believes he in there, Roman. Maybe he's taking a nap. Anxiety always likes sleeping at odd hours," Patton offered. Logan shook his head. He would have been woken from Roman's bellowing. Patton thought for another minute. "Maybe he has his headphones on. He does love his music." He tried again. "That would be an acceptable hypothesis." Logan nodded, as he and Patton began to gravitate down the stairs again. "Fine." Roman huffed, indignantly. "I'm going to go back and make sure he didn't ruin anything. Like the last time he was there." He summoned his door and walked through. Patton and Logan watching him go. "You think one day those two will get along? I mean, anxiety isn't so bad," Patton asked the logical side. Seeing as we are sides of the same person, I would hypothesize that despite their differences, Roman and Anxiety will one day at least tolerate each other. Until then, I suppose we should get used to the childish squabble from the two until then. Logan answered seriously, already heading for the couch where the book he was reading was waiting for him. Patton merely shrugged and jogged back into the kitchen where he was preparing dinner for the night. Remus's castle. Deceit was lounging back on Remus's throne, with his legs crosses, swirling a bit of wine in a wine glass as he watched rather dismissively as Remus played around with Anxiety. In short, the Duke had basically moved his entire playroom, torture chamber into the main hall and testing a small variety of the equipment on the anxious side. Nothing damaging or too traumatizing. Deceit merely wanted his journals back, and despite being upset with Virgil, he wasn't going to let anything actually hurt him either. Besides, most of what Remus was doing was for scare anyway. Take the stretching rack for example. Deceit had seen the Duke once rip limb off imaginative people a few times, but when he had placed Virgil in it, the Duke had only cranked the wheel enough to where there was hardly any room to wiggle. But apparently enough to send Virgil into a slight panic before releasing him and dropping him in a pit that had been put in the floor. Which was where Virgil was now. Trapped as Remus laid on his stomach with his legs kicking happily in the air, at the edge of the pit watching it slowly fill up with sand. "Let me out. You can't bury me alive," the anxious sides was shouting. "Oh, but I can," Remus corrected. "Can't I, D?" The Duke sent a sharp-toothed smile, the snake side lazing on the throne. "Certainly." Deceit gave a small smile back. "Of course, none of this would happen if you, I don't know, give up the location to my journals," he added, with a bit of glee dripping into his voice. Best not to let on how much he wouldn't let Remus kill a Virgil. It didn't matter if they would just resurrect back in their rooms. The process was not a nice one and left one feeling very drained. "You want to know what I did with them? I threw them in the volcano near the Dragon Witch. I destroyed them," Virgil hissed as he tried to keep himself above the sand, clawing at the walls of the pit in an attempt to climb. Remus threw a quick glance to Deceit, who merely sighed and shook his head. "Now, Anxiety, you know not to lie to me. I can spot a fib from a mile away," he scolded, draining the wine glass in his yellow-gloved hands. "I guess this means you and Remus are going to be playmates for a while," he tsked, as he made himself a bit more comfortable. Honestly, Remus making the temperature here more bearable for the snake side was so beneficial. Deceit didn't feel like he needed to hurry and leave like before. And now that he was in too much of a hurry, he could take his time and appreciate Remus's decorating of the structure they were in. Oh, did you hear that, Anxie? After I bury you, maybe I should throw in some sand beetles and see how long it takes before they find you and eat the flesh off your bones," Remus cheered. Deceit watched as the shadows of the mind darkened and the movement on become erratic. "No. Please don't. D." Virgil pleaded. And had it been any other time, Deceit would step in and comfort the fearful side and rein Remus back a bit from playing too rough, but this was not one of those times. So he added with a smile, "You know, Remus dear, I think I read somewhere about a sand monster, that is a jellyfish," he tidbit thoughtfully. The Duke's eyes brightened. "I can give it teeth and more stingers. I love it." The creative side started moving his hands, creating a slightly green ball of light that he began to shape and finally revealing what he thought a sand monster jellyfish would look like. "Ta-da! Look, Virgil, I made you a pet. Want to play with it?" The Duke held the newly made creature over the pit that held a half-buried Virgil in it. The snake side smirked as he heard a terrified shriek come from the pit. "All right, a light, all right. I give. Uncle. White flag wave. I surrender. Just don't put that thing in here with me. Please, D. Don't." Deceit nodded toward Remus, who pouted. "Big baby," he said, looking down at Virgil, snapping his finger making the sand disappear as he cradled his new creation. They had Virgil anchored to the bottom of the pit by a leg shackle so he would be unable to sink out, so once the sand was gone the anxious side collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Summoning another glass, the lying side summoned another glass with a little bit of wine in it and quickly poured a small vial of his venom in it. Deceit casually walked to where he was looking down at the other side, with a satisfying smile. "Well, I'm waiting," he said with grin that showed off his fangs. "I put them in Roman treasure room," Virgil admitted, Tempest tongue dying down and the shadows of the mind returning to normal now that the anxious side no longer feared for his life. "Aw fuck, dot," Remus said, walking to stand beside D with his newest creation wrapped around his face. "Indeed." Deceit agreed, using his free hand to pluck the creature off the duke and dropping in on the ground in a motion that was fluid that it was hard to tell if it was done hurriedly or calmly. "Well, thank you Virgil for your honesty. It was such a pleasure spending time with you again." "Don't mention it," Virgil hissed, standing up as soon as the shackle disappeared and dusted himself off. "Before you go I must insist. A drink on me," he offered, holding out the wine glass. In one blink the pit was gone and Virgil was standing at the same level as the other two sides. "After you," he snarled. Smile still on his face, Deceit took a sip, never letting his eyes leave the anxious side, and passed the glass to Remus, who took a large gulp. After a minute and nothing happened to both of them, did Virgil finally take the glass and take a cautious sip. As soon as he swallowed, he clutched his chest in pain as his eyes flashed purple that took on a yellow hue. "Oh, Virgil!" Deceit cooed, his own snake's eye taking a yellow glow as well, and wrapped his arms around the other as the anxious side's whole body went lax. "Maybe one day you will be able to forgive me, but until then, you are not allowed to talk about what has happened today." He felt the anxious side nod his head. "And most certain will not be able to talk about my journals. Not allowed to talk about what I like to do as a pastime." He pulled away from the hug and he and Remus watched, and a tiny string of yellow light seemed to stitch itself through the anxious side's lips and vanish without leaving a mark. A minute later and the yellow hue in Virgil's eyes was gone, as was Deceit's. "Ugh! What was in that?" The emo gagged. As if nothing had happened beside drinking something that left a bad taste in his mouth. Deceit let a smirk fall on his lips again. "A special blend I made," he lied. "Don't quit your day job," Virgil spat, wiping his mouth with his sleeve as he began to sink out. "And stay away from me, you monsters," he said, giving the bird as a final goodbye. Deceit stared at the spot that the anxious side once stood, and almost jumped out of skin when Remus grabbed him by the shoulders to spin him around and locking lips. "That was so hot," he growled when they finally pulled away. Deceit felt the human side of his face heat up. "Well then, let's not waste any more time. Do you think you can get into Roman's treasury room?" he asked, redirecting the Duke's attention. "Can a skeleton dance? Who do you think you're talking to, Snaky? Let's go." Remus crowed, grabbing hold of Deceit's wrist and snapped his fingers where a golden yellow road made of cheese appeared, and marched them on it to follow. Chapter 22, What's That? Roman's Castle. The Prince of Creativity was satisfied that nothing seemed broken on his side of the imagination, although the reason he was doing inventory had been dragged in by the suits of armor he had enchanted and walking around. Anxiety was kicking and trying to yank his arms from the tight grip of the knights, and Roman let him for a moment, before clearing his throat and gaining the struggling side's attention. "And just what are you doing back here?" he demanded, of the dark side. Anxiety's eyes snapped to him. "Cut the shit, Princey, and make them let me go," the dark side hissed. Roman fixed him with unimpressed look. "So you can wreak havoc again? No thank you. It took forever the last time to undo what you and that snake did. I'm not letting you run loose here." Anxiety rolled his eyes. "We were kids, let it go already. You deformed the imagination," Roman shouted. "Grow up already." The dark side snapped back, still struggling in the grip of the suits of armor. I came here to warn you. That piqued Roman's interests. Of what? Did you see your own shadow and get scared? He chuckled at his own joke. No. I came to warn you about, Anxiety's face went through several funny expressions, before going blank. What? He finally mumbled. That's what I want to know. Roman huffed, waving the knights to follow him, dragging the now confused-looking side along. But that's it, I don't know anymore. Anxiety panicked, realizing that Roman was no longer listening to him and they were moving. Hey, where are we going? Where are you taking me? He asked, struggles renewed. Roman turned around and gave him a winning smile. The dungeon. I can't have you running around my imagination. Dungeon. Anxiety's voice pitched an octave. Roman rolled his eyes at the overreaction. Honestly, his dungeon was most definitely better than whatever horrors Remus had lurking in his. He stood to the side as his knights threw the dark side in the cell, chaining one hand to the wall so there would be no sinking out and escaping. Just until I figure out what you dark sides are up to. He added offhandedly, as the door was closed, leaving the side in the darkened cell. His suited knights going back to their posts. The creative side himself was going to go back and patrol his lands just in case his brother and the snake was lurking around too, but stopped when he noticed the shadows moving and seeming migrating rather quickly to the cell he had just placed the anxious side, seeming to gather there. Almost pulsating like as a whole, they were moving like breathing, the steady movement becoming rapid by the second. It took only a few seconds before he realized what was happening. Anxiety was in the process of having an attack, and that was going to lead up to Thomas having a panic attack. Roman couldn't let that happen. They had a very important engagement to get to later. Not to mention Roman was not in a hurry to find out what a panic attack in the imagination would create. So he hurriedly went back and opened the cell. Anxiety was futilely yanking at his trapped wrist, chanting a series of no's and let me goes. He didn't even notice that Roman was back. Roman didn't know what spurred on this attack, but it was getting worse by the second. The anxious side's dark eye shadow deepening and seeming to drip down his cheeks. Anxiety. Hey, what wrong? He tried, softening his tone like Patton has done many times before. Although the dark side didn't seem to have heard him. Come on, Stormy Night, you're not scared of the dungeon, are you? It's not that dingy looking, is it? He asked, looking around the dungeon. Besides the thickening shadows that were starting to feel like they were heavy to the touch, caused by anxiety, the dungeon was actually open and lit with soft warm lighting. The shadows were starting to linger on Roman now, and anxiety was starting to struggle to the point his wrist was starting to show darkening red marks. Patton and Logan wouldn't forgive him if he just walked away. Not that creative side thought he could anyway. It wasn't easy to watch someone who he was used to viewing as scary start to break down and get swallowed up in what made them. It was frightening to the point that Roman wished he could leave, but the heavy grip of the shadows were tightening on anything they touched. Come on now. You don't want to cause Thomas any more distress. Tell me what wrong. He kept talking, inching forward and kneeling down to the dark side, who had now stopped struggling and was now curled in on himself on the floor. No, no, no. All wrong. Let me go. There's something wrong. I know there's something wrong. You got to let me go. I don't know what, but it wrong. I should know. I should know and stop it. Let me go. Don't trap me. Please. I'll leave. I'll leave. Anxiety mumbled, barely taking a breath. He was looking straight at Roman but not really seeing him. The dark side eyes had went from their normal brown color to the glowing purple that quickly turned black. Oh, for the love of Hercules. Roman huffed and placed both hands on the panicking side's face, causing the other to flinch and start struggling again. Try to get out of his grip. You are not going to darken my side of the imagination now, just hold still, this won't hurt. The creative side tried to reassure, as his eyes took on a red glow to them and placed a quick kiss on the anxious side's forehead. As soon as the kiss was given, Roman let go of the anxious side's face. Watch the dark side's eyes go from black to purple to brown with a slight ring of red around the pupil. The effect was immediate, with anxiety letting out a soft sigh as his body relaxed against the wall. The shadows that were filling the room stilled. "Good, now let's give you something to focus on," Roman said, mostly to himself, since he had the anxious side calmed. He didn't want to give up a dream that he had made. Those were for Thomas. But maybe something the anxious side liked. "How about you watch the Black Cauldron, while I finish up?" he said, and snapped his fingers and watched as a small hologram formed above the anxious side's head. As the opening scene played out, a small formed on the dark side's face. Crisis averted, Roman dusted his hands as he stood. "Good. You're welcome. Now stay put. I got to make sure you didn't touch anything," he said, leaving the anxious side to enjoy his favorite Disney movie. It was a good thing the anxious side had a favorite Disney movie, or else Roman wasn't sure what he would have used to calm the other side down from his overreaction to a timeout. It was obvious that he was trying to distract him from something, and he was going to figure what it was. But maybe first he better go grab Patton to come comfort anxiety, before the creative side's effects faded. He really didn't want to find out what would happen if anxiety had an anxiety attack in the imagination. It could have drastic consequences, that he would have to clean up later. Deceit and Remus. Deceit looked at Roman's castle as they approached rather loudly through the gates. There was a corner of which the shadows of the mind were flocking to, which was telling that Virgil was here and in the lower levels. But a few minutes later the dispelled. Someone had stopping Virgil from having an attack, and the snake side briefly wondered if maybe Patton or Logan was here as well. He rather hoped not, considering Remus's brilliant plan was to literally walk through the door. "Not that I don't trust your judgment here, Remus, but are you sure it is all right to just walk in?" he asked, as nonchalantly as possible, as the creative side pushed the doors open. "Oh yeah. Brother dear just left. So it's fine." Remus grinned, doing a twirl in the middle of the castle hall to show how carefree they could be while trespassing in Roman's supposedly empty castle. The Duke took about just in time to dodge some arrows that shot from the wall. Deceit looked from where the arrows came from to where they landed, piercing a portrait of the core sides. "Uh-huh." He hummed and made sure to keep himself behind the Duke, letting Remus trigger whatever traps Roman had set, which to fair wasn't many. Didn't mean Deceit wanted to be hit by them. Besides, Remus seemed to be having fun tackling his brother's security. "So where does Roman keep his treasury?" "Beats me," Remus cackled. Deceit fixed the Duke with an irritated look. "Then how are we going to get my journals back?" he hissed out. "PFT, that's easy. We'll go to anxiety. We already know he's here. And locked in Roman dungeon." The Duke grinned, making finger quotes at the word dungeon. Meaning he had seen Roman's dungeon and didn't think they lived up to the word. With a deep sigh, Deceit nodded for Remus to lead the way. "Core sides. You did what?" Patton all but shrieked. "Honestly, it's Padre, I don't get why you're so upset. It's not like my dungeons are like Remus's. Mine are much nicer." Roman huffed. Logan shook his head. "I think you're missing the point, Roman. Anxiety being locked up is not a good thing. Especially in a dungeon. Despite you claims of it being not too bad, I find it very reasonable that anxiety would have a panic attack." The logical side held a hand up, signaling the already offended creative side that he was not through. Reasoning can be complicated when faced with certain fears, such as being placed in a small room under a large building. It would no doubt cause him some distress. Considering from what you have told us that he seemed confused as to why he had come to you in the first place. I do believe that you overdid it when you confronted him." Roman was silent for a second to make sure the logical side was done talking. "So, Next you're going to tell me it wasn't a good idea to place him in a daydream where he is sitting comfortable watching his favorite Disney movie. The prince side-arched an eyebrow in question, as he began to lead the other two through the imagination doors. Logan crossed his arms at the slight retort. No, I am not. But it is not a temporary solution either. All the more to hurry and go get him. Patton agreed, one hand gripping the logical side and the other pulling Roman along by his sash. I hope I don't have to express how disappointed I am in you, Roman. He scolded. I get it, already. It's not nice to lock someone up against their will. Believe me, I want him out of my kingdom as much as you do. The princely side huffed with a pout. It wasn't like he outright tortured the dark side, merely put him somewhere, where he wouldn't cause any trouble. Remus and Deceit. Well, this is unexpected. I didn't think Roman liked him enough to even want to calm him down. Deceit mused as they watched the lax anxious side through the bars of the door. Oh, please. Those two are lovebirds. They're just playing hard to get with each other. Kind of fun to watch, if you know what I'm saying. Remus said, nudging the snake side in the side as he snapped his fingers. Virgil from in the cell let out yelp as he was pulled from the constructed daydream Roman had placed him in, redirecting Remus's attention solely on him from one set of chain to the next. Don't suppose you have a new kink you wish to tell us about, Virgil? The Duke said through a sharp-toothed grin. What are you two doing here? Virgil snapped, tugging renewed now that he wasn't distracted anymore. Oh, you know, sightseeing. I never been to Roman's castle before. It's different. Deceit answered with a sly smile. Tell me, which way to the treasury? You went on and on about it, I must see it, especially if it was able to pull your attention. Virgil glared at them. Could you speak a little louder maybe so Remus and I will know we heard you correctly? Deceit said, making a show of cupping a gloved hand to his ear, a false show of trying to hear unspoken words. Get wreck, you lying snake scum. Virgil hissed, leaning as far as the shackle on his wrist would allow. Deceit hissed back, agitated. This, I guess we will leave you to your new room. I do hope Roman isn't treating you well. Bye, Anxie. Remus waved with his fingers, following Deceit down the hall. That was fun. He grinned. And entirely helpful. Deceit grouched. Be a dear and release him from those chains. He added as an afterthought. Despite being angry at the other side, he didn't want to see him spiral into a panic attack. Maybe it's in the same place as my treasury. Remus said, snapping his finger to follow the snake side's suggestion and releasing anxiety from the chains that bound him. The Duke's words, however, caused Deceit to stop in his tracks to grab the Duke by the shoulders. You have a treasury? The snake side asked. Remus nodded. Yup, our castles are identical, despite our best efforts, but mine is surely better than this place. And you are just now mentioning this? Deceit demanded. I didn't think it was that important. Remus shrugged, taking the lead to where the treasury in his castle would be. A few quick turns and some stairs on the upper levels and the duo found themselves standing in front of a big ornate door. See what I tell ya? Boring. No trick or traps anywhere. Remus huffed, pushing through the door. The door didn't open, instead swallowing the creative side's form. Deceit stared at it with a blank face for a moment, just to be sure it wasn't a trap. By any chance are you alive in there, Remus? He asked, making sure to sound uncaring and bored at the display of a door that did not open. And black-sleeved arm shot out for the golden door and grabbed the snake side by the arm. Come on in, Scales. Remus's voice crowed, pulling the other side through the unopened door. Deceit blinked his eye, trying to get used to the lighting in the room. It seemed brighter in here. Probably having to do with all the trophies and other shining objects at the room. His eyes once just locked onto a box that obviously didn't belong among Roman's treasures. He immediately made a beeline for it, ripping it open and stuffing the missing journals in his tatter satchel, while Remus threw himself into a mountain of trinket and papers, diving in the mound before coming up hold a book labeled Roman's Diary and flipping through the pages, cackling as he snooped through the good creativity's personal thoughts. Happy now that he had his journals back, Deceit turned to tell the Duke that he was ready to leave, when his mismatched eyes locked on something behind the Duke. "What is that?" he asked. Remus paused in his cackling and snooping and looked over his shoulder to see what had pulled the snake-side's attention. "What's what?" he asked, not comprehending. Chapter 23, Who Needs to Wear a Roman's Castle? "I thought you said that Virgil was here," Logan stated as the three core sides stood in the empty dungeon. "He was. He must have slipped out of the cuff somehow," Roman defended. "That's good then, right?" Patton asked. "I mean he's not trapped anymore, right?" "Impossible." Roman sounded offended. "I made sure he was secured and calm." Logan arched a brow but refrained from commenting on the prince's slip-up. "Either way, it seems this place is not as secure as you made it out to be. Patton and I will be heading back to the Commons. Anxiety may have went back to his room, after this ordeal. I believe Patton would be best to check up on him." Patton was nodding at every word the logical side was saying, ready and go check up on his newly self-adopted dark strange son. He must have been so upset being stuck in a dungeon, underneath a big and giant castle. "Fine. I guess I will just make sure he's not running around here." Roman rolled his eyes as the other two sides went back to the common. Honestly, he couldn't wrap his head around Anxiety's thinking. Why would the side shake the movie Daydream? It was perfect, and Roman made sure it was detailed to the fit the dark side's likes, all the way down to his favorite movie. "Ungrateful dark side," Roman grumbled. "How dare Anxiety escape after he made sure he would comfortable? I put a lot of unneeded effort in that Daydream. And I waste it on him. I don't know why I even try sometimes," he complained to the walls of the castle as he walked. "Sir, intruders in the castle," a knighted suit of armor announced as he passed. "Of course there is," Roman shouted in frustration. Why would he leave after escaping? "I should call this a bed and breakfast with all the unwanted intruders that come trumping through here." He paused at the fictional knight that had spoken. "Where?" "Treasury room, sir," was the response. That made the creative side narrow his eyes in confusion. Why would Anxiety go to his treasury room? There was nothing in there that would catch the dark side's attention, unless he was just trying to be annoying. Groaning, Roman began his walk to his treasury room, and was already planning to toss the anxious side back in the dungeon once he caught him. Well, maybe not the dungeon this time, maybe one of the less nicer rooms. He might even take it a step further and construct a tutor to teach the dark side not to go poking his nose at places it hadn't been invited to. Or have Logan sew it. It would be funny to see the logical side and anxious side trying to outstubborn each other. But then that was starting to sound a little too Beauty of the Beast, for the prince's liking. He shook the lingering thoughts from his head. There was no way he was going in that direction. Last thing he needed was to be accused of trying to cause Stockholm Syndrome. Nope. He would just wear the anxious side down, and hopefully one day they wouldn't have to put up with his gloomy attitude all the time. Yes, that was why he was thinking of things like this. In no way was he trying to prove his brother wrong. Nope. There was nothing to like about the anxious side. Treasury room. What's what? Remus asked. Eyes landing on a covered-up large rectangular frame. "Oh. Roro's got secrets," the Duke sang after following the snake-side's gaze. He bolted from the mounds of stuff, dropping the diary in the process, to pull back the curtain, revealing a painted portrait of Virgil looking at his phone with his headphones on. "Ah, boo. I thought it was going to be something like steamy porno." Deceit blinked at the reveal of a hidden painting of Virgil, before shaking his head. "Yes. The painting is what I was talking about. And don't cover that back up. We are supposed to be here, remember? He snapped. It isn't. Remus asked, blinking at the lying side, dropping the sheet that was covering the painting on the floor, not bothering with covering it back up. Then what did you mean? He asked, not getting it. Beside it? Deceit motioned to the stand next to it. Remus looked at what was on the stand. A shiny gold crown that was resting on a velvet red pillow. The Duke blinked and scratched his head, still not getting it. There wasn't anything special about it. The crown? So what? He asked. Deceit barely heard the question, his mind going back to their childhood days. They were all playing in the mindscape. Well, the three core sides were playing in the mindscape. A small Deceit was watching from behind the sofa. Patton, Logan, and Romulus were play with their plus highs. They were playing castle. With Romulus as the king, with a paper crown to fit the role. Logan the advisor, and Patton apparently was playing the part of a baker, for some reason. The kid creativity had the plus highs moving on their own, with the sides making up voices for the toys as they played. The young snake side ducked back out of sight and held up his own plushie, a yellow snake with button eyes, with the forked tongue sticking out. Are you sure you want to play with them, Kaya? He asked the toy, using his small gloved hand to make the toy snake's head in a yes motion. He sighed dramatically at the answer. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. They're not going to understand your sense of humor. He said, to the toy. He draped the snake plushie around his neck and nuzzled his cheek against its head. I know. I gotta play nice. He murmured, peeking back around the sofa at the other sides. He straightened his oversized hat and making sure it wasn't falling over his eyes. Patton. Logan. Romulus. He greeted, stepping out with a big grin on his face. Deceit. Romulus said, with a task, pushing the Patton and Logan behind him. And crossed his arms. Being the bigger of the sides, he towered over the others, including Deceit. What are you doing sneaking about? Yes, walking right up to you, is sneaking and suspicious. Deceit snarked, before remembering why he was there. He lifted Kaya's head up off his shoulder. Me and Kaya were hoping we could play as well. He grinned. I'll look at its little tongue. Patton cooed from behind Romulus. It's Kaya and I. Logan corrected, picking up his unicorn plushie that was now dropped on the floor, due to creativity not playing castle anymore. And what your name? Deceit asked, although he already knew from spying, but it was more polite and better for his end goal if Logan didn't know that. Nonsense. It hasn't got a name, it's just a toy. Giving it a name would mean I hold it in a sentimental way. Which will be ridiculous since once I reach a certain age I will discard it. The logical said, while fixing the small tie that was around the toy's neck. Stop changing, trying to distract us. Romulus bristled. The answer is no, you can't play with us. You always find a way to cheat. Just because you always lose at board games doesn't not mean I cheat, most of the time. He said with a mean-looking smile aimed at the creative side. Romulus, it would be more fun with more people. Patton said, hugging his frog plushie, giving the creative side pleading eyes. The creative side let out a frustrated sigh. Fine. Then returned his glare to Deceit. But I'm the king. Got it? He said, poking the snack eeling in the chest. Of course, your majesty. Deceit smirked, doing a mock bow. Patton and Logan, getting back into character, followed the action. Romulus straightened and beamed happy. As your ruler, I will be the best king ever. Swear your loyalty to me. He demanded. Deceit looked at Patton and Logan, the logical passing a colorful post-it note to the snack eeling. It was clear that it was written by Romulus himself. I swear my loyalty, he read out loud, Patton and Logan joining it. The words didn't sound right. To obey and respect, our king of this mind. Long live the king, king creativity. I will be your loyal subject for the rest of this lifetime. They finished reading together. Romulus began glowing, and when the glow died, his paper crown was real, decorated with gold and silver and jewels. Deceit wasn't sure if the others felt it, but he did. A shift happened. Romulus had them agree to something they weren't ready for. What did you do? He demanded. Look guys, I got a new crown. The creative side rejoiced. Patton and Logan swarming to Romulus to get a closer look. How curious. Logan mumbled. It's so shiny. Patton complimented. Romulus. Deceit demanded. That's King Romulus. The mind has dubbed me so today. Romulus said, standing straighter. You did something. Deceit accused. See. Romulus huffed, talking to Patton and Logan this time. This is what he always does. He's trying to start trouble again. Deceit, this is just a game. Patton tried to soothe. No. He had us do something. Don't trust what he is saying. Deceit defended. I don't have to take this from a lowly commoner. To jail you go. Romulus decreed. You can't put me in jail. Deceit shouted. Romulus smirked. Can't I? He said, snapping his fingers. Walls surround the snack ealing, who started shouting and screaming in anger at the creative side. Romulus. Patton scolded. Relax morality, it's just a game. Deceit and I are very good actors. I'll let him go in a little bit. The creative side was saying. Still Romulus, I do not believe we should be trapping each other. Logan started saying. Guys. Patton's cooking in the easy bake is burning. Romulus started running to the little oven that was on fire now. Forgotten from when they had started playing castle. No. Don't leave me in here. Deceit shouted. Romulus looked back at the trap side. Think about your treason the next time you try to defy your king. He said, seeing Patton and Logan were now busy trying to put out the fire. He stuck his tongue out at the snake halfling before going to join the other two. Too lost in the horrible memory, Deceit didn't answer right away. Was he mistaken? He walked up to the crown to take a closer look at it. It was gold like King Creativity's, but no silver and no jewels. It wasn't Kind Creativity's crown, it was smaller. It's nothing. I was mistaken. Deceit murmured, still staring at the crown. Why is there a crown here? I've always seen him wear it. That's so like him. Remus thumped the crown, like it was an annoyance. Yeah, you would think he'd wear it and prance around in it. He said with a chuckle. And you wouldn't? Deceit asked, arching a brow, still studying the crown. How could he have, though it was King Creativity's, but it still brought up bad memories looking at it. Remus answered with a big grin and a chuckle. Why is that uncovered? Romans shouted, causing Deceit to rip his eyes from the cause of his many questions forming in his head. The snake side immediately put on one of his normal all-knowing smiles. Roman, love the decor. He greeted, motioning toward the portrait painting of Virgil that Remus still hadn't covered up. Taking control of the conversation that was to come and putting it in a direction that he wanted. Which was off of him onto what would throw Roman off balance enough for him to get Remus and himself out of there. Put the cover back on it. Roman demanded. No way. Remus laughed. Beautifully, done by the way. Deceit continued. Watching as Roman stomped over to put the cover back over the portrait. However, he was stopped by Remus, who quickly pulled at one end of the fallen curtain, pulling it away, ending with the two twins pulling the poor piece of fabric back and forth in a fierce game of tug-of-war. Thank you, but I have no idea what you are talking about. I didn't paint it. Patton did. Roman grunted, pulling harshly at Remus's hold on the curtain. Patton may be a good finger painter, but not even he could paint a masterpiece like this. Deceit said, letting himself lean against the stand that held the crown. Now was not the time to focus on it. Why would I paint anxiety? He's nothing but an emo with so much angst you could choke on it. And quite literally has had Thomas close to choking after scaring him to death. Roman grunted, pulling even harder, before letting out a yelp when Remus unexpectedly let go of his end of the taut curtain, causing the princely side to fall backwards into the closest mound of personal treasures. Knight of my heart, Remus began reciting as he swooped to where he had dropped Roman's diary, reading off a page. Like a black arrow you have pierced my thoughts and have ran away with my heart. No, stop that. What are you doing with my diary? Roman practically shrieked, jumping up and charging his brother. Stop reading. I didn't write that, he shouted, as Remus ran from him. Deceit stood there a minute as the two creative sides ran around the room, knocking things down in the process, letting Remus enjoy the moment of fun with his brother. Can we hurry this along, Remus? He asked, once he seen some of the bigger stuff getting knocked toppling over. Roman made one final lunge for Remus, sending both creative sides to hit the portrait of Virgil and knocking it where it fell on top of Deceit and the stand the crown. While the two creative sides started wrestling on the floor, while Deceit was stuck wiggling himself out from under the portrait and froze when the crown rolled to a stop in front of him. He hissed in agitation, remembering how King Creativity would always wear a jeweled-up crown like he was an actual king and not a metaphorical piece of Thomas's personality. Remus, he hissed and swatted the crown away. Hey! Roman made an offended noise and quickly detangled himself from his brother to go and get the crown that had been swatted away. Coming D. Ha ha. Get it? Come. Ha ha. I kill myself sometimes. Remus laughed, as he came over to help Deceit from under the fallen portrait by propping the paint picture us with Virgil's face facing Roman. See, I told you he had a thing for Anxie, he said, as Deceit dusted himself off. I do not. Roman denied, glaring at the two sides, as he snapped his fingers sending the room back in order. Except for the crown. It stayed in his hand. Now what are you two doing skulking around my castle? If it's for anxiety, he's already gone, he said, as he placed the crown back on its stand. A little snooping never hurt anyone. Remus smiled. Just a little tour, Roman. Nothing malicious, on my honor. Deceit promised. Yeah, sure, your honor. Roman scoffed. Look, just leave peacefully and I won't throw you in the dungeon, like I did with anxiety, he threatened. Remus let out a full belly laugh. You mean the one he escaped from? The Duke went to pick up the crown. Roman smacked his hand away. Don't touch that. I don't go sneaking in and touching yours, he snapped. You have a crown too? Deceit asked, sliding his eyes onto the Duke. I do. Remus asked, with a confused-looking smile along with a head tilt. Of course you do. Roman insisted, crossing his arms and looking at his brother like it should be common knowledge. It should be in your treasury just like mine. It's how I found it. Surely, you have seen it, haven't you? Yeah, you see I kind of made it the room where I throw away all the zombies that would destroy my side and let them eat each other. So, no. Remus answered with a shrug. You've never stepped foot in your treasure room. Roman gasped. Zombies? Deceit asked, in sync with the prince for once, although he kept his tone mildly curious, deciding not to think about roaming around the Duke's castle believing it monster-free when really Remus had had zombies living on one of the upper floors. Well, I couldn't very well give them the guest room. They'd destroy the place. Remus defended, looking at Deceit rather than his brother. Seriously? You've never seen your crown? Roman sounded flabbergasted at the idea. It's not like I would wear it anyway, Remus said with a roll of his eyes. And apparently neither do you. It would get in the way and it would lose its shine. Roman huffed. Besides, everyone knows the crown look is out. Of course it is. Deceit said. But why do you have them, then? Roman shared a look with Remus. Prince of Creativity, and Duke of Creativity. Of course we'll have something to symbolize our royal status. Roman said in a tone like it obvious. And it was, but that wasn't the point to Deceit's question. The better question: why are you two still here? Leave. Now. Roman huffed. Oh, I know. He's got it here so he can wear on his first date with Anxiety. Remus blurted out. Snatching the crown from his brother and snapping his finger to where he was in an outfit identical to Roman's, but did not put the crown on his head. And wiggled suggestive eyebrows to Deceit, who with a roll of his eyes, but with a slight smirk, let his form slip into that of Virgil, his hat disappearing in the process. Roman made a disgusted sound. This is not funny. I am telling you all to leave. If I see Anxiety I will send him your way. Remus swooped in close and took Deceit's hand. Anxiety, I have waited for this day. For us to throw away all pretenses and finally have you by my side. Remus said, after clearing his throat to sound exactly like Roman. Deceit immediately got into character. But Princey, I am but a lowly dark side. I am nothing but a big ball of angst unworthy of your love. Deceit swooned, his voice mimicking Virgil's perfectly. Ha ha. Very funny. Cut it out. Roman said, not amused. Remus ignored his brother, dipping Deceit to where they were nose to nose. My dark and stormy night, let me count the ways of how you are worthy of my love and more. For only you have ever made it beat for you. Remus recited, and in a dramatic move brought Deceit out of the dip and delicately placed the gold crown on Deceit's head. You fiend, how much of my diary did you read? Roman shrieked. Enough to know your secrets, Remus sang. My dear Anxiety, would you give me the honor of knowing your name? For I long to know and call you it. And make you my dark prince. If Deceit wasn't so in character with Remus, he would have laughed at how fun this was turning out to be. My dear sweet and handsome prince. If it is my name you want, I will gladly give it, he said, adding a bit of dramatics into his own acting. He and Remus got closer together, their faces close once again, almost kissing. Then tell me, my dark spider, Remus whispered, mimicking Roman's flirty grin. Deceit went to deliver his next line only to find himself yanked from Remus's hold and Roman's hand covering his mouth. Hey! If anyone is going to hear Anxiety's name, it's going to be me. You don't see me asking for Snakeface's name, do ya? Roman bristled, pushing Deceit, who was still in Virgil's form, behind him, but keeping a tight grip in his wrist. Besides, that is not how I would ask. It was just an idea. Remus crossed his arms, back in his own outfit now. Oh yeah? Then how were you going to ask if not with what you had in your diary? He stuck his tongue out. Deceit mildly wondered if he should drop Virgil's form now, before Roman round on him and pulled him close, causing to Deceit to go wide-eye when music magically erupted from the air in a waltz and Roman pulling his along, leading the dance for a short while. Deceit sending glances to Remus, who had his finger in his mouth at the romantic gesture. The dance ended with Roman dipping Deceit in a very low dip and bringing him back up, and gazed lovingly in his eyes. I have always seen you, Anxiety. I love the bite in your remarks and the fire that shine in your dark eyes. I like to lose myself in them. Would you do me the honor of accepting my confession? Roman said, his head moving close and eyes drifting close. It was then that Deceit knew Roman was going to kiss him, having gotten too involved in the play acting. And the lying side let Virgil form melt away like butter and began to lean back and push away from the princely side. Roman, he hissed out, feeling his right arm yanked on, the sudden motion knocking the gold crown off his head. At the same time the prince realized who he was about to kiss. Ah! He shouted, horrified. Deceit found his arm released once he was out of Roman's arms and was gripped around the middle and lifted off his feet by Remus, who was swift to deliver a punch to Roman's face with a snarl like a wild animal. Roman fell to the floor at the force on the punch. "What the hell, Remus?" Roman spat. "You asked for it?" Remus snarled, tightening his hold on Deceit's middle. "I got swept up in the moment." He looked just like anxiety. "It's both of your faults for snooping through my diary," Roman defended. Deceit huffed as the twins engaged in a shouting match on whose fault it was. All Deceit wanted was his journals. Not to be passed around and fondled by the other sides. Much less Roman. Trust Remus to get them sidetracked, but then the Duke wouldn't be himself if there wasn't some interesting misadventures half the time. It's what he loved about the Duke. Heft over said creative side's shoulder now, the snake side rested his chin in his hand with his elbow in the Duke's back. Content with just waiting on the twins to get tired of each other. Now bored, he snapped his fingers so that his hat was now back and sitting on his head. Chapter 24, Put It Back Remus. Remus had refused to put Deceit down until they were in the Duke's chilly room, after their run-in with Roman, which ended with the Duke and Prince having a brief altercation with their respected weapons. An encounter that Deceit would rather never have a repeat of, being the victim in the whole ordeal. More so due to the danger of the weapons, than to Remus's frequent squeezes on his backside. Anyway, after sharing a few swings with their weapons, Remus made a hole in a wall, which the princely side was appalled by, and the Duke proceeded to jump out of said window, much to Deceit's chagrin. Once the Duke had locked the door to the imagination, he deposited Deceit onto his bed, simply by dropping him onto the mattress. "Oof! Remus!" Deceit hissed out at the rough handling. Before realizing the Duke was trying to pull the satchel from the snake side's person. Deceit retaliated by keeping a tight hold on the strap and pulling the bag that held his journals back. Almost as quickly, Remus succeeded in retrieving the bag from the snake side and dropped the satchel on the floor and flopped himself on top of Deceit, pressing him down onto the bed in the form of a very uncomfortable hug for Deceit. "Get off!" he hissed, before letting out an annoyed sigh and let himself relax and wrapped his arms around the Duke to complete the hug. You like me, right?" Remus asked in a muffled voice, smothering his face in the scale side of the lying side's neck. "Of course not. You're a horrid abomination." Deceit answered, a small smile forming on his lips. "You didn't get jealous, did you?" he asked. "Well, he was going to kiss you. Only I can do that." Remus pouted, pushing himself up to look Deceit in the eyes. "I claimed you as soon as I saw you." That got Deceit laughing, remembering their first meeting. "More like kidnap, Dookie dear." His body did a shiver, despite the living heater draped heavily over him. "I believe I shouldn't leave now. You know your room isn't too cold for me. Plus it doesn't smell in here," he said, and this time Remus did let him up. "Haven't washed the sheet in 2 months. Had to make sure you smelled like me." Remus grinned, as the snake side grabbed the satchel holding his journals. Lifting his capulet slightly, Deceit grimaced at the smell lingering on it. "It is definitely not you. I guess I will not be doing laundry tonight. I will not be coming for those sheets. I'll just get them dirty again." Remus shrugged, draping himself behind Deceit, letting the smaller take on his weight a little. "What would you have done if Roman had kissed you?" Remus asked. "Simple. I wouldn't have bitten him." Deceit grunted under Remus's weight, reaching for the door handle. From his peripheral he saw Remus flick his wrist and the lock on the door clicked in place. Shrugging the Duke off. "Really, Remus, now is the perfect time for such childish games," he said, unlocking the door with a flick of his own wrist. The Duke grabbed his extended wrist and pulled Deceit in a twirl, opening the door for Deceit, with a cackle behind him as he followed him out. "Just a little teasing. If you want, I could tease you in another way." Deceit could feel the suggestive eyebrow movements without even looking. Of course we could. However, we don't have things to do. I have checked on the light sides and attempted to send some suggestions to Thomas today. At the rate the light sides are running things, Thomas isn't going to have a breakdown. Deceit said, looking back at Remus, before heading into his own room. And you don't have a whole imagination to maintain. I haven't noticed the increase in monsters lately. All right. I get it. Go do my job. Remus huffed, with a pout. If you're going to be so demanding, you should at least look sexier with a leather and a whip. Deceit chuckled and shook his head as he closed the door to his room. He waited a moment to listen for Remus, making sure that the Duke was indeed going to go and do his job. He chuckled to himself fondly as he went to the yellow and green door hidden in his closet and went in. The cabin was as they left it. The Duke had said that everything was perfect and finally finished. And Deceit was sure it would be the perfect place to hide the journals. I need a place safe to keep these. A study, he announced to the magical cabin. And watched as a door appeared on one side of the wall. Then opened up for him, revealing a study, furnished with books and a desk. I need a safe, he said to the room, and one appeared. He took the journals from the bag and placed them in the safe one by one. He stopped briefly to look at the one for Thomas. This one was important. He couldn't believe Virgil was going to give it to Thomas. Deceit gently let his gloved hand trace Thomas's name before sighing and putting it with the others. Maybe one day. Maybe. One day, Thomas. We will meet. He mumbled, closing the safe and leaving the study. The room melted away. He was confident nothing would bother the journals here. A few weeks later, Deceit and Remus were relaxing on the couch, the Duke using Deceit's lap as a pillow, while he watched a gruesome horror film play. Deceit was reading, and humming in answer to some of Remus's comments about the movie. And then it happened. Deceit froze and dropped his book on Remus's face as something shifted in the mindscape. Remus, who caught the book to the face, paused his movies and watched Deceit's face closely. It was closed off and slightly blank. The snake-side's eyes were moving, looking at everything in the room. What's up, DD? Remus asked, sitting up and letting the other get up off the couch. Nothing. Nothing has changed somewhere. Deceit answered, roaming around to the kitchen and back again. Making sure to glance at everything. Before tiny little snakes started slither from all angles of the mind, evaporating into tiny lights and into Deceit. Remus watched quietly as the snake's side's eyes glowed yellow, trying to find what had shifted in the mind. Although the Duke did not like that Deceit created the snakes. That wasn't part of his job, and Remus knew it took a lot out of the side to even create them. He knew when Deceit got his answered. Backslash. The lying side's eyes stopped glowing and he hissed, agitated. Virgil hasn't decided to leave. He isn't going dormant. We can do that? Remus asked. Apparently so. Deceit murmured, pacing now. So Anxie's throwing a fit. Maybe he'll come back. Remus shrugged. Deceit shook his head. Without Virgil, Thomas will have no caution. That drive to get things done. Yours and Roman's ideas will never be created without Virgil. Deceit hissed. Oh. I didn't think about that. So what are we going to do? Remus asked. We don't go find him. Maybe we won't find him before Thomas and the others notice. Deceit said, summoning his cane and hooking it around Remus's neck to tug him along up the stairs. But where would he even go to make where Thomas didn't feel him anymore? Remus asked. Deceit paused and thought about it. Remy. Remy may know. The snake side said, as they entered Remus's room. The Duke opened the door to the imagination, the door opening in front of Remy's home in the gray area of the imagination. The sleep function stepped out to greet them the moment the imagination door was vanished. There had better be a good reason you two are showing up on my doorstep this early in the morning, because I was just about to make myself an espresso that would knock your socks off, girl. Remy said, crossing his arms. You do realizes Thomas is still asleep, right? Deceit asked. Well, duh. How do you think he wakes up? Remy snapped. Did anxiety stop by? Deceit asked. Remy held his hand up in the universal sign for stop. Nuh-uh, girl. I know you did not just mention him in my presence. Just who do you think you're talking to, sweetheart? He better never show his face around here. I will not stand for it. Emil too busy to get wet and ready for you again, isn't he? Remus cackled. Deceit bit down the laughter that threatened to spill out, and kept his face a picture of mild aloofness and placed himself in between the Duke and Remy. There was no sense in goading the one that may have the answer they seek. There seems to be a bit of a problem, you see. We think he has decided to commit metaphorical suicide. Yeah, don't say. Ever thought about giving that a try, Remus? Remy smiled. Plenty. It gets boring after a while, especially when the imagination revives you over and over. Say, have you tried to see if the imagination would revive you? I can assist. Remus returned the smile, morning star appearing in his hand. Let's stay on track here. Deceit sighed. Waving his hand at the weapon, silently telling Remus to get rid of it. Anxiety has found a way to vanish. We were hoping you would be able to help. Remy huffed and crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame in thought. There is a place I discard the unusable dreams the twins give me. The sleep function, finally said. I mean, Roman, I can understand, but since when do I give you unusable dreams? Remus demanded. Oh, how can I count the ways? Remy grinned, like a weasel, looking over his sunglasses. Later. Deceit interrupted, giving the function a pointed look. It's beyond my home. The imagination has a cut-off that resembles that of the Grand Canyons. Only like the Grand Canyons, if you fall off you'll never come back. Remy said, a yawn coming out at the end of his sentence. There, I told you. Now if you'll excuse me, I need a doppio stat, hun. The function said, leaving the door open as he re-entered his home, stifling another yawn. That's what that place is. The imagination never let me or Roman go there. It warps away whenever we got close. Remus said, sounding disappointed that he wasn't allowed to explore the area. It sounded like a cool place. Shame. Remy mumbled, with a smile as he walked into his kitchen. But then why, what would Thomas be without his creativities? The function shrugged. Boring. The Duke chirped. Remy hummed in agreement as he began getting his drink ready. I thought you wanted an espresso. Deceit asked, he and Remus following the sleep function inside. Yeah, you see babe, you ruined my ritual. Now I got to make it up with a double whammy. Remy shrugged, already making his drink like a pro Starbucks worker. Taking a big swallow of the dark liquid as he turned around to still see Deceit and Remus standing in his home. Both dark sides fixing him with a smile that promised trouble. What? He asked. Well, Remus can't go to these canyons. And there's no way I'm going. Anxiety would probably love the chance to off me with him, after everything that has happened. But there's no reason why you can't go and get him. Deceit said, with a Cheshire cat grin. The hell did you just suggest? Remy sputter. Girl, you got another thing coming if you think I'm going there just to save his angsty ass. The sleep function huffed. He always gives me trouble when it's time for me to put Thomas down for the night. Nuh-uh. You're going to have to send someone else. Remy finished, by downing large gulp of doppio. Oh, that's a shame. Deceit responded, making eye contact with Remus, who had the biggest grin on his face. I guess Emil will just have to do it for us. After all, he is a therapist and that does seem to be what anxiety needs right now. Remy spat out the rest of the black liquid, choking slightly in the process of what Deceit just said. Before doing a double take at the wasted coffee. Bitch, look what made me do. he said, slamming his cup down. So sorry Sleep, we will leave so you can make another. Emil will surely be glad to lend up his services anyway. Deceit smiled, pulling Remus along to leave. The hell you will. Remy growled, running to block their path to the front door. You know he would never say no to a potential patient. Deceit nodded. Of course, and why would he? Anxiety would make the perfect patient. After all, he carries so much angst. And I'm sure the good doctor would do everything in his power to make sure anxiety would go jumping off the edge. Probably would even result to self-sacrifice if it came down to helping a patient. Behind the snake side, Remus giggled in agreement. Remy glared at the two from behind his sunglasses, before breaking his stance and slipping on his jacket and satchel. Get out, he said, holding the door open, and followed the snake and Duke, closing the door. He started walk around his house. Where are you going, Remy? Deceit asked, already knowing. To drag that bitch from the edge. Remy grunted. I'll be sure to tell Emil you said hi when we go visit him. Remus called, before the sleep function disappeared from sight. Fuck off, Remus, Remy shouted from the distance. Deceit and Remus both snickered. I wasn't confident at all that would work. Deceit smiled. The Duke cackled and leaned down to kiss the snake side. I love it when you're evil, he said. Deceit hummed, leaning into Remus. How about we don't go to the cabin? I don't believe Remy will come through, he said, walking for the imagination door, so they could go to Deceit's yellow and green door, pulling Remus along by his green sash, in which the Duke followed willingly. Remy finds Virgil. Virgil sat at the very edge of the cliffs, staring down at the dark depth below. The wind blowing hard and foreboding. Every few minutes he would toss a rock on the ground into the darkness below and watch as they crumble away each time he did. Erased from existence. He could feel the suppressing feeling this area held. It was heavy, like a weighted blanket. But not comforting. But at least here he wasn't bothering Thomas. He wasn't bring the other down. He contemplated jumping in and be done with existing altogether. No one would miss him if he did. Going back to Deceit and Remus wasn't an option. That would be taking a step back. He was trying to be a good guy, not a bad guy. He was tired of being the scary side to Thomas. He just wanted to be listened to. Was that really too much to ask for? Girl, you so much as jump, and make me fish you out before you vanish. I will kick you ass, and that is a promise. Remy's voice caused him to jump at the sudden interrupting to his thoughts. Sleep, he mumbled, surprised to see the function. What are you doing here? He asked, turning back to gaze into the dark depths of the canyons. He and Sleep never got along, so it was probably just a coincidence that the function was even here. Can't you tell? I'm the search party. Remy answered, hands on his hips. Now don't make me physically drag you from the edge, cause I am pissed enough as it is, that my right to a perfect morning coffee was interrupted. He said, hands reaching into his satchel for something, behind the anxious side's back. He pulled out a notebook and flipped it open to try and read past the cartoony doodles on the paper to the actual notes. The most he could make out was offer support and listen. Virgil huffed at the function's sudden silence, but didn't say anything. Odds were the function would leave and that he could work himself up to jump and rid Thomas of him once and for all. He flinched when he saw Remy actually sit himself down beside him. What are you doing? He grunted, hunching in on himself. Remy, who reached into his satchel again, pulled out a Starbucks cup. Something that he always carried with him on the go. It pays to work in the imagination sometimes. So, this is going to go two ways. One, I dust you and drop you off in your room and just haunt you for the rest of your days and sick Emil on you. Or you spill the tea and get all the toxic thoughts out in the open so we can get on with doing our jobs. Remy said, taking a sip from his cup. Why do you care? Virgil huffed. Girl, we are not making this about me. Now, come on. Talk to sleep. Tell me what's wrong. Remy tooted, looking out at the dark depths with anxiety. You got everyone worried about you. Virgil blinked at the function. They're worried. Remy sighed, and leaned back on his hands a bit as he began to swing his feet. Girl, let me break it down for you. And if you still want to jump afterwards, I won't stop you. He said. Let's start with why this is a bad idea. Virgil straightened up, slightly curious. After all, he didn't really want to leave Thomas. He could feel the pull that came with being summoned 3 different times. And they were different enough that he knew it was the core sides calling for him. But they couldn't really want him. Thomas hadn't called for him, but then that is why he came here. I don't think you'll be able to change my mind. My standing seems to have been made clear. He mumbled. Remy let out a loud sigh before reaching over and grabbing the anxious side in a big hug, before letting go just as fast. Now shut up and listen. I don't do this often, he said, bumping the anxious side's shoulders. Reason number 1, this is a bad idea. You have yet to kiss Roman. Virgil snapped his head back to look at Remy. What? Don't you dare deny it. Everyone knows. The drama that goes on in this mind is my entertainment. And I am always in the know. Now let's continue. Reason number 2. You are important, and if you reach out enough you will know that Thomas does care, or else he and the core sides wouldn't be storming your room, right now. He grinned. What? How do you know that? Virgil demanded, ready to call the function a liar. Girl, I am a function. Not a side. I know I'm always following him around. Even now. It's my job after all. Remy smiled. And I think we both know we don't want the core sides and Thomas to stay in that dark place for long. So, you can jump and end it all. Or you can go and be the hero and save Thomas and the others from spiraling. Your choice. Remy said, standing up and dusting the seat of his pants off. He had a big grin on his face when anxiety stood up with him. They can't be in there. What are they thinking? Virgil shouted, gripping his hair in frustration. My guess is to find you. Too bad when you jump your room with lock them in forever. Remy shrugged. So are you a bad guy and going to jump? Or are you a good guy and going to go save their dumb asses? Remy asked. I don't. Why would? You don't even like me? Why are you helping? Virgil sputtered. I might not work well with you, but I don't hate you. You really think I would let any of you sides jump? Girl, no. Now choose what you're going to do. Remy said, crossing his arms. Of course I'm going back. But I can't sink out of this area. And the walk to the imagination is too far. Virgil panicked. There wasn't much time, he had to go get them out of his room. Then he would come back and jump. Here. I can send you back. Remy said, with a smile, and snapped his fingers. After all, he was in charge of this area. It was amazing anxiety was even able to get this far. What, the side was gone, the sleep function glanced around the canyons. I guess I'm going to have to rally the other function and build a wall now. He huffed, great. More work. He sighed. The cabin. Deceit and Remus were laying on the bed with Deceit on top of Remus's chest. The two were in matching pajamas, with Deceit's being fuzzier. The snake side was reading one of the Brother Grimm stories out loud, while Remus made short braids in his hair, sticking a flower-like plant in the braids every now and then, forming a type of flower crown look on the snake side. Deceit paused when the mind shifted again. And Remus paused when he did. A moment later a tiny yellow snake found its way to Deceit, who reached down and picked it up, absorbing the little creature as it turned not tiny little lights. Well? Remus asked. Remy seems to have failed. Virgil isn't back with us. And he hasn't told them his name finally. Deceit smiled. That's great news. Remus cheered, sitting up, and grabbing Deceit and crushing him in a hug. That means he's accepted now, right? He asked, and Deceit nodded. That means there's a chance for us too, Jay. He smiled. Fortunately, yes. Deceit said, his smile disappearing. Thomas is ready to meet us. Not too much longer, dear. Remus pouted. Poo. I have so many ideas I could tell him personally. I know. And if the core sides continue pushing Thomas, he will meet us sooner rather than later. There is a time and place when you and I must show ourselves. The timing needs to be perfect. Deceit cautioned. Yeah, the monster have been appearing more rapidly lately. If he meets us, we won't have to worry about the overgrowth. Soon my side is going to start expanding onto Roman's side. Thomas should know. And I love hiding us from him and don't want to meet him as much as you. Let's not let things settle first and see where it goes. Trust me, I will be keeping a very close eye on things. The snake side held a hand out, ready to create more little snake to send out into the mind, his eyes starting to glow slightly, before being interrupted by Remus, who grabbed him in another crushing hug, and throwing them back down on the mattress with Deceit back on top of the Duke. Remus. Nuh-uh. You are not creating more snakes until you finish reading to me. We were relaxing and having a moment. The Duke denied. Deceit deflated a little in the Duke's arms, before reaching for his forgotten book. Fine. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, here, The Strange Feast. Deceit read, starting to read again. Remus was right. The mind was back right, so a little time to relax wouldn't hurt. A couple of weeks later, Deceit was awoken from his slumber in the middle of the night, by Remus' constant knocking on his room door and shouting his name. Grumbling as he stumbled out of bed, the snake side yanked the door open. Having been spending late nights working and spying on the core sides, he was exhausted. There had better be a good reason you woke me up, he hissed. The Duke having snapped the hissy snake side out of his pajamas and into his clothes. Wakey wakey, my horrible hissy snake noodle. I have something you are going to want to see. Remus crowed, pulling Deceit over into his room and through the imagination door, whose sky seemed to be split, with Remus's being blessedly nighttime and Roman's for some odd reason bright with blue sky and sun. I am not going to make you suffer. I'm going not to hang you by that gaudy green sash. I will not lock you in your room too and not let you back out. Deceit hissed and grumbled as the Duke dragged him along. Aw, I love you too, January. Remus chuckled at the upset side. I won't make your rooms spotless and clean. I won't forbid you from watching any more of those horrid horror movies. Deceit continued to hiss, tiredly, as they stepped out onto the watchtower of the Duke's castle. And many more cuddles and kisses. Now you're just being mean. Remus tsked, looking through his telescope, before shoving Deceit to it. I promise you're going to love this. Deceit huffed grumpily as he looked to see why the Duke had dragged him from his perfectly warm bed. And a perfectly wonderful dream. Looking into the telescope, he spotted Roman making dramatic gestures on a stage that he must have summoned to practice on. Beside him stood Virgil, who was holding what looked like a script. He wasn't doing much, that is, until Roman came over and lovingly gripped his face upward in a kiss, causing the anxious side to turn red in the face from blushing. Deceit looked away from the sight at the sound of Remus's excited giggles. The Duke had created a new pair of binoculars while Deceit occupied the telescope. I am never going to let them live this down. Ha, ha. Remus giggled. Hey DD, when do you think they're going to have sex? My bet is on the third date. He rambled, nudging Deceit's shoulder. Virgil just let Roman change him into a prince outfit. They're playing dress up on their date. Ha. Deceit grumbled silently to himself, one hand raised up and then closed it. Shutting up the Duke. Remus was still trying to talk even though Deceit wasn't letting him. Maybe if he hadn't been awoken in the middle of the night he would have been more delighted in the knowledge of their date. But as of right now, he was grumpy and sleepy and didn't care. Stifling a yawn, Deceit let his grip on Remus slip and allow the creative side to talk again, settling with lean in against the cool bricks of the watchtower and closed his eyes. Remus would either take him to a room in the castle after all this or take him back to his room. Either way, Deceit planned on being asleep. "Hey Jay." Remus started, and Deceit hummed in answer. "I've been thinking. You always wear the same hat." The snake-side opened one eye, his brain trying to piece where Remus's was going with the conversation now. "It isn't my favorite," he mumbled, closing his eye again, giving up on trying to keep up with the Duke's train of thought. "Yeah, but I think you would look much better in this." Remus snapped his fingers. And Deceit opened both eyes when the weight of his hat shifted into something heavier, his posture straightening as he reached up and took off what Remus had placed on him. Deceit stared at the crown in his hands. "Now who's playing dress up? What am I supposed to buy the Snake Prince?" he grumbled sleepily. "I want my hat back." "You'll always be my Snake Prince, but that's my crown. I went and took it from the treasury room, after Roman showed off his." Remus smiled. "I'm pretty sure we weren't supposed to have found it his crown, Remus." Deceit yawned as he studied the Duke's crown. It was made of black-looking metal that was accented with silver lines that looked like cracks if you looked close enough. The whole thing was simple, just like Roman's, and around the same size too. No jewels were on the headpiece. "It looks horrible," he complimented. "Right. I think it's got more character than Fansipants," Remus gushed, seemingly proud. "I thought you said your treasury room was filled with zombies," Deceit said, arching a very tired eyebrow. As he reached over, placed the crown on Remus's head. The Duke leaning down slightly so the other could reach. "It was, but I killed them all and claimed my prize." Remus beamed, showing off his usual sharper teeth. Deceit offered a tired smile in return. "I doesn't suit you," he said, flashing his own sharp fangs. It really did suit him. He looked very dashing. After a moment of the crown sitting on Remus's head, did the creative side's eyes turn green suddenly along with the light that outlined his body. Deceit startled a bit, stepping away at the display, just as Remus quickly took the crown off. "Holy shit balls, that was weird," he exclaimed. "What was weird?" Deceit asked, baffled. "This crazy surge that ran through my body. Made me tingle in place I didn't think could tingle," Remus said with a smile on his face a kid would have when they realized Christmas had come. "Double D, I think I know why we have them," the Duke exclaimed excitedly, putting the crown back on. The same phenomenon happening again, this time quicker, as Remus held both hands out over his land and made a mountain form somewhere off into the distance, only it wasn't just a mountain. This mountain formed a face with razor-sharp teeth and red eyes and was making growling noises that Deceit really didn't want to hear this late at night. It spat out hot lava that flew over to Roman's side of the imagination, barely missing the prince's castle. Oh, I can make thing from a much further distance now." He pointed at the newly made monstrosity that sat miles and miles away. Still pointing at it, the creation lifted off the ground and hovered, moving across the land and over into Roman's side, before dropping on top of one of Roman's fictional villages. Deceit was almost certain he could hear Roman's horror at the mere presence of the monstrous mountain. "And I can make it stay on Roman's side," he crowed, overjoyed. "I feel so juiced up and ready for anything." "Darling," Deceit finally spoke. "Maybe not take it off now. I'm not in the mood to help you finish a battle you start with Roman tonight," he suggested. And was relieved when the Duke did as he asked. And soon as the crown left his head, the monster mountain he had created vanished, leaving behind that squashed village. Remus clapped his hands, delighted. "Oh, I love this. I found this sooner," he rejoiced. "Remus." Roman's voice bellowed from across the imagination. Don't put it back. Deceit said, bluntly. Remus looked between Deceit and the crown that he held. Before the crown disappeared, returning it back to the treasure room. Okay. He smiled. With the crown gone and Remus's hands free, Deceit let himself flop into the Duke's arms, letting the creative side take all his weight. Thank you. Now take me back to bed. Before Roman comes over here, he demanded. He really wasn't up for a battle. He was too tired. The core sides were running him and Thomas ragged lately. Chapter 25, I Will Be Your Villain. 6 months later. Are you sure about this? Remus asked, bouncing from foot to foot, as Deceit prepared to leave. Of course not. It isn't time for some intervention. The snake side nodded. I just don't understand what stick shoved up their ass. It's just a fib. I mean, did you see the dude? If Virgil had quit butting in and distracting Roman, can you imagine the night we would have had? Joan would have understood. The Duke insisted. True, Joan wouldn't have understood. And it wasn't just a reading. But the light sides are going to bicker him into insanity if he doesn't stop being hard on himself over simple little dilemmas. Deceit's form changed into the of pattern. How do I look? He asked. Like a goody little two-shoes that I want to make cry. Remus smiled. Deceit smirked. Another time maybe. Did you grab the creation I targeted for you? He asked. Yup. I threw in some cookies too. Remus beamed, holding up a cute little purple and white panda with a rainbow horn. A small bag of cookies tied to around its neck with a bright red bow. It wasn't hard to see the creature belonged to Roman's side of the imagination. I laced them with a light sedative to keep Happy Pappy slow to respond. Too much, I hope. Deceit said, giving the Duke a stern look. Nah. It'll wear off in 15 to 20 minutes. And by then the creature will deconstruct with the heart's feeling spared. Just like you asked. Remus listed, holding up a piece of paper the Deceit had given him earlier. And now we just hope that Virgil doesn't catch on to what I am doing, and Thomas should see the silliness in this dilemma without much trouble. Deceit said, easily slipping into Patton's happy tone. Mirroring the dad's side posture and facial expression. You are so hot right now. Remus smirked, his eyes moving up and down the disguised side's form. Aw, kiddo, how spicy of you to say. Deceit said, flashing one of Patton's famous smiles. Well, wish me luck, kiddo. He said, sinking out to enter the fray that was now going on in Lightside's common room with Thomas. Remus whistled a happy tune as he ducked into Patton's room with ease and unleashed the cute creature, before sinking out just as fast. The dad side didn't even see him, and was immediately trying to catch the adorable bear to cuddle and love, and pet. When the cookies were found, he just couldn't resist to eat one and figure out who had left him such a gift. Almost 20 minutes later. Deceit rose up in his room and dropped into his bed. Remus was waiting, and immediately cuddled up to him. They lay there for a few minutes. Deceit wasn't ready to talk about what had happened. Things had went like he knew it would. Not the way he had wanted things to go. He was shunned away by Thomas. Although he guessed telling Thomas, he had no morality, was overdoing it. Still, once his cover had been blown, he couldn't break character. He was good at playing the villain mastermind. He had to be good at pulling strings if he was to do his job. It just stung a little more to hear it straight, from Thomas's mouth that he seen Deceit as a villain. I am a villain, Remus. He mumbled into the Duke's shoulder. Then I will be one too. Remus responded. Deceit pulled away and yanked gently on the mustaches on the Duke's face. Do be silly. My goal isn't to get you listened to. He said, with a small smile. Ow. The creative side rubbed at his pulled facial hair. I am going to open our door quickly for him. So, for the next few months I will not be demanding you absolute cooperation. Janus said, his tone going very serious. Will you give it to me? Remus pulled the snake side back down onto the bed and rolled on top of him, pulling a laugh out of the other. As if you even have to ask. Make me yours, Janny. The creative side cheered, and ran his tongue across some of Deceit neck scales. Ew. Don't stop that. Janus said, between a hiss and a laugh. Anything for you, my double D. I am yours to command and fuck to your heart's desire. The Duke crowed. If only you would listen. Janus chuckled. It will be a long road, but with careful planning, and your help, we will get you accepted. Us, accepted Jan, and don't you forget it. Remus corrected. Yes, of course. Us. Deceit hummed, pulling the Duke close. Yes, he was going to have his work cut out for him. He was going to have to bide his time for his next appearance. Had to wait for the right circumstance to arise. He was going to start working double time now. 13 months later. Remus frowned as he gazed at the yellow door that led to Deceit's room, debating if the snake side would be upset if he actually burned a big giant hole in it to get it open. The snake side had been holed up in there for weeks, hardly coming out to eat. Already the Duke was starting to get a little worried with how it seemed that Janus was slipping back into old habits. Even if the lying side had assured that it was just work that was keeping him very busy. And Remus could understand that. Even his job had escalated over the past few months. He was able to whisper in Thomas's ear now when he was asleep. While all of that was fun and all, it also meant that Janus wasn't trying very hard to muffle him anymore. Even Roman would accidentally give out one of Remus's ideas, if it found its way to him. Nothing too severe, but the ideas did get watered down when Roman would relay them. Jan. He knocked, then put his ear to the door to listen for sounds on the other side. There wasn't any response. Deceit had forbid him from trying to break into his room, but he hadn't forbade from letting something slip in. Remus grabbed hold of his left hand and twisted it off with a deliciously loud crack. The hand still moved and wiggled, as he took a sledgehammer to flatten it enough in one swing so it would fit under the door. The flattened limb immediately plumping back up once it made it to the other side. He knew once his hand found its target by the sudden sound of stomping and yelling from Janus. The yellow door swung open with the hand dangling from the door handle. Deceit stood just behind it, papers flying around the room from being thrown around, while the snake side glared at Remus, who was smiling back affectionately. There you are. Time to eat. He grinned, as his dismembered hand swung off the door handle and onto the fuming snake side shoulder and rubbing up against the human side of his face. I wasn't working. Deceit hissed, grabbing the dismembered hand by the wrist and passing the wiggling limb back to the Duke. I know. But you've been spending too much time with work and not enough time with me, myself, and I. Remus said, fixing his hand back on. I will be down to eat in a few minutes. Deceit huffed, trying to close his door, while Remus held it open with one hand. Then you can come and eat now, if it's only a few minutes. The Duke countered. Don't make me feed you through a tube, JJ. You know I will. Remus promised, with a menacing look on his face that would probably scare any other side if they weren't Deceit. The snake simply let out a frustrated sigh and massaged the bridge of his nose. Remus, please. You know things have been high-strung lately. Especially since we are all waiting for Thomas to get phone call concerning a call back. I must make sure everyone is prepared. Deceit reasoned. Remus pulled Janus close to him and pulled him from the entryway of the room so the side couldn't slink back in. Yes, and you have been doing a good job letting the others rest while you pick up the slack. I honestly don't know why you bother sometimes, when you know they don't appreciate what you do. The Duke said, nudging the snake side along until they were down the stairs and sitting at the table. It isn't my job. Deceit huffed. Something I shouldn't get back to doing. Right? You shouldn't. Look. I even dressed the table. Remus smiled, pointing out the mysteriously stained tablecloth that had a skull of some creature as the centerpiece accompanied with a vase of wilted thorn roses. Deceit took a moment to admire the hard work the Duke had put into setting the table. "Horribly done," he complimented. "And what will we be eating?" he asked. Remus smiled sheepishly. "That's why you're here." At that moment the Duke's stomach let out a monstrous growl. That got Janice to chuckle, and Remus joined him. Okay. I get the message. Let's see what we got to eat," he hummed, as he got up to go into the kitchen. Just as he started rummaging through the cabinets, the TV in the common room flipped on. "Be a dear and see what isn't so important, Remus," Deceit called. He was quick to start the stove up, placing a pot and pan on the stovetop, already throwing chicken into the pan and rice in the boiling water in the pot, when a loud shout of glee erupted from behind him. Was all the warning he got. He had just enough time to toss the broccoli and mushrooms into the pan with the chicken and a tentacle wrapped around his waist and lifted him in the air, and pulling his to Remus, who grabbed and danced them around the room, cheering. "He's got it! He got it! Your slimy scaly ass is going to be ravaged tonight." Thomas got the call back. Remus stopped them mid-twirl and began kissing Deceit up and down the scaly side of his face. And Janice preened at the administration given. He had been so busy the last few months, that he had sadly neglected spending enough time with the Duke. It was nice to celebrate with Remus in this moment. He was happy for Thomas and the creative sides. Remus and Roman were going to be so excited from here on out. An alarm sounded on the television, drawing their attention. Roman and Thomas celebrating the news of the callback themselves, and then Patton popped up. Coming to join in on the party, that was bring Thomas so much joy, and why wouldn't he? He the basis for all of Thomas's feeling and more. So he presents to this happy moment made sense. And the fatherly side had to open his mouth. April, lucky number 13. Thomas announced the date to Morality. "Oh," Patton winced at the name of the date. Thomas himself paused and turned to Patton. "Oh? Why are you saying oh like that?" he asked. Roman, trying to pick up the hype for the callback, tried to spoke up to save the celebration. "Fear not, Thomas, I'm certain he means, oh, yay. So soon?" the prince said, nodding toward Patton. Too soon and not late enough," Patton said, with a shake of his head. "He has a prior engagement, related to engagement that day," the moral side reminded. "Fuck sticks. He's going to make him go to the wedding." Remus pouted, physically slouching in Deceit's arms. Deceit watched trapped in Remus's arms as Patton continued to talk at how Thomas and Roman quickly started lose their excitement from earlier. Not only that, but Deceit could hear the lies and feel the want from Thomas as he agreed with Morality. And Roman and Remus were going to suffer, the two sides that carries his confidence and ego, if he didn't do something. Thomas needed to do something for himself and because he wanted to. He wouldn't gain anything going to the wedding. It did nothing for his confidence, his pride, or his ego. Nothing that would benefit him self-wise anyway. And Deceit was starting to feel the pull to fix what was causing Thomas and the creative side's distress. To give them what they wanted. "I will go and see what I can do," he said, pulling himself apart from the Duke, who moved to crouch sadly in front of the TV. Deceit let his form change into that of Logan, and hopefully this time he would get Thomas to do what he wanted to do. Be a little selfish or make up an excuse to go and follow his dream to go to the callback. Straightening the tie around his neck, he got himself into character. And stepped out of the door to their domain and rose up to the core sides. Maybe this time he would have a chance, now that Roman and he wanted similar things. Surely, one of them would see reason. Remus watched from the television. Watched how Deceit rose up in the core sides commons disguised as Logan. How fast he was discovered and how rude Virgil entered and immediately lashed out verbally at the snake side. His brother seemed on the fence between wanting to go to the callback, and Remus had secretly hoped Roman would back Deceit. Deceit even picked Roman to be the judge in their courtroom scene, which was impressive. The Duke didn't know if Janus was prepared for manipulating the whole Mind Palace into such a scene, pulling the other sides with him. The snake side had even changed their clothes for them. And Remus was sure that Janus still had those little limp dildos out and about too. But you wouldn't have known it looking at the side. He was confident and so sure of himself. But Remus could see, could hear the pleading that Deceit was doing. The hope that Thomas and the others would see the reason behind the moniker that Janus represented, that the messenger represented. But the core sides were blind, which in turn made Thomas blind. Roman did not side with Deceit in the end. Morality won. And Remus had to rush to greet the snake side as soon as he departed from the core side's commons. Deceit rose up in his room, Remus coming in at the exact same time. "Noodle," he cooed, wrapping the side up in a hug. "Let them go. You need rest. You've been working too much," he pleaded. Deceit shook his head, gripping onto the Duke's shirt for a moment before pushing away and straightening his posture. "I can't stop now," he said. "They're going to drive him insane. His mental health will suffer." "Then let it," Remus said, touching his forehead to Janus's. "Give his mental health to me." He nipped at some of the scales on the other neck. "Let go." The Duke pulled Janus down onto the bed, even though Janus was shaking his head at his words. "You will have to at some point, Janny. You're fighting for something they can't see. But what if we give them what they want? You know I can't do that. We must check on your brother. He sacrificed something that he shouldn't have had to today. I imagine he isn't doing well either." Janus finally said. "Let him suffer then. He deserves it, letting the others ganged up on you. And deciding something that not only affects him but me too. Shouldn't I get a say too?" Remus snarled, following Deceit into his own room and to the imagination door. "That's not how I work, Remus, and you know it. We're going to fix this. Now open the door." Janus smiled. The Duke sighed but did as instructed, the door opening up at the edge of the dark forest. A dark gloomy fog rested across Roman's domain. "Huh, you think he's in a mood today?" Remus mused, standing closely behind Deceit. The snake side didn't like this sudden change in the imagination. "He stole my fog of doom of gloom," the Duke accused, hooking an arm through one of the Deceits, pulling the side along. "He should be this way," he said, walking toward the Dragon Witch's home. And there they found him, battling the creation with everything he had. Roman was upset, and Deceit felt the pull to right what was hurting both of the creative sides, by giving them what they wanted. He didn't know how to remedy this. The decision had been made. "Go play, Remus. You need to slay something as well," he instructed, pushing the Duke forward. And proceeded to lean against a giant rock that littered the ground. Roman seemed surprised to see Remus join in, but immediately his strategy from fighting solo to with a partner changed up. The twin moved in flawlessly together. It took mere minutes before the Dragon Witch collapsed to the ground defeated. And the battle switched to the twins fighting each other. Deceit got off the rock that was his perch and noticed a swirl of green wrap around him, moving him with the twins to an arena somewhere in the imagination. Deceit found himself moved sitting on a stone bench off to the side in the arena. A multitude of weapons scattered around, as well as some shields, but mostly weapons. The fight was telling even with Remus's chaotic movements. The Duke was angry and desperate. Deceit could only guess that the anger and desperation was due to the want to be seen, by Thomas and Roman. And angry that Roman decided their creative fates in favor of the wedding. The Duke, while a little manic and chaotic, was deep down a good person, pure chaotic creativity, but a good person. And that was mainly due to Thomas being a good person. Something the core sides did not see. But Deceit did. Just like he could see the frustration and insecurities that weighed down Roman. Frustration that his ideas were getting shut down, and insecure when critiqued harshly, and now from being put on hold to go to a wedding instead of the call back. And Deceit was well aware that the prince had been accidentally receiving some of Remus's ideas through that twin telepathy the two seemed to share, and so also knew that disturbed the prince, and so made him fear that he was no different from his brother. Something that was a constant fear as soon as his ideas started being questioned by the other sides. Something Deceit tried to protect, but was obviously failing. He was failing. Failing in protecting Roman and Remus, in protecting them. Protecting the two that made up the ego. That had to change. But how could he with one part of the ego fighting against him? One instinct developed while living with Remus as a roommate. The snake side leaned off to the side a little, letting a spear fly past his head and into the wall behind him, and then returned to his relaxed sitting position. Continued to watch the twins battle out their emotions. It was when they were battered and exhausted that the twins stood at a stalemate, staring down each other. Deceit did a slow clap and got both of their attention. "Bravo!" He cheered slightly. "Truly inspiring to watch." He smiled. And despite how it sounded, he truly meant it. Their battle was inspiring, so much emotion and creativity. Like a deadly dance performed in two different ways, yet complementing each other in the process. "Ugh! Why do you always bring him?" Roman groaned, at his brother. "If Double D wants to watch, then he can watch. Same goes for you too." Remus smiled, jogging to stand next to Deceit. "This is my side. Respect my rules for once, Remus. And you?" He pointed his sword at Deceit, who leaned out reach of the sharp point. Remus snarled as he swatted the weapon away from the snake side. "Watch it," he warned. "I mean seriously." Roman continued. "Haven't you caused enough trouble today?" the princely side demanded, waving the sword around as he talked. "Roman, Deceit tried to say. "No." Roman snapped, pointing the blade once again at the deceitful side, against his brother's warnings the first time. "No more lies. Not on my side." Remus swatted the blade away from Deceit a second time, and would have probably started another battle if Deceit hadn't pushed the Duke back slightly with the two of his 6 arms. Thankfully Roman stalked away before quick turn back to the two. "What do you want? What devious scheme are you planning that you needed to initiate a battle here with Remus?" "That's right, I saw you watching the whole time. Was the courtroom scene not enough for you? No one wants you here. So leave me be. You have done enough damage, villain. Now get out," he shouted, pointing his sword once again at the sitting snake. Remus growled as he placed himself in front of the blade, the point touching his chest. "And you, too. I don't know what you two are planning right now, but I don't want any of it happening on this part of the imagination. Or anywhere." The princely side growled out. Deceit sighed and stood up, fixing and fidgeting with his gloves to give his hands something to do. Remus moving slightly to stand at his side. "Anything else, Roman?" he asked. "As a matter of fact, yes. I catch you anywhere near Thomas and the others, I will smite you where you stand." It was a promise, and Deceit knew it. There was no lie there. Roman would not believe anything Remus said, and that was mostly due to the Duke's close relationship with Deceit. And Roman would never believe anything Deceit had to say. "Is that what you want, Roman? A villain to blame all this on?" he asked. "Don't try to play with me, you snake in the grass. You are a villain, no use pretending. Everyone already knows." Roman growled out, putting his sword at the two dark sides, but mostly at Deceit. "Then I guess our stay here is done. Let's go, Remus." He motioned, letting Remus leave before him. The Duke looked back when Deceit did not follow, and was motioned from Deceit to keep moving. "I am sorry that you feel that way, Roman. Truly I am. I had hoped that after today at least me and you would have been on the same page. I will never see eye to eye with you. Roman promised. Putting on the villain act that Roman wanted, Deceit put on his best evil smile. We shall see, Prince Roman. We shall see. The snake side glanced over at Remus, who was looking on from afar. The Duke summoned the imagination door, opening it up when the snake side came close. Once Deceit had exited, Remus turned to his brother with an evil manic smile of his own. Watch your back, brother. I'm going to be coming after it, he promised, before following Deceit and closing the door. Deceit let the axe slip as soon as he and Remus were back in the Duke's room. So, are we actually going to battle Roman? Because I am so in, if we are. Remus asked. Deceit straightened his posture at the question. Remus, like Roman, needed a somewhere to direct all the pent-up emotions and creative energy that wasn't being put to use. Remus wanted to play the villain, and he wanted to play it with Deceit. And if the creative sides needed someone to give them what they wanted, it was Deceit's job to make sure they got it. Then let's give them villains. Remus's smile widened, seeing Janice perk up, misinterpreting the change in Deceit's posture. But Deceit had a role to play, and no one could never say Deceit couldn't be the villain both creative sides wanted. If it's a villain they want, it's a villain they get. Remus. Deceit agreed, with a smile to mimic Remus's own. Let's talk about plans, darling. I think you're right. Deceit summoned a calendar from his room. I have my shedding season marked. This is your deadline. Your big moment. While we wait for this date, we will play the role we have been given. Our secret weapon is you. Me. Remus repeated. Yes. Thomas does not know you exist. And I doubt anyone is going to want to actually look for us. Much less step foot here. That would be putting themselves under my thumb. Our domain. We will let them almost destroy theirs. And when my shed hits, I will completely release my hold that keeps you hidden away, during which my lovely Duke. I want you to give them hell. Deceit smiled. So does this mean we are going to war? Remus sounded giddy. We will see after you make your introduction. I want you to have fun. Deceit cooed, pulling Remus down with him on the bed and letting the Duke roll them up in a blanket burrito on the smelly bed that was held the Duke's scent. Oh, I will. Remus assured. But first I got a yellow noodle that requires my attention. You've used up so much energy today, and then adventuring through the imagination today. Don't think I don't know you're still keeping your little limp dildo out and about too. You need rest. So shut up and let me take care of you, Janny, before I gag you and make you. I can't let Thomas drown. But that doesn't mean I can't let the others struggle. Deceit smiled. Remus smiled, and buried his face in Deceit's neck. I love you so much, Janice. We're going to make the best villain duo ever. He cheered. Remus, shut up and take care of me, and then we can go have a nice dinner together. Deceit hummed. You sure I can't just eat you right here? Remus grinned wide and ran his tongue along his sharp teeth, before taking a nip at Deceit's scaled ear. We'll dine like villains tonight, he crowed, tightening his arms around the deceitful side, happy and content. Deceit lay there and accepted the warmth given to him. Roman would be happy and Remus would be happy. At least for the time being. This was the role he was meant to play anyway. Nothing mattered but to make sure everyone stay in a healthy balance for Thomas and were in working order. So Deceit would play the true villain if that is what everyone wanted from him. Everyone got what they wanted. And Deceit would be satisfied once Remus got accepted and on equal standing with Roman. And once Thomas got what he wanted. That was his goal. Chapter 26, Lucid Nightmare. Deceit felt his shed coming, and with all the stress he'd been under from antagonizing Roman and letting the Prince of Creativity chase him off, to planning villainy schemes with Remus to enact in the imagination against Roman's side and the others, he guessed it was only a matter of a days or hours until the shed reached its peak. And this villain's role, it was a role Deceit couldn't break. They wanted a villain. They all wanted him to be a villain. Even Remus. Although the Duke enjoyed playing the chaotic villain himself, he also loved that Deceit was joining in more now. And Deceit wasn't going to stop until things balanced out in the mind. Until the other sides could stop seeing in black and white, he would continue being the villain. The sign of his shed was the weariness that seemed to settle in his body. But just because he felt tired didn't mean he could not continue joining Remus in the imagination every day and join the Duke in the chaotic schemes they had planned for the day. It usually went to the point that they would never leave the imagination, and would stay in the Duke's castle. Deceit sighed as he tried to relax on the throne in the Great Hall and watched as Remus created another ghoul-like creature and set it loose on the imagination. The Duke didn't really use the throne and so let Deceit sit in it whenever he liked. Thankfully, the creative side didn't bring the crown out after they figured out what it could do. Deceit was content to let the Duke cause as much chaos as he could hear. Although chaos wasn't the only thing that Remus did either. The Duke had informed that Roman's side was growing smaller, like the Duke's lands were encroaching onto his brothers. And Remus swore up and down that he was not the cause of it. And Remus has never lied to Deceit. Deceit knew that that wasn't a good sign, and the time that he himself had went to inspect the change and even picked a little at Roman for information, and while the prince had denied such a change and blamed Deceit and Remus for the encroaching dark side of the imagination. "Hey, Janny, what should I make next?" Remus asked, excitedly playing with a glowing ball of green light. "Oh, I don't know, darling. Surprise me. I think," Deceit said, putting on a smile, coming out of his musing to see what the Duke would come up with. Remus hummed as he worked and soon turned around, revealing a rather large innocent-looking jack-in-the-box. Deceit tilted his head at the large child's toys, as Remus began winding the large toy, making it play a light little ditty. Deceit was proud of himself for not flinching with the clown in the box jumped out singing. All around the Thomosphere, the monsters chased the core sides. Morality died. And Virgil cried. Pop! Goes his mind. Roman was maimed. Logic was never heard from again. Now Thomas is a bad guy. Pop! Goes his mind. The moving object sing-songed, as it danced around with its creator. At the end, both creation and Remus busting out in a fit of giggles. Lovely. Deceit complimented the Duke's work, tensing his back muscles up against a horrible itch that was between his shoulder blades. Scratching it wouldn't do much except make him want to tear off his own skin, but the scales weren't ready yet. His shed was really close now. Maybe tonight was the night that they should make their move. Isn't it? Remus cackled. Oh, let's sing it again. He crowed, as he and the scary-looking oversized toy started the song all over again. Deceit didn't sing, just hummed along. He didn't want to destroy Remus's fun. He and Roman have been under so much stress, playing and fighting in the imagination was their time to be themselves. Although Deceit was worried about Roman's loss in land, he suspected it was caused by him being insecure about his work. Something that Deceit tried not to let happen to Remus. Disgusting and disturbing as some of the Duke's creations were, they were still his creations, and confidence in one's work always ensured that not only was the creator happy, but the creation itself would turn out magnificent. Remus had Deceit to praise him. Roman had the core sides. And worrying about deadlines and trying please everyone was making Roman's work suffer. The snake side really hoped by giving the prince a villain to chase around would help, but it really hadn't. Not that Deceit was going to stop playing the villain. Not until both creative sides were happy. Not until the core sides realized their mistake. I got another idea, D. Watch this. Remus called, kicking the singing jack-in-the-box away. Really? I can't wait to see. He smiled, watching the Duke shaping another green ball of light. Deceit relaxed further into the throne's cushion as he waved away a floating tray of food, that screamed as it neared him. He wasn't that hungry at the moment. Virgil and Roman. Virgil was laying on a comfortable window seat, watching Roman in the courtyard of the imagination. The princely side was practicing against training dummies, so he would be prepared for when Remus and Deceit showed back up. Ever since they got together, Virgil was free to enter Roman's side now. But lately he was worried. Something was wrong and he didn't know what it was. He knew about Remus taking some of Roman's land, but he doubted that was it. The work Roman gave out was starting to be lackluster and rushed. Many times the anxious side debated on seeking Deceit out, knowing the snake would have all the answers, but there was no way he was going to go crawling back. He just didn't know how to help Roman. Ever since he noticed the change in the prince, Virgil had tried to back off, hoping that making Thomas less anxious would help Roman have some room to breathe, but it wasn't enough. "What with the look, Stormcloud?" Roman asked, walking into the room, sword nowhere in sight. The creative side joined Virgil on the window seat. "The usual," Virgil answered. "Let this prince take your mind off all those nasty thoughts." Roman smiled. Virgil smiled a small smile. "Maybe we should get back. It's almost time for bed," he suggested. "Oh. So the prince of the night does sleep then?" Roman teased, softly kissing the anxious side's cheek. "You know, no matter what, you steal my troubles away, Stormcloud," he whispered in Virgil's ear as he summoned the door to the imagination. "I still have some things to finish up here. You go on ahead, Stormcloud." Roman nodded. What the princely side meant was that he had dreams to make and give to sleep, and was behind in the creation of them. Which was fine. Now that he was in a good mood. The happier Roman was, the more clearer the dreams he made reached Thomas. Virgil stepped through and into the common room. Patton was in the kitchen sneaking a before bedtime cookie, and froze when he seen Virgil. "Second cookie tonight, Pat?" The anxious side smiled. Patton smiled and held up not just his second cookie but a third, causing the two sides to laugh. "Want some?" the moral side asked. Virgil nodded when Patton held up the cookie jar. "Want to stay up and watch Roman's dream with me?" he asked. "Couch sleepover?" Patton cheered, snapping into his cat onsie. Virgil turned on the TV, snapping into his own onsie and joining the moral side on the couch. Remus and Janice. Remus helped Janice up the flight of stairs in the castle. It hadn't escaped his notice that the snake side was becoming sluggish as the days pass. Despite not being an organized person, Remus made sure to keep track of Deceit's shed. Deceit's shed was important and Remus wanted to make sure that he took care of the other. And Deceit had said that this coming shed was the one to keep track of. That once it happened, Remus could meet Thomas, and while that was all good and everything. But Remus didn't know how he felt about leaving D by himself during a shed. He laid the snake side down on the bed in the bedroom Janice liked to sleep in when they bunked here. Only for the side to grab the front of his shirt, and so Remus was not able to move away. Not that he wanted to anyway. "Remus," Janice mumbled, fixing the Duke with tired and slightly fevered eyes. "It's time." The snake side smiled, letting go of the Duke. "Fuck. Really?" Remus cursed, starting to pick the snake side up. He had to get Deceit in his own room then. Deceit slapped at his hands. "Don't put me down. Don't let me stay here. And it is too hot in here," he hissed out. Remus withdrew. "But, you need your room during a shed. And heat. You can get really sick, Jay, if you're not careful." He frowned down at Janice. Deceit shook his head. "We're not trying to give you more time, sweetheart. I must stay away from my room for this shed. We want me down for as long as it takes for you to meet Thomas and let him learn more about himself. Just like he wants. I will be fine until you get back." Deceit smiled. "Go have some uninterrupted fun, my darling." The Duke stared at the mismatched brown eye and serpentine yellow eye. "Jay, I don't want to leave you alone." I haven't left you alone since the day we met. I made it my job to be your own personal stalker. Deceit chuckled. Silly Duke. I will be right here when you get back. This is what we planned for, remember? Now go. Then tell me everything when you get back. I will be needing some serious royalty treatment. He pulled Remus into a kiss before pushing him away. Now. Go away. Remus laughed. Okay, okay. But I better not come back and find you a rotting corpse. If I do, I'm going to showcase you in a glass coffin in the Great Hall. And kiss you every day until you wake up. He declared as he marched out of the room. Snapping his fingers so that the temperature of the entire castle was in the low 60s, the Duke left the castle. Even though he wanted to go back and write the temperature for Janice and take the side back to his room where he could go through his shed comfortably. But Janice was right, they had planned for this. He just didn't know that meant Deceit would make himself suffer his shed in unhealthy conditions. Still, if Deceit said to go and have fun, then he was going to go and have fun. Starting with that dream Roman had delivered to Remy. He was going to change it. And with how off Roman has been lately, the Duke doubted he'd any trouble whatsoever. The creative side bounded through the imagination to where sleep liked to let the dreams loose. He waited hidden in the dark forest trees, as Remy walked out into the open with Emile close behind. The cartoon therapist laughing as Remy pinched his cheek as he made the good doctor stand back. The function paced a few yards from the therapist and reached into his satchel and pulled out 2 bottles, one red and the other green. The function shook both bottles before pouring the green into the red, and shaking the dreams together about. The colors in the bottle changing again into that of red, orange, yellow, and green with a few rainbow sparkled twinkling inside. Remy held the bottle up to look at the dream one more time, swirling it around until the colorful light inside began to turn to sand. The function poured the sand into his hand and threw it up into the air where the wind caught it and took the colorful sand up into the sky, changing the sand, taking on the form that resembled of the northern lights. The lights starting to separate and taking on forms that both Roman and Remus created. Remus waited for Remy to escort himself and Emile away, to go spread the rest of the sand around the mind. The Duke went where Remy once stood and reached his hand out and threw an extra ball of green light into the forming dream. That extra dark creativity made the lights in the dream change to different shades of green. And now for a little more influence. Tell me, Thomas, wouldn't it be fun to kill your brother? We could drag the body and hide it in the tub. Remus grinned, as his voice echoed through the imagination. The dream doing as Remus willed. Once done, the Duke stood back and admired his work. This is going to be such a cool nightmare. He cheered, as he ran after Remy and Emile, to corrupt the rest of the dream that Remy had to dust. Patton and Virgil. Ah! I don't understand. What happened to Roman's nice dream? Patton gasped, horrified, clutching tightly to Virgil's arm. The nice dream they had been watching had suddenly took a dark turn. I don't understand how Thomas could dream something this awful. Nightmare. Nightmare. Thomas. Wake up. Virgil was muttering, he too was clutching tightly to Patton. The two of them both urging Thomas to wake up from the nightmare. Only something was keeping their message from getting through. At most, Virgil and Patton only succeeded in making Thomas toss and turn in his sleep, turning it into a lucid nightmare and effectively waking Logan. It was only a matter of minute before the logical side was in the common room with the two panicking sides. Do you two know what time it is? Everyone should be in bed. He lectured. Nightmare. Nightmare. Bad. This is bad. How can Thomas think such a thing? Patton and Virgil shouted at the same time. Both jumping from the couch and pulling at Logan like he was the only safety shield they had. Logan, help us wake him up. Lo, make him wake up. Logan grunted against the pulling Patton and Virgil was doing. What has gotten you two so upset? Logan asked as the two sides pulled him toward the TV, showing him the nightmare. Well, this isn't ideal, he stated. And now that I am up, it is likely that Thomas is going to experience this as a lucid nightmare. The most we can do now is to go to bed and wait for him to awaken. No. There's got to be something we can do. Patton pleaded. As soon as he spoke, the whole common room darkened with a bit of a red hue that just made everything look scary and creepy and brought a yelp of fright from Patton. There was blood staining the furniture and even blood-stained drag marks. Logan looked between the two panicking sides and to the changed common room. "We can go to bed," he said, simply, turning to go back to upstairs himself, only this time he had Patton attached to his back, with Virgil trailing close behind. "CCA, can we sleep in your room?" Patton asked. Logan looked back at the moral side. "Patton, you are a grown man, surely you do not need me as a figurative comfort blanket." "Ah, Thomas!" Virgil shouted, pointing. "No, I am Logan." "Really, Virgil, this is why I had set up a sleep schedule. Staying up late affects memory." Logan corrected. "No, Lo, he means Thomas." Patton shrieked, pointing with Virgil. "Please refrain from making noise, we don't want to wake Roman up. I don't think I could handle the three of you causing a commotion," Logan said, as he turned to see what had the two so upset now. His eyes widened as a holographic image of Thomas dragging a bloody dead body, and coming straight for them. "I can't take it. I can't. Thomas, this isn't you. Wake up!" Virgil shouted, making a beeline back to the common room. "Wake up! Wake up! This isn't like you at all." Patton shouted too, dragging Logan along with him as he and Virgil crowded the TV. Logan made himself comfortable on the couch, taking some deep breaths, and tried to block out all the lucid nightmare happening around them. It wouldn't do to have logic interrupting Thomas's sleep. Odds were that when morning came, Thomas was going to wake up feeling very tired. It was obvious that this was the work of the Duke, and somehow Deceit had found a way to let the chaotic side loose upon the mind. The deceitful side had found a way to let the Duke loose, and once they broke those chains, Logan let out another breath to calm his nerves. It was going to be impossible to reset them, especially if either the Duke or Deceit put up a fight. The Duke's castle. Deceit shivered as he tried to bury himself into the blankets on the bed. He looked at the double doors that led out to a balcony. It wasn't cold enough in the castle yet, his shed needed to last longer. He could feel the Duke pulling against the boundaries that Deceit held him to. Slowly, Deceit got out of bed and walked to the doors, pushing the doors to the balcony open, and fell back onto the bed. The cold wind from the imagination sent another shiver through him. That was much better. Much more colder. Deceit wrapped himself back up and stared out at what he could see of the imagination from the bed. The sky changed into a wonderful color with stars that twinkled with the colors of a rainbow. Deceit liked the sky in the imagination when Remy did his job. When the sky changed, from the hues of red, orange, yellow, and green and its rainbow stars, to a dark sky that took on the colors of different shades of green, the snake side smiled as he watched. He could hear Remus's gleeful laughter ring out in the imagination. "Things are finally going our way," he chuckled, burying his face under the blankets to rest his eyes. Remus would wake him when he came back. Hours later, one would think that Remus would have returned to his castle in the imagination, laughing and cackling with glee, being able to see Thomas and finally stand side by side with his brother in the core-side common room to show Thomas both of his creativities and to share what he had to offer. One would think anyway. But no. Remus returned sprinting to the room Deceit inhabited, literally ripping the door off its hinges and to the bed that had a bundle that could only be called a blanket burrito, fixing the temperature on his side as he went to pick up his wrapped-up yellow noodle, only for the blankets to unravel and revealed not Deceit but a yellow-like cobra snake coiled up and asleep in his hands. "Oh, Jay." The Duke smiled, and hugged the sleeping serpent close. "I love you." Remus jumped back to his feet and summoned his door, and entered his room, and just as quickly running out and into Deceit's room. He gently placed the snake onto the bed and the heating lamps above the bed came on. Remus rubbed his hands over the scale of the snake and watched as some of the scales seemed to move, but he also noticed that the snake's muscles seemed to flinch whenever the scales did move. So, Remus stopped rubbing the scales. How was he supposed to help Deceit get rid of the old scales if he was a snake? Did he just peel them off like he normally would? He climbed in the bed with the snake and wrapped the blankets all around them. Maybe if he just kept him warm, he could get Deceit to shift back. Sleepily the Deceit flicked his tongue out and immediately knew that Remus had him. He didn't feel like opening his eyes, so he felt his way to maneuver himself to where he was under the Duke's shirt, where he could soak up all the heat he wanted. He couldn't wait to hear how things went with Remus showing himself to Thomas. Now that Thomas knew about the Duke, there was no reason for Deceit to hide him anymore. And that was all Deceit could ask for Remus. He wanted the Duke to have a fair standing with Roman. Now the only problem is to show the core sides that they couldn't just keep working Thomas and making him do selfless things. Self-care was important too. Once back to his old self, Deceit was going to try again to make them see. But right now, he needed some self-care of his own. Deceit hissed happily. And he was going to enjoy every pampering moment that Remus was going to give him. Starting with finishing this shed. Chapter 27, Here's the plan. Janus blinked his eyes awake, to a rhythmic thumping on his back along with some very relaxing circular motions that sent pleasant shivers down his spine. Not to mention the temperature that he had awoken to was so perfect, with the steam filling the space and the sound of what he guessed was running water was so nice. He hummed happily, unconsciously letting his tongue stick out as he closed his eyes again before snapping them back open. Steam. Water. "Aw, Janny, you blept." Remus cackled from above him, the rhythmic thumping and circular motions stopping. Deceit immediately put his tongue back in his mouth and went to sit up. Only for Remus to push him back down. "Nuh-huh, who said you can get up?" Remus said, and Deceit could hear the grin. The snake-side looked around from where he laid. The last he remembered is falling asleep in Remus's cold castle and then momentarily cuddling as close to the Duke as possible. And Deceit was sure he had been a snake at the time. Now he was staring at their kitchen, so that meant he was in Darkside's common room, but why did it look like a spa? The couch was gone, replaced with a cushy table that Deceit was currently laying on in only a towel. And a steamy Japanese spa pool, only instead of water it had lava in it. Taking up the rest of the room, the only thing that was the same was the TV that was silently playing a show that was Deceit's favorite in the background. "Remus," he hissed, pushing against the Duke grip to sit up. "What? Isn't it obvious? I'm giving you the royal treatment. We still got to get those old scales off you, and the steam is helping with loosening them up." The creative side explained, peeling a piece off the snake's side's shoulder where Janus could see the old scales lift up easily himself. "See? Plus this is the perfect temperature for you. I made sure of it." Remus smiled. Deceit looked around once more. "But what about Dash?" "Don't worry, I'll change the common room back when we're done," Remus promised, with a lick to Deceit's ear. Deceit giggled at the sensation. "And where's Kaya?" he asked, with a cheeky grin. One of the Duke's tentacles appeared with the plushy snake in its grip, and the Remus got back the to massage he had been giving Janus. "I hate you, you know that." Deceit chuckled, taking the plushie and settling back down on the table that he was laying on. "Does that mean I can trust you with making something for us both to eat too? As in eatable, dear?" he asked, sweetly, and peeked back to see Remus's smile falter for a split second before reviving, growing even bigger if possible. "Oh, noodle. Roman's cooks got us covered. I'll make sure of it," the creative side assured, with a malice smile. "Now into the pool," he announced. Lifting Janus from the table and jumped into the lava fully clothed with the snake side in his arms. There was only a split second of panic before Deceit realized that the lava wasn't cooking them to burnt crisps and was actually the perfect temperature for a spa pool. Deceit sighed happily as he glided from Remus's arms and relaxed against the pool's side. The lava was so nice. And the perfect temperature. He waved for Remus to come sit beside, which the creative side did, snapping out of his own clothes and relaxed himself right next to the snake side. Yup, he said it once and Deceit would say it again. Things are finally going our way. He smiled. Remus nodding beside him in agreement. How is your brother doing? Do you know? He asked. At the mention of Roman, Remus groaned. Ah, JJ. Why did you have to bring him up? This is relaxing time. Not work time. The Duke whined, clinging to Deceit as if to prevent the snake side from leaving. Deceit grunted at the tight grip, but soon relaxed when Remus did. Darling, there's no more fun to be had. After all, you didn't put a lot of effort into this. Why would I cut this short? Treat me like your prince. He reassured, not letting the Duke escape from him, and hugged him back. Remus purred happily. Well, since you're being extra sweet, Roman's side in the imagination is still losing ground. The creative side answered. Deceit hummed. We'll deal with it later. Deceit decided. He deserved this pampering. He would fix Roman's problem later. Right now he was going to relax in this nice. Roman and Virgil. The princely side was staring at the mirror on the vanity in his room, with an expression that Virgil couldn't identify, but it was like Roman was trying to summon something to reveal itself in its reflection. It was making Virgil nervous. The creative side wasn't really reacting too well to his brother being known to Thomas. If Virgil was honest, then neither was he. Even after what Logan had said about Remus's suggestions. Even Virgil was feeling unsure at the moment. After announcing to Thomas that he himself was a dark side, the anxious side didn't want to be alone. And he didn't want to leave Roman. But maybe Roman didn't want Virgil around. Maybe Roman thought that Virgil was going to go back to the dark sides, and that's why he wasn't talking to Virgil right now. He hates you. Thomas is going to hate you too. You're not a core side. You're an imposter. You're still a dark side. You're no better than Remus and Janice. Virgil. Roman's voice cut through the doubts that were clouding the anxious side's head. Yeah. Virgil answered, looking up from the bed sheets on Roman's bed, taughty princely side who was looking at the anxious side with so much hurt in his eyes. Virgil quickly took notice that he was causing the shadows of the mind to gather in the creative side's room, and made a mental effort to calm down so he could focus on Roman first. After all, he didn't want to overwhelm Roman or his room. The creative side's room was a place where Virgil could pretend nothing was wrong, that he didn't have to worry as much. But he wasn't helping matters by bringing the worry into the room. Are you okay? Roman asked worriedly. Apparently he too had noticed the shadows. Virgil chuckled at that. I should be asking you that, Princey. He tried to pull off a reassuring smile and felt like he was failing at it. Just worried about what happens now that Thomas knows about Remus. How am I going to protect him from my own brother? To be honest, Virg, I've been feeling like I haven't been the hero Thomas deserves. And I know what he said, but it's just, well, you seen what happened today. The creative side admitted, taking a seat at the edge of the bed near the emo. Virgil could understand that feeling. It was something similar to what he was feeling now too. I told Thomas the first was a dark side. He mumbled. Roman's head whipped over to him. What happened? The princely side asked, scooting himself higher up on the bed to be even closer to Virgil, who looked to be staving off a panic attack by just bringing it up. I don't know. I sunk out as soon as I could, but the look he gave me. Virgil admitted. What if he doesn't want me anymore? Hey now. Roman comforted, pulling Virgil into his arms. Don't think like that, Stormacloud. We know Thomas. He would never not want you. You're our dark and stormy night after all. We would be in serious trouble without you. Virgil hugged close to the creative side. I know. I just can't help it sometimes though. He sighed. Want to help me in the imagination? It'll help keep both our minds off our troubles. Roman suggested, getting to his feet and held his hand out for Virgil to take. Well, my dark prince. Still feeling anxious but not wanting to bring Roman back down, Virgil took his hand and followed the creative side to the imagination door. Roman's side was beautiful as always, but you could clearly see the dark side of the imagination crawling to take over the beautiful land. It made Virgil angry that Remus was doing nothing to stop the takeover. It was the Duke's job to manage it, so why was he trying to take over the whole imagination? Where so we start? He asked, ready to fight off the monsters from Remus's side. Wherever your heart leads you. Roman said, triumphantly, sword in hand. He glanced at the anxious side with a bright smile and snapped his fingers, giving the other a shield and sword to wield of his own. Virgil smiled gratefully for the weapons. Okay, now charge. Roman shouted, a white horse running by and the princely side jumping on the steed. Virgil appreciated the show of agility as he ran to catch up and startled slightly when another horse came at the side of him. The animal black as the night sky with white markings near its hooves. Virgil didn't think he could jump on a running horse like Roman and wasn't about to try, so you couldn't blame him when the horse stooped low enough to practically scoop the anxious side up with its head in an effort to slide him onto the saddle on its back. Come now, my dark knight, let us fight side by side. Roman cheered, as Virgil's black steed caught up with his own. Virgil nervously cheered, gripping bridle and mane of his horse while reminding himself to not drop his much-needed weapons. They had to clean this place up before the wedding, so Roman could start working at his full potential again. Day of the wedding. No. Remus said, sticking his tongue out as he dodged Janice's lunge to put a clean suit on him. The snake side was able to strip the Duke just fine. It was getting the chaotic side cleaned and dressed in practical former wear that was proving challenging. Remus. We've talked about this. You're wearing a suit just like Thomas. Deceit hissed, making another lunge for the creative side, who jumped out of the way and ran down the stairs. The snake side close behind, holding the formal clothes like a matador chasing a bull. He found the Duke sitting on the kitchen counter, staring at him with determination. Deceit made a mental note to clean the counter later before setting food on it about. I don't wanna go. The core sides are going to the imagination. Besides, it's not like Thomas or anyone around him will be able to see us. Remus pouted, jumping off the counter and over Deceit's head as the lying side made a grab for him. It's the principle of the situation. We are not going to go to a wedding about look like imbeciles. I will not have it. Deceit hissed, catching Remus around the neck with the tie of the suit he was trying to dress Remus in and tighten the loop. Gotcha. He hissed fangs out, with a wide smile, and his eyes blown wide with victory. Ugh. J. Remus choked, as Janice pulled the tie tight, using his other extra hands to catch and dress the Duke's still flailing limbs. Kinky. Shut up and hold still. Janice snapped, focused on his task. There. He hissed, pleased, all 6 of his hands pulling back and poised to correct any wrinkles that might be in the suit. Remus whimpered, as he looked down at himself, horrified seeing that he was dressed and smelled like Roman. In reality, Deceit had dressed them both in clothes that were similar to what Thomas was wearing. I hate it. Vaya. The creative side cried. Hands coming up to undo the tie around his neck. Deceit slapped the Duke's hands away from it. Don't even think about it. He snapped, grabbing hold of the creative side's hand and pulled him along. Now let's go. Remus grabbed at the doorframe. Roman's not going. Why do I have to go? He whined, against Deceit's hold. Because I said so, and you are going as my date. Deceit hissed the answer, pulling at the resisting creative side. But Janny. My hissy noodle. I'll take you anywhere in the imagination. Even clean the castle up. Just say I don't have to go. Remus pleaded, as Janice was able to pull him along anyway. Please keep being difficult, it will certainly change my decision. Deceit humphed as he dragged the Duke along. They went, not to the Corside's common room, but to a room that had chairs in it and a large screen TV like the one they had in a movie theater, to find only Virgil there, in his usual outfit. What are you guys doing here? The anxious side demanded. There's a wedding today, isn't there? Deceit smiled. And you guys are going? Virgil asked, seeming surprised. What gave it away? Deceit answered, hooking his arm around one of Remus's, putting on his most infuriating smiles that he knew Virgil hated. Where are the others? It's usual for Logan to be late. Virgil bristled. They're busy in the imagination trying to clean up the mess you guys have been causing there. Who? Moi? Deceit asked, in mock surprise. He didn't care what Virgil thought. He knew the imagination would right itself once Roman got his confidence back. Such scandalous accusations, Virgil. I'm surprised at you. He smirked, sitting himself down in a chair, Remus claiming the closest near him. Yeah, Anxie, you know DD has more class than that. He'd just take it, if he wanted it. Remus cackled. And I should know. You two disgust me. Virgil scoffed, taking a chair furthest from the others. Deceit looked between the three of them as they started seeing through Thomas's eyes. This wasn't going to be a good day for Thomas. Roman wasn't going to show since his real desire was to go to the callback. Patton and Logan were going to be busy trying to convince the prince to even show his face today. Patton would be upset with Roman's distress and Logan would be busy trying to calm those two down. Which left Thomas wide open for Deceit, Remus, and Virgil. Whether Virgil wanted to or not, he wouldn't be able to stop doing his job. A loud clicking sounded, signaling that no other side would enter. Virgil was already chewing on his thumbnail as Thomas arrived at the wedding. Well, let's get this over with, shall we? Deceit smirked, interlocking his fingers with Remus's, whose legs were bouncing from being still too long. Maybe after the wedding Thomas and the others would finally see what Deceit had been saying all along. 3 days later. Deceit found himself humming a tune that Remus had made up while reading on the couch. He didn't know the words to the tune and probably didn't want to know the words, knowing Remus. But the rhythm was catchy. Confronting Patton, Thomas, and Roman had been easy enough, especially with Thomas have a mental breakdown as soon as the wedding was over. Just like Deceit expected to happen, Thomas and Roman were both unhappy for going to an event that did not have any gain for them in the slightest. Much to what Deceit had already said, months ago, with heavy pushing from Patton, Thomas had given up his happiness for someone else's and it was finally coming to a head. But now that Patton and Deceit were on the same page, things were feeling a lot better in the mind. Although Deceit put his book down. Although Thomas and Patton had been able to round up Logan and Virgil, who was still reluctant, to agree that Deceit did indeed have a point when it came to Thomas's mental health, Roman had disappeared in his room as soon as Deceit earned his spot at the table. There was still something Deceit was going to have to fix, but he was giving the creative side time to come to terms on his own. After all, Roman and Remus had the tendency to be very dramatic when they were upset. Speaking of Remus, the Duke hadn't been around to grace Deceit with his presence in a while, which was weird. Deceit called for the snake that he had watching the Duke and found that just like Roman, Remus had went into his room and hadn't left. Now Deceit wasn't feeling neglected or anything. Nope, not at all. It's not like Remus barely left his side or anything. Deceit tried to go back to his book only to slam it closed. Damn it, Remus. Deceit hissed, and stalked his way to the Duke's room. The door was locked. The Duke usually locked his door when he planned on doing or creating something rather dangerous. That meant Deceit was just going to have to use his given door to the cabin. The meadow was muted in color as always but still beautiful. No monsters of Remus's side were there. But then again none dared to trespass. Even when he ventured away from the mute color meadow, and into the chaotic landscape of the dark imagination. No monsters or plants dare to attack or touch Deceit, by Remus's orders. Deceit was never to be harmed. However, there was something wrong here. He could feel it. The dark imagination looked overgrown and wilder than normal. Deceit casually walked his way to the Duke's castle and found said creative side on the watchtower. Eyes green instead of brown and sweat dripping from his brow. The sight worried Deceit, just as much as the imbalance in the imagination tugged at his instinct to find a way to fix it. I hope I'm interrupting something. You've certainly been bothering me today. Deceit said to announce his presence. Remus barely looked away from where his gaze was locked on, in the direction of Roman's side. I can't stop it, January. The Duke said. Deceit kept his face neutral. He knew what Remus was talking about. The dark imagination was still conquering the good imagination against Remus's control. Something the Duke was not happy about. So this is what you have been up to. I wasn't beginning to worry about you. Deceit admitted. After a beat Remus still said, nothing. So Deceit took a peek into the telescope on the tower. Roman's lens was 50% less than what it should be, and Remus seemed to be doing everything in his power at the moment to try and withhold the chaos that he would normally spread around happily. Deceit took a step back, thinking furiously on how they could stop the imagination from turning completely dark, and Remus's glowing green eyes flickered to him for a moment before looking out over the imagination again. Seems the hero needs a villain once again, he said. And you aren't needed on the front line. Remus flicked his gaze back over to him again. He knew that look in his noodle's eyes. Janice was planning something. Of course, we're going to need some incentives to make sure Roman cooperates. After all, a hero needs a damsel or three. Deceit pivoted to face Remus again. And what's the dark side without its ruler? He smiled confident. Huh? Remus asked, mouth gaped open. Wait here, darling, don't bother keeping up the good work. Deceit reassured, Capulet flowing behind him as he left the tower. I'm not going to borrow the kitchen for a few minutes. Don't worry, I will not save you any of the goodies. It's not like I will need all of them anyway, he said, over his shoulder as he disappeared, not bothering with giving away too much detail. He wanted everyone to have as much of a natural reaction as possible for his plan to work. Remus so badly wanted to follow, but it was taking all his concentration just to slow down the dark imagination so it wouldn't completely take over. He couldn't stop. Besides, he trusted Deceit. Whatever he was planning was sure to help Roman reclaim his side again, and Remus just wanted the imagination back the way it was, where he and Roman were on equal ground. Core sides. Patton was pitter-pattering around the kitchen, trying to take his mind off how upset it was that Roman refused to leave the imagination. Logan seemed worried too, considering that the logical side was reading a cookbook out loud to the moral side. The two hadn't seen Virgil either since Deceit was accepted either, or Remus and the Deceit himself, so they could be excused for jumping when said snake side popped into their kitchen, balancing a plate in one hand. Patton fumbled with bowl full of cookie batter that he was holding and thankfully didn't drop the mixture thanks to one of Deceit extra arms. Hello, fellow sides. He greeted, smoothly, tasting some batter that had gotten on a finger on one of his gloved hands. Tastes horrible as always, Patton. He complimented, with smirk. Oh, thank you, Janice. Patton smiled. Greeting, Janice. I think I speak for both of us when I say that we are pleased to see you roaming about. Although I can't say the same for the others. How about Remus? Logan greeted, not looking up from the cookbook. Playing in the imagination, I believe. Here. Deceit smiled, moving to stand beside Patton. I brought some cookies of my own. I can't trust Remus's taste, so I was hoping to get your opinion. They're chocolate peppermint. Deceit smiled, holding up the plate of cookies. You made cookies? I didn't know you could bake. Patton gasped happily, already taking a cookies off the plate. Yes, well, it's not like I can trust Remus to cook. Deceit humphed a bit at that, offering the plate of cookie to Logan, who took a cookie as well. Now don't bother giving your honest opinion. I promise I will be devastated. Deceit chuckled, as the two side bit into the cookies. As soon Patton and Logan swallowed, Deceit dropped the friendly act and let his face drop back into a neutral expression as he watched the logical and moral side closely as they succumbed to the venom in the cookies, their eyes taking on a yellow glow. To make sure they were indeed his now, he snapped his fingers in front of both of their faces. They didn't even flinch. Good. I'm so glad you both liked them, he said. And reached into his pocket and pulled out in the two pieces of paper. You will both go to these location in the imagination and wait for Roman to come and get you. He directed, and watched as they went to follow his command like puppets on a string, his strings. Although his venom wouldn't last long. Just long enough to get everyone in place. Humming as he went, holding a small plate with one of the chocolate peppermint cookies on it. Deceit walked himself up the stairs and straight to Virgil's room and knocked politely. He waited a moment, but no response came. Virgil? It is me, Janice. He called. I'm not going away, so there's no reason trying to ignore me. He added. A moment later the door cracked open. What do you want? Virgil snapped. Patton made cookies and I offered to bring one up to you, take it as a peace offering if you will. Deceit answered, holding up the treat. Virgil narrowed his eyes as the door opened a bit wider. What do you really want? Deceit tried to come off innocent. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Oh, cut the shit, Deceit. Virgil snapped, and opened the door all the way and stepped out and into Deceit's space. Do you know what you did to Princey? You took his land, and his confidence. He doesn't believe in himself anymore and it's all your fault. I plan on going to make peace with Roman soon. Deceit assured. Well, he's not in his room. And you know you're not welcomed on his side. Of course, I guess that's not a problem for you anymore. I'm bet it was your idea that Remus tried to take over the imagination from him. What happened to a balanced mind? Virgil raged. Deceit took a step back to get some of his person space back. I do realize why you would think that. As I have said, I plan on making amends with our dear sweet prince very soon. Right now I am trying to amend our burning bridge, by bringing you one of Patton cookies. He emphasized this by holding up the cookie again, and this time Virgil took it, well, snatched it. Now leave. Virgil grouched, and as he turned took a bite into the cookie. Deceit knew when the venom took effect on the anxious side, and caught the door just before it slammed shut. Yes, Virgil, in due time I will. But first we have a stage to set up for that darling prince of yours. Now follow me to the imagination, we wasted far too much time as it is. Deceit urged, watching as his words were followed. Just like the others, for just a couple of minutes Virgil was his to control like a puppet. Now all he had to do was go and get the prince. A perfect plan put together, was something Deceit could always appreciate. After all, he may be Deceit, selfish and self-preservation, but it was Thomas's self that he had to protect, and his venom was one of the tools he had to help him do that. And he wasn't afraid to use it. He led Virgil through the imagination quickly. Putting the emo in place, right where the middle of the imagination should have been and where most of Remus's dangerous creatures now lurked. He placed the anxious side in a gilded cage that hummed with Deceit's energy so no harm would come to him. Something he did with all of them, along with the serpent that was hidden out of sight. His goal was to give Roman confidence, not actually hurt the others in the process. Just a nice little scare and a triumphant adventure for their distressed prince. It wasn't too long that he returned to Remus, but not before going after the Duke's crown. Remus, still not able to keep his attention split at the moment and hold the dark imagination back, only glanced curiously at his return. "Are you ready to rule, Remus?" Deceit asked, holding out the black crown with a smile that showed off his fangs, a smile Deceit knew Remus loved to see, and bowed slightly to the creative side. "Are trying to tempt me, JJ?" Remus asked, his eyes continuing to flicker back and forth from the imagination to Deceit. "Is it working?" Deceit asked and tilted his head to peek at Remus, with his serpent's eye. Remus cackled gleefully. "Crown me, you sexy yellow noodle." Returning Deceit fanged smile with one of his own. "Then let us begin," Deceit declared, placing the crown on the creative side's head and backed up slightly as a burst of creative power came from the Duke, who cackled happily with power, his tentacles coming out and pulling Deceit back to him. Deceit chuckled and petted the tentacle that was holding onto him. "Now darling, here's the plan," Deceit whispered into Remus's ear. Chapter 28, Deceit's Master Plan. Roman was held up in his castle walls in the imagination. He couldn't show himself in the commons even if he wanted to. If he left the imagination, what little land he had would probably be gone once he came back. He wasn't a hero. He was a coward. A cowardly prince held up in his castle because he was scared of losing the imagination to his brother. Of not being who Thomas needed him to be. No, coward wasn't it? He was a villain too. He who had alienated the dark sides as they came, even laughing at their names. Even Virgil, he was almost responsible for them losing Virgil. How he had conned the sweet shadow of a prince to fall in love with him was beyond him. He didn't deserve Virgil's devotions. He couldn't even create a decent idea that would wow his fellow sides and Thomas. He wasn't the hero Thomas needed him to be. He was the cowardly villain that he had accused other to be, and Thomas didn't deserve that. Roman brooded, silently watching as the plants in his magical garden wilted and died as his eyes laid on them. The animals turning to stone and to never move again. He didn't deserve to be able to make such beautiful creations. "Geez, Princey, I thought I was supposed to be anxiety." Roman's eyes widened and whipped his head around at the sound of Virgil's voice, as cut through the silence. "Virgil." He mumbled, slowly getting to his feet as the emo glanced around the garden and laid a pale hand on the unicorn statue that used to prance around joyfully. "What the hell happened?" Virgil asked, taking in the drastic change. "What are you doing here?" Roman asked. He thought he locked his side of the door. "Didn't he?" Virgil looked at him with a serious look. "You seriously didn't think that we would just sit by and let you hide yourself in the imagination, did you?" Virgil asked, coming to stand directly in front of Roman. Roman didn't answer, merely looked away, unable to look anxiety in the eyes any longer, because he didn't deserve them to come look him. "Wait." Virgil had said, "we," as in him, Patton, and Logan, so where were the other sides? "You said we. Where's Padre and Logan?" he asked, looking behind Virgil, but there was no sign of the others. Virgil immediately looked uncomfortable, and pointed beyond the garden wall. "When we entered, the door opened up, in the dark forest. We didn't know that it spread so far into your lands." "Patton and Logan didn't make it?" the anxious side said, hand coming to grip onto Roman's red sash desperately, tear leaking from his eyes causing some of his eyeshadow to run as well and onto his hoodie and black t-shirt. "It's horrible out there, Roman. I was afraid I wouldn't make it here. You got to do something." "Me?" Roman jerked away like he had been burned, and Virgil jerked from the sudden movement. "Are you sure I'm the best person? I mean, I haven't been like myself lately. Have you not seen the imagination lately? You're no safer with me than with the others. I'm losing land and I can't push it back. I don't even know if Remus is the one doing it. If he is and I am unable to push back, that means that Thomas favors Remus, and Remus will end up being the creativity that Thomas will rely on my brother instead of me, which means that Thomas doesn't need me anymore." Roman panicked, pacing with his arms wrapped around himself like he was trying to hold himself together. Prince. Princey. Roman. Virgil shouted, needing to grab hold of the creative side to get him to stop talking himself in a spiral. Snap out of it. This isn't you. You're Prince Roman. And this is your domain. Virgil stated. And your friends need your help. Roman moved out of Virgil's grip. No, they need a hero. And I'm not a hero. I'm a cowardly villain. Virgil stepped toward the creative side again, with determination in his eyes. Did I say they needed a hero? No. I didn't. I said they needed you. The emo snapped, poking the other in the chest. Now quit doing my job and do yours. The anxious side fixed the Roman with a stern look with his fierce brown eyes. After having a bit of a tense stare down, Roman blinked and took a breath. You're right. I can't very well expect you to go and venture through the imagination alone with it taking on Remus's chaotic nature. At his words, Virgil visibly relaxed. Oh, good. I am the worst at giving motivational speeches. It goes against my nature. Don't make me do it again. Roman cupped the emo's face with a worried expression. I'm so sorry, Virgil. I'm making you uncomfortable pushing you into this role. He went to touch their foreheads together. Virgil pushed away at the last second. Don't sweat it. Right now, we need to go get Patton and Logan before something bad happens to them. We might even need to check on your brother. This much control cannot be good for him. He's unstable enough as it is. Virgil warned, already jogging back to the castle. Roman just behind him. Do you think you can have some horses waiting for us out front? He asked, looking over at Roman. No problem. Roman huffed. As soon as the front double doors opened, revealing 2 horse and white and a black one with white marking on its legs, Roman jumped expertly onto his steed. Virgil walked slowly up to his and jumped back when the horses sniffed at him and reared back on its hind legs, snorting threateningly at the anxious side. Maybe I should ride with you, Virgil suggested when the horse went to bite when he tried again to mount the beast. I don't understand. I made the animal just for you. It must be because of this invasion of the dark imagination, Roman said, slightly confused, but held his hand out for the emo to take. I guess there is no other way around it. Up you come, he said, practically lifting Virgil up onto the white horse, making sure the emo had a good grip before steering the horse into a full-on gallop. They ended up charging straight into the dark landscape. That seemed to be spreading faster than normal. Where was the last place you saw them, Virg? Virgil, who had a death grip on Roman's waist, took a moment to answer. I lost Logan near the village. They were all acting strangely, and there were monsters. And Patton in the cemetery. I don't know how, but I was too scared to go back in. Cemetery? I don't remember creating cemetery. Roman gaped. I know. What are we going to do? Virgil asked, in a terrified voice. We're going to the village first. That's the closest. I wouldn't be surprised if Logan has already figured out help himself, Roman said, steering the horse to the village that was coming into view. Roman gulped loudly at the sight of how drastic his village looked compared to what he had originally designed it to look like. And Virgil hadn't been exaggerating about the monsters that were now roaming his once peaceful village. Even the villagers looked less friendly. Some even carrying pitchforks and torches. Others running and hiding. They took him in there. Virgil pointed, toward sinister-looking building, that Roman absolutely knew that was not his. Oh sirs. Please do not go in there. A group of goblins and trolls have been taking people in there and none have escaped. Not even the one the princess could get away. A peasant woman warned, before continuing on her way cradling what looked like a dead baby corpse. Princess? Virgil asked. Oh, Roman coughed slightly. I may have created my subject with the knowledge that you and Patton and Logan are the other royals that rule this my kingdom with me. Even if you are rarely seen, they will know you if they see you. The creative side explained. Virgil blinked around at what was left of Roman's villagers. Oh. That's amazing. I didn't know you could do that. Roman chuckled slightly, pulling the horse to a stop in front of the sinister structure that was plaguing the village. Screams could be heard from inside, causing both sides to hesitate before walking forward. Maybe you should stay out here, Roman suggested, placing a hand on Virgil's shoulder. Are you kidding? Virgil huffed, shrugging out of Roman's concerned grip. You are not going in there without fight or flight by your side, he said, sending a reassuring grin Roman's way. Now let's stop wasting time and go get Logan. He stopped Roman, just as the side was about to speak. And don't worry, you're the knight in shining armor and the confidence here. We need you, Roman, Virgil said, moving to the side so Roman would be in the front. Roman decided he was going to avoid the areas that held mostly troll and the poor tortured and dying citizens of his village. He had to get Logan first. Logan was first priority and he would make it up to his fictional citizen later. Virgil stayed close to him the entire time, staying surprisingly quiet and a calm presence near Roman, and that was surprisingly helpful to Roman. He felt trusted for once in a long time. Virgil was trusting him to be his hero and he didn't want to fail the anxious side. Somehow he knew when they were close to Logan. Virgil also seemed to sense, if the sudden hand gripping the back of his sash said anything. The chamber was at the end of the hall and guarded by 2 trolls. Virgil stayed put while Roman proceeded to disarm and eliminate the 2 creatures, effortlessly, and when the prince turned to make sure Virgil was okay, he found a rare smile on the emo's face as he practically jogged to his side. Good job, Singalots, he cheered. SHHH. Roman cautioned. Never thought I'd be the one cautioning you. He sighed, when Virgil seemed to realize they were still not out of the woods. It's just good to see you back, Virgil said, quickly, as he and Roman edged closer to the chamber doorway. There he is, the anxious side whispered. Roman nodded, scoping the room out. There didn't seem to be any more trolls. It seemed that the creatures had merely attached the logical side to a pile of chains in the center of the room. Which was strange. Logan would have been able to get out of a trap like that easily by simply using whatever sciencey stuff he had stored in that nerdy brain of his. He was logic after all. Virgil deemed to stay near the door again, as Roman stepped into the room. Logan, he whispered, called. The logical side's head snapped up. Roman, I'm going to get you out, the creative side comforted, walking around the logical side. It's impossible, Roman, I have already tried. Logan shook his head. Out of sight from the other 2, Virgil held his hand out as a serpent slipped from the wall, petting it, before sprinkling a few golden lights onto it before sending it back into the wall, with a satisfied smile, his left eye glowing yellow for a split second. Then resumed his spot cowering by the door. Guys, look out, he warned, pointing at the smoke that was starting to form around the trapped logical side. Beware ye who dare enter. Lest ye wish to awaken the golem of this land. Leave its sacrifice or accept thy fate. A disembodied voice thundered. A massive stoned hourglass rising from the ground. Lest thy true horror comes to wake. Thy choice is thys, best not to waste any more time. The smoke immediately cleared, revealing different symbol now circling Logan feet, the now present hourglass dropping sand and emptying quickly. Okay, Logan, I'm coming to get you now, Roman said, not wanting to waste any more time and wait for the sand to reach the bottom and the creature the logical side was chained to awaken. Proceeding without a plan seems ill-advised. For we do not know what these symbols may result to stepped on. We do not want to set off another trap. Logan shook his head. Roman looked at the symbols on the floor at Logan's feet, then back to the hourglass. Lo, We don't have time to stop and figure out this puzzle. We don't even know what these symbols mean. I'm just going to come over and break the chains. I can do that. I am creativity, remember. Logan stared at Roman for a minute before a look of realization crossed his face. Okay. You may be right. But the golem, what if it wakes? Then I shall slay it. Roman said, confidentially. Although he didn't feel so confident with his side shrinking in size by the minute. But if Logan believed in him, and Virgil believed in him, he would risk everything for them, everything for Thomas. Logan glanced at the symbols at his feet once more before taking a breath and nodded his head for Roman to go ahead. This is your area of expertise. Roman, I trust your judgment, he said. Roman nodded once and walked to where he was just within arm's reach of the logical side and poised his sword arm to strike. He paused only long enough to look to Virgil, who was watching him closely with trusting eyes, and then to Logan, who had prepared himself, to be ready to run once he was free. Taking a deep breath, Roman brought the sword down on the chains in one swift stroke, the creative side's blade proving durable enough to break through the metal links. He grabbed Logan's arm and pulled him forward and away from the center of the room and the symbols that circle him, ushering the logical side to run to Virgil. The princely side stood by himself in the center of the room, waiting for anything to happen. The three sides waited with bated breaths, and after a few short minutes, the hourglass emptied and disappeared. Even the symbols on the ground vanished and the chamber was left silent. Huh. Roman said, relaxing his stance, returning to the two waiting sides. Amazing. Roman, how did you know it was a false trap? Logan asked, fixing his glasses and a notebook and pencil materializing in his hands so he could take notes. Roman shrugged. It's the imagination, Specs. It might not be mind right now, but it is still connected to me. Roman answered, having not really thought too much about why or how he knew the obstacle that trapped Logan was a false trap. But there was something else, that he couldn't put his finger on. But I have a feeling. The creative side continued, placing a hand on the nearest wall. There's something that doesn't belong in these walls. I think it's best we leave now, he said, turning to push the two sides in front of him. What do you mean something in the walls? Virgil asked. Can you elaborate, Roman? Logan questioned. As the creative side guided them safely out. We don't have time for long explanations, Virgil snapped, starting to walk faster than all of them when the exit came into view. We gotta get Pat, he said, running further ahead. Once they were outside, not bothering to stop next to the white horse that was waiting for them. Virgil, wait. Roman cautioned, he and Logan forgetting the horse to chase after the emo who was running further ahead and around the sinister structure. The emo side dodging out of the way of lunging monsters and plants that made to grab him. This way. Virgil called back. Roman did his best to keep up, while shielding Logan, slicing at the monsters and plants that had failed to grab Virgil and were now focusing on them. Slow down, Stormcloud, he called. You okay back there, Logan? He asked immediately after. Logan was keeping close to Roman's back, but it was clear he was not of the athletic type. Satisfactory, Roman. Although, I must say the imagination does seem a bit wilder than normal. Have you figured out what is causing it? The logical side asked. No. But we don't have time to worry about it. We got to get to Patton and make sure Remus is okay. This much chaos must be affecting him. Has Thomas been showing any signs of distress? The Prince of Creativity asked, as they ran almost barreling into Virgil, who had skidded to a stop. Not too, according to my observations. Nightmares have increased, however. Logan answered out of breath. Enough to release a bit of the chaotic energy, but not enough for this much corruption. There he is. Virgil pointed, pulling Roman to the front and pushing him forward. When Logan went to follow the creative side, the anxious side pulled him back and pushed the logical side into a bush to better hide him. Stay. He growled, pointing a finger at the logical side. "We don't need you to get recaptured," he added, in his usual cautious tone, before edging his way after Roman. Logan did as he was told, with narrowed eyes as Virgil disappeared after Roman. He hummed as he jotted a few things down in his notebook. Roman found Patton sitting in the cemetery, right in the middle of a pentagram with candles and incense surrounding it. He was holding a book and reading it out loud from it. The moral side was shaking slightly and pale in the face, but kept his eyes firmly on the words in front of him. Finally, near the bottom of the door was a tiny set of burnt handprints, as if the youngest little boy had tried in vain to push open the door and get help for his family. The end. Patton read, his voice shaking, revealing how scared he was. "Another? Read us another, Daddy. We want another. Dad, we are still awake." "Pat." Roman called, gentle, over the softly and menacing childlike whispers. Patton jumped with a squeak, accidentally slamming the book closed, as he looked toward Roman. "Roman. Oh, thank heavens. They won't let me leave." The dad side whimpered. Just behind them Virgil was crouched slightly behind a tombstone, a serpent slithering up from the ground and into his waiting hands. He petted it before sprinkling a bit of yellow lights on it, before sending it back into hiding, and resumed watching the two sides. "What do you mean they won't let you leave, Padre? Just stand up and take my hand," Roman practically pleaded, holding his hand out. Patton shaking his head the whole time. "Read to us. Or we'll get angry," the whispering voices demanded. Black vines erupted from the ground and wrapped around the moral side's ankles, anchoring him to the ground, and Patton shakily reopened the book in his lap. "This seems to keep them calm. And the pentagram seems to keep everything else away. But Roman, I'm so scared. I don't want to stay here." "It's going to be all right, Patton," Roman reassured. Virgil rolled his eyes from where he was hidden and started counting down silently with his fingers. "I'm going to slowly step into the pentagram with you," Roman said, calmly and slowly. As soon as his boots toed the marking on the ground, several tombstones began shaking. "Intruder. Stay away from our dad. He is ours. We want our stories. We will kill you," the whispering voices snarled. Decaying and Mangle's limbs began popping from the ground. "Read, Patton. Read," Roman instructed, quickly. There was once a miller who had one beautiful daughter." Patton began reading out loud, and while that seemed to quiet the voices, it did not stop the creatures that were pulling themselves from the grave. The moral side still reading, despite the urge to close his eyes. Roman was quick to defend them, taking the heads off the undead that got close. It wasn't until his missed one that he seen the pentagram circle that Patton sat huddle in glow of faint yellow color as it evaporated the vile creature that had tried to grab for the heart. "Patton, are you able to leave the circle?" he asked, once the undead numbers were dwindling. Still reading, Patton shook his head, and slowly stuck one foot from the circle. "Where are you going, Daddy?" the whispered voices spoke again. Roman finished the last of the undead. "And watch as ghostly children appeared above Patton, just outside the circle." "Yes, Father." "Where are you going? You know you cannot leave. You must read to us. We want our stories. We have made sure you stay safe. No reason to leave us again." The children all spoke at once. Patton whimpered and squeezed his eyes shut. Roman knew that Patton didn't mind reading to children, but the dad side was also easy to scare. And this ghost children were using that against him. Were keeping him trapped. "Now see here," he snapped, taking a confident step toward the ghosts and Patton. "That is no way to talk to a parent." All the little ghosts turned to glare at him. "You should be ashamed of yourselves," he continued. He could feel in his very being that this was the right course of action. He would not need his blade to free Patton. The waver in the little ghost children's resolve was not missed. As you rightful ruler, I demand you apologize to Padre and got back to sleep. He demanded. Virgil, who was watching close by, smiled, made a quick motion with his hands. We're sorry. We will go back to sleep, now. Can we get another story tomorrow? It gets lonely. Patton glanced around and watched as the children that had been scaring him looked and sounded less sinister. Ah. Of course we will have someone come read to you, he assured, quickly. The pentagram fading as the ghosts started sinking into the respective resting place. The book vanishing with it. The moral side was quick to run to Roman's side as soon as the marking on the ground were gone and hugged the princely side. How did you know that would work, kiddo? He asked, happy to be free. Roman shrugged. I'm just happy that it did work. I must still have some power left, even if it is turning over to Remus. He mused. Virgil, who was still crouched out of view, didn't notice when Logan approached from behind. Is everything going according to your plans then? The anxious side turned his attention to the logical side, with a look of confusion. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. He answered, sounding just as confused. Logan responded, looking at the emo with narrow eyes, as he walked around him and to the other. Virgil standing and following close behind. Scanning the area around them as a thick fog began to subtly settle around them. Roman, Patton, and Logan congregating together, making sure they were all right. Roman's relieved smile faltered, as he knelt to the ground and placed a hand on it, just as Virgil joined them. Something is not right. That same feeling from the village is still here, but in the ground now. The creative side mumbled. Hands hidden in the pocket of his hoodie, Virgil snapped his fingers, so no one would see the yellow sparks of light that came from it. What do you mean, Roman? Logan asked, eyeing Virgil with knowing eyes, before flickering his gaze back toward Patton and Roman. I don't know. It's like something is here that doesn't belong here. But somehow it's here and moving through the imagination. Roman said, trying to feel what the imagination was trying to tell him. Although with his land so small and therefore his influence not at full strength, he was unable to reach it. Something seemed to be shielding it, so he wasn't sure if it was malevolent or not. A slimy tentacle wrapped itself around Virgil's waist, as the emo made eye contact with something through the fog. When he was lifted up, he made sure to let out frightened and startled shout, causing the three-core side to jump at the sudden sound. Roman, help! Virgil pleaded, hand out reaching for the help that wasn't going to make it in time. Virgil! I'm coming! Roman shouted back, running after, fist gripping hold of Patton's cardigan, the moral side grabbing hold of Logan's wrist in a death grip as the creative side dragged them along. But it wasn't long before the desperate sprint to catch up died down to a jog before they stopped. The princely side spun around, trying to pinpoint where the Virgil had been whisked away to, not letting go of his grip on the other two. Which way dash? He panted, seeing three pathways appear in through the fog. There. Virgil's hoodie. Patton said, indication to the middle path, where a carnivorous plant was chewing on the hoodie. Let's go. Roman urged, pulling the other two along again. Logan using his free hand to grab the lost clothing article when he passed by. This fog came out of nowhere. Patton whimpered, tightening his grip on Logan and Roman. From my knowledge, this is on par for the imagination on Remus's side. When we get Virgil back, we're going to go find my brother, and find out what is going on once and for all. It's not right that it's targeting you guys. It's unnatural. Roman stated. Patton gulped loudly. But we're not supposed to go to Remus's side? You even said, it was too dangerous. Patton, if you hadn't noticed, we seem to already be within Remus's wild lands. Logan corrected. And I only said that, because his side favors no one. Not even me. Roman said, minutely soared up in defense. A slug monster past chasing, Some chicken-like creatures with that look carnivorous themselves. Help! Virgil's voice echoed further up ahead that had the three core sides sprinting again, ignoring the thorny bushes that reached up and grabbed for them. Roman cutting through a big tangle of thorns that blocked their way. The princely side having to hold his arm out to stop Patton and Logan from taking any more steps, so they wouldn't take a step in the purple bubbly pond that stretched in front of them. Virgil sat in a giant golden cage that hovered over the deadly-looking pond. This stopped being funny 30 minutes ago. Deceit. Remus. I know you hear me. The emo shouted, glowing purple eyes snapping to the three side. Roman. L. Patton. Get me out of here. I hate heights. Calm down, Stormcloud. I will get you down. Somehow, Roman mumbled the last part where Virgil couldn't hear it. Calmly watching the three on the other side of the pond hidden by thorns, Deceit and Remus were crouched on the ground. You remember your part? Deceit asked, not taking his eyes off the four sides. Yeah. The pond's just melted grape jello. Remus nodded, with a wide grin. He could barely keep himself still with the crown seeming to just make surge with power that he wasn't used to. But he knew it was meant to be his. He could create anything he wanted. Oh, and the manating monster at the bottom knows not to eat anyone. He added as an afterthought. Deceit narrowed his eyes, switching from Remus to the lake. Yes, well, we did talk about adding creature life, didn't we? He huffed, no amused. Well, no matter, Roman isn't about to go with a half-baked plan, that isn't my cue. The deceitful side smiled. Holding his hands out and creating a serpent, making it longer and bigger that if it opened its mouth real wide it could swallow the Duke on command should D give it. Remus felt a pleasant shiver run down his spine at the thought. Once the snake was formed, it was Remus's turn to take over. Letting a green light form around the creature, changing its features and adding a touch of poison green into its color scheme. Janice groaned in discomfort beside him. You okay, DD? He asked, pausing only slightly, until Deceit waved for him to continue. It doesn't feel weird letting you manipulating something that isn't a part of my being. It is dangerous, so don't keep going. Deceit grunted, with closed eyes, trying hard not to interrupt Remus's work. When the Duke was finished and Deceit opened his eyes, he found his once beautifully yellow snake a picture of grotesque horror. It now had 3 different elongated fangs, that were dripping with poison. Its head big enough that it could eat them. Its features between that of a snake and a dragon with multiple red eyes, with sharp deadly spines going down its back all the way to its tail, that now had a rattlesnake's rattler on it. Patches of deadly poison green scale littered its body, that now had 2 arms with sharp claws, near the front so it could grip things. Horrible job, dear. He complimented, when he felt Remus finished. It still felt off, but this way he would be the one controlling the creature, instead of letting it run rampant, like most of Remus's creations. Are you ready to be devoured, sweetheart? He asked. The serpent hissed as it raised itself to the Duke's level. Remus was already grinning with joy and vibrating in his spot while nodding his head enthusiastically. Satisfied with the response, Deceit held his yellow-gloved hands like his was holding the strings to a puppet and began to move his and Remus's joined creature. Roman needed to his confidence back. He needed to be reminded that he was fearless. He does get things done. That he was not only Thomas's hero, but the others too, including his brother. The imagination shrinking on his side was nothing more than due to his lack of confidence. What better way to finish off this little adventure than to give the prince the power boost he needed? Virgil's cage was special. And Roman would have to be the one to save the anxious side before he spiraled, taking Thomas with him. Of course Deceit didn't plan on letting things go that far. Even as he let the creature swallow Remus, he was confident the creative side would be alright. But that didn't mean he had to make things easy either. With Remus swallowed by the serpent creature, the creature slid silently into the poisonous-looking pond, disappearing from sight. Deceit turned his attention back to the other side of the lake. Roman seemed to have summoned a rope and threw it like a lasso to the cage where Virgil caught it and had begun tying it to one of the bars. It seemed they thought they could pull the free-floating prison down to safety. Deceit smirked. Now that just wouldn't do. Deceit twitched one of his pointer fingers up. And out from the deadly-looking purple pond jumped out the monstrous serpent, its jaws snapping the rope in half with its powerful jaws as it used its two claws limbs to grab onto Virgil's golden cage. With a few little movements of his fingers, Deceit had the creature wrap itself around the cage, pulling a worried and scared sound out of all the sides present, especially Virgil. "Oh Roman, what is that? What the hell is this?" Patton and Virgil both shrieked. The emo in the cage trying to put himself in the center and away from the creature. "I don't know. I didn't feel it before now. It was just made." Roman answered, sword already pointed at the new threat. "Well, what should we do now then?" Logan asked, eyeing the creature with interest. "I'm thinking," Roman said, eyeing the new threat, trying to find a weak point. "Think faster," Virgil urged, eyes moving from place to place. Roman finally glanced at the pond where he had unconsciously dipped the tip of his sword in while he was thinking. He lifted the blade and watched the purple thick liquid slide off. "I'm going to get in the pond," he finally stated a moment later. "That's a stupid idea. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Virgil retorted, and flinched when the serpents began eyeing him with its many eyes. "Well, I don't hear you coming up with something better," Roman snapped back. "Do you want to get rescued or not?" "Rescue? Don't you dare leave me like this. And you better not kill yourself in the process. This is just bad. Like life-altering. I think I'm spiraling," Virgil said, starting to hyperventilate. "Logan, you talk and Patton talk him down." "I'm going in," Roman said, switching his attention the logical side. "Are you quite positive you will be okay?" Patton asked, sounding almost as worried as Virgil. "Of course, I mean the imagination has always protected me and Remus. I don't see why that would change now." The princely sighed, reassure with a confident smile. "Yes, but that was before you started looking land," Logan pointed out. Roman prepared himself to jump into the poisonous pond, with determination. "I am still the prince of creativity. I will be fine. You guys calm Virgil," he said, again, and dived into the purple pond. Virgil panted as the air around him got thinner as he watched the princely disappear into the poisonous depths of the pond. This was a terrible idea. What was Roman thinking? The serpent hissed irritated and the cage jerked as it moved, from something grabbing the tip of its tail. Virgil, watching as Roman appeared seemingly unharmed from the dangerous liquid that surrounded him and began using the gigantic creature as a ladder to get to Virgil. The anxious side wished he could be as fearless as Roman looked right now. He was the embodiment of fear, so that was impossible. Already he could think of the many, many ways this could all go wrong. "Kiddo, look this way," Patton called, grabbing the anxious side's attention. "Yes, I believe the best option right now is for you to stay engaged with us as we try and distract yourself from having a panic attack," Logan stated, calm as ever. "Patton, say something distracting," he said in all seriousness, looking to the heart. "Oh, how's it hanging up there, kiddo?" Patton asked, with a bit of a forced smile. The serpent let out a furious roar-like hiss as it dived into the water, curling its body around the creative side and taking him back under the bubbling purple liquid. Virgil tried his best to keep his eyes on the logical and moral side. I can't. I hate it. I'm going to die. And the air is getting thinner." "Actually, Patton, that is the wrong thing to ask when trying to distract someone from a panic attack," Logan corrected, moving to the side as a splash of purple liquid landed near him, from Roman's fight with the monstrous serpent. He eyed the oncoming shadows, answering Virgil's distress, a clear sign that the anxious side was going to have a panic attack and therefore Thomas as well. The best distraction is to not talk about what is causing these negative feelings. We need to talk about something that will take his mind off of being trapped above a supposedly poisonous pond and a hungry-looking serpent. Yes, Logan, thank you for the reminder. Virgil snapped, when the serpent latched back onto his golden cage like a dragon curling around its hoard and hissed threateningly at the princely side who breached the surface after being held under the water. You foul beast, I shall free him. Is that all you got? Roman shouted, with a confident smile on his face. As if in answer, the serpent opened its mouth and coughed out a morning star that landed into the water near the prince, who watched it sink with shock on his face. Ah, that would explain why we haven't seen Remus during all this, Logan said, fixing his glasses. Anything else you want to ask it before I become desert? Virgil snapped. I only have one thing to say. Roman snarled out, fixing the giant serpent with a deadly glare. I will protect my friends and avenge my brother, you foul beast. He roared, throwing his sword at the serpent, the blade stabbing it in the eye. The creature let out a pain-sounding screech, shaking its head from side to side to try and dislodge the blade. Deceit, hidden on the other side of the pond, covered his serpentine eye as a pain radiated through it. That had hurt, but he wasn't going to stop. He kept his focus on the fight with his creature and the creative side. Roman had managed to grab hold of the spines and had climbed his way to the head of the snake and made a leap for the golden cage, the giant serpent's head following him with its jaws open. As soon as Roman's fingertip touched the metal, the cage soon evaporated into sparkly golden lights, that seemed to keep a very startled Virgil hovering in the air, when it cleared some the sight of a golden crown floating above the anxious side. Roman grabbed at Virgil around the waist as the golden crown seemed to gravitate to the creative side and placed itself on his head. Causing the Prince of Creativity to glow red, he could feel a surge of power flood through him almost immediately, the sword in his other hand changing from its normal katana form to that of an elongated otaki sword. Dodging the snapping jaws of the serpent on his descent down, Roman used his new sword to cut the head off the monstrous serpent that had stood in his way. Landing smoothly and confidently next to Logan and Patton, with Virgil safely hugged to his side, Roman watched his foe's body and head drop. Only the body did not drop into the water. Much like the Hydra in the movie Hercules, something was emerging from the guts of the serpents. Roman pushed the others back behind him, ready to fight whatever came out. After a few agonizing minutes of the body just squirming and wiggling, out popped a big brightly glowing ball of green light, cackling gleefully. Oh, that was so much fun. I always wanted to be eaten and swallowed whole. Remus cackled, his brightly glowing calming down to mirror that of Roman's. Oh, hey Romato, what's shaken? I been wondering when you were going to show up to dull things down, haha. Remus said, as he tackled the princely side to the ground, a hug, taking Virgil with them. Let's have an orgy. What do you say, Virgie? A little brother on brother action has got to get your blood pumping. Remus cackled, fixing both Roman and Virgil with his brightly glowing green eyes. I promise I bite, he said, snapping his teeth. Roman used his legs to push his twin off himself and Virgil. Remus, now is not the time. Have you not seen the imagination? Amazing, it feels like you two are radiating more energy than normal. Logan said, off-tot he sighed. Writing furiously in his notebook. Patton standing slightly behind him looking odd at it. Oh. Patton and Logan can join in too. I can think of so many things we could do, so many things. I am just buzzing. Remus said, excitedly. Yes, but Remus, the imagination. Virgil insisted, gesturing to their surroundings. Like it? Roman gave it to me. Remus gushed, getting up and twirling around as if showing off a new room. No, I didn't. Roman said, stomping up to his brother. Roman, look. Patton said, looking over his own shoulder where the thorns once lived, only now they were gone. revealing beautiful landscape reforming where Roman's kingdom laid. It seems that once you claimed the crown on your head, the imagination is once again writing itself. Oh yeah. You should try creating with it. It's such a high. Remus said, looking at the purple pond, as it rose up into a jello-like monster with sharp teeth visible in its body. And Remus began creating even more monstrous creations without so much as a wave of his hand. Remus, stop it! Roman demanded, seeing his brother's creation rampaging without care, and that just wouldn't do. Remus tilted his head and grinned widely at his brother. Make me! He dared. Deceit, who was taking deep silent breaths, hands holding his neck to assure himself that his head was still very well attached to his body, was making his way over to the other side of the pond to join Remus. As soon as Roman tackled Remus, who was doing a wonderful job at baiting his brother, the whole imagination seemed to erase the excess land that belonged to Remus. Almost like two magnets repelling each other, the twin both fell backward away from each other, their crown falling from their head. Remus! Roman shouted, picking himself up along with his crown. Ah! Come on! I wanted us to fight. Remus pouted. Deceit quickly put on his normal facade and decided it was time to make his presence known. Well, that was sadly disappointing, he said. Deceit. Virgil grouched. Hey Janice. Patton waved. Logan merely eyed the deceitful side with an arched eyebrow that Deceit pointedly ignored. Deceit nodded in greeting. Pity. I was growing quite fond of the new look the imagination had taken. Finally feeling better, Roman. He smiled. Thank you, I think. Roman said, although he sounded cautious to Deceit's words, he still kept that air of confidence, and that was all that Deceit needed to see. Also, the imagination felt more healthier now. I see you've been playing with your crown. Perhaps I could tempt you to come with, discuss future ideas. Deceit beckoned to Remus, swiftly turning his back on the others, knowing full well that Remus was following him. The core sides watched the two go. I can't tell if he is mocking me, or being sincere, Roman admitted. I don't understand what just happened, Patton said. What about you, Logan? I have many thoughts on the matter, Logan said, snapping his notebook closed. But perhaps we should return your crown to your castle. Yes, Roman. Yeah. I honestly don't understand how it even left the treasury room. I guess the imagination knew I would need it, he said, leading them through the now safer imagination. Don't worry. I will be sure to explain it to you, Logan assured. Oh good. 'Cause I think I missed a few things. Patton grinned. I just don't want to have to go through that again, Virgil mumbled, walking closely next to Roman. Remus's castle. Janice spied through Remus's telescope, watching as Roman's side expanded back to the way it was. He kept a hand on his neck, still feeling the pain that the serpent had took. Remus had even pointed out that his serpentine eye was slightly bloodshot. But that was a small price to make sure that Thomas's ego and confidence remained balanced and healthy. He watched contently as the four sides entered Roman's castle and even panned over to the garden Roman was so proud of, and watched as the creatures and flora all began returning to their normal state. That was so boring. I mean, I loved getting eaten, but you could have let us have an all-out boss battle. Remus pouted where he sat on the floor of the watchtower, twirling his crown around on his finger, absently. Yes, because the plan was to let you and Roman beat each other to a pulp and truly send Virgil into a panic. That is exactly what we wanted to do to Thomas. Deceit chided. Remus stuck his tongue out. I didn't see that, Deceit said, turning to fix the Duke with a smirk. I know. That's why I did it. Are you going to come over and spank me? Remus smiled. Maybe later. I'm feeling very energetic right now. Deceit sighed, rubbing his neck again. Maybe movie night tonight, he suggested. Remus hopped to his feet and summoned his door. "Say no more, Janny. We can do whatever you want. I'm not going to let anyone stress you out. We can grab our stuff and spend the week here in the imagination and where you can relax. I'll even put in a few heating lamps." Remus beamed as they entered their common room. Deceit merely smiled to let Remus lead the way and make the plans for the oncoming week. Besides, a nice quiet week sounded simply divine. Chapter 29, Prince Janus. A week later. Deceit hummed blissfully as he stretched comfortably on the basking rock he had found on Roman's side of the imagination. He hadn't seen nor heard from any of the side beside Remus ever since the imagination balanced, which wasn't odd. He was used to not seeing the other, except when he got updates from his little spies he had scattered about. And since it seemed that the Prince of Creativity had yet to return to the imagination, probably busy with making video ideas for Thomas, Deceit had decided that he would take advantage of the creative side's absences and bask in the full beauty of the whole imagination. Spending mornings and evenings with Remus and pleasant quiet afternoons on Roman's side. Life was easier now. It seemed Thomas was doing well, and so it gave Deceit time to just enjoy himself. Not even Roman's creatures were attacking him or trying to run him off anymore. They still stayed away from him, which was fine. Deceit liked admiring both the creative side's work from a distance anyway, better safe than sorry when it came to those two. A snapping of a twig had the snake side on alert just in time to roll out of the way of a net that had apparently been thrown at him. Rolling to his feet, Deceit scoffed, annoyed at seeing that it was Roman who had cast the netting that was now encasing his basking rock. The princely side had a funny look on his face for a split second that Deceit couldn't recognize before it changed to the usual annoyed look he was used to seeing. "Roman, what a pleasure to see you," he greeted smoothly, eyes moving to the prince then to the net. "Taking lessons from Remus now, are we?" he asked, straightening his rumpled clothes. Another look crossed Roman's face before once again closing off again. Deceit narrowed his eyes at how quiet the usually dramatic side was being. Was something wrong? Nothing felt wrong. He watched closely as Roman seemed to straighten his stance and cleared his throat. Janus. Would you follow me please?" He made a gentleman's gesture toward his castle. Something Deceit knew Roman wouldn't do, unless something was up, and while they all seemed to be getting along for now, Deceit knew they were a long ways off before invitations were presented. The snake side took a step back. "Why yes, Roman. I will indeed." Deceit answered with a knowing grin. Living with Remus had its benefits. The snake side had learned to develop a sixth sense when something was being schemed. He liked to make sure that he not be fooled as much as he fooled others. What would Deceit be if he fell for such tricks? "However, I do have plans with Remus, so I should get going." "Maybe next time," he said, taking a step back as he talked, preparing to sink out for a quick escape. "Oh no you don't." Deceit let out a surprised hiss as he was body slammed from behind, from Virgil. He and the emo side rolled to the ground, Roman approaching quickly. That Deceit made the decision to use the momentum he and Virgil had to kick the emo into the princely side and turn to run. He wasn't sure why they were attacking him all of a sudden, but he needed to find out, because he couldn't sense nothing wrong. The snake side skidded to a stop when a wall rose up from the ground, blocking his route to Remus's side. "Deceit, just stop," Virgil insisted, as he and Roman blocked the snake side's escape route. "Yes, because I definitely plan on going quietly with whatever this is," he hissed, turning to face the two sides. "I do remember doing something so horrid that it warranted getting attacked for." He made sure that his voice stayed calm and even. "Oh, come on did you really think we wouldn't figure out that you impersonated me?" Virgil asked. "Did I?" Deceit smiled. He knew they would figure it out eventually. At the least he was expecting a family meeting, probably reprimanding him and then forbidding him from impersonating them ever again. Not outright attack him. He never thought the core sides would be so bold as to stoop to his and Remus's level. It was all quite unsettling and weird. He dodged Roman as the prince made a grab at him, probably thought he was distracted talking to Virgil. With Roman not blocking his path anymore, Deceit made another attempt at making a run for it, only to be tackled by Virgil again. Deceit hissed threatening as he and Virgil wrestled for leverage. He only noticed minutely that Virgil had not hissed back. In fact, his hold wasn't even that tight. But they had yet to speak their intentions once they had taken him to Roman's castle, and Deceit was not in the mood to spend a day in a dungeon. During his and Virgil's struggle against each other, he snake-side lost his hat and saw that Roman had picked it up, which just peeved him off. He told the prince once already to not touch his shit. What did he have to do to get anyone to listen to him in this mind? Whack them across the head until it stuck. He had somehow worked himself out of Virgil's arms, which left the emo holding tightly to his legs. He managed to flip himself onto his back to glare down at Virgil, trying to kick his legs free. Self-preservation his might be, but Virgil was the one that held the fight instinct. "Don't let go. Not now, Virgil," he demanded. His fangs were elongating in his mouth at the sign of threat. It was a matter of self-control now not to bite, when Roman stepped over and straddled his upper torso. Not really sitting on him, but enough for Deceit to realize his could run. "Now what, Your Highness?" he hissed, stilling when Roman leaned down slightly and cupped his face with his free hand. Roman was looking at him with an apologetic and kind smile. Deceit figured he might be seeing things. "Now it's time for a daydream," the prince said, placing a kiss on the snake-side's forehead. Deceit felt his eyes flutter a little as he was no longer in the imagination. But in the core side's common room, it was a movie night, and everyone was cuddled together in a nest of blankets and pillows. Everything was perfect. Roman and Virgil both took a moment to catch their breaths. They hadn't counted on Deceit being so difficult to subdue. "Are we sure Remus isn't going to just come and murder us?" Virgil asked, watching as Roman gently picked the stilled snake-side in a bridle's hold. "Not really, but I know he can't resist a damsel in distress, just like me." Roman shrugged with a grin. "Oh yeah? And when exactly are you going to change that stupid code? I am never using, I hope you know." "Why not?" Roman pouted, as he summoned for a carriage to take them back to his castle. "I am not a damsel. And will never be." Virgil huffed, getting in first so he could take Deceit from the creative side, so Roman could steer the carriage. The anxious side took Deceit's hat too, so Roman would have both hands free. "But you are most of the time in distress." Roman chuckled, waiting for Virgil to settle Janice's head on his lap. "I'm anxiety, it's my job." Virgil grouched, as the carriage started moving. Remus's castle. The Duke was pacing the corridors of his castle. Janice was supposed to be home hours ago. They were supposed to go deep diving in the new cavern he had created, and Janice was going to help him create the creatures that would live in them. A loud knocking sounded at the castle double doors, which was another oddity of the day. No one knocked on his doors, just like how Janice was never late. He waved the doors open to find the entryway empty. Intrigued, Remus casually walked out and began investigating. "Hello, Ghosty. Come say boo," he called, excitedly looking around. He spotted a paper taped to his door, with Roman's crest on it. "We know what you have done. And have taken the snake. Come to my castle before the end of the day." The core sides. Remus tilted his head after reading it. Roman never left him invitations before. Usually they would just blow air horns to warn the other that a battle was about to be launched to give the other time to prepare. Why would Roman and the others take Janice? That wasn't his MO. And what did he and Janice do anyway? Besides the imagination thing, but they fixed it, not make it worse. Either way, it seemed his brother wished to try and switch their roles. Morning Star materializing in his hand, Remus started skipping his way to his brother's castle, thinking of all the fun ways he was going to make his brother and the others regret touching Janice. Roman's castle. Deceit was shaken from the daydream he had been living when something covered his eyes, basically waking up to blackness and with his arms tied to a chair pulled a startled hiss from the snake side. Especially, when there seemed to be hands coming from everywhere and voices. He kicked out on instinct and made contact with someone's kneecaps, the force of his kick tipping him over. It took his a minute to realize he never made contact with the floor, meaning he and the chair had been caught. Shit, Jan, calm down. Kiddo, it's okay. I promise. Ow. My knee. I told you all, this was not a good idea. Were the mixed responses. Virgil's and being the closest as his and his seat was being righted. What is the meaning of this? Deceit hissed, shaking his head slightly trying to loosen his blindfold. I so love being unable to see. Don't worry Jack the Fibber, you'll see soon enough. Roman's voice answered, coming up behind his and tightening the blindfold. Yes, that so answers my questions. Deceit snapped, not in the mood being snatched when he had been minding his own business. It's our way of thanking you. Patton's happy tone interjected. Deceit found his question getting interrupted by a cookie being shoved in his mouth. Snack on that while we get everything else ready, okay Janice? Patton said, and it was painfully obvious that there was a smile on the moral side's face. Come on, Janice. You had to know we would find out. Virgil's voice said, again causing Deceit to look toward where the voice was coming from. Of course I was the one who was the first to notice. Your mistake being, by wearing Virgil's old t-shirt during the trip in the imagination. By replacing Virgil you led us through the imagination and I am only guessing but am confident in assuming that you are the one who placed us in the predicaments that we found ourselves in. Logan's voice spoke, while moving from one place to another like he was moving around. In fact Deceit was starting to notice they were all moving around. He was having a hard time keeping track where they all were. He didn't like it. Virgil seemed to be the only one who stayed close by and for that he was thankful. Chewing on the cookie he was unable to reply and so Roman decided to speak. Logan explained it, when everything had calmed down. And we waited for you and Remus to show up and gloat about your abilities to save us. Us, Princey. Virgil interjected. Fine. To save me and help me with the imagination. Roman conceded. So you decided to kidnap me and what go antagonize Remus next as a thank you? Deceit asked annoyed. No, we put together a surprise. Patton said, quickly not liking being accused of something so terrible. It brought a smile to Deceit's face knowing he could still get under their skin. It was just so fun. But we are using you as bait to get Remus to come to us. Logan admitted. Different smells started invading Deceit's nose. Delicious smells, that made his mouth water. Although he wasn't going to comment on it. Besides it wasn't like the core sides would do anything too horrible. At least not something that would deter Remus. Yes, today is the day my brother will conquer my lands, save his damsel and for 24 hours will be able to dine and have total control of the dreams and daydreams for that same amount of time. Roman said, with a dramatic flair that died in the end. Only 24 hours. Deceit smiled. We agreed on this years ago, if either of us were to conquer. Of course we've always ended in a stalemate. Roman huffed. And what is my prize? Deceit asked. You'll see when Remus gets here. Virgil said. Okay, everything is set, let's go. Logan announced. Just sit tight, kiddo. Remus should be here any second. Patton assured as their footsteps started fading. Deceit sat there for a moment and tilted his head and wondered if he should try to get his arms free. The binding weren't even tight, he could actually slip out if he wanted to. After another few minutes, Deceit wiggled until his arms slipped free, and crossed his arms, deciding to leave the blindfold on to give Remus something to do. As soon as the creative side name popped into his head, Deceit heard the door to the room burst open with a few grunts, and the sound of a body hitting the floor. The sound of a weapon dragging on the floor. Damn Roman, you must be losing your touch or something. I mean, this was almost too easy. Remus's voice echoed through the room with demonic tone in it. There was an answering groan. That must have been Roman. Now didn't I tell you never to touch my DD? Remus asked. There was another grunt and the sound of the morning star being swung and hitting the floor. Shit. It took him away. Remus pouted. Deceit took it that the imagination saved Roman from the killing blow. This means your castle is mine for 24 hours. Remus shouted out. The room went silent, besides the sound of Remus's boots clicking on the floor as the Duke made his way over to Deceit. Hey Noodle, you okay? The demon tone in the Duke's voice immediately left. No, I am not. I enjoy not seeing, please take your time as you return my sight. Deceit huffed, refusing to take off the blindfold. He had decided he would let Remus be the one to do that. A smirk spread across his face as he tilted his head upward so that his face was angled toward the creative side. There was a deep chuckle from Remus, and a moment later a lick and the tickle of his mustache on Deceit's lips, that demanded entry, as the blindfold was ripped away. The Duke pulled away with his tongue running across his extra sharp teeth. Tease. Deceit smiled. The two looked at the table Deceit seemed to be sitting at, and all the food that was sitting on it. Is that for us? Wow. Roman's castle is on point. Remus gushed, ignoring the second chair in favor of draping himself on Deceit available lap. Sticking his finger in the closest pudding to taste. I have those cooks cooking out of my cookbook before I have to give it back to Roman. The Duke giggled, spooning the dessert and presenting it to Deceit. So, you had a plan for when you conquered each other? Deceit asked, taking the offered spoon. Remus nodded. Yup, although this is the first time one of us has managed. Basically I get 24 hours without Roman patrolling around, I get to control his castle, the dream, and tonight Thomas gets one of my masterful nightmares I've been saving. No, sparkles and rainbows tonight. Remus cackled. I finally beat him at something. He celebrated, practically dumping the bottle of wine he had grabbed. And me? Deceit asked, taking a napkin to wipe up the mess, only for Remus to stop him, by snatching the cloth from his hand and tossing it on the floor. Roman's servants will get it? Remus smiled. You, my danger noodle, will rule with me and we will influence Thomas for 24 hours. We'll show him what true creative power really is. The Duke sang, letting out his most evil of laughs. With no trouble from the others. Deceit asked, with a smirk. Not here. Remus grinned, his upper body up on the table as he ripped through the chicken that was on it. Sounds boring. Deceit hummed. So 24 hours to enjoy your victory, with your damsel that was clearly in distress. What horrors shall we create? He got up and began making himself a plate before Remus ate the table, finding his hat sitting at the corner of the table. He promptly placed it back on his head. Oh, I have so many plans. First we are going to redecorate. Start thinking about decor, Snakey, we are going to make your dream castle. Remus said, snapping his fingers. Deceit looked down to find himself in a prince's wear, keeping to his aesthetic and general favorite color scheme. He then looked back to Remus, who was making suggestive eyebrows at him. My ruler could get used to this. How about we make your brother really regret snatching me? Deceit grinned. It's been a while since he had the opportunity to really let loose and meet Remus on a more chaotic level. Back in the Corside's common room. Roman laid on the couch with his head pillowed by Virgil, who was holding an ice pack to his head. Logan and Patton sitting close by, although busy trying to help Thomas as much as possible with one creativity running things for the day. Along with his deceitful side spiking at full force with lies at the ready and plans ready with manipulations for the day. Roman was holding a mirror, that resembled that of the Beauty and the Beast, watching his brother and Deceit changing his castle and running around it like they owned it. His beautiful decor was gone, replaced by darker tones with green and yellow accents. Remus had already informed Remy of the dream situation, with the sleep function laughing his ass off at the end and taking the nightmare presented, like any normal day. And the daydreams that were bouncing around. They had to put cotton in Patton's ears. "Stop pouting, Princey, this was your idea," Virgil said, seeing the creative side poke out his bottom lip, seeing the many changes the two were causing in the imagination. "I know, but I at least thought they would ease into it." Roman pouted. "I mean, they changed my beautiful garden into a nothing but thorns and haunted carnivorous trees. At least Jan liked your unicorn enough to leave it alone." Patton comforted, with a bright smile. "Yes. Plus once 24 hours are up, you said, things will change back to the way they were," Logan reminded. "You're lucky the imagination separates you two before a killing blow can be given," Virgil reprimanded. "I didn't think he'd go all out. I wasn't even trying, and he just grand slam hit you with the Morning Star like you were a baseball, in the last ending. Seriously, you flew through the wall. You said he wouldn't try to murder us," Virgil snapped. "I said, probably. I never said he wouldn't," Roman defended. "Well, in any case we owe them both," Logan said, interrupting the sides. "And we owe them several movie nights and family nights. Especially, Janice. I feel bad excluding the kiddo. I'm going to give so many cuddles and cookies and Patton listed off." "That sound good, Pat, but maybe don't move too fast," Virgil cautioned. "Yes, it will be an adjustment for all of us. We must pace ourselves from here on and make Remus and Janice feel welcomed, comfortable with us," Logan agreed. "Well, that is refreshing to hear," Deceit's voice said, causing the four sides to jump. The snake side was still in the prince attire Remus had made for him and smiled at the other sides. He had a little two-head snake curled around his arms and petting it lovingly. "Janice, what are you doing here?" Roman asked, sitting up and keeping the ice pack on his head. "So, I'm still not welcomed up here?" the snake side asked, with tilt of his head. "No. I mean yes. I mean Virgil tried to answer. "Yes, you are welcomed," Logan answered, saving Virgil's jumpy answers. "We just thought you'd be with Remus in the imagination," Patton said, with a confused smile. "Uh-huh, yes, about that. We wanted to invite you all to come and see firsthand the changes we have already constructed. Remus is just dying to show it off." Deceit smiled. "You're inviting us to come and play with you?" Virgil asked. "Why, yes. Is that not what you wanted?" Deceit asked. Roman was the first one up, pulling Virgil with him. "Of course it is. You recovered quickly," the anxious side grouched. "Oh, yeah. I was faking the last 2 hours," Roman admitted, blushing, as the emo gaped at him in disbelief. "It felt nice having your fingers combing through my hair. Let's go low. I wanna see too." Patton smiled, bouncing up with Logan following at a more mellower pace. Deceit seemed to glow at the other willingness to join Remus and himself. He knew they were all being sincere too. Things were finally going to right here. Epilogue. Months later. It was a nice day in the imagination on the dark side, and Remus had been full of inspiration for the last few days, while Roman had been playing treasure hunter for the week, claiming the imagination had a hidden gems within its landscape. Everything was peaceful. Thomas was functioning normally, and that was all Janice could ask for. He and Remus were still mostly secluded in the dark side of the imagination, but it was by their choice now. They had been offered a place with the others, to move their rooms, but why ruin something that was already perfect? To be had and accepted was all they ever wanted. Today was the anniversary of the day that Remus met Janice. or the day Remus came to be. But Remus had dubbed it the day he knew Janice was his. Janice was just happy to be with the Duke, no matter the day. To celebrate, they had decided on a picnic in one of the newer swamps. The Duke had picked a nice spot where they would have a nice view of the acid-filled swamp. Fanning the picnic blanket out on the dead grass and laid out the food they had made together. A large assortment of their favorites. Janice sipped on his glass of wine as the creative side began showing off. Introducing the newest creation to the snake side. Some had not been named yet, so they would choose one together. It was such a marvelous time. They were laughing at the sight of one of the creation exploding when it drank from the swampy water when their fun was interrupted. Remus. Roman's voice called, pulling their attention. The princely side was covered in dirt, shovel in hand. Janice and Remus both broke off from the laughter, to turn to the princely side, Remus standing up, while Janice lounged back on the picnic blanket. "You have got to see what I found. Right in the middle of the imagination." The princely side cheered, beckoning for his brother to follow him, excitedly. Grabbing the Duke's hand when he got close enough. "I'll be right back, Double D. If you kill something, save the juicy bits for me." Remus called over his shoulder, following his brother willingly, intrigued on what could have prompted the Prince of Creativity to come for the Duke. Janice waved after him, with a big content smile on his face. Both he and Remus knew that nothing would attack the snake side. Nothing lethal anyway. He chuckled as he watched the twin run off together, toward the border of the imagination that split their lands. He quietly sipped his wine and marveled at the way the dim lightning of the dark side of the imagination glimmered on the acidic waters in the swamp. It could rival one of Roman's most beautiful and crystal blue lakes on the other side of the imagination like this. Beautiful but deadly. The snake side jumped, dropping his glass of wine, as a flash of green and red exploded throughout the imagination. Seeing the lights come from the direction of the border, Deceit wasted no time, and was immediately running. He couldn't tell if the flash is what sparked the instinct that something bad had happened, or if it was just his general worry for Remus. Or for both creative sides, but he was not going to just sit around and wait. Many thoughts ran through his head as to what could have caused the flash. Maybe Roman and Remus were fighting over the treasure in the imagination. He secretly hoped so, that way he was running like madman for no reason. Sliding to a stop, Deceit felt his eyes widen, as he quickly hid behind one of the blackened dead trees that littered the dark forest. The light sides were already there, just as surprised as he felt of the moment. Staring with wide eyes, Deceit couldn't believe what he was looking at as a rock settled in his gut and tears pinpricked his eyes. Standing where he suspected Remus and Roman once stood the King of Creativity with a triumphant smile on his face. The end.